Xiao, drenched in cold sweat, abruptly sat up in bed. Where am I? Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, he was bewildered. Wasn't he at home, watching a movie before drifting off to sleep? Xiao harbored a poor habit of clutching his phone to watch films until slumber overtook him. It was one thing to doze off while watching, he also feared his phone might run out of battery. Hence he kept it plugged in while viewing. Perhaps it was the summer heat or a malfunction in his phone's cooling system, but just as he was drifting in and out of consciousness, an explosion erupted from his device. Indeed, the phone had exploded. Was this a form of transmigration? Xiao racked his brain, attempting to comprehend the bizarre events that had unfolded. A torrent of memories surged into his mind, and after a pause, he began to grasp his current predicament. Transmigration was certain. He found himself in a parallel world, similar to Earth. The individual's name mirrored his own, yet their fate was tragically unfortunate. His parents had perished in an accident, and relatives had swindled him out of nearly all his inheritance. Summoning the courage to gamble everything, he mortgaged his house to partner with friends in a business venture. However, he was betrayed by both his friend and girlfriend, resulting in not only a total loss but also an insurmountable debt. Then, Xiao glanced at the poison on the bedside table, commonly known as paraquat. In this cramped, dilapidated rental, converted from a garage on the first floor, the atmosphere was damp and stifling, with debts exceeding 3 million. He possessed a mere 500 yuan to his name. He had been betrayed by those he considered closest. What a dismal fate! Not only was the original individual unfortunate, but even the transmigrated Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. What a dreadful beginning! Perhaps he could test whether dying again would allow him to transmigrate anew? He cast another glance at the paraquat on the nightstand. Perhaps not a good death was not worth as much as a miserable existence. What if death led to a permanent end? That would be a tremendous loss. It was merely debt. He could devise a plan to manage it. After all, this body was only 23 years old. There was still a long life ahead. Xiao reassured himself. As he contemplated his next course of action, a voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. World entrance detected. System binding in progress. A surprise? Xiao perked up, sitting up straight and lighting a cigarette. After approximately 20 seconds, a beep echoed in his mind. Binding successful, the system is activated. Host, Xiao. One world entrance detected. Will you transmigrate immediately? Wait. Don't rush into transmigration first. Tell me what functions you possess and what you mean by world entrance? Xiao hastily interjected in his mind. This system provides transmigration services for the host. Upon completing tasks, the host will earn points, which can be exchanged for various items in the system mall. Open the mall. I wish to see what can be exchanged. Host permissions insufficient. The mall can only be accessed upon task completion and point acquisition. The system's tone was devoid of emotion. At the very least, let me know what items are available. Skills, gene enhancements, currency, etc. For detailed information, please unlock the mall as soon as possible. Though the system's explanation lacked detail, Xiao comprehended that his golden opportunity had arrived. What about the world entrance? What does it mean? Xiao shifted his inquiry. Traversing to other worlds requires coordinates. It has been detected that residual world coordinates linger on the host. This time, the system was quite considerate, not only answering his question but also providing a vivid imagery within Xiao's mind. It was an image he found exceedingly familiar. A colossal and cumbersome steel battle suit, raising its right arm at the mouth of a cavern, unleashing flames towards the outside. Surrounding it was an expanse of endless desert. Iron Man. Xiao realized that this was precisely the film he had been watching just before his phone had exploded. Was the world's entrance the realm of Iron Man? The Marvel Cinematic Universe? A world teeming with superheroes. What could he possibly accomplish with his current physique? System, this world seems rather perilous. Could you possibly grant me some benefits before I enter? Otherwise, I fear I may be unable to complete the task. Xiao bargained within his mind. One must invest to reap rewards. Surely, the host understands this principle. Besides, considering the host's current situation, what more is there to lose? Damn it! Xiao detected a note of disdain in the system's unwavering tone. Yet the system had a point given his current dismal state. What was there to fear? It was a rare chance to traverse worlds, and with a system at his disposal, he must seize this opportunity. Let's do it. I'm ready to traverse. Immediately. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao recognized that he was trapped in a mess. Without the system, he would be burdened with debts and would have to seek employment to sustain himself, not to mention the daunting task of pursuing justice for the deceased Qin Xiao. Congratulations, host, for your commendable courage. Prior to traversal, be informed that time in reality will halt during the process. The host may traverse without concern. Upon completing the designated tasks, the choice to return to your original world will be available. The traversal is about to commence. 321.as The system counted down. The moment the final number echoed, Qin Xiao's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a dilapidated street. There were few people around, with debris and fallen leaves littering the ground. The two-story buildings appeared run down and shabby. It was evident that this was a profoundly impoverished community. System, please inform me of my whereabouts. Qin Xiao inquired in his mind. Identity has been registered. Relevant memories have been generated. Please review them at your discretion. The memories provided by the system were peculiar. They seamlessly integrated with the memories of the deceased Qin Xiao, yet the identity memories of this world resembled a book that required Qin Xiao to peruse, lacking the sensation of personal experience. Qin Xiao, age 22, a graduate from the University of California, Los Angeles, had excelled academically, earning a scholarship from Stark Industries. This accolade afforded him the opportunity to intern at Stark Industries. The system appears to be quite satisfactory, as it has at least granted the protagonist a somewhat proximate identity. Although it is rather implausible for an intern to encounter Tony Stark, it does afford a glimmer of opportunity, does it not? Muttering a few words, Qin Xiao continued to sift through his memories. What followed was rather intriguing. When Qin Xiao was 13, a multitude of Hydra terrorists invaded the residence of a neighboring African-American family, resulting in a fierce battle that encroached upon their home. His parents perished in that conflict, and perhaps out of guilt, that African-American man has consistently sponsored Qin Xiao's education and livelihood. Over the years, they have maintained a commendable relationship, and this time, Qin Xiao ventured to Baltimore, the capital of Maryland, to seek out that man. He intended to share the exhilarating news of his internship opportunity with Stark Industries. This man, as it happens, is none other than Isaiah, the original super soldier predating Steve Rogers. For context, Isaiah, the first super soldier, made an appearance in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. He served in World War II and underwent transformation, only to be imprisoned for 30 years, subjected to government experiments following a failed mission. Even after his release, he was frequently pursued by Hydra, including the Winter Soldier himself. Chapter 2. The original super soldier Isaiah Qin Xiao found himself perplexed by the identity bestowed upon him by the system, as well as the reason for his sudden arrival in this place. When he inquired of the system, it merely suggested that he explore the matter independently. However, based on his current identity and experiences, it appeared that the system's intentions were not futile. In an effort to assimilate into this role, Qin Xiao diligently perused the memories related to Isaiah along his journey. After traversing what seemed like a street, he arrived at the front of an old house. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the doorbell. Who is it? An elderly man with graying hair and a beard, possessing a dark complexion, emerged. Yet, despite his appearance, it was difficult to believe that he was already 88 years old. He looked no older than 60. It is worth noting that Qin Xiao had arrived in 2008, prior to Tony Stark's abduction. Oh, Qin Xiao, my child. How have you been? Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Isaiah warmly opened the door and enveloped him in a hug. After a brief pause, Qin Xiao placed his hand on Isaiah's back, returning the embrace. What troubles you, child? Has something occurred? Isaiah sensed a hint of unfamiliarity from Qin Xiao and inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I simply find it remarkable that you have remained unchanged since my childhood. Now that I have graduated from university, you still appear exactly the same. It elicits a sense of nostalgia, Qin Xiao cleverly responded. You know, my aging process is somewhat slower than that of an average person, and my physique is stronger, so Isaiah spread his arms with a hint of resignation. The serum had granted him abilities, yet it had only inflicted harm. The 30 years spent in solitude as a subject of inhumane experimentation constantly tormented him. Come, let us not dwell on unhappy matters, Isaiah said, ushering Qin Xiao inside. According to the narrative orchestrated by the system, Qin Xiao had witnessed Isaiah's superheroic side during his childhood. For a significant period following the death of Qin Xiao's parents, he had lived alongside Isaiah, sharing no secrets between them. Eventually, fearing the return of Hydra agents, Isaiah had sent Qin Xiao to a social welfare institution for his safety, while discreetly providing him with financial support. Didn't you mention you were seeking employment in Los Angeles? What brings you all the way to the east to find me? It was evident that Isaiah was delighted by Qin Xiao's visit, yet he disapproved of his sudden journey due to safety concerns. I've secured an internship opportunity with Stark Industries, and I felt it necessary to inform you. Qin Xiao endeavored to project an expression of pride. Oh my God! Stark Industries. That's incredible. I knew you could do it. We must go out and celebrate. Let us buy some provisions and enjoy a good drink tonight, Isaiah exclaimed, rising with joy. With that, as they sat facing each other, Qin Xiao had just finished speaking when Isaiah abruptly stood up and took 2 steps aside. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed through the window, narrowly missing Isaiah's head, and directly piercing through Qin Xiao's chest. Caught completely off guard, Qin Xiao felt a sudden numbness in his chest, and then blood began to seep slowly through the fibers of his clothing. What terrible luck, he muttered, before tilting his head and succumbing to unconsciousness. In the darkness, Qin Xiao felt as though every cell in his body was boiling. It was an itch, a deep, marrow-penetrating itch, as if thousands of ants were incessantly crawling within him. This was soon followed by pain, a sensation akin to being crushed into pulp by a colossal hydraulic press. His consciousness seemed trapped in an endless void, experiencing alternating extremes of pain and itchiness, yet devoid of any means to struggle. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until Qin Xiao slowly opened his eyes once more. The first sight that greeted him was Isaiah's tear-streaked face. You finally awakened, child. God be praised. Damn it. I told you not to come back to see me, Isaiah exclaimed, his face a canvas of surprise, guilt, and self-reproach. What happened? Did I get shot? Qin Xiao struggled to sit up. He found himself in a dimly lit room, reminiscent of a basement. A heart rate monitor sat atop the bedside table, accompanied by a tray containing a scalpel, tweezers, and some bloodied gauze and cotton. Among these lay a bullet stained with blood. It seems I'm all right, he thought, mustering strength to sit upright. Strangely, there was no anticipated pain in his body. Qin Xiao glanced down at himself, astonished to find that his wound had already healed and scabbed over. There was no sensation of pain at the site. Instead, he felt a mild itch, indicative of near-complete recovery. How long was I unconscious? He asked in astonishment. Not more than 3 hours, Isaiah replied, glancing at his watch. And my wound? Qin Xiao inquired, pointing to his chest. You lost a significant amount of blood. After dealing with the assailant, I had no time to take you to the hospital. I had to take the risk of treating you myself. Fortunately, I had some essential medical equipment on hand. As for your wound, I told you there was no time for a hospital. I remembered that your blood type was the same as mine. I knew this was dangerous, but thankfully you managed to survive the serum transformation. Isaiah spoke, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. A wave of joy surged within Qin Xiao. Did this mean he had inadvertently injected himself with a super serum? His mind stirred with excitement, and as he exerted a bit of force, he discovered that the metal railing beside the makeshift bed had been unintentionally crushed in his grip. Have I become a super soldier? Qin Xiao marveled at his hands. I came here unprepared, took a bullet, and now I awaken transformed, akin to Captain America. I shall fetch you a glass of water. In contrast to Qin Xiao's exuberance, Isaiah merely sighed and quietly rose to pour the water. System, what on earth is happening? Do not claim that this bears no relation to you. Qin Xiao called out to the system in his mind. The novice gift pack. This world is fraught with peril, and thus the system must provide the host with a modicum of capital for survival. Isn't it a delightful surprise? Qin Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. While being a super soldier is indeed advantageous, could you not have given me a heads up? Furthermore, did it have to be conveyed in such a manner? Qin Xiao expressed his thoughts candidly, questioning the system. This approach is intended to enable the host to seamlessly integrate into this world, while also elucidating the origins of their abilities. I hope the host can appreciate my earnest intentions and refrain from mistaking kindness for malice. I dare you to show yourself. Let us see if I can slay you. Chapter 3. An alternative acquisition of super serum, the notion that a super soldier could transfuse blood directly into an ordinary individual, thus successfully birthing another super soldier, struck Xiao as rather absurd. Yet, this is the Marvel universe, where even a bite from a spider could instigate transformation, not to mention the presence of a system at his disposal. Regardless, he had, at the very least, acquired a modicum of self-defense capabilities. Earlier, Xiao had casually tested his newfound strength on the road, effortlessly lifting one side of a pickup truck with a single hand. While the angle had only allowed him to raise one side, the sensation suggested that the weight of a vehicle posed little challenge to him. Following this incident, Isaiah felt an overwhelming guilt. After sternly advising Xiao to refrain from displaying his abilities indiscriminately, and confirming that Xiao's injuries were no longer severe, the poor old man, with teary eyes, ushered Xiao out of his concealed underground sanctuary. Xiao understood that once he departed, this elderly man would likely relocate, making it difficult for him to find him again. Although their relationship had been orchestrated by the system, the affection Isaiah held for him was genuine, and he resolved to find an opportunity for recompense in the future. According to the narrative, Isaiah remained alive and well following the conclusion of the Avengers Endgame. For now, however, it was imperative that Xiao focus on his own affairs, as the system had issued its first mission: to approach Tony Stark, successfully capture his attention, and ensure he remembers Xiao's name, facilitating future tasks. In truth, this mission was quite formidable. Tony Stark was a prodigious mind, a genius inventor, the CEO of Stark Industries and a public figure of immense wealth, both in America and globally. Particularly given Stark's current temperament, he was notoriously difficult to engage with. Xiao could not rely on the powers derived from Isaiah's blood to draw near him. The prospect of being reported to authorities was not to be taken lightly, especially considering Isaiah's past experiences. He was reluctant to become a subject of government or military experimentation. Solutions would need to be devised gradually, yet in a couple of days, he was scheduled to report to Stark Industries. Xiao purchased a plane ticket that spanned the entirety of the United States, flying from the East Coast to Los Angeles. Stark Industries was vast, with offices in both New York and Los Angeles, and Xiao's internship would take place at the headquarters in Los Angeles. His position as a laboratory assistant essentially entailed being a subordinate, handling various menial tasks such as photocopying documents and serving refreshments. Thus, Xiao found himself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, living the life of a 9-to-5 employee, commuting daily between Stark Industries and his modest apartment. Fortunately, the compensation at Stark Industries was generous, and the laboratory work was sufficiently manageable. Life was treating him well, yet the mission still felt distant. After over 2 months of employment, he had yet to come close to Tony Stark, having only caught a distant glimpse of Obadiah Stane, the villain from Iron Man, who had visited the laboratory several times. Continuing in this manner is not a solution. When will the task be completed? It is now April 2008. Who knows when Tony Stark will venture to Afghanistan? Once he becomes Iron Man, approaching him will undoubtedly become even more challenging. Xiao sat in the break room, lost in thought while cradling a cup of coffee. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat with a receding hairline entered the room, holding his own cup. "Chin, why do you appear so glum? Have you been jilted by your girlfriend? Or have you encountered some trouble? Come share with me, Someone of my age can always offer young people some sage advice." "Oh, Dr. Rex, I appreciate your kindness. I simply feel that this job differs somewhat from my expectations," Xiao replied, withholding his true thoughts. "Ah, young man, do not be so pessimistic. Every newcomer begins as an assistant. You must maintain a calm disposition. I recall you've been here for nearly 3 months, correct? Congratulations. Your internship period is drawing to a close." Glancing around to ensure they were alone, Dr. Rex leaned in and whispered to Xiao, "I have heard that for this round of internships, the big boss will personally conduct interviews and assign suitable positions. This is a rare opportunity, so you must be prepared." "My boy, the big boss?" Xiao inquired. "Tony Stark. My heavens, what is the name of our company?" "Stark Industries, who else could it be? I have given you an A-grade evaluation, so brace yourself." According to Stark Industries tradition, every new employee must intern in different departments for 3 months, after which the department heads provide recommendations and evaluations, followed by an interview with the HR department to reassess job placements. Xiao's supervisor in the laboratory was none other than Dr. Rex himself. The information he divulged was crucial for Xiao. If it were indeed Tony Stark conducting the interviews, he needed to devise a strategy to capture Stark's attention. The 3-month deadline approached swiftly, and this morning, Xiao arrived at the laboratory only to be informed that he would not be working today but would instead go to the top floor for an interview. His heart leaped with joy. Having been at Stark Industries for a few months, he knew that the top floor was Tony Stark's personal domain, featuring not only a small laboratory and office but also various fitness and entertainment facilities. Apart from a select few such as Obadiah and Pepper, no one else had access to this area. The fact that he was summoned to the top floor for an interview indicated that Tony Stark was indeed present today. With great anticipation, Xiao ascended to the top floor. He was first led into a small conference room, where Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, conducted a meticulous security check on everyone. Afterward, he arranged the order for the 10 or so interns, and unfortunately, Xiao was assigned to be the last. He sat in the conference room for about 10 minutes before noticing Pepper enter with a clipboard, calling out names one by one. Perhaps due to a divergence in aesthetic appreciation, while Pepper Potts appears slightly more youthful than her depiction in the film, she does not entirely align with Xiao's taste in Marvel's female characters. Xiao harbors a distinct preference for the earlier portrayals of Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. It seems he might indeed have the opportunity to encounter both of them. An inexplicable excitement began to stir within Xiao. The interviews conducted by Tony Stark progressed swiftly, with each candidate taking merely 3 to 5 minutes. Soon, individuals in the conference room exited one after another. At last, Pepper entered, calling out Xiao's name. "Xiao Qin?" she inquired, a hint of confusion lacing her voice as she smiled at him. "You may come with me. Mr. Stark is awaiting you." Chapter 4. Tony Stark within the interview chamber. A training ring was prominently displayed, evidently a space where Tony Stark typically engaged in physical conditioning. The setting seemed familiar to Xiao, who pondered for a moment and recalled that this was indeed the venue from Iron Man 2 where Tony Stark auditioned Black Widow. This was quite in line with Tony Stark's character. It was not his style to sit in an office with a stern demeanor. "Are you Korean?" Tony Stark inquired as Xiao stepped inside. "Me? I am of Huaxia descent," Xiao replied, gesturing towards himself. "Yes," Tony Stark exclaimed, pumping his fist in a gesture of triumph. Meanwhile, Happy, standing nearby, wore a grim expression as he placed a $10 bill on the table. The two appeared to be wagering on Xiao's identity, prompting him to silently scoff as he approached Tony Stark. "To be honest, I am not particularly fond of facing others. This is not a reflection on you. I simply feel uncomfortable in front of strangers, especially men. Were it not for my commitment to the board this year, I would not have come to review your internship reports. Now let us proceed swiftly. First and foremost, congratulations, Mr. Qin. Your internship report is quite impressive. Your laboratory supervisor has awarded you an A grade, noting your considerable assistance to your colleagues in the lab. Thus, there remains one question. Do you wish to continue in the laboratory, or transition to the legal department, where your strengths lie? Xiao's records indicated he graduated from law school, hence Tony Stark's inquiry. To be honest, I have no strong preference. It is up to your arrangement. Also, Mr. Stark, I must clarify that my expertise does not lie in law. Xiao spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Oh? Tony Stark glanced at Xiao's records, ensuring he was not mistaken, and jested. Could it be martial arts from Huaxia? I do possess some knowledge of Huaxia martial arts, although I am not particularly formidable. For instance, against a man of your bodyguard stature, I could manage to take on perhaps 10 individuals, but that is not my forte. Wait, I must interject, Happy interrupted, unable to contain himself. You just claimed you could handle 10 of him? My apologies, boss, but I must interrupt your dialogue. This pertains to my dignity. Happy had been with Tony Stark for over a decade and was one of his most trusted confidants, allowing him a certain ease in conversation. However, the playful banter between them piqued Tony Stark's interest. Ignoring Happy's comments, He turned to Qin Xiao with intrigue. You haven't answered his question yet. Are you certain you could take on 10 of him? While Tony Stark appreciated the young man's confidence, he found it hard to believe that one could take on 10. Nevertheless, it was typical for youth to exaggerate their capabilities. Yet, Qin Xiao nodded earnestly, roughly that number, perhaps a maximum of 12. After all, he does appear quite robust, and it would require considerable exertion. Present, Qin Xiao's physical prowess is such that he could effortlessly fell not just 10, but even 100 ordinary individuals like Happy with a single punch. However, this matters little. He has captured the attention of Tony Stark, and completing the task is what truly counts. Yet, Happy is evidently incensed. As Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, he finds it intolerable to have his combat abilities questioned, especially by someone who appears to be such a frail young man. Listen here. I do not know whether your Chinese martial arts are as formidable as you boast, but I can offer you a chance to retract your words. Otherwise, Happy steps closer, cracking his knuckles at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao merely smiles, choosing to disregard Happy, and strides directly to a punching bag. With a twist of his waist and a deep breath, he steps forward and delivers a powerful punch to the bag. Bang! The bag bursts apart with a resounding impact. Oh my God! Oh my God! Both Tony Stark and Pepper Potts exclaim in unison, astonished. My martial arts are not particularly suited for competition. I struggle to control my power. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I must warn you, I cannot cover your medical expenses, Qin Xiao remarks, observing as Happy visibly swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. All right, come back, Happy. That punch was mightier than that of a world champion. You need not worry about being dismissed. Tony Stark stands, approaches Happy, and pats his shoulder to ease the tension. He then turns to Qin Xiao and inquires, how was that accomplished? I mean, that last strike was clearly beyond the realms of it seemed rather unscientific if you catch my drift. Tony Stark's curiosity is piqued. Qin Xiao finally exhales in relief, for the system notification has sounded. Congratulations, host. Your recent display has left a profound impression on Tony Stark. Your name shall linger in his mind. Task successfully completed. Reward, 500 points. The system shop is now accessible. Having completed the task, Qin Xiao breathes a sigh of relief, though he has little time to explore the shop's offerings. Instead, he smiles at Tony Stark and explains, it is merely a technique of instantaneous release, honed through years of practice. Years of practice, you say? Tony Stark murmurs thoughtfully. If, hypothetically speaking, I were to learn such combat techniques from you, could I attain your level? He gestures, mimicking a punch that would shatter a punching bag. I'm afraid, Mr. Stark, with all due respect, such techniques require monotonous and grueling daily practice. I do not believe you could manage it, Qin Xiao replies with a shrug. Tony Stark is genuinely intrigued, leaving Qin Xiao with little recourse. After all, he possesses no extraordinary skills. His current state is merely a result of haphazard blood transfusions from Isaiah. Without the system's assistance, he is uncertain whether he could even withstand mutation. However, this performance, in the eyes of Tony Stark, manifested as a form of disdain. Do you doubt me? Do you believe I am incapable? Tony Stark asserted with a hint of defiance. Initially, he had merely been curious. Though he was inherently self-centered, arrogant, and somewhat conceited, he was by no means devoid of self-awareness. He was acutely aware of his strengths. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Zhao's words instilled an unusual sense of discontent within him, reminiscent of his childhood when his father often extolled the virtues of Captain America, Steve Rogers, while disparaging him as utterly lacking. Chapter 5. A chance encounter at the bar. Pepper, do you think I could learn his skills? Tony Stark inquired, turning to the ever-dutiful Pepper Potts. A look of consternation crossed her face. Tony, today you are responsible for assigning positions to those who have completed their internships. Perhaps we should prioritize our duties before delving into discussions about martial arts. No. I have already secured an excellent position for Mr. Qin, my personal combat instructor. You are in charge of scheduling and negotiating his salary, Tony Stark asserted with unwavering confidence. I must return to my laboratory now. I have a set of missile data that requires my attention. Please arrange the meeting, Pepper. Farewell, coach. Without seeking Qin Zhao's consent, Tony donned his coat and strode out, absorbed in his own thoughts. This was quintessential Iron Man. Even in his previous life, Xiao had been enamored with Iron Man while watching Marvel films. A surge of impulse to deliver a punch to his arrogant face welled up within him. After all, did he even consider consulting me before making such decisions? Yet, in pursuit of better rapport with the character, Xiao merely smiled self-deprecatingly and remained silent. Stepping forward, Pepper offered an understanding expression. I apologize. Tony has always been like this. I hope you won't take it to heart. Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. At the very least, I know he won't disappoint me when it comes to salary, right? Pepper chuckled. As you wish. He certainly won't let you down. Elementary Super Serum. The same type injected into Captain America, it fundamentally surpasses the limits of human capacity, alters genetic sequences, and significantly enhances strength, speed, and metabolic rates, also possessing certain anti-aging effects. 1,000 points. Currency in the real world 1 million for 1 point. Upon exchange, the amount can be directly transferred to the host's bank card, ensuring safety and security. Elementary combat skills. Equivalent to the level of elite special forces warriors, integrating various martial arts techniques, swift, precise, and lethal, emphasizing a single decisive strike. 200 points. Elementary weapon mastery. Proficient in the use of most melee weapons, having gained a foundational mastery of each weapon's techniques. 200 points. E-class combat suit. Capable of disguising itself as any ordinary clothing and resistant to all known ballistic projectiles, excluding special ammunition such as vibranium and URU metal. It also offers some damage mitigation against small firearms and can withstand injuries inflicted by conventional melee weapons. 300 points. E-class melee weapon customization. A suitable weapon that significantly enhances your combat capability, particularly against opponents with formidable defenses. E-class power comparable to the E-class combat suit. 300 points. Xiao had anticipated that the system's mall would unlock all items directly. Instead, it was merely a level 1 store. With only 500 points in hand, he felt it was insufficient. Fortunately, he had already acquired the effects of the Elementary Super Serum, thereby bypassing the most expensive option. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the Elementary combat skills and the E-class combat suit. Firstly, the acquisition of 500 points is precisely adequate. Secondly, the basic combat skills he possesses are now particularly beneficial, representing one of the most effective choices for enhancing his combat prowess. As for the combat attire, it is not only due to the sufficient points but also because, at this early stage, a defense against firearms is undeniably essential. Furthermore, according to the narrative trajectory, whether he ultimately faces the Iron Overlord or embarks on a mission in Afghanistan, this combat suit alleviates numerous concerns for Xiao. At least he has not yet reached the point of being impervious to blades and bullets. The secondary marketplace requires the accumulation of 5,000 points to be fully unlocked. Thus, Xiao must first exchange these 2 items to elevate his capabilities. Currently, the system has not assigned any tasks. However, Pepper Potts has offered Xiao a weekly salary of $100,000, which has certainly made his existence in this world considerably more comfortable. Unfortunately, ever since their last encounter, Tony Stark seems to have immersed himself in his laboratory, neglecting to invite Xiao for lessons, leaving him in a state of idleness. In his despair, Xiao resorts to frequenting bars every evening, indulging in a vibrant nightlife. Given Hollywood's presence in Los Angeles, the bars here undeniably uphold a world-class standard, attracting numerous celebrities and affluent individuals. Recently, Xiao has discovered a bar that resonates with his preferences, the Roger Room. This establishment is predominantly frequented by the youth, filled with young couples, single individuals, and aspiring actors who have yet to achieve fame in Hollywood. In comparison to other bars, the patrons here exhibit a certain innocence. Although Xiao initially harbored intentions of seeking romantic encounters, he is reluctant to engage with women who are overly seasoned or solely interested in his wealth. Most importantly, he prefers to avoid those with a heavy air of worldly experience. After several days of observation, Xiao finally identified a target, an aspiring starlet, possessing a remarkably exquisite appearance. Having covertly watched her for days, he resolved to make his move today. Just as he prepared to rise, a sultry yet inviting voice broke through his thoughts. "Hey, are you leaving? Why not stay a while longer and share a drink with me? Instinctively, Xiao turned around, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Before him stood the woman known as the Black Widow. Much like Pepper Potts and Tony Stark, it seems this real world has an automatic corrective influence. The Black Widow appeared even more youthful than in the films. Today, she was not clad in the alluring black bodysuit, but rather adorned in a graceful crimson dress. Her angelic visage bore no trace of the ruggedness often associated with Western beauty. Her fair skin glowed subtly under the lights, and the contours of her form were accentuated by her attire, revealing a hint of her enviable curves. Absolutely stunning. Xiao found himself at a loss for words. If one finds Black Widow less appealing now, a glance at Scarlett Johansson's earlier films reveals an angelic visage, serving as a reminder of her youthful beauty. One of the original heroes of the Avengers made an indelible impression upon Xiao's arrival. However, despite the awe she inspired, Xiao remained composed, mentally retracing his steps to ascertain whether he had attracted the attention of S.H.I.L.D. or Hydra since his arrival in this world. The only possible connection would be the assassination involving Isaiah, likely orchestrated by Hydra. Nevertheless, Isaiah should have eliminated the assassin, and the system's design has kept him from exposure to their gaze. He should be safe. Chapter 6. Teasing the Black Widow. The Black Widow, an elite agent of S.H.I.L.D., appeared in this bar for a reason, and Xiao understood that her presence was no mere coincidence. However, as long as her intentions were not directed towards him, he was unperturbed by any ensuing complications. Setting aside her significance as a pivotal character, one could hardly overlook her angelic visage paired with a devilish figure. In an instant, Xiao's thoughts raced through numerous possibilities. Noticing Xiao's prolonged silence, the Black Widow parted her ruby lips once more. What seems to be the matter? Are you struggling with English? Or do you simply wish to avoid conversing with me? My apologies, he replied, a playful grin emerging. I was contemplating how to entice such a stunning lady to my apartment for an enchanting evening. With the weight of anxiety lifted, Xiao took a seat, his smile broadening. It appears it will depend on your skills. The Black Widow responded with a radiant smile. Waiter, please prepare a drink that matches this lovely lady's exquisite aura. Xiao snapped his fingers and casually handed the waiter a $100 bill. The remainder is your tip. Thank you, sir. The waiter, taken aback by the generous patron, bowed slightly in gratitude. Do not mention it. However, should your concoction fail to align with this lady's elegance, I shall not hesitate to turn you into a Mexican burrito. Xiao quipped, his humor lightening the atmosphere. Having frequented the bar daily, he had cultivated a rapport with the bartender, who now hurriedly prepared a cocktail for the Black Widow. The burrito comment was quite humorous, young man. Points for you, she chuckled. Xiao noticed her gaze occasionally drifting towards a table in the back occupied by 3 burly men. He paid little heed to it, instead focusing on her captivating eyes. I possess many admirable traits. You have ample time to discover them all. Most Asians I know tend to be more reserved, unlike yourself, she observed. Perhaps you simply have not met enough of them, he retorted, their banter flowing effortlessly. After about 10 minutes of light-hearted conversation, Xiao observed the men preparing to leave. The Black Widow feigned indifference, casting a glance their way. I must visit the restroom, she announced, departing from the bar. Xiao understood her true intention was to confront the 3 men and chose not to expose her motives, merely smiling and gesturing for her to proceed. System task. A true gentleman cannot allow a lady to engage in physical altercations. Assist the Black Widow in subduing those 3 men, ensuring she remembers you. As one of the original Avengers, establishing a connection with her will facilitate future missions in this world. Thus, what began as a simple endeavor to charm a beautiful woman had unexpectedly spiraled into trouble. Nevertheless, recognizing that there was a reward tied to the task, he resigned himself to take action. Silently trailing the Black Widow out the back door of the bar, he discovered the 3 men nearing the alley's entrance. The Black Widow stood in the alley's center, addressing the trio in what Xiao could only discern as Russian. He could not comprehend her words, but they hardly sounded amicable. As she concluded her statement, one of the men reached for a gun concealed within his jacket, only to be halted by his companion. The pistol lacked a silencer. They were keen to avoid trouble. It was evident that they did not regard the Black Widow, a woman, with much seriousness. As for Xiao, who had just emerged from the bar's back door, he appeared to be a frail Asian man, and they automatically dismissed him as mere background. The three men exchanged no words, merely grinning menacingly as they charged towards the Black Widow. Who were they to underestimate her? With a slight smile, she performed her signature pre-attack head tilt and began to accelerate towards the trio of brutish men. However, before she could even take a step, a shadow darted past her with remarkable speed. At that moment, Xiao, endowed not only with the super soldier serum but also clad in an E-class combat suit, possessed combat skills rivaling the world's top soldiers. In a few swift movements, he reached the trio, his right hand seizing the face of the foremost man. Without breaking stride, he utilized the momentum of his body to thrust the man's face violently backward. A resounding thud echoed as the back of the man's head collided with the nose of the one behind him. Releasing his grip, he executed an elbow strike to the side, incapacitating the last man before he could even react. In a seamless manner, he dispatched the two who were now reeling from their injuries with precise hand strikes. Within less than 2 seconds, he had dashed past the Black Widow, effortlessly neutralizing the three assailants. After the swift takedown, a smile graced his lips as he turned to strike a more elegant pose. To his astonishment, he nearly collided with the dark muzzle of a gun upon turning around. "What the hell are you doing?" he exclaimed, startled by the sudden confrontation. "Who are you?" The Black Widow's expression turned serious. The three men were no ordinary foes. Even for her, it would have taken several exchanges to subdue them. Yet here was Xiao, having effortlessly taken them down before fully grasping the situation. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, Xiao said somewhat helplessly, "Look, I mean no harm. I simply observed you engaging in a brawl and thought I should exhibit a bit of chivalry, don't you think? It's one thing if you don't invite me for a drink, but why point a gun at my head?" He chuckled amiably. Setting aside whether the Black Widow harbored any murderous intent, he was confident he could evade a gunshot at this distance, especially given his bulletproof attire. The Black Widow sensed no hostility from Xiao, yet she remained cautiously vigilant, stepping back 2 paces while keeping the gun trained on his forehead. "Step aside. I need to take these 3 with me, all right?" Xiao replied, slowly retreating a step. Just as the Black Widow exhaled in relief, Xiao propelled himself backward, executing a Z-shaped maneuver that evaded her aim. Before she could react, he had already snatched the mini handgun from her grasp. In the film, Black Widow is portrayed as an ordinary individual endowed with exceptional combat skills and physical prowess, unlike her comic book counterpart who has undergone genetic modifications. Xiao possesses a super serum, propelling his speed and reflexes beyond human limitations, allowing him to calculate with unerring precision, inevitably catching the widow off guard. With a gun pressed firmly against her temple, he pinned her against the wall. "What do you intend to do?" Black Widow, her expression inscrutable, gazed at Xiao, yet her right hand stealthily inched toward her thigh. "You shall be punished for your ingratitude." Xiao smiled slightly, deftly disassembling her small handgun into fragments with remarkable ease. His basic combat skills included a rudimentary understanding of firearms. While his accuracy remained uncertain, familiarity with their operation was unquestionable. He discarded the remnants on the ground, holding aloft a bullet extracted from the dismantled gun, and tossed it gently towards the center of her attire, where it nestled snugly between her bosom. "Did you know that Cupid wields not only a bow and arrow, but occasionally indulges in firearms as well?" He jested, playfully caressing her slender waist. With a sudden retreat, Xiao burst into laughter as he turned back towards the bar. "That damned scoundrel!" It was not until he returned to the bar that Black Widow's right hand slowly emerged from her skirt, clutching a compact stun gun. She had been on the verge of launching an attack moments ago. Whether Xiao had orchestrated this encounter or it was mere happenstance remained unclear as he made his exit. Though curiosity about Xiao lingered, her current mission took precedence. As for him, she would have ample opportunity to investigate later. A mixture of annoyance and inexplicable feelings stirred within her as she retrieved her phone, summoning her colleagues to handle the aftermath. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Black Widow's thoughts were inscrutable. His focus remained on the completion of his task. From a personal standpoint, he had undoubtedly made a lasting impression on her, leaving other matters for another time. Sensing that his presence was becoming precarious, with the potential of encountering agents from S.H.I.L.D., he deemed it prudent to distance himself. Reflecting on the moment the bullet had slipped into Black Widow's attire ignited a fervor within him. Upon entering the bar, he hastened to check on the girl he had been observing for several days, only to discover she had already departed. Time to return and rest. Chapter 7. The martial arts coach takes up his post after 2 visits to Stark Industries, each yielding a check of $100,000. Xiao finally received a call from Pepper Potts. Tony Stark had at last remembered his martial arts coach. In truth, while Tony Stark is notoriously self-assured, he exhibits a commendable respect for others when it comes to learning new skills. He had sent Happy to escort Xiao to his residence. Perhaps it was the profound impact of Xiao's formidable punch that had left Happy in awe, prompting him to feel the need to elevate his own professional standards. En route, he expressed his desire to learn martial arts from Xiao. The latter replied nonchalantly, stating that as long as his employer consented, he had no objections. Experiencing the grandeur of Stark's mansion in reality was far more astonishing than any cinematic portrayal of seaside cliffs. The estate was nearly the size of a small shopping mall. What was even more exasperating was the fact that such a vast abode was devoid of a single servant. Aside from his own bedroom, Tony spent most of his time hidden away in the basement, engrossed in his inventions. One could not help but wonder about the utility of such an expansive space. In contrast to the house, the nascent artificial intelligence, Jarvis, did not evoke as much astonishment in Xiao. After all, the impression Jarvis conveyed in the films bore little difference from the present reality. Thus, armed with a sense of vengeance against the malevolent capitalist and Tony's previous arrogance, Xiao commenced his inaugural lesson with Tony. The first fundamental exercise, well known among all Chinese practitioners of martial arts, was the horse stance. Lower a bit more, thighs and calves at a right angle, and do not jut your backside out. Oh, for heaven's sake, Happy, are you attempting to entice me with that ample posterior? Lower it. As Tony Stark and Xiao were not yet well acquainted, he did not grant Xiao access to his underground laboratory but led him to the expansive balcony instead. I am here to learn martial arts, not to practice these bizarre postures, Happy grumbled, struggling to maintain his stance. This is a fundamental exercise in Chinese martial arts, Xiao explained. I have trained in similar techniques. This will fortify your lower body and make it more resilient against adversaries. To Xiao's surprise, Tony had indeed practiced Wing Chun for a period and had even trained under a Wing Chun master. In reality, it is actor Robert Downey Jr. who has practiced Wing Chun, rather than Tony Stark. This detail has been adapted for the narrative. At this moment, Tony, despite Happy's confusion, appeared quite at ease and took the opportunity to elucidate to Happy. With his boss's directive, Happy had no choice but to squat down again, straining to position himself correctly. However, I have a question, Tony interjected, recalling his earlier ease in the horse stance, during which he had even managed to engage in conversation with Xiao. You mentioned that your Wing Chun master is a renowned martial arts grandmaster in China. Why do I feel that he is not as formidable as you? True martial arts are lethal techniques, seldom spoken of in public. Most of what is currently presented as Chinese martial arts is merely a display of superficial flair. To simplify, it is akin to the distinction between Hogwarts and the magicians outside. Do you understand, Muggle? Xiao's words are not mere nonsense. Even in the Marvel universe, there exist martial arts characters like Shang-Chi. In fact, authentic martial arts have indeed declined in this era, making it nearly impossible for the average person to encounter a true master. Whether it be renowned martial arts schools or celebrated masters, they all embody a facade of performance art. Recently, perhaps out of boredom, Tony has taken to having Happy escort Xiao for practice almost daily. This has compelled Xiao to approach the matter with earnestness. Although he does not possess mastery over genuine Chinese boxing, he finds it feasible to fool around with Tony and Happy, who are both novices. He instructs them to adopt stances and engage in an hour of physical conditioning, culminating in a sparring session where Xiao offers guidance from the sidelines. Notably, after nearly a month of consistent practice, both of them have shown remarkable improvement in their combat skills. Qin Zhao's greatest gain, however, lies in his growing camaraderie with Tony Stark. Over the course of the month, he has unexpectedly discovered numerous similarities between them: a disdain for all forms of formalism, an aversion to overly serious individuals whom they deem hypocritical, and more. Such traits are ubiquitous among the majority, yet many have been dulled by the harsh realities of life, much like Qin Xiao in his previous existence. Tony Stark is fortunate. His identity and innate talent empower him to maintain his attitude and convictions in this world. After traversing into this realm and acquiring the system, his carefree spirit gradually begins to surface. Most importantly, they share a peculiar sense of humor. For instance, Happy has recently accumulated several amusing nicknames, such as Fat But Butter and the Elegant But Dance Man, leading him to hesitate in joining their combat training sessions. Tony Stark's undeniable talent, coupled with consistent physical training and Qin Zhao's guidance, has rendered Happy increasingly unable to compete with him. This is a significant embarrassment for a bodyguard. Rumor has it that he has begun contemplating a transfer to the security department of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiao dedicates his time to training Tony and gradually building a friendship, at the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, Director Nick Fury stands by the window, maintaining his characteristic demeanor while coldly surveying the scenery outside. Behind him stands Black Widow, clad in a sleek black suit, appearing even more striking and formidable than when Qin Xiao encountered her in the bar. Almost all the agents have taken their own lives, with only 2 remaining. Even under intense interrogation, they remain tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information. The Black Widow spoke softly. "It matters not. All the covert operatives within the United States have been dismantled by us. Their intentions are inconsequential, for whether they know or not is of no significance. How does it feel to confront former colleagues with your own hands, Agent Romanoff?" Nick Fury turned to inquire. "I have made numerous mistakes in my past," she replied with a calm demeanor, as if she had completely emerged from her former shadows. "I am more than willing to utilize my knowledge of them to undermine their operations. For me, this serves as a means of atoning for my previous errors." "Oh, if that is truly your perspective, then that is indeed splendid. This matter is now concluded. There is no need for further discussion. Let us grant those 2 agents a peaceful departure. I am quite intrigued by your recent encounter with that Asian individual," Nick Fury remarked, gesturing toward a document on his desk. The first page of that document bore the name and photograph of Qin Xiao, and beneath it lay the formidable files pertaining to the Avengers Initiative. Chapter 8. Under the watchful eye of SHIELD. Hawkeye and Black Widow epitomize the pinnacle of ordinary combat prowess on this planet, excelling in speed, physicality, and strength. Yet, according to Black Widow's description, Qin Xiao possesses an existence that could effortlessly overshadow her. It is precisely this incongruity that prompted Black Widow to draw her weapon in response to Qin Xiao, even in the absence of overt hostility. This sense of oppressive power is a sensation she has only experienced once before in her career as a spy, and that was from the legendary Winter Soldier. Super Soldier Serum is no trifling matter. Thus Black Widow relayed the entire situation, along with her analyses and conjectures, to Nick Fury. Nick Fury was aware that the military still held incomplete samples of the Super Soldier Serum, making the creation of a true super soldier implausible. Consequently, he speculated whether Qin Xiao might have inadvertently undergone some form of mutation. He began to trace Qin Xiao's life trajectory and scrutinize the individuals surrounding him. The resources at Nick Fury's disposal far surpassed those of ordinary intelligence agencies. Before long, the intricate details of Qin Xiao's life were thoroughly examined by Nick Fury. In the 2 decades Qin Xiao had spent here, the only extraordinary events were the tragic shooting that claimed his parents during his childhood, and the recent incident involving gunfire at Isaiah's residence shortly after Qin Xiao's arrival. However, both incidents featured an individual whose identity had been deliberately erased: Isaiah. Isaiah is a figure the U.S. government refuses to acknowledge. After being drained of his last vestiges of utility, he has lived in hiding since being granted a presidential pardon. Once Nick Fury learned of his name, all confidential files were laid out on his desk within a few hours. With this information, Nick Fury could begin to piece together the larger narrative. A super soldier predating Captain America, the first successful test subject? Black Widow remarked incredulously. Indeed, there are always some scoundrels within the government who engage in sordid affairs. Individuals who served their country and valiantly opposed Hydra, only to be imprisoned in laboratories for 3 decades. Nick Fury felt a profound indignation. Isaiah's experiences were undeniably tragic. Nevertheless, Nick Fury understood that, given Isaiah's strength, it was improbable he could independently extract the super soldier serum to successfully create a super soldier. Thus, the only plausible explanation was an accident, some unforeseen event that allowed Xiao to assimilate the super soldier serum, potentially stemming from that very shooting incident. Nick Fury had surmised the situation with considerable accuracy. However, regardless of the veracity of his analysis, one thing was certain. Xiao was unequivocally a super soldier who had transcended the limits of human capability. Coincidentally, he had a plan that required a super soldier. The Romanoff agent, during this forthcoming period, your task is to draw closer to Xiao. I require a comprehensive psychological evaluation and character analysis report, as detailed as possible. Understood, Black Widow replied, turning to exit Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury sighed, his gaze fixed upon the Avengers Plan document. It is crucial to note that this plan has resided in his mind for over a decade. Few individuals in the world are aware that extraterrestrial beings truly exist, possessing both individual and technological prowess that far surpasses that of Earth. The planet requires super soldiers, extraordinary individuals, a coalition of superheroes capable of resisting alien civilizations when the time comes. In this span of time, Xiao has once again expended the 500 points acquired from his previous mission. He has mastered the E-level of cold weapons and customized a tang knife. The system, ever considerate, designed the weapon for ease of transport, presenting it initially as merely a hilt. The blade is concealed in segments within the hilt. When in use, a forceful flick of the hilt instantly assembles the blade. Each segment's joint is obscured by a dragon-shaped engraving on the blade. The overall blade is black, with only the edge emanating a faint glimmer of the metallic alloy. Xiao has tested it, effortlessly cleaving through ordinary metal with ease. Only certain specialized alloys can withstand the force of this tang knife. Equipped with such a formidable weapon, Xiao's combat prowess has significantly enhanced. If you have time tonight, accompany me to a charity gala. In the basement of Tony's villa, Tony, having just been thoroughly bested by Xiao, now lay on the platform, gazing at the ceiling, breathlessly saying, I am not your date. Why should I accompany you to some charity gala? I lack the funds for such philanthropy. As he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, Xiao replied, I am Tony Stark, my friend. I never require a date to attend parties. The moment I arrive, all the women will be clamoring for my attention. However, you shall not have the opportunity to experience this. So, are you coming or not? There will be many beautiful ladies, including several Hollywood starlets. The mention of numerous beautiful women piqued Xiao's interest. Tony Stark continued, You are merely 22 years old, my friend. For heaven's sake, at 22, I attended parties every night. You should seize the moment to meet more people. Come on, let us unwind a bit. In a few days, I'll be heading to Afghanistan to sign contracts with the military. Consider it a pre-departure celebration. Afghanistan? Xiao silently pondered the name of this nation. It seems the narrative is about to unfold, and he wondered what sort of tasks the system would assign him, as well as how many points he would earn. The journey to Afghanistan marks a pivotal moment in Tony's life, the place where Iron Man emerges from his cocoon. Thus, despite the short time they have spent together, Xiao and Tony have developed a strong camaraderie. Ultimately, Xiao suppressed the urge to caution Tony to be a bit more careful, and instead agreed to accompany him to the soiree that evening. Such gatherings typically see individuals clustered in their own little circles, engaging in lighthearted conversations. Tony, ordinarily surrounded by beautiful women, seldom mingled with others. This time, however, he had decided to bring Xiao along. Tony, I have just discovered that you are a charlatan. You told me this was a charity gala, yet it is evidently a celebration for the military to bestow upon you a patriotic award. Just look around. The place is teeming with old men in uniforms. Where are the Hollywood stars you mentioned, you scoundrel? Xiao realized he had been duped. This was clearly reminiscent of the award ceremony at the beginning of the Iron Man film. Relax. Perhaps I misremembered. I only promised to show up, not to obediently await an award. Come with me. I shall introduce you to some lovely ladies. True to the film, Tony made a beeline for the hotel casino. However, unlike the movie, where he was flanked by a throng of bodyguards, now only Happy accompanied Tony and Xiao. Come on, lighten up. Let us get some chips and have some fun. Soon, a stream of beautiful women will flock to us. I can even promise you the first pick, provided they are willing to forsake me. Tony handed Xiao a hefty stack of chips. Xiao rolled his eyes. With your wealth, those girls would have to be out of their minds to follow me. Regardless, he resigned himself to the notion that beautiful women were beyond his reach that night and resolved to help Tony lose some money instead. With determination, he placed his entire stack of chips on the number 1 betting area of the roulette table. Oh, for heaven's sake! Have you never gambled before? Indeed, number 1 is hardly a wise choice. One feels rather lonely, does one not? If it were me, I would choose number 2. Tony Stark's words were met by the familiar voice of a woman whom Xiao recognized, as she spoke while pushing his chips to the second position. Chapter 9. The plot unfolds. The Black Widow, dressed in a whimsical ensemble of white adorned with a delicate light blue faux two-piece dress. She graced the room with a flowing overlay of sheer fabric that cascaded past her knees, subtly revealing her shapely, straight thighs. Compared to their previous encounter at the bar, her attire radiated a more innocent and playful charm. Yet, within the casino, where the majority of women donned tank tops and hot pants, her outfit exuded an alluring temptation. The extent of that allure was evident in the gaze of Tony Stark, who was visibly captivated upon her entrance. Hello. While I am certain you are well acquainted with my identity, I shall introduce myself nonetheless. I am Tony Stark. It is a rarity in this country for anyone to be unaware of his name. And you, Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow did not conceal her true identity, perhaps deeming it unnecessary or perhaps confident in the confidentiality of her information. With a polite nod towards Tony, she turned to Xiao and said, I apologize for my premature departure at the bar last time. I am here to make amends by accompanying you in a game of chance. Splendid. Xiao unreservedly extended his arm, allowing the Black Widow to link hers with his. The roulette began to spin, the small iron ball rolling several times before. To everyone's astonishment, it settled on number 2. Tony, witnessing the rare beauty approach Xiao, initially intended to make a sardonic remark. However, he was rendered speechless as the roulette indeed landed on number 2, unable to suppress a gasp of excitement. Yes, the monetary value was inconsequential to Tony, yet the thrill of winning on an American roulette with its 38 numbers was undeniably exhilarating. It was evident that the enchanting lady was undeniably drawn to Xiao. Tony, unable to pursue her further, casually turned to Happy and inquired, how much did I stake for him? Yes, 180,000. Correct? This win amounts to 6,300,000. Damn it, Chin, you ought to express your gratitude to this lovely lady. She certainly has a stake in this fortune. The initial capital was provided by me, so we shall split it evenly. You can offer her your share. Happy, take half of these chips and follow me. With the beautiful woman clearly inclined towards Xiao, Tony chose to gracefully withdraw, yet not before leaning towards Xiao's ear to whisper, do let me know the name of that bar you frequent. I shall seek you out upon my return from Afghanistan. Tony, be cautious. Xiao could not refrain from offering a warning, although it was evident that Tony did not take it to heart. Once Tony had departed, Xiao turned to the Black Widow. Do not dare claim that our meeting tonight was fortuitous. I find that hard to believe, Miss Romanoff. Very well. I confess that I came intentionally to find you. However, let us discuss the matter later. For now, accompany me in some revelry, as these chips are indeed partially mine, as Stark mentioned. At that moment, the Black Widow performed with the vivacity of a spirited young girl. As they wandered through the casino, pulling Xiao along, they casually placed bets at every table they encountered. It's worth noting that, in the film, Black Widow is merely 24 years old, just 2 years older than Xiao in this world. To be fair, one could indeed consider her quite youthful. It remains uncertain whether Black Widow is genuinely fortunate, or if their combined presence brings them good luck. They continued to place bets haphazardly at each table, astonishingly accumulating chips amounting to $4 million. When it came time to exchange the chips, Black Widow declared that money held no value for her and took none. Xiao, unfazed, deposited the entirety into his own account. Just as they were about to leave, they spotted Tony at the hotel entrance, getting into his car with a female reporter. Before departing, he cheekily winked at Xiao. Seems you two share a good rapport. From what I understand, being friends with Tony Stark isn't particularly easy, Black Widow remarked as they strolled outside the hotel. Is that so? Perhaps we simply click well, but I find it a tad more challenging to have a skilled agent lean on my shoulder like a delicate bird. Xiao replied. How did you discern that? Black Widow inquired, tilting her head and smiling, seemingly unperturbed. Is it so hard to guess? Sneaking into a bar's back entrance in the dead of night to confront 3 burly men. They're either assassins or agents, and you didn't even kill them, he noted, while aware of Black Widow's esteemed reputation as an international agent. He couldn't shake the impulse to ruffle her hair. All right, you're correct. I am indeed an agent. Now it's my turn to pose a question, she said as they ambled leisurely down the street. Go ahead. Xiao pouted slightly, indicating his indifference. How did you acquire the super serum? Is it because of Isaiah? Black Widow inquired directly, showing no intention of withholding information. This time, Xiao found himself incredulous. What kind of efficiency did S.I.E.L.D. possess to trace so much simply based on his previous involvement? However, since Black Widow was so forthright, he decided to be equally candid, recounting the events in detail. Ultimately, I was merely fortunate. Are you approaching me for the super serum? Xiao expressed some wariness, even though his relationship with Isaiah was merely a construct of the system. In Isaiah's heart, however, he regarded him as a child, and Xiao wished to prevent Isaiah from being subjected to further experiments due to him. No, we have no interest in the serum. It's far too unstable. Furthermore, we have no intention of disturbing Isaiah. On the contrary, we're quietly eliminating those with nefarious intentions surrounding him. My objective is you. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into a park, where Black Widow released Xiao and took a seat on a bench. Oh? Xiao followed suit and sat beside her. Me? Are you suggesting that the last bullet found its way into your heart? If you dare bring that up again, I shall turn your head into a sandwich, the Black Widow exclaimed in exasperation. All right. I solemnly vow never to mention the incident of the bullet lodged in your chest again. Now, please elucidate the meaning of the target is me, Agent Romanoff. Xiao feigned surrender, raising his hands in mock defeat. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Natasha Romanoff, a senior agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics. Our duty is to monitor all threats and individuals of concern around the globe, she stated. Do you perceive me as a threat to this world? Xiao responded, offering his own introduction. You possess strength, speed, and reflexes that transcend human limitations. With a modicum of training, you could emerge as the most formidable assassin on the planet, capable of eliminating key figures, even a president.
Yes, you.
No one could impede your path. Do you genuinely believe we would overlook you? And what do you intend to do? Lock me away? Xiao inquired, gazing at the Black Widow. Certainly not. My role is merely observational. I am tasked with producing a risk assessment report. If you exhibit no signs of antisocial or inhumane behavior, we shall not detain you. The Black Widow refrained from divulging the Avengers initiative orchestrated by Nick Fury, opting instead to take a more circuitous route. Well, I am rather lecherous. The sight of a beautiful woman, particularly someone of your caliber, tends to make me dizzy. Does that count as a threat? The Black Widow, perceptive and astute, recognized her own exposure before Xiao and decided to be forthright, engaging him in conversation as if they were old friends. Every word and gesture from Xiao was meticulously analyzed, ultimately to be reported to Nick Fury. The two conversed in the park until the late hours of the night before parting ways. The following day, prior to dinner, Xiao received a call from Happy. Tony Stark had gone missing following an attack by terrorists in Afghanistan. The narrative was finally set in motion. Xiao inquired of the system why he could not return after completing 2 missions. The system responded that he must await Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man, and together they would need to defeat the Ironmonger before he could return to the real world. For Xiao, whether in the real world or the Marvel Universe, he was merely a traveler. Yet, the real world felt more tangible, especially since he had integrated the memories of his former self. There awaited a multitude of matters for him to address in the real world, contingent upon acquiring points to exchange for substantial wealth. Chapter 10. The commencement of the rescue as a top-tier operative. The Black Widow possesses an astute ability to read people. Despite the seemingly aimless banter between them, she perceives that Xiao harbors no interest in joining the Avengers Initiative or SHIELD. It is a universally acknowledged truth that excess can be detrimental, and for the time being, Black Widow and Xiao have forged a semblance of friendship. Consequently, Nick Fury's attention has temporarily shifted elsewhere. However, the extent of his covert surveillance remains known only to him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark has been missing for nearly 2 weeks. The U.S. military and the FBI have frantically scoured Afghanistan, yet their efforts have yielded no results. Romanoff, have you been thinking of me? On the 14th day of Stark's disappearance, Xiao received a mission from the system to rescue Tony Stark. He had anticipated waiting for Tony's return to set the narrative in motion before confronting the antagonist, but this unexpected task took him by surprise. Although Xiao had watched the film, he was not omniscient, particularly regarding the specific location of the cave. The military and FBI, like locusts, had thoroughly combed Afghanistan without success. What hope did he have alone? Thus, Xiao dialed Black Widow's number. In stark contrast to his current predicament, he found himself yearning for her presence. The work she was engaged in seemed akin to a holiday. Black Widow's voice resonated loudly, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Are you on a mission? Perhaps we should discuss this later? Wait a moment, she said nonchalantly. Xiao could hear a cacophony of noise through the phone. Gunshots, and the muffled groans of individuals, followed by the thud of bodies collapsing. Ultimately, a man's prolonged, anguished scream pierced the air. Do you need something? She inquired upon answering the call. That scream was rather unsettling, Xiao admitted. What did you do to that guy? I turned his manhood into a Mexican burrito. Although this remark originated from Xiao, Black Widow delivered it with a half-joking demeanor. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but gasp, sensing from the man's cry that she was likely not jesting. A sudden wave of discomfort washed over him, prompting a shift in his seating position before he broached the serious matter at hand. Obadiah Stane, Stark Industries' second shareholder, you're aware of him, right? I need some information about him. Are you in Los Angeles? It would be best if we could meet face to face. Do you suspect Stane is involved in Stark's disappearance? Black Widow responded swiftly, hesitating for only a moment before posing her question. Indeed. Are you in Los Angeles? I think we should meet, and please do not disclose this to anyone. Wait for me. I will arrive in 2 hours. Black Widow decisively hung up the phone. In reality, she reached Xiao's doorstep in just an hour and a half. Clearly SHIELD is quite invested in the affairs of Tony Stark. The Black Widow, clad in her form-fitting black combat attire, arrived without even changing her clothes. Humph, Xiao whistled. You're out on the streets at this hour in that outfit. What an affront to the profession of thuggery. If they don't mind their jewels becoming burritos, I welcome it. The Black Widow gently pushed Xiao aside and made her way to the sofa, sitting down with purpose. Now let us get to the point. Why do you suspect that man? She inquired directly. Firstly, few are privy to Tony's plans and routes to Afghanistan. Aside from his close associates, only the military is aware. I trust the military has already conducted an internal vetting. Furthermore, who stands to gain the most from Stark's disappearance? He is the sole individual who meets both criteria. It's quite elementary, wouldn't you agree? Just watch a mystery film and you'll see, Xiao exaggeratedly remarked. In truth, it wasn't that no one had harbored such suspicions before. When Tony Stark's father passed away, it was Obadiah who, against the odds, assisted Tony in assuming control of the company. If he had intentions to usurp it, that would have been the prime opportunity. Thus, to everyone's eyes, Obadiah appeared as a paternal figure, aiding Tony in managing the firm, handling public relations during crises, and cleaning up the messes. This partner seemed like the greatest legacy Howard Stark had left for his son. Everyone was aware of this, and naturally, Xiao, having spent so much time with Tony, understood it too. He continued, everyone believes Obadiah supported Tony in controlling Stark Industries. Yet only Obadiah knows that Tony is merely a golden goose. Unlike Tony and his father, he is a businessman exceptionally skilled in investment, whether in Howard or Stark, and now it is his time to reap the rewards. Xiao's assertions carried significant weight. Once motive was established, it became evident that the only one who fit all criteria was Obadiah, that bald giant. I concede that your reasoning is compelling, but it is far from sufficient. We cannot apprehend him based solely on conjecture. I am not the Secretary of Defense. The Black Widow gestured in exasperation. I fully grasp your intent, but I never suggested we arrest him. I merely wish to ascertain Stark's whereabouts. I seek only to rescue my friend. If he is indeed involved, he must have contacted those who kidnapped Tony, leaving some trace behind. Do you comprehend my meaning? You are certainly an expert in this area. Just give it a try. If it proves fruitless, there's no harm done. A discreet examination of his personal records, such as emails or calls, should not pose a challenge for you. For the renowned Black Widow, clandestinely investigating someone was indeed trivial. However, delving into Stark Industries' internal network proved to be quite the headache for her. Stark Industries boasts its own communication satellites and an independent internal network. While external networks can effortlessly infiltrate, any data breach triggers immediate alarms, resulting in an instant network shutdown. This method, though simplistic and forceful, proves exceptionally effective. As Xiao contemplated whether to seek assistance from Happy or Pepper, the Black Widow stepped outside to make a phone call. It's done. Now we await the outcome. Is it all set? Did you not just mention that there is no other way but to rely solely on internal resources? Do you have associates within Stark Industries? Xiao inquired with astonishment. Not me, but us. I have mobilized our personnel from Stark Industries at the director's request. We should receive news shortly. The Black Widow spoke with considerable confidence. Yet, Xiao could not remain composed. What? You informed your director? Damn it, did I not instruct you to keep this confidential? I am engaged in a mission. I cannot simply vanish and travel thousands of kilometers to meet you. I must report back. Do you understand? Rest assured, we are the largest intelligence agency in the world, and our personnel have been meticulously selected. They are not only highly skilled, but also exceptionally trustworthy. The Black Widow declared with unwavering conviction. Xiao rolled his eyes, pondering that one day she would truly comprehend the essence of the Hydra Shield Bureau. However, for the time being, he could only hope that the individual in Nick Fury's possession was not affiliated with Hydra. Otherwise, who could foresee the unforeseen troubles that might arise? Chapter 11. Entering Afghanistan, Nick Fury acted swiftly. Within the span of an hour, Black Widow received a dossier in her inbox. This folder contained not only evidence implicating Obadiah in the illicit sale of arms to terrorists, but also a video sent by the terrorists, depicting Tony Stark bound to a chair. It appeared your suspicions were correct. Indeed, there was a connection to Obadiah. However, locating Tony Stark would require a bit more time. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, we shall rescue him without delay. Await my good news, Black Widow stated, poised to depart. Xiao urgently grasped her arm. I must accompany you. He understood that, given SHIELD's formidable capabilities, rescuing a person was certainly within their means. Yet, he had his own mission at hand. The points he could earn were invaluable. No, this is not your task. Trust us. Black Widow firmly declined his request. Tony is my friend, and the lead is mine to share. From any angle, I have a stake in this. Furthermore, I am not an ordinary civilian, Xiao asserted, steadfastly meeting Black Widow's gaze. Just then, Black Widow's phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling, and she naturally chose to report the situation. To her surprise, Fury accepted Xiao's proposal to join the mission, albeit with one condition. Xiao must become a member of SHIELD. As Xiao hesitated, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Mission, join us, HILD, and become an agent. Completion of this task will yield point rewards. He certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. Yet, he couldn't help but inquire, "System, why must I join S-H-I-E-L-D? Wouldn't it be more liberating to remain outside?" The system responded, "To enable the host to better accomplish subsequent tasks. Rest assured, you will not be bound to work for S-H-I-E-L-D indefinitely." With this reassurance, Qin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I agree. I will join S-H-I-E-L-D. You may take me to Afghanistan," he declared, surprising even himself with his sudden decision. Black Widow regarded him with confusion. "Why the change of heart? Did you not express a desire to avoid excessive constraints?" "I need a job," Qin Xiao replied with a playful grin. Black Widow was skeptical of this explanation, but with no further insight from him, she could only concede, "Very well. Prepare yourself. We shall embark to Afghanistan for your inaugural mission. Rookie agent." In the southern desert of Afghanistan, a C-130 Hercules aircraft soared through the skies, gradually descending at the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The rear ramp opened slowly, revealing a metallic slope. A civilian SUV, bearing Pakistani license plates and manufactured in China, rolled out from the aircraft. Dressed as a backpacker, Black Widow sat in the front seat alongside Qin Xiao. She gestured a thumbs up towards the plane from the driver's seat. The tail and wings of the Kuan-style aircraft emitted azure flames, soaring into the sky, and in an instant, it departed from the location. "Shouldn't we have dispatched several planes and a contingent of special operations personnel armed to the teeth to burst in with a barrage of gunfire and rescue the individuals?" Qin Xiao queried, mimicking the sound of gunfire with his hands, perplexed. "Firstly, such an operation necessitates extensive reconnaissance to ascertain the enemy's numbers, weaponry, geographic positions, and more. We must ensure the safety of the hostages. Secondly, they are not within Afghanistan but rather in Pakistan. Although this desert is a no-man's land, we cannot simply breach their airspace, as that would be exceedingly perilous." The Black Widow, effortlessly steering with one hand, elaborated. "Why?" Qin Xiao was baffled. In films, not only does the United States operate freely, but even the Avengers traverse borders without regard for territorial issues. Because behind Pakistan stands an ally known as Huaxia. There is a saying, "Do not wander with weapons near a lion." Every nation understands that Huaxia can withdraw from the world, but the world cannot forsake Huaxia. The Black Widow stated with a calm demeanor. Qin Xiao comprehended her implication with clarity. While they might traverse in a vehicle without consequence, flying a fighter jet was an entirely different matter. Despite not being in the same time and space, he felt a surge of pride in his country's strength. Organizations like S-H-I-E-L-D dare not encroach upon Pakistan's borders even slightly. How formidable Huaxia must be to invoke such caution. Observing Qin Xiao's expression of pride, the Black Widow smiled. "I almost forgot you are from Huaxia. You know, there is a saying in the intelligence community. Be it international spies, operatives, or even mercenaries, never ever enter Huaxia. Do you know why?" "Oh, why?" Qin Xiao inquired, intrigued. During the Cold War, spies from both the Soviet Union and the United States were scattered across the globe, yet all who ventured into Huaxia mysteriously vanished. To my knowledge, both the Soviets and Americans dispatched no fewer than 3 batches of hundreds of agents, all of whom ultimately went missing. It is rumored that the intelligence agencies of both nations eventually received a note from Huaxia, which simply read, "No trespassing." I had thought it was merely a legend until I entered the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, where I beheld that very note. It was simply unbelievable. The Black Widow shared with Qin Xiao certain insights regarding Huaxia as their vehicle journeyed southward, crossing into Pakistan. The region where Pakistan borders Afghanistan is a vast expanse of desert, a no-man's land. Neither side stationed troops within the desert. However, after the so-called freedom fighters of the Ten Commandments terrorist group kidnapped Tony Stark, they astutely recognized that Afghanistan would soon be turned upside down by the Americans. Thus, they directly entered Pakistan. Not only did this allow them to evade the scrutiny of the American military, but as long as they remained a considerable distance from the desert's edge bordering Pakistan, few would venture into this arid expanse to search for them. However, they never anticipated that their video would fall into the hands of the agency. They exercised great caution when sending the email, routing it through various servers across different nations. The terrorists depicted in the video had their faces obscured, revealing only their eyes. Nevertheless, given the context of Afghanistan, this was sufficient for the agency. Chapter 12. Desert Night. Upon receiving the video, we immediately conducted a visible range analysis of the masked terrorists and subsequently infiltrated the entire Afghan surveillance system through a newly developed identification software. Whether public or private surveillance, as well as mobile phones, laptops, and tablets, all connected devices were within our reach. 2 days prior, we identified several terrorists from the video at a restaurant in this small town, with over 85 similarity in their eye and brow regions. If all goes as expected, this should be the location. On a sand dune in the desert, the Black Widow was connecting a telescope to her laptop. The vehicle was parked behind the dune, concealed by a yellow desert camouflage cover. In the distance, the small town appeared as a mere speck in Qin Zhao's line of sight. But once the Black Widow completed her setup, he noticed that every person entering or exiting the town would be automatically focused and captured by the telescope. The images were then transmitted directly to the laptop, where the software would automatically analyze and identify them. Are we just going to sit here staring at the computer? Qin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. The scorching heat of the desert during the day was indeed quite torturous. The identification will trigger an alarm. The Black Widow stood up and stretched, her devilish figure accentuated with the movement, especially paired with her angelic face that radiated both innocence and allure. I should make a trip to Chinatown to fetch some refreshing tea. Qin Xiao gulped hard. The Black Widow noticed his gaze and smiled faintly. You should set up the tent while I place a few small devices to help us stay alert. If luck is not on our side, we might have to hold our position here for an entire week. Due to border issues, they could not enter en masse directly. First, the two of them would have to discreetly locate the targets, then scout the area to ascertain the enemy's numbers and weaponry, particularly Tony Stark's precise location, before deciding on their next course of action. Although it was said they might have to wait a week, just as Qin Xiao had barely opened the tent, the computer emitted an alarm. Such good fortune? He dashed to the computer. Although he was not well versed in the software, a close-up had appeared, a 4-person SUV, with the first two matching the features of the terrorists at 87 and 89. Even a fool could see it clearly. It must be them. Let's go. The telescope remained locked onto them as Qin Xiao quickly gathered his belongings. The two of them got into the vehicle and followed at a distance. They drove westward for approximately 3 hours through the bumpy desert terrain before finally reaching their hideout. Qin Xiao felt immensely grateful to have the Black Widow by his side, as tracking a vehicle in the desert was no easy feat. Being too close was unwise, while being too far would lead to losing the trail, as the tire tracks would soon be obscured by the shifting sands. Moreover, his inherent lack of direction compounded his plight. Left alone in the desert with merely a GPS in hand, merely ensuring his own safety would be a commendable feat, let alone locating others. He traversed the arid expanse, peering through binoculars, until the rugged vehicle halted once more behind a sand dune. The two of them nestled against the dune, extracting their binoculars. The terrorists exhibited a remarkable knack for choosing their hideouts. This locale was situated at the tri-junction of Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Please note, this is merely a fictional narrative within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Do refrain from critiques from those well-versed in geography. Geographically skewed slightly towards Pakistan, it lay within an uninhabited vast desert. They were perplexed as to how such a patch of sandy slopes and gravelly hills had been discovered. Several caverns had been excavated within the hill, while the opposing side formed a sandy incline, bisected by a fissure. This created a diminutive canyon-like formation, virtually invisible from afar. Only a meticulous aerial observation could unveil its secrets. It was no wonder that so many had failed to locate Tony Stark. Identifying the site was merely the inception. Over the next 3 days, Black Widow's actions unequivocally illuminated for Qin Xiao the essence of professionalism. By observing the comings and goings of vehicles and the logistics of supplies, he surmised that this diminutive base housed approximately 70 to 80 individuals. The regular delivery of water, food, and other materials to one of the caverns indicated that not only were hostages confined here, But there was also a significant likelihood that Tony Stark was among them, as they might be concocting weaponry within the caves. What left Qin Xiao in awe was her unwavering dedication. She could spend an entire day prone on the dune, binoculars in hand, fixated on the terrorists' encampment. She had even dug a small pit, draped with a camouflage garment for sun protection, allowing her to endure an entire day without water to minimize the need for relief. Such conditions starkly contrasted with the cinematic flashbacks, rendering Qin Xiao acutely aware of the brutal training she had once endured. To facilitate their observations, they erected a modest tent behind the dune. Though sufficiently distanced from the terrorists' encampment, they dared not kindle even the faintest light at night. The moonlight was splendid this evening, casting a gentle glow upon Black Widow's exquisite features. Qin Xiao felt an inexplicable pang of melancholy. This remarkable young woman was merely 24 years of age. If given the opportunity to embrace a different life, a normal existence, would you accept? He inquired, having relished the rare moments of solitude with this extraordinary beauty over the past few nights. Typically playful, he found himself unexpectedly serious today. Black Widow paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, impossible. That is a notion utterly beyond my reach. I have committed numerous grave mistakes, far too many. For me now, it feels akin to a form of penance, and I am profoundly grateful for the chance I have. Her smile bore traces of guilt, shame, and an indescribable bitterness. Qin Xiao, too, found himself suddenly solemn. It is not your fault, Natasha. Remember my words. You are merely a sword, not the executioner. The true error lies with the wielder, for the weapon itself embodies neither right nor wrong. This marked the first occasion on which Qin Xiao addressed the Black Widow as Natasha, and the first time he offered her such earnest words of comfort. Natasha remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, "Thank you." As nightfall approached, it was time to prepare for their mission. You should rest. We must maintain our vigor. Soon support will arrive. You take the watch. With that, Natasha turned and entered the tent. Just then, he discovered he had received a gift, an invocation charm. He extended his heartfelt gratitude to Brother Qin Yu from Xihua Town. This was the first gift of the story, and to receive such a token of appreciation after just a few words was an unparalleled encouragement for the author. Thank you. Chapter 13. Support from Hawkeye. Previously, Black Widow had mentioned that due to border restrictions, a large-scale operation to rescue Tony was unfeasible. Qin Xiao had anticipated the arrival of a few individuals to provide equipment and supplies to facilitate their infiltration into the Ten Rings camp. To his surprise, S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched another ace agent, Hawkeye. Hawkeye appeared before Qin Xiao at precisely 1 in the morning, traversing on foot. Clad in black tactical attire, he bore a quiver on his back and wielded a composite bow. In his hand, he carried a bag filled with various individual combat weapons. Perhaps due to the actors' generally older ages in the films, all the characters Qin Xiao had encountered thus far appeared considerably younger than their cinematic counterparts. Hawkeye seemed to be in his early 30s, exuding vigor with a cold, composed demeanor. Clint Barton, Agent Barton. This is Qin Xiao. Black Widow provided a brief introduction. Natasha informed me of your situation. Having lost Isaiah's blood, you've become a super soldier. You are indeed fortunate. Kid. Hawkeye extended his right hand toward Qin Xiao. The term kid and the notion of being lucky elicited a quiet scoff from Qin Xiao, who nonetheless grasped Hawkeye's outstretched hand. Was he attempting to gauge my strength? Observing Hawkeye's robust arm, Qin Xiao smiled subtly and applied pressure. Hawkeye's expression transformed instantaneously. By all accounts, Hawkeye had merely intended for a standard handshake, but Qin Xiao's interpretation was entirely his own. He had increased his grip strength significantly. Currently, his power was measured in tons, and even the most elite agent would be confined to human limits. Hey, Qin, what are you doing? Let go. Fortunately, Natasha intervened just in time, or Hawkeye would have been unable to draw his bow today. Are you all right? Natasha inquired, glancing at Hawkeye's flushed face. Hawkeye remained silent, shaking his hand and flexing his fingers to indicate that he was fine. What on earth were you thinking? Why did you grip so forcefully? Natasha pressed. Qin Xiao felt equally awkward. He had realized the moment he exerted force that Hawkeye had no intention of testing him, as evidenced by his complete lack of resistance. He looked as though he had been ambushed. Sheepishly scratching his head, he attempted to explain, "I thought he was going to test me. That's how it's portrayed in the movies, and he called me kid while saying I was lucky." His voice dwindled, embarrassment washing over him. "I apologize, Agent Barton. Would you prefer I didn't resist? Shall we shake again?" Xiao extended his right hand once more. Hawkeye shot him a glance, suppressing the urge to deliver a punch to his nose. It dawned on him that this young man was an unequivocal novice. "You owe me one. Remember that." With a cold expression, he turned away to gather his gear. As he pivoted, Hawkeye's face contorted in discomfort, nearly bringing him to tears. There was no remedy. The pain from his crushed hand was excruciating. A brief interlude unfolded, marking an unexpected acquaintance with Hawkeye. At the witching hour of 4 in the morning, said to be the time when humanity slips into the deepest slumber, a shadow stealthily approached the vicinity of the 10 Rings gang's encampment. "I have arrived at the designated position. Over," Xiao murmured, crouching within a mere 20 meters of the camp, donning night vision goggles akin to ordinary sunglasses. "Received. Do not move yet. Observe the camp and follow instructions. And refrain from saying over. This isn't movie. Rookie." Hawkeye's voice crackled through the earpiece. From a small dune, less than 100 meters from the camp, Hawkeye concluded his transmission, drawing a bow and aiming towards the encampment. "Shall we have a competition? The usual rules?" Beside him stood the Black Widow, wielding a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer. "Indeed, who would have thought I'd get the chance to fight alongside you in the desert? It seems Nick truly values Tony Stark." The Black Widow meticulously surveyed the distribution of sentries within the camp through her sniper scope. "It's not Stark he values. It's that kid, Chin. Clearly, we've been tasked with bringing along a rookie." As Hawkeye adjusted the monocular sight on his bow, it became evident this was his standard equipment for long-range archery. "On my count of 3, we strike together. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Since absorbing the super serum, Xiao's senses had sharpened beyond that of an ordinary person. He heard the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air. With each sound, sentries within the camp fell, one after another. Some were struck directly in the throat by arrows, while others had gaping wounds opened in their foreheads. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Black Widow and Hawkeye. In less than 2 seconds, 7 or 8 sentries, both in plain sight and hidden, lay incapacitated. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Hawkeye dashed towards Xiao, swiftly knocking an arrow and fixating his gaze on the camp. Then, Xiao spotted the Black Widow flowing down from the dune, approaching with purpose, immediately leveling her rifle at the encampment. "I'll head to the cave on the left. If anyone emerges, I'll keep them occupied. Stark should be on the right. That's your responsibility. Any issues?" Hawkeye glanced at Xiao, who responded with an affirmative gesture. "Let us go." At Hawkeye's command, Xiao sprang to his feet with agility. This demonstrated the remarkable efficiency of fundamental combat techniques. Not only was he adept in hand-to-hand combat, but his understanding of firearms and proficiency in executing a hostage rescue mission were evident. Though it was his first experience, he moved with the poise of someone well-trained, betraying none of the naivety of a novice. Hawkeye discreetly gave the Black Widow a thumbs up. An expert discerns the subtleties, navigating swiftly while evading obstacles, all the while remaining vigilant for potential adversaries that may emerge ahead. One can easily discern whether someone is a seasoned veteran. This young man exhibits commendable skill. Hawkeye uttered this remark before hastening towards the camp. It remains unclear whether their relaxed demeanor belies an inner confidence in their chosen positions. Within the cave, no guards were stationed, save for 2 at the grand entrance, who were presently dozing against the massive iron door. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao drew his silenced pistol, aiming it at one of the guards. Though he had initially intended to use a knife for his first kill, he ultimately decided that a firearm would be more prudent. Whether it was due to the use of the pistol or the urgency of rescuing someone, the act of taking a life from several meters away did not evoke any discomfort within him. Chapter 14. The successful rescue. Having obtained the key from the guard, I gently unlocked the iron door. Before my eyes lay a large, disheveled workbench cluttered with an array of tools and metals. This environment was capable of producing a miniature arc reactor and an advanced suit of armor, truly deserving of the title of Iron Man. A mortal body that rivals the divine. I marveled at the sight. Turning my gaze deeper into the cave, I noticed two makeshift cots positioned at the far right, where two figures lay covered by indistinguishable blankets. One was the briefly featured Dr. Ethan from the movies, and the other was none other than Tony Stark, now transformed into Iron Man. Beneath the blanket, I could see the faint blue glow emanating from the arc reactor. After spending considerable time together, I had developed a certain camaraderie with Tony. Typically well-groomed, Tony Stark now appeared disheveled and grimy. With a tinge of sorrow, I gently lifted the edge of his blanket. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Tony's eyes flew open, and he grasped my wrist with surprising strength. As your mentor, I suppose I should commend you for your learning," Tony exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Without wasting a moment, I turned to Ethan, hastily covering his mouth as he seemed poised to scream. "Silence! If you wish to live, do not utter a sound. I am a friend of Tony." Thankfully, my reflexes had been quick enough to prevent any noise from escaping. "Oh my God! I never knew seeing you could bring such joy. What brings you here?" Tony whispered excitedly. "Would you believe me if I said I came to wait for the next subway? Of course, I'm here to rescue you, my friend. And for the love of all that is holy, don't come near me. I do not wish to embrace you. Damn it, Tony. You have no idea how foul you smell." With that, I broke free from his grasp and dusted off my clothes. Lowering my voice, I added, "The situation outside has been handled. Keep your voice down and follow me." At that moment, the voice of Hawkeye crackled through my earpiece with urgency. "Gene, you need to move faster. There's a surveillance room that has a clear view of your position. I've already dealt with one jerk who got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, but we can't stall for long. Hurry, there's no time." Anxiously, I urged both Tony and Ethan to follow. Though Tony was curious about who had accompanied me, he understood that this was not the moment for idle chatter. Rising, he grabbed a stack of blueprints from the workbench and resolutely followed me. As we emerged from the cave, Black Widow had already begun setting up small explosives in the vicinity. After notifying Hawkeye to evacuate, several of us climbed closer to the cave entrance. Surveying the valley filled with munitions, Black Widow declared, "You two go fetch the vehicle. I'll hold the fort here. If they emerge, I'll treat them to a spectacular display." The Black Widow held a small detonator in her hand and spoke. Earlier, in the heat of the moment and with the darkness enveloping the scene, Tony had hardly discerned the features of Hawkeye and Black Widow. Now, upon hearing her voice and seeing her clearly, he exclaimed, "It's you." Clearly, Black Widow had left a deep impression on Tony during their encounter at the casino. However, Tony wisely refrained from asking further questions at that moment. With a grave expression, he addressed her, "I wish to stay with you. The missiles and rifles down below are Stark Industries weapons, and I am uncertain as to why they are here, but I wish to destroy them myself." Xiao, being the most attuned to Tony's current emotions, swiftly interjected before anyone else could speak. "It's settled then. I will remain to protect them, while Ethan will accompany Agent Barton to drive." Hawkeye glanced at Xiao and Tony, said nothing, and gestured for Ethan before turning away. The three found a concealed spot to crouch down. By now, the dawn had begun to break. Xiao looked at the glowing arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest and remarked, "That tattoo is quite impressive. It even glows. Do help me get one when we return." Tony responded with a wry smile, pulling down his shirt to reveal the reactor. "This is an electromagnet, filled with tiny shards perpetually racing towards my heart. I assure you, you would not relish such a sensation." Even Black Widow and Xiao, privy to the situation, were momentarily taken aback at the sight of such a significant piece of metal embedded in someone's chest. "At least you 1T need to turn on the night light for your midnight trips to the restroom." Xiao attempted to console him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted from the camp below. "Silence! They've spotted us," Black Widow warned, and the three fell silent, observing the camp. From the left cave emerged a throng of disheveled terrorists, brandishing various rifles and shouting boisterously. Black Widow handed the detonator to Tony, instructing, "Wait a moment, until they gather more." Tony remained silent, gripping the detonator tightly, clearly still haunted by recent events. Moments later, a bald, muscular man stormed out in a fury. Having reviewed the surveillance, he stubbornly re-entered the cave where Tony had been imprisoned. It took over a minute before he emerged, standing at the cave entrance to issue some commands to those below. "Now," Black Widow commanded. Almost instantaneously, as her words echoed, Tony pressed the detonator's switch with force. Boom! Bang! The small explosives planted by Black Widow detonated in synchrony, triggering a massive explosion of missiles, grenades, and other ordnance on the ground. The violent blast sent tremors through the earth, felt even by the three standing over 100 meters away. Countless bullets, propelled by the force of explosions, erupted into the air, scattering in all directions with a deafening roar. It resembled a grand fireworks display. At that moment, the sound of an engine echoed behind the trio. Hawkeye observed as an off-road vehicle raced towards them from a distance. "Get in the car. The explosions will attract the attention of the local military and government. We must avoid unnecessary trouble and leave quickly," Hawkeye urged, gesturing for everyone to hurry. Tony cast a lingering glance at their surroundings before turning to follow Xiao into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the leader, a burly man with a shaved head, had been thrown into the cave by the shockwave of the explosion. Though injured, he had narrowly escaped the brunt of the blast. As the group departed, he slowly emerged from the cave, watching the dust settle where they had driven away, and reached into his pants pocket to retrieve a satellite phone. Chapter 15. The pursuers traveling northwest from this point, we shall enter Afghanistan in half an hour, at which point we shall be safe. After over an hour of driving, Hawkeye halted to check the direction and recalibrated the GPS. It appeared that Boom! Black Widow's words were abruptly interrupted by a deafening explosion. A violent blast erupted less than 3 meters to the left of the off-road vehicle, sending a cloud of yellow sand spiraling into the sky. "To the left!" Hawkeye exclaimed, sharply turning the steering wheel. Black Widow swiftly grabbed a pair of binoculars to peer toward the left. "Go! Move! Hurry! Damn it!" Black Widow's expression turned grave as she anxiously urged Hawkeye. Without hesitation, Hawkeye slammed on the accelerator, the engine roaring ferociously. Forgetting all about direction, the vehicle sped to the right. Xiao, with keen eyes, noticed a figure in the distance wielding a metal pipe. It must be a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. That explosion had originated from it. While a single rocket launcher posed little threat to their group, the real danger lay behind the individual. One after another, over 10 off-road vehicles emerged from behind the sand dunes. Damn it! How could they have arrived so quickly with so many? Hold on tight. There's no safety in falling out of the vehicle now. The pursuing vehicles were open-topped off-roaders, each with a terrorist standing up, brandishing a rocket launcher. They commenced a barrage of fire upon their vehicle. Hawkeye twisted the steering wheel sharply to the left, then to the right in rapid succession. The vehicle twisted like a serpent, bumping along the desert terrain amidst the explosions and swirling sands. Xiao suddenly felt as though they were caught in a scene from a spy film. They are approaching from the north. The Afghan border is perilous. Contact our allies and notify the military to handle this situation. Quickly, Hawkeye shouted as he drove. "I'm already on the phone, those bastards," Black Widow retorted, one hand gripping the phone, just as gunfire erupted behind them. A bullet grazed her arm, shattering the rearview mirror. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Whether they had exhausted their rocket launchers or their accuracy was lacking, it seemed all the terrorists had mounted machine guns on their jeeps. The occupants of Hawkeye's vehicle could barely lift their heads. The incessant clanging of bullets striking the vehicle echoed around them. The opposing side was armed with heavy machine guns, and the vehicle could hardly withstand such relentless fire. Hawkeye, glancing back at Xiao, Tony, and the others, sighed and turned to Black Widow. "You take the wheel, we must retaliate." Without waiting for her response, he leapt into the front seats between the two. Just as Hawkeye's words echoed, Natasha seized the steering wheel, her legs propelling her into position. "Now it's our turn, you bastards." Hawkeye readied his bow, unperturbed by the vehicle's tumultuous movements. The upper body remained almost completely still. Whoosh! An arrow was released. Xiao observed a massive burst of flames erupting from the vehicle closest to them. The explosion arrow from Hawkeye had obliterated a car. The rear windows had shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. "Duck! Xiao shouted to Tony and Ethan, then with a swift motion, shattered the glass with his fist. He raised a rifle and aimed at the rear, beginning to fire. Xiao's marksmanship was mediocre, and in such circumstances, hitting the target was even more challenging. However, he was unperturbed by the expenditure of bullets, opting for automatic mode, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. This disrupted several of the enemy's machine gunners, who were now hesitant to stand boldly and shoot. Whoosh! After a brief moment of aiming, Hawkeye released another arrow, transforming yet another vehicle into a fireball. Whoosh! Another one. Yes. Well done, partner. Observing Hawkeye sit down after releasing an arrow, Xiao seized the moment to offer praise. With Xiao's interference and Hawkeye's 3 arrows, 3 vehicles had been taken down. The enemy began to maintain their distance, no longer daring to close in aggressively. Their pressure diminished significantly. Move a bit further back, Cupid. Let us take out a few more, there are only 5 or 6 vehicles left. Xiao said to the seated Hawkeye. I would love to continue, but I am out of explosive arrows. Also, I am Hawkeye, not Cupid, rookie. Hawkeye retorted. What do you mean you are out of explosive arrows? We are up against a group of terrorists. We came to fight, so you should have brought more equipment. Xiao exclaimed. We are here to save lives, not to engage in battle. Rookie. Hawkeye replied while inspecting his quiver. I understand you are here to rescue me, but could you at least provide me with a gun? It's not my style to take hits without retaliating. Tony suddenly interjected. Damn it, I am called Hawkeye. Don't go giving out silly names. And who says I can't manage without explosive arrows? With that, Hawkeye rose instantly, taking a brief aim before releasing 2 arrows in quick succession. One arrow struck a machine gunner squarely in the head, while the other pierced through the windshield, killing the driver instantly. The vehicle lurched violently and flipped onto the desert sand. See that, rookie? And you, millionaire, let the professionals handle professional matters. Xiao exchanged a glance with Tony, who shrugged in response. You're right. Accuracy speaks volumes. But why didn't you take out both drivers with 2 arrows? That way, 2 vehicles would have flipped. Tony remarked, I think Chin has a point. Ethan chimed in, indeed. Hawkeye simply responded with silence. After that commotion, only 2 off-road vehicles remained on the opposing side, and the pressure was almost non-existent. The group relaxed, waiting for Hawkeye to rise and take out the remaining targets effortlessly. True to form, Hawkeye stood up and efficiently dispatched one of the vehicles. As he rose once more, a sudden bang echoed through the air. Barely upright, Hawkeye collapsed, a bullet embedded firmly in the right side of his bulletproof vest. Damn it, there are more of them. Hawkeye's exclamation seemed to sound the horn for the enemy's assault. From the left, nearly 20 off-road vehicles suddenly emerged from behind a dune. In an instant, gunfire erupted like a cacophony. Countless bullets kicked up plumes of yellow sand to the left and front of the vehicles, forming several deadly trajectories. Had they not fortuitously taken cover behind a dune, their vehicle would have been rendered inoperative by that onslaught. This cannot continue. Is there a way to summon the military directly? Taking advantage of the dune that obscured their view, Tony inquired. We're in a predicament. Even if they come directly, it will be challenging for us to endure this interval. Fortunately, there are numerous dunes ahead. We can navigate over them one by one to see if we can shake them off, Hawkeye suggested, pointing toward the undulating sand mounds. Xiao glanced at the continuous line of dunes ahead. With so many pursuers behind, it was implausible to escape just by using these few dunes. There wouldn't be enough time for reinforcements to arrive. I recall there are 2 heavyweights in the vehicle. I have a plan, Xiao said softly. Chapter 16. Holding the rear alone, the 10 Rings, though not prominently featured in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, wield considerable influence in the Middle East, at least as far as Xiao's understanding extends, limited to the enigmatic Mandarin and Emir Ring. However, it appears that the 10 Rings power in the Asian regions of the Middle East is formidable. The distance from the desert camp where Tony was rescued to Afghanistan is hardly significant. Along the way, they faced relentless pursuit from 6 fully armed SUVs, and now they found themselves besieged by nearly 20 vehicles. Despite having 2 elite operatives and Xiao, a super soldier, they were quickly overwhelmed by the enemy's superior firepower, rendering them incapable of retaliation. Under such dire circumstances, It would not be long before heavy machine gun fire would reduce them to mere fragments. To prepare for any unforeseen occurrences and to fend off their pursuers, their vehicle was equipped with 2 Gatling guns. After navigating over 3 sand dunes, Xiao shouted for a halt. Grasping one of the Gatling guns, he leaped from the vehicle. 1 Gatling gun was in his arms, while Tony positioned another on the ground. Hawkeye remained armed with his bow and arrows, while Black Widow and Ethan wielded automatic rifles. Once they crossed these dunes, their adversaries would be able to scatter and encircle them. This was their final opportunity. Xiao crouched behind the dune, glancing at the opposing side. The terrain could indeed hinder their foes for a brief moment, but not for long. The enemy was simply too numerous, and their ammunition would scarcely last a few minutes. Hawkeye quickly assessed their weaponry and ammunition. A few minutes will suffice. We just need to halt their advance. Xiao fixated on the enemy's dunes, waiting for their vehicles to traverse and enter the natural basin formed between the sand hills, which would trap them in place. However, Natasha interjected, yet her words were drowned out by the rumble of approaching vehicles. 1 SUV after another surged from the dune, racing downhill towards them. Prepare. Xiao intently watched as the vehicles gradually came into view. As the majority of the enemy vehicles descended into the lowest point of the basin, he declared, now. Without fully comprehending Xiao's strategy, the others complied with his command and opened fire. The twin Gatling guns and 2 automatic rifles unleashed a torrent of lethal bullets. Coupled with Hawkeye's precise arrows that felled several drivers, the enemy vehicles in the basin quickly reacted. A few cars aligned in a straight line with more following suit, creating a defensive formation. The terrorists were forced to take cover behind 2 vehicles to return fire. The power of the Gatling guns was overwhelming. 1 vehicle was insufficient to guarantee their safety. Good. Cease fire. Observing the enemy establishing their position, Xiao signaled for his team to halt their gunfire. Patton, if anyone on the opposite side attempts to drive, you are to shoot them down with an arrow. Remain still if they do not move. We have only 5 individuals here, concealed behind the sand dunes, occasionally shifting positions for a glimpse. The moment anyone on the other side makes a move, Hawkeye will take them out with a single shot. Should several individuals or a vehicle engage, our guns will unleash a barrage of fire. Indeed, we have pinned the enemy firmly in place. Is this your plan? Our ammunition is running low. What comes next? Black Widow inquired, as she replaced her magazine. Next, you shall witness my performance. Leave me some supplies, and when they make their move, I will unleash another round. You must depart immediately, Xiao stated, surveying the individuals below with a calm demeanor. No, how can you do that? What will you do? Tony interjected vehemently. Xiao had come to rescue him, and abandoning him in the desert was unconscionable. You should know you need to leave first. My chances of survival alone are significantly higher. We are not far from Afghanistan. If you move swiftly, I can certainly wait for reinforcements. Xiao exchanged glances with Black Widow and Hawkeye, understanding that this was indeed the most viable strategy. Holding the adversaries here was essential. Aside from the ammunition issue, the critical factor was that no one could predict which side's reinforcements would arrive first. They were still outnumbered, and if the enemy sent more forces from another direction, they would be completely encircled. No, I oppose this. We must have other options, Tony exclaimed, noticing the slight inclination of Hawkeye and Black Widow towards acceptance of the plan. Tony, listen to me, look here. Xiao beckoned Tony with a finger. As soon as Tony's gaze shifted, Xiao swiftly struck him with the edge of his hand, hitting the side of Tony's neck at an angle. Damn it, why did you hit me? Tony protested, clutching his face. Xiao felt an awkwardness, fearing he had struck too hard and injured Tony, so he had been gentle, resulting in an embarrassing moment. Xiao scratched his head, but unexpectedly, Hawkeye stood and delivered a precise chop to the back of Tony's neck. Tony let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. And you? Do you wish to accompany them or be knocked unconscious by me? Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Ethan. I'll go with them. I'll obey. Ethan raised his hands in compliance, having witnessed Tony's swift incapacitation and sensing the pain he must be enduring. At that moment, 2 vehicles on the opposing side attempted to maneuver in another direction before looping back. The twin Gatling guns roared to life, forcing the vehicles back to their original position. while Hawkeye's arrow swiftly took out the driver of one vehicle. Now is the time, you must leave quickly, Hawkeye urged without hesitation, bending down to lift the unconscious Tony. Meanwhile, Black Widow cast a worried glance at Xiao. That look in your eyes, you aren't planning to confess your feelings now, are you? For heaven's sake, hurry and bring reinforcements for me. Quickly, Xiao spoke with a fierce tone, and in the same motion, delivered a sharp slap to Black Widow's backside. This time, however, Black Widow did not react with anger. Instead, she shot Xiao an exasperated glance. If you cannot endure, do not force it. Engage in guerrilla tactics, and we shall find you. Indeed, Xiao nodded vigorously. Subsequently, this convoy of off-road vehicles surged directly from the deserts of Iran. Leading the charge was a rotund man adorned with a bushy beard. It was he who orchestrated the sudden ambush after traversing the sand dunes, establishing a makeshift fortress around them. Despite the ferocity of the opposing firepower, the bearded man remained unfazed. With their superior numbers, he was confident that the enemy could not possibly possess an ample supply of ammunition. After all, they were in the desert, his territory, and he was determined to outlast them. Yet, the prolonged standoff began to gnaw at his confidence, prompting him to send 2 vehicles to attempt to break out. However, as soon as the engines roared to life, a hail of Gatling gunfire descended upon them. To make matters worse, the terrifying arrows could take down a man with a single shot. Damn it! This cannot continue. If we delay any longer, the American forces will intervene. The burly man anxiously pounded the sand beneath him. He dispatched 2 teams to flank the enemy, but they were either driven back by a rain of bullets or struck down by a single shot from Hawkeye. Chapter 17. The breakout of the 10 Commandments gang. The situation is untenable. The bearded man once again designated a rather astute terrorist. You, drive eastward, keep your head down, and accelerate without concern for the road. After preparing, the unfortunate fellow got into the vehicle, and the bearded man summoned another subordinate to join him. With a command from the bearded man, the first individual pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped towards the east. Meanwhile, after a tumultuous ordeal, Xiao found that the others had already departed, leaving him as the sole individual to hold the rear. Observing an off-road vehicle racing towards him from the right, he cursed under his breath at the audacity of the adversaries. Resigned to his fate, he grasped his sniper rifle and aimed at the vehicle. If I cannot hit the driver, I shall surely hit the tires. Muttering to himself, he focused on the front wheel. Bang! With a resounding gunshot, even though the driver was hunched over, Xiao could still see a spray of crimson erupt from the back of the driver's neck through the scope. The vehicle veered out of control and crashed. Is that even possible? Xiao gaped in astonishment, marveling at the serendipity of his shot that had taken down the driver instead of merely damaging the tire. However, joy was short-lived as Xiao realized the imminent danger. While he had been taking aim, another vehicle surged forth from the opposite direction. He did not believe he could be fortunate a second time. Discarding the sniper rifle, he seized a Gatling gun, one in each hand. Rat-tat-tat-tat. 2 streams of furious fire erupted, with bullets almost merging into a continuous line. The 2 torrents of flame intertwined mid-air and swiftly pursued the off-road vehicle. Under such relentless firepower, the vehicle could barely withstand 2 seconds before it was obliterated, erupting into a massive fireball. Immediately, Xiao redirected his aim towards their makeshift stronghold, unleashing a barrage of warning shots. This was his declaration. Do not move, or you shall face dire consequences. The primary reason for this display was the realization that his ammunition was dwindling. Thus, he aimed to prolong the confrontation for as long as possible. The bearded man received the warning and, for over 10 minutes, there was a profound silence on his end. In truth, had the bearded man initially ordered a coordinated attack to encircle and trap them, Xiao and his companions would have faced considerable difficulty. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe, and even if they emerged victorious, casualties would be unavoidable. Yet, the internal factions within the 10 Commandments gang were complex. This operation had originally been a private task assigned to the bald man, and the bearded man had only intervened upon receiving a distress call. From the outset, he had no intention of allowing his subordinates to suffer heavy losses. His plan was to pursue and encircle. If they caught up, then good. If not, so be it. However, He never anticipated that Qin Xiao and his group would dare to halt and counterattack with such ferocity. With numerous subordinates falling, the bearded man began to feel the heat of frustration. Just as he was inwardly regretting his involvement in this venture, his satellite phone rang. "Damn it, you never mentioned how fierce these people are. Who exactly am I pursuing? My men have already perished in considerable numbers. You must compensate me." As soon as he spoke, the burly man began lamenting, emphasizing his losses. He knew that the bald man had clandestine connections with some major arms dealers in America, and by highlighting his own losses, he hoped to secure additional supplies as compensation later. However, the bald man's next words sent the burly man into a furious rage. "What? Tony Stark? I should have seen this coming. Damn it, you should have told me from the start. Tack, get everyone in the vehicles. Spread out and encircle that dune ahead. Hurry, hurry, hurry." The burly man abruptly hung up the phone, finally committing himself fully to the assault. On this side of the conflict, Qin Xiao found himself unable to hold out alone. A dozen vehicles scattered in all directions, and Qin Xiao was momentarily dumbfounded. He could only aim the two most powerful Gatling guns he had at the two vehicles directly in front of him. After a strenuous effort, he managed to destroy both vehicles, but one of his Gatling guns fell silent, having run out of ammunition. The other was also running low. Looking at the gang's off-road vehicles, most had already ascended the surrounding dunes, some even vanishing from sight. Qin Xiao aimed at the nearest off-road vehicle within his reach and expended the remaining ammunition from his one Gatling gun. Without checking the results of his fire, he discarded the weapon to the ground. Taking a few steps to the side, wary of any potential enemies hiding below, he quickly found a blind spot. Using his formidable strength, he dug a small pit in the sand, burying himself completely within it. He tore the scarf from around his neck and covered his face with it, both to prevent sand from entering his mouth and nose and to obscure the reflection on his sunglasses. He layered a thin coat of sand over his face, then used his arms to burrow deeper into the sandy depths, shaking off the loose grains to ensure he was well concealed. Although the surface appeared uneven, it was the best he could manage under the circumstances, hoping desperately that they wouldn't notice him immediately. Just as he completed this task, he heard the sound of engines approaching. Judging by the noise, two vehicles had arrived simultaneously, mere meters from his position. As he had anticipated, their first focus was undoubtedly the spot where he had discarded his firearms. Sure enough, after parking, he could hear their chatter, likely relaying that the area was clear via walkie-talkie. Patiently waiting for them to finish their conversation, Qin Xiao counted roughly 10 seconds before springing up from his sand pit. A great cloud of yellow sand erupted around him as he leapt into the air. With a swift motion of his right hand, a flash of black steel sliced through the air, severing the head of the nearest terrorist. He was determined not to give them the chance to fire back. With this resolve, he fired his silenced pistol repeatedly while suspended in midair. With a sudden leap followed by a swift descent, before the adversaries could even comprehend the situation, a single strike and 3 shots swiftly dispatched 4 foes. Only 2 remained. In a bid to conserve time, Qin Xiao had scarcely touched the ground when another shot rang out, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the Tang Dao towards the remaining enemy. The shot was slightly misaligned, grazing the foe's neck, yet it proved fatal. Meanwhile, propelled by Qin Xiao's immense strength, the Tang Dao embedded itself into the forehead of the last adversary, sinking deep until the hilt was swallowed by flesh. Exhaling heavily, Qin Xiao reflected on the encounter. 6 individuals had perished. It was not solely his accuracy, speed, and surprise that ensured success, but also the fact that these foes had arrived unaware, their weapons lowered, oblivious to their surroundings. One might attribute their downfall to favorable circumstances. Otherwise, while eliminating them would have posed no challenge, a single shot from them could have altered the outcome. It was crucial to note that others in the vicinity had yet to disperse. As Qin Xiao had anticipated, the 2 vehicles were the first to arrive at the scene. After communicating with the burly leader via the intercom, he promptly directed his men to pursue towards the northwest. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. It is crucial to recognize that the border is now perilously close, with a U.S. military base situated just across in Afghanistan. He could hardly fathom that someone of Tony Stark's stature would not have military support. Reaching the border would signify their irrevocable loss of Tony Stark, a veritable mobile arsenal. Therefore, upon hearing that the area was deserted, his immediate instinct was that their adversaries would initiate their retreat at the first sign of movement. He promptly commanded everyone to pursue in a northwestern direction. Meanwhile, Xiao, having delayed for over 10 minutes, was yearning to make a phone call to inquire if Tony and the others had extricated themselves from danger. Regrettably, the satellite phone left by Black Widow had been struck by a bullet at some unknown moment. It was likely during the recent exchange of sporadic gunfire from two vehicles approaching their position. Such misfortune. Gritting his teeth, Xiao resolved to take decisive action. He boarded an off-road vehicle and accelerated towards the northwest. Turning to the bearded man, he received reports from his subordinates about a convoy speeding in the northwestern direction. After 4 or 5 minutes, the bearded man's phone rang again. Upon answering, the expression on his face turned grave. He immediately relayed through the intercom, "Retreat. The target has been extracted by U.S. forces. We must withdraw at once." In the desert, a dozen vehicles simultaneously turned around, retracing their path. As for Xiao, although he overheard the communication through the vehicle's intercom, the language used was an unfamiliar dialect from an Arabic nation. He could not comprehend a single word. Fortunately, the system's notification chimed in promptly. "Congratulations, host. The mission to rescue Tony Stark has been completed. Reward, 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have formed a connection with the original Avenger, Hawkeye, leaving a lasting impression, and earned 500 points. Congratulations, host. Black Widow's favor towards you has significantly increased, earning you 200 points. Congratulations, host. Iron Man's favor towards you has significantly increased, earning you 200 points. Congratulations, host. Hawkeye's favor towards you has also notably increased, earning you 100 points. The notifications continued to resonate, and while he had accomplished the mission, he had not anticipated that his rapport with key figures would deepen and yield additional points, a hidden reward of sorts. This experience had surely forged a bond of shared peril, and indeed, the favorability points accumulated swiftly. Yet, he pondered why Hawkeye's increment was only 100. Perhaps it was due to their lesser familiarity or Hawkeye's inherently subdued presence. However, Xiao had little time to dwell on such thoughts, as the mission had been successfully executed. Pursuing the 10 Rings gang any further was now unnecessary. Advancing could lead to an encounter with them. Although Xiao had transformed into a super soldier and donned protective gear produced by the system, he was not invulnerable. A shot from a large-caliber bullet or an encounter with heavy weaponry, such as a few rockets, could spell disaster. While he could fight fiercely, engaging in needless risks would be counterproductive. There was no alternative but to temporarily evade them and await the rescue from Tony and his companions. If only the satellite phone had not been destroyed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao promptly turned his vehicle back towards the direction he had come from. Meanwhile, on the other side, the retreating bearded man grew increasingly uneasy. The number of vehicles did not match his initial observation. He clearly recalled counting them at the outset. He had even taken special care to note that, aside from the 2 vehicles that had been obliterated up front, there had been no subsequent casualties. However, if the front had indeed been compromised, how had they managed to escape his encirclement? It made no sense that after pursuing for so long, he had been rescued by the American military. If that were the case, he should have encountered Americans himself. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, especially when he recalled the sharpshooter from the opposing team. The final exchange of fire had yielded nothing but gunshots, and the archer had not reemerged. No, he had been deceived. They must have left someone behind to cover their retreat. Otherwise, the vehicle count would not add up. Those 2 vehicles had likely been ambushed. Damn it! So many of his subordinates had perished, expending immense effort yet achieving nothing. To think he had been made a fool of. Enraged, the bearded man seized his radio and issued commands to his subordinates. As for Xiao, he remained blissfully unaware that the bearded man had commenced a pursuit in this desolate desert. Maintaining a risk-averse mindset, he continued on his path. In Xiao's perspective, regardless of when the reinforcements would arrive, it was prudent to return to safety. Once he had traveled a considerable distance, he would then head south towards Pakistan. As long as he reached a city within Pakistan, he would be entirely secure. However, Xiao overlooked a crucial detail. The bald man who had kidnapped Tony had his camp situated within Pakistan's borders. Although that camp had been thoroughly dismantled, the bald man was still alive, and he had more than one contingent in the vicinity. Xiao was oblivious to all of this, along with the various factions within the Ten Commandments gang. He was solely aware that his mission had been accomplished. Moreover, he had amassed a significant number of points, totaling 3,000, with only 2,000 more needed to unlock the second-tier marketplace. With ample fuel in his vehicle, he also discovered a pack of cigarettes inside and was now savoring one as he drove southward. As he journeyed along, he suddenly spotted a small black dot ahead. It appeared to be a person. A solitary individual posed little threat to Xiao, who boldly drove towards him. To his surprise, upon hearing the engine's roar, the person turned and gestured for a ride. Quite audacious, indeed, to flag down a vehicle amidst such chaos, especially one evidently belonging to armed militants. Xiao glanced at the heavy machine gun mounted on his vehicle and could not help but admire the stranger's audacity. He reasoned that, in the vast desert, his pursuers might not catch up to him. Moreover, leaving this person behind could lead to a tragic fate should the terrorists spot him. They might resort to violence against an innocent civilian to vent their frustrations. Embracing the notion of performing a daily act of kindness, Xiao elegantly executed a graceful maneuver to bring his off-road vehicle to a halt beside a traveler. "How about it? Need a ride?" The traveler donned oversized trousers and a blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves. His face was partially obscured by a tattered scarf, shielding him from the swirling dust, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Upon seeing Xiao's vehicle stop, the traveler beamed with delight, promptly tearing away the scarf. "Could you take me to the nearest town?" "Thank you." A simple, earnest smile graced his features. Yet when Xiao beheld the man's face, he was struck with astonishment. "Is it you?" Chapter 19 Encounter with the Hulk. When Tony Stark awoke, he found himself lying in a military base. The first face he saw was that of his familiar friend, Rhodey. "How was the ride in the joyful Hummer, Tony? Next time, remember to take a ride with me, all right?" Rhodey smiled. Heaven knows the immense pressure he had endured over the past month. "Rhodey." Tony chuckled heartily, embracing his dear friend. "By the way, where's Chin?" Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Tony's expression shifted dramatically, and he pushed Rhodey away, inquiring urgently. Scanning the room, he noticed Hawkeye, Black Widow, and even Ethan were present, yet Xiao was conspicuously absent. Given the circumstances prior to his unconsciousness, Tony quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Rhodey, we must save him." Chin stayed behind to hold off the enemy. "We must rescue him." Rhodey was evidently already aware of what had transpired. He had heard Tony speak of Xiao before. However, regarding Tony's plea for rescue, he replied, "I'm sorry, Tony. The military can take risks for you when the odds are in our favor, but for your friend, I regret to inform you, Tony. It was he who saved me. I cannot leave him there alone," Tony Stark declared passionately as he rose to his feet. "Listen to me, Tony. This is a matter of national security. We cannot just charge into a foreign nation for one person. I have submitted a request, and I trust that the higher-ups will communicate with them shortly." Rhodey stood up, grasping Tony's arm in a gesture of comfort. "By the time your request is submitted and the higher-ups engage in communication, it will take at least several days. I know how those people operate. After all, it is not the renowned Tony Stark who is in danger, but an unknown soldier, correct?" Colonel Rhodey interjected with a hint of sarcasm, fully aware of his own helplessness. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao had bravely chosen to stay behind, allowing the others to escape. "Do you have any viable plans? If I recall correctly, you are agents, right? You must possess some special means." Tony directed his gaze towards Hawkeye. "The military aircraft has denied our request for deployment, but our Quinjet is en route and should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Black Widow replied coolly from the side. At that moment, it was indeed true that Xiao had maximized the chances of survival for the group by remaining behind. However, this did not mean Black Widow was devoid of concern. After presenting their credentials, the commanding officer of the base had refused their request for an aircraft. Consequently, they swiftly contacted the nearest SHIELD intelligence office to urgently dispatch a Quinjet. Since their departure from Xiao, nearly an hour had elapsed. Even though Xiao was a super soldier, Black Widow began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the situation on Tony's end. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him at that moment. The mere sight of this individual plunged his mind into a state of bewilderment. "Is it you?" A voice of astonishment emerged, revealing a mixture of surprise, confusion, and trepidation on the traveler's face. "Do you recognize me?" Indeed, Xiao was certain he did, yet he could never have anticipated encountering him in such a place. "During my university days, your photograph adorned the walls of my laboratory, displayed alongside Marie Curie. Dr. Bruce Banner. It is a privilege to meet you here." Xiao promptly opened the car door, alighting from the vehicle, and tossed a bottle of water toward Banner. "Have a drink. Judging by your appearance, it seems your supplies have run dry." As he conversed with Dr. Banner, Xiao glanced backward, searching for any pursuers. Meanwhile, his mind frantically sifted through memories of the film The Incredible Hulk, recalling that the timelines of Marvel films are merely approximate. For instance, the climactic events involving Iron Man and the Hulk presumably transpired in 2008. However, the specifics before and after remain elusive. Xiao remembered that Bruce Banner, after his transformation into the Hulk and evading General Ross's pursuit, initially fled to Brazil, where he encountered a mentor who taught him to control his heartbeat. Subsequently, he took the perilous step of returning to the United States to meet a certain Mr. Blue, only to vanish after his confrontation with the Abomination. Following the later storyline, it was suggested that he attempted suicide in the Arctic Circle, only to resurface in India during the first Avengers film. It appeared that the battle with the Abomination had already transpired, placing Banner in the midst of his journey to India after his near-fatal attempt. Having mentally organized the timeline, Xiao continued, "Are you in need of a ride, Doctor? Rest assured, I am not a nefarious individual. My vehicle broke down, and I acquired this one for $30,000 from an armed faction. You know how it is here in the Middle East." Xiao shrugged, attempting to maintain a casual demeanor. He was not particularly intent on offering Bruce Banner a lift. However, their initial encounter coincided with the system issuing a new task: to gain Bruce Banner's trust, become his ally, and assist him in evading military pursuit. System, is it not a bit presumptuous for me to be embroiled between Banner and the military at this moment? Shouldn't this task be postponed? Xiao pondered within his mind. The system only assigns tasks based on the individuals and circumstances the host encounters, without imposing mandatory completion. Yet, the Marvel Universe is fraught with peril. Accumulating more points would enable the host to unlock the marketplace sooner and gain greater power. Although, as the system indicated, the tasks were rather laid back and devoid of punitive measures, the significance of points was undeniably substantial. With a resolute determination, Xiao accepted the task, resolving that if circumstances became dire, he could prioritize his own safety, especially since there was no deadline looming. Thus, Xiao alighted from the vehicle and casually elucidated the reason behind his possession of an armed transport. He was acutely aware of Bruce Banner's profound aversion to military personnel from the United States. This insight was one of the motivations that led him to Asia, as the influence of the United States is undeniably weakest in this region compared to the Americas and Europe. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Bruce Banner exhibited a look of unease. The weaponry aboard Xiao's vehicle indeed instilled a sense of pressure within him, not out of fear for his own safety, but rather from the dread of inflicting harm on others should he transform. However, remaining outside the vehicle posed its own peril. In the vastness of the desert, he currently had scant supplies, and should he find himself unable to endure, a transformation would inevitably occur. Chapter 20. The aggrieved Dr. Banner after a moment's hesitation. Dr. Banner ultimately chose to enter the vehicle. He had journeyed from South America back to the United States, dealt with his abhorrence, and then fled to the Middle East. To his dismay, he found that he was still being pursued amidst the chaos of the region. With no alternatives left, he resolved to escape to Asia. He was at his wits' end, bereft of choices. Furthermore, after receiving an injection from Mr. Blue, combined with the breathing techniques he had learned in Brazil, he had nearly perfected the control over his emotions and heartbeat, transforming into his alter ego with great reluctance. Moreover, Xiao did not appear to be a person affiliated with the military. Indeed, Xiao was not associated with the military. However, Dr. Banner could never have anticipated that this seemingly refined young man, barely in his 20s, was beset by troubles of his own, at least in this desert. Dr. Banner, what brings you alone to this desert? It appears. You should know this is quite perilous. As the two unfamiliar individuals fell into an awkward silence, Xiao initiated a casual conversation. I have encountered some rather unfortunate events. It is perhaps for the best that you remain unaware, as I tend to bring misfortune to others, Dr. Banner replied, his eyes reflecting a distant memory. I believe you are being overly pessimistic. There is a saying that goes, when fate plays tricks on you, do not assume it is your fault. Fate, Dr. Banner murmured absently, his gaze dropping, and he ceased to speak. The two continued to drive in silence across the desert. After several minutes, swirling clouds of yellow sand began to rise to Xiao's left, right, and rear. 4 or 5 heavily armed SUVs swiftly converged from 3 directions, clearly targeting their vehicle. What is happening? Who are these people? Are they your companions? Dr. Banner inquired urgently, glancing around. No, I have no companions here. Brace yourself. Xiao slammed down on the accelerator, the engine of the SUV roaring as it surged forward. Dr. Banner had contemplated the possibility that these individuals were after him, but it was evident that they were not Americans. Moreover, Xiao's demeanor suggested he was fleeing. Are you certain they are not your companions? Damn it, their vehicles are identical to ours, Dr. Banner exclaimed while fastening his seatbelt. Doctor, you are a scientist. Are you unaware of the phrase to see beyond the surface to the essence? Xiao abruptly swerved the steering wheel as several enemy vehicles appeared to the right front. Then let us discuss the essence. Why have so many people suddenly emerged, seemingly intent on capturing us? This is the Middle East, Doctor. Do not question why. They are here to apprehend me. Congratulations. You may soon experience the taste of misfortune that others bring upon you. Oh, damn it. Xiao swerved the steering wheel once more, as more enemies appeared from the opposite side. Moreover, the preceding convoy was numerous, with several vehicles obstructing the sole available gap. At that moment, a heavily accented voice crackled through the vehicle's intercom, commanding, "Stop immediately, or we shall unleash our firepower upon you," almost as if to corroborate his threat. The words had scarcely left his lips when the surrounding vehicles brandished heavy machine guns, aimed squarely at Xiao's car. The encircling vehicles drew ever closer, with at least 20 off-road vehicles surrounding Xiao from all sides. With a resigned sigh, Xiao pressed down on the brake. "Remember to cooperate with me, Doctor," he said nonchalantly after halting the vehicle. "Cooperate? How am I supposed to?" Dr. Banner's words trailed off as he witnessed Xiao raise both hands high, shouting towards the terrorists, "It's not my affair. I know nothing. I am merely a student traveling through the desert. It is this man who forced me to drive for him. I do not know him or what is happening." Dr. Banner thought, WTF? What is going on? He felt utterly bewildered. The adversarial vehicles came to a halt as well, and they were surrounded by several armed soldiers. Xiao continued, "I am not who he claims. I do not know him. I am just a traveler, merely hitching a ride." Dr. Banner, growing increasingly irritated, turned to Xiao. "He is lying. Who would choose to hitch a ride in a vehicle armed with a machine gun in the desert? Look at me. I am merely a freshly graduated university student. And look at this individual." The terrorists surrounding the vehicle glanced at Xiao, who appeared relatively clean and tidy, then at Dr. Banner, whose disheveled state suggested he had endured a fierce battle. The majority of the weapons ominously shifted their aim towards Dr. Banner. As he opened his mouth to speak, a soldier struck him on the head with the butt of his rifle. "No more chatter. Get out of the vehicle and raise your hands." Dazed and disoriented, Dr. Banner took a deep breath and glanced up, only to find Xiao mischievously winking at him, further inciting his anger. Yet the terrorists were unperturbed, roughly dragging both men from the vehicle. Surrounded by dozens of rifles, they stood captive. The crowd parted, and a burly man with a thick beard strode forward. "So, you two are the ones who killed so many of my men and allowed Tony Stark to escape?" "Tony Stark? The billionaire who was reportedly kidnapped?" Dr. Banner's mind was buzzing, desperate for clarity. However, Qin Xiao interjected loudly, "Do not kill me. I know nothing. I do not recognize anyone named Tony Stark. I am merely a recent graduate from Huaxia, coerced into driving for this man." Before Dr. Banner could utter another word, the bearded man drew a large-caliber pistol and pressed it against his temple. "Silence. You have yet to be invited to speak." Dr. Banner sighed in frustration. The burly man turned to Qin Xiao and inquired, "Are you from Huaxia?" Yes, yes. Qin Xiao fervently nodded, exhibiting an expression of innocent sincerity. The burly man continued to question, "You claim he kidnapped you, coercing you into assisting him with driving?" "Indeed, that's precisely the case. He stated that having me, a Huaxia person, would ensure his safety in Pakistan." "You lie. It is I who—" Dr. Banner attempted to interject for the third time, only to be met with the harshness of a rifle butt. "Be silent. I did not solicit your opinion. You are not permitted to speak, and I shall not repeat myself. Do you comprehend?" The burly man growled as he leaned in, addressing Dr. Banner with brutality. Dr. Banner, struggling to maintain his composure, felt an unprecedented urge to unleash the Hulk and obliterate this insolent figure before him. Chapter 2 is hereby presented. Today marks my birthday. I shall venture out during the day and return to continue later in the evening. There is yet another chapter, though it may come a bit late. To all readers observing this, it is my birthday. Would you not consider leaving a favorable review or perhaps a gentle nudge for an update, while indulging in a brief advertisement? Chapter 21. The rampaging Hulk. Though Banner harbored such thoughts, he nonetheless exerted every ounce of his will to resist the emergence of the Hulk. It is vital to remember that prior to the advent of the Avengers, Banner was vehemently opposed to the Hulk. Observing Banner's silence, the bearded man nodded and approached Qin Xiao once more. He held a measure of belief in Qin Xiao's words, as he appeared rather frail and genteel. In contrast, when faced with the barrel of a gun, he was overtaken by fear. "Now, tell me precisely how you two encountered one another. What did he say to you? Share every detail," the bearded man urged, eager to ascertain whether Banner was indeed the one who had come to Tony Stark's rescue. With Stark having fled, capturing Banner could yield some advantages. He had long coveted the exquisite weaponry from the bald man's side. With such intentions in mind, his demeanor toward Qin Xiao softened. Could you possibly lower the gun?" Qin Xiao asked, his face a mask of terror, speaking cautiously. "Of course, as long as you—" The bearded man had just begun to shift the gun away when, in an instant, Qin Xiao's expression changed dramatically. His right hand shot forth like lightning, seizing the bearded man's gun hand and pressing his thumb fiercely against the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. In a heartbeat, he had wrested the handgun from the bearded man's grip, taking the leader hostage. "Step aside. All of you. Clear the way." Qin Xiao threatened the surrounding terrorists while holding the bearded man as a shield, compelling them to create a clear space, at least ensuring his own safety from behind. Initially, Qin Xiao had confidence in confronting the bearded man directly. However, with Dr. Banner present, he lacked assurance in facing the wrath of the Hulk in the desert. Thus, he resorted to this relatively safer approach. Just as he had successfully taken the bearded man hostage, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Special task issued. Gain the trust of the Green Giant, the Hulk, and establish a preliminary friendship. Upon completion, receive a dose of the Hulk's mutation serum, improved version. Hulk mutation serum, improved version. Acquire 30 of the Hulk's strength, defense, and self-healing abilities, eliminating negative effects such as transformation and loss of reason due to anger. Damn it! The system's words provoked an expletive from Qin Xiao's mind. What did it mean to be a puppet while maintaining a FAADE? You're the puppet. Your entire family is a puppet. Firstly, I have no family, and there's no need for you to express such futile anger. Just say it loudly. Do you want it or not? Damn it! Being toyed with by the system. Nevertheless, yes. Of course I want it. If the reward was indeed this, then the risk was undoubtedly worth taking. It was the proverbial irresistible temptation. This special task prompted a complete shift in Qin Xiao's strategy. Initially, he had intended to toy with Dr. Banner while safely making his escape. However, his approach was now decidedly different. Cursed be this fate. Your acting is commendable. It was indeed you who rescued Tony Stark. The bearded man still believes that Banner and Xiao are in cahoots. However, this is not America, and even if you seize me, you cannot escape this desert. We are freedom fighters, unafraid of death, the bearded man exclaimed with disdain. Is that so? Xiao chuckled, glancing at the now upright Dr. Banner and remarked solemnly, if you fear not death, then do you fear the green behemoth capable of reducing you to a mere pulp with a single blow? The green behemoth? How do you know? Both the bearded man and Banner spoke almost in unison. Ignoring the bearded man's inquiry, Xiao turned to Dr. Banner, his expression earnest. Doctor, I can assist you in evading the military's harassment, but for now, I require that green giant to make an appearance. Bang! Before the words fully escaped his lips, Xiao unhesitatingly fired a shot directly into Dr. Banner's chest. You! Banner's face contorted in disbelief, struggling to utter a word, before he slowly crumpled to the ground. What are you doing? Have you killed your ally? The bearded man exclaimed in shock. Yet, Xiao had no time to explain. He leaned close to the bearded man's ear and whispered, Did you not say you feared not death? Then I wish you good luck. With that, Xiao forcefully pushed the bearded man towards where Banner had fallen and swiftly turned to flee. A plume of smoke erupted as he dashed away, and only then did the surrounding terrorists react. The two men scrambled to assist the bearded man, while others leveled their weapons at the distant Xiao. However, before they could fire a shot, a ferocious roar erupted. Roar! The corpse on the ground had transformed into a massive green monster, suddenly rising to over 2 meters in height, its muscular form appearing more formidable than steel. Gripped in its hand was the bearded man's head, which seemed as fragile as a doll in its grasp. With an earth-shattering roar, the green giant hurled the bearded man against a nearby vehicle, mercilessly caving in the front hood and reducing it to scrap metal, along with the engine. The majority of the bearded man's bones shattered, nearly reducing him to a pulp, and it seemed he would not survive. Only then did the surrounding individuals come to their senses, instinctively raising their firearms and unleashing a barrage against the monster. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of guns aimed at the Hulk, bullets raining down upon him. Alas, not a single bullet could pierce his skin. Boom! As he emerged to a frenzy of attacks, Hulk instantly fell into a raging state, kicking one terrorist 100 meters away with a single blow. He then swung the battered off-road vehicle with reckless abandon, aiming it directly at the crowd and crashing through with a devastating force. At that moment, the throng had not yet fully dispersed. In an instant, at least 3 or 4 individuals were reduced to mere pulp. The scene was a horrific tableau of blood and carnage, with bullets flying indiscriminately. The members of the 10 Commandments gang, who boasted of their fearlessness in the face of death, were now emitting frantic screams, desperately fleeing in all directions. Those with a modicum of cowardice cried out in terror, collapsing to the ground in sheer panic. Faced with the enraged wrath of Hulk, even the strength to escape was stripped from them. Chapter 3 has arrived, albeit a tad belatedly. Chapter 22. Befriending the Hulk. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, one could scarcely comprehend the immense power of the Green Giant. Even when juxtaposed with his comic book counterpart, the Hulk in the films has been significantly subdued. Yet, prior to the emergence of celestial beings, the Hulk was virtually an insurmountable force. The sheer ferocity encapsulated in each of his punches and kicks instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Xiao, who cowered behind a sand dune. In the presence of such a formidable entity, Xiao felt that he, as a super soldier, was scarcely distinguishable from the terrifying members of the Ten Rings gang. If one were to draw a distinction, it would merely be the difference between 1 punch and 2. System, this task is rather extreme. It feels as though I would be obliterated before I even had the chance to utter a word. Xiao swallowed hard as he observed from afar, as the Hulk crushed a man's head into a cloud of blood. Without enduring storms, how can one behold a rainbow? If I cannot handle this task, I might as well send you back to live a mundane life as a corporate worker, laboring to pay off debts and leading a woeful existence. Damn it, you're looking down on me again, he lamented. How is it that those systems encountered by others during their transgressions can effortlessly offer 100-fold rewards, or even level up simply by eating and sleeping? Why must my own tasks be so arduous, And why must I endure personal attacks as the host? Complaints aside, the task must be executed. The promised rewards were undeniably alluring. The members of the Ten Rings gang below had been decimated by the Hulk, most of them either slain or fleeing in sheer terror. Observing the carnage, with many vehicles reduced to ruins, Xiao surmised that the Hulk might now be somewhat calm. Resolutely, he stepped out from behind the sand dune. Hulk! Xiao called out exuberantly, his smile reminiscent of a village maiden joyfully welcoming her beloved home. The only distinction was the absence of a fluttering floral handkerchief in his grasp. Roar! Regrettably, the Hulk was oblivious to such subtleties. With an enraged roar, he leapt towards Xiao, landing heavily before him. Without further ado, he swung a colossal fist in Xiao's direction. The sheer pressure of the Hulk's advance nearly compelled Xiao to instinctively turn and evade. Having barely stabilized his footing, he was taken aback by the massive fist hurtling towards him. Is he truly that volatile? Better to throw a punch first. Xiao mused internally, hastily sidestepping to evade the Hulk's blow. He shouted urgently, "Wait! Hulk! I'm not with them. I mean no harm. I just wish to converse with you. Hey! I know you don't genuinely wish to hurt others. Your anger compels you to destruction, doesn't it? I have a splendid solution." As he deftly dodged the Hulk's fists, Xiao recounted the grievances he had heard from Thor, Ragnarok, hoping to resonate with the Hulk's sentiments. Perhaps stemming from the lingering impressions of Banner, the Hulk perceived that Xiao was indeed different from those who had previously attacked him. Alternatively, could be that Xiao's words had a certain impact, as the Hulk's fist came to a halt midair for the third time. In the cinematic portrayal of the indomitable Hulk, there exists a semblance of memory sharing between Banner and the Hulk. Though perhaps not entirely comprehensive, it is indeed present. However, in later Avengers installments, the memories of the Hulk and Banner seem to operate independently of one another. Here, it is a vague recollection of the individuals and events they have encountered. With a long exhale, Xiao released a breath. "I am not your enemy, Hulk. I wish to be your friend. Can we have a proper conversation?" With a heart full of trepidation, he extended his hands to signal his lack of hostility towards the Hulk. "Friend?" The Hulk mumbled the word, and then, bam! In a sudden burst of ferocity, he struck, sending Xiao flying over 20 meters, landing with a crash that kicked up a cloud of yellow dust. The Hulk swiftly leapt to Xiao's side, his massive arms enveloping him with formidable strength. "Tell me how, or I shall tear you apart." Just as Xiao feared for his life, the Hulk began to speak. "There are many villains in this world, even some monsters unlike ordinary people. Of course, I do not refer to you. I rather like the color of your skin. I mean creatures like Abomination, that hideous brute you fought in New York. Do you remember him? Being able to communicate is a promising start," Xiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. The Hulk recalled the encounter. He was indeed strong, yet he had triumphed over Abomination. Roar! The Hulk's demeanor bore a blend of childlike innocence and primal ferocity. In recounting his victory over Abomination, he let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a male beast proclaiming its conquests. Hey, big guy, while your roars are impressive, could you perhaps let me go? You're about to crush me." As the Hulk's shout reverberated, he inadvertently tightened his grip, nearly suffocating Xiao. The Hulk seemed to forget. "You are too weak. I haven't even exerted my full strength." As he spoke, he gradually released Xiao from his grasp. Coughing a couple of times, Xiao adjusted his attire. "Not everyone is as robust as you, Hulk. You must learn to control your might." "Why control my strength?" the Hulk retorted. "You mentioned monsters and villains. Where are they? Take me to them." His voice boomed as he directed his gaze down at Xiao, causing his ears to ring with the intensity of the sound. "I must first locate the monsters and villains, Hulk. We require some intelligence. For the villains, 1T simply appear before us. Take me to find them. Now." Another furious roar erupted. No. The villains are far away. We need to take a plane. Do you know what a plane is? Hulk is too large for a plane. You must first transform into Banner. Plane. The Hulk muttered to himself, perhaps recalling some unpleasant memories, such as the military's assault on his helicopter. The Hulk despised aircraft, and his disdain for Banner was even greater. He did not wish to become Banner, no. The Hulk clenched his fists once more, on the verge of a furious outburst. I understand, I implored. Listen to me. I too harbor a dislike for Banner. That fellow has a penchant for pedantic speech, which is exceedingly irksome. However, we require Banner's assistance, do we not? Whether it is to confront villains or simply to venture outside, Banner proves to be more convenient than the Hulk, does he not? Like a patient adult attempting to reason with an oblivious child, Xiao gradually began to articulate some logic and conditions to the Hulk. The first chapter is presented here. 2 more await in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 23. Nick Fury. Although Nick Fury often presents himself as the singular savior of the world, shrouded in countless secrets, he possesses a commendable quality: decisiveness and a willingness to bear responsibility. Upon receiving reports from Hawkeye and Black Widow, it remains unclear what means or negotiations Fury employed. Soon, a Quinjet descended upon AU's military base in Afghanistan, accompanied by a pass permitting entry from Pakistan, exclusively for this SHIALD aircraft, with strict prohibitions against military personnel boarding. Black Widow and Hawkeye naturally accompanied, while Rhodey initially attempted to obstruct Tony Stark. However, Stark's resolve was unwavering, and with the subtle encouragement from Black Widow and Hawkeye, Rhodey reluctantly joined them. Throughout the journey, Hawkeye took command, forcibly displacing the pilot and maneuvering the Quinjet in a helicopter-like fashion, skimming the desert in search of traces left by the bearded convoy, ultimately arriving at the site where Xiao had been halted. Upon disembarking, the group was rendered speechless by the scene before them. The aftermath of the Hulk's battle resembled a disaster zone. Severed limbs, vehicles reduced to mere components, and a carpet of spent shells, all indicative of a horrific clash. Tony, was this the work of your martial arts instructor? Are you certain he requires our rescue? Rhodey questioned in astonishment, surveying the devastation. This did not appear to be the handiwork of Qin. It seemed far more akin to the destruction wrought by the Hulk. Black Widow, equally perplexed, understood the destructive capabilities of a super soldier all too well. SHIALD had intimate knowledge of such power. The data regarding Captain America's enhanced physique had been meticulously preserved by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, still nestled within SHIELD's classified archives. Hey, I'm over here. As the group speculated on the unfolding events, Xiao unexpectedly emerged from behind a sand dune, waving enthusiastically. Spotting him, the others hurried towards the dune. Upon reaching the crest, they found Xiao seemingly unperturbed, with a man lying behind him on the ground, an entirely naked man. Have you found true love here? Tony remarked playfully, relieved to see Xiao unscathed. However, Black Widow and Hawkeye's expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Qin, how did he end up here? Did you knock him out? I'm not referring to the one lying on the ground, Rhodey pressed. No, I actually encountered him. I merely made a friend. Xiao replied with a subtle smile directed at Black Widow. At this moment, Xiao's mood was exceptionally buoyant. The mission had been splendidly accomplished. Had it not been for the arrival of Black Widow and her companions, he would have already indulged in the glowing green serum from his pocket. Heaven knows how much persuasion he exerted to convince Hulk, not only to agree to accompany him in battling monsters but also to allow Dr. Banner some occasional leisure time outside. If Banner were to refuse, one could simply eliminate him and I would be free. Remember, do not deceive Hulk. Otherwise, I shall rend you asunder. This was the final admonition from the mischievous Hulk to Xiao. Initially, he had come to rescue Tony, but unexpectedly, he also gained the company of Banner. Given Hulk's immense power akin to a nuclear weapon, SHIELD dared not permit him to return on a military aircraft. Consequently, Tony would accompany Rhodes back, while the others opted to fly directly to America aboard a Quinjet. Nick Fury awaited Xiao's arrival at a clandestine base. Qin, let's discuss over drinks upon your return. Tony had many queries regarding Xiao, yet he recognized that this was not the appropriate time for discourse. Before departing, he cautioned Xiao, be sure to have your health checked thoroughly. Xiao smiled faintly, tapping the arc reactor on Tony's chest with a chuckle. New York, one of the largest cities in the world, is famously depicted as a city of destruction in American cinema. a convergence point for superheroes and villains alike. It is inconceivable that there would be no Shield branch in such a city. However, unbeknownst to many, Nick Fury harbored a secret base here. This clandestine facility, known to only a select few within Shield, was astonishingly located beneath the Hudson River. Accompanied by Hawkeye and Black Widow, they traversed an abandoned subway tunnel. After numerous twists and turns, they ultimately entered a deserted sewer pipe, navigating several circles before slipping through a concealed portal into the secret base. This facility lay close to the mouth of the Hudson River. In the main hall of the base, Xiao even beheld a vast floor-to-ceiling window, revealing the riverbed of the Hudson. Not only could he see the flowing water, but he also observed several freshwater fish swimming by. Before the window stood none other than the legendary director of Shield, striking a classic cool pose, leaving one to contemplate his bald pate. Are you not concerned about the discovery of this base? Not only is there a window, but there are also underwater searchlights illuminating the area? Xiao inquired, disregarding the director's posturing. From the outside, this appears merely as a concrete slab. For technical inquiries, you may consult your good friend Stark. As for the lights, there are numerous plausible explanations, Nick Fury replied, slowly turning to face Xiao. One eye fixated intently on him as he retrieved a stack of documents from his desk and tossed them to Xiao. The most crucial point is that we, not you, welcome you to Shield, Super Soldier Qin. Xiao caught the documents and opened them to find his own profile within. Is it true that Shield has assigned you a title of agent, or even intern agent? I cannot be mistaken, can I? To my knowledge, agents are ranked from level 1 to 10, with the director being the sole level 10. I was unaware that the term intern even existed. This position has been newly created for you by Director Fury. Reports indicate that your qualifications are satisfactory. However, your personality may not be entirely suited for work in the intelligence sector. Thus, we require a period of evaluation. The Black Widow approached Xiao to provide clarification. What report? The psychological assessment and character analysis report. Additionally, I authored this document myself. With a playful grin, the Black Widow took the file from Xiao's hands and formally introduced him. Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, my superior, and soon to be yours as well. Chapter 2, at 8:30, remains to be explored. Chapter 24. The Hulk Serum with a resigned roll of his eyes, Xiao languidly addressed, "Greetings, esteemed director. I wish to inquire, when we entered earlier, were you truly standing by the floor-to-ceiling window in that posture? Or is there some concealed surveillance system here that prompted your sudden display of icy demeanor as we approached?" Nick Fury. Overall, the encounter with Nick Fury was relatively pleasant. Furthermore, when it came to integrating Xiao into Shield, Nick Fury had no intention of permitting a conventional entry into the organization. Instead, he bound Xiao with a document, ensuring that when the Avengers Initiative commenced, Xiao would be prioritized for inclusion. As for Dr. Banner, following preliminary discussions with Nick Fury, he utilized his private resources to secure a refuge for himself in a remote forested area of northern Canada. This secluded locale, devoid of human presence and adorned with breathtaking scenery, offered ample space for him to unleash the Hulk whenever the need arose. Nick Fury provided a laboratory there for Dr. Banner to continue his research, alongside a significant contingent of SHIELD personnel to guarantee that Dr. Banner would remain undisturbed, or rather, to ensure that the Hulk would not disrupt others. Having resolved his entanglements with SHIELD, Xiao opted not to return to Los Angeles to seek out Tony. Instead, he settled into a hotel in New York, intending first to consume the Hulk Serum. He had previously consulted the system, which indicated that the process would entail only a mild discomfort. However, it might also result in the expulsion of considerable impurities from the body, including blood and bone marrow. Seated in the round bathtub, Xiao, now thoroughly cleansed, grasped a small vial of the glowing green liquid beside him. The Hulk Super Serum, its hue reminiscent of a bioweapon from the movies, elicited a moment of apprehension within him. After muttering a few words to himself, he uncorked the vial and tilted it back, consuming its entirety. It seems there is no immediate reaction. Oh, no! Before the phrase could fully escape his lips, Xiao let out a wretched scream. The sensation was akin to the detonation of a C4 explosive within his body, or as if he had been mercilessly crushed by a hydraulic press, reducing every muscle, bone, and organ to fragments. The excruciating pain surged beyond his threshold of endurance. Yet, this torment was fleeting. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the agony dissipated entirely. Lying motionless at the bottom of the bathtub, every nerve in his body began to pulsate uncontrollably. His entire being twitched incessantly, resembling a person afflicted by epilepsy. Following the convulsions, an intense itchiness ensued. Xiao could feel himself gradually regaining control over his body, as his bone marrow, muscles, and organs underwent a process of reconfiguration and realignment. The itch was relentless, akin to countless insects crawling within his veins and the crevices of his bones. The pain was far more unbearable than that fleeting moment before. Xiao let out an unintelligible cry, his body writhing erratically, his head relentlessly striking against the ceramic bathtub. Bang! Bang! The ordinary bathtub could hardly withstand his tumult, soon reduced to a state of disarray. Fortunately, the hotel was sufficiently upscale, boasting an astonishingly effective soundproofing. Otherwise, the noise Xiao emitted would have surely prompted someone to call the authorities. The intense itch persisted for over 5 minutes. Lying amidst a heap of ceramic shards and the filth that flowed from him, Xiao bore a look of utter despair. In that final minute, nearly all the blood and marrow in his body had been expelled, replaced by the new marrow and blood generated after consuming the Hulk Serum. As the system had indicated, there were no apparent changes on the surface of his body. Yet, the explosive power contained within his muscles had far surpassed the limits of human capability. Grasping a fragment of ceramic nearby, Xiao inhaled deeply and forcefully dragged it across his arm. It felt akin to a gently rounded fingernail lightly grazing the skin of an ordinary person, eliciting an almost imperceptible sting. Moreover, there was not even a white mark left on his skin. Instead, his excessive force crushed the ceramic in his hand. "It looks quite good," Xiao murmured, then began to shout frantically in his mind, "System, come out! Is this what you call a mild sensation of pain? For a true iron-blooded man." "Indeed," replied the system's calm voice in his mind. Xiao nearly choked on those words. "Fine. I shall not contend with something inhuman." After a fierce complaint, gazing at the disarray of his body, Xiao gently reached for the water switch, intending to cleanse himself of the grime. Despite his careful approach, he inadvertently sent the metal switch flying. Must it be so exaggerated? Xiao chuckled bitterly, leaning against a relatively intact part of the bathtub to rise. Yet before he could exert himself, that remaining piece of ceramic shattered into fragments. Alas, it seems I must tread carefully for a while. Accepting his predicament, Xiao forcefully twisted the water pipe, allowing torrents of hot and cold water to cascade over him. He discovered an unexpected benefit. The cold water was quite agreeable, as autumn had just begun. However, the hot water was at a scalding 100 degrees Celsius. To his astonishment, he felt no burning sensation at all, only a gentle warmth. It appeared that not only had his defensive capabilities improved, but his resistance to extreme temperatures had also significantly increased. Invulnerable to blades and impervious to fire, this was indeed the situation he found himself in. Xiao reveled in the cleansing of his body. He had secluded himself in the hotel for several days, even going so far as to summon the hotel staff to deliver his meals rather than venturing out. There was no other choice. Everything he touched seemed to shatter. Each time he finished a meal, he would gaze at the remnants of the once pristine dishes, now utterly unrecognizable. Were it not for Xiao's decision to have someone use his credit card to secure a substantial deposit, the hotel would likely have expelled him without hesitation. After 5 long days, Xiao finally mastered the surging power within him. Ignoring the bewildered glances of the hotel staff, He settled his bill and departed for the airport, embarking on a flight to Los Angeles. Obadiah was still under the covert surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he had yet to have a thorough discussion with Tony regarding the situation. This was Qin Zhao's mission. Concerning the points, he knew he had to confront the matter himself. Chapter 25. The second-generation arc reactor, Los Angeles, Malibu Beach. Upon his return, Tony Stark made a brief appearance before the press, declaring Stark Industries cessation of arms manufacturing. Subsequently, he secluded himself in his laboratory, avoiding all visitors except for Pepper Potts, who would come by daily to report. Solely focused on developing his envisioned armor, he brought back the designs he conceived in Afghanistan and uploaded them into his computer. Before him stood a three-dimensional holographic projection, depicting the Mark I he constructed with available resources in the cave. Jarvis removed the outer shell while maintaining the core technology, and repackage it with the new design. Yes, sir. As Jarvis's voice resonated, the three-dimensional projection began to rotate. The exterior armor components scattered and vanished, only to be replaced by more images of armor parts. One by one, they were systematically installed around the central arc reactor. The modeling of Mark II was now in its preliminary stages. What do you think, Jarvis? Tony reached out, rotating the projection to scrutinize it from various angles. I must say, sir, your creation transcends the era. I have always been ahead of my time, Jarvis. Place an order. I need the first batch of materials delivered as soon as possible. With the initial appearance of the armor established, Tony Stark picked up a launch device from the table. In his vision, this device would serve as both a power system and a laser cannon for conventional weaponry. It seems I must replace the reactor immediately. The current rotation speed is too low to keep up with the armor's consumption. Muttering to himself, Tony took a brand new arc reactor from the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Qin. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. I will inform him of your arrival right away. Tony had granted Qin Xiao permission to enter the house, albeit not the underground laboratory. The only individuals with access to the password and authorization from Jarvis were Pepper and Rhodey. However, that number had now increased. Mr. Qin, Mr. Stark has instructed you to proceed directly downstairs. You now have access to the basement. The code at the entrance is 106. This code is authentic. I specifically noted the scene in Iron Man 1 when Pepper entered the basement. As Qin Xiao descended into the basement, he chanced upon Pepper reaching into Tony Stark's chest, pulling out a damp copper wire. It was undeniably a rather grotesque and chilling sight. A hole in the chest, someone reaching inside. Oh, damn, what have I just witnessed? Is this your new position, you two? Tony, have you been entering women's bodies too frequently, and now it's a woman entering yours? Hey, Qin, I don't recall you being so glib. Initially, Pepper displayed a visage of sheer terror at the prospect of the task at hand. Yet with a mere jest from Qin Xiao, her composure swiftly returned. It is merely a matter of your insufficient acquaintance with him, Pepper. In due time, you shall come to realize that, in comparison to him, I am as unassuming as a cow from your uncle's farm. Tony instructed Pepper to connect the wires of the new reactor base into his chest and then approached Qin Xiao. Tony, are you truly planning to remain in this state? I mean, are you not considering seeking a physician to thoroughly address your condition and extricate the shrapnel? Qin Xiao gestured towards Tony's chest. To be honest, that little night light on your chest is rather impressive, but it's quite alarming to think of such a substantial object lodged within your body. When the conversation shifted to the reactor in his chest, Tony adopted an unusually serious demeanor. I have no intention of removing it. This device saved my life, not merely my existence, but it has shaped the person I am destined to become. I must retain it as a reminder. Then what shall we do with the old one? Pepper, still Tony's personal assistant, inquired as she prepared to head to the basement, seeking clarity on the disposal of the old reactor. Destroy it, burn it. You know I possess many traits, but nostalgia is certainly not among them. Understood. Pepper ascended the stairs with the reactor in hand. Qin Xiao was aware that she would encase the old one in a transparent display, presenting it to Tony as a gift. It was this very old reactor that had ultimately saved Tony's life when Obadiah attempted to seize the reactor from his chest. However, with Qin Xiao now in this world, such a scenario ought to be averted. Moreover, the very reason Xiao had come was to resolve this matter. "Hey, Tony, do you not have any inquiries for me? About Afghanistan?" As Pepper made her way upstairs, Xiao was the first to speak. Even disregarding the intricacies of the system and their mission, they had known each other for quite some time. From a personal perspective, they had indeed become friends. Aside from the secrets of the system and his transmigration, Xiao intended to conceal nothing from Tony, for such deception would only foster a rift between them. A couple of days ago, someone approached me. He hailed from an intelligence agency with an exceedingly long and notorious name. What was it? Yes, a rather strikingly receding-haired agent. Tony gestured to his forehead, illustrating the visitor's appearance. He divulged all your affairs to me. The demise of your parents, the origin of your serum, how you became acquainted with that alluring female agent, and so forth. He also mentioned that you joined them to save me, but I shan't thank you for that, as you deceived me. Your abilities stem from the super soldier serum, not some martial art from Huaxia. Damn it, I even paid you for over a month. Tony retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator, offering one to Xiao. Tony Stark, do not expect to hear a thank you from him easily. Yet, Xiao understood that despite Tony's words of betrayal, his eyes were brimming with gratitude. Otherwise, how could you have revealed the password to the basement today? Well, in truth, you have not suffered. You have won several $1,000,000 at the casino, all thanks to me. Did that touching-haired agent tell you so much? Xiao mused, recalling the amiable figure of Agent Coulson in his mind. Tony, taking a sip of beer, inquired with a hint of confusion. Could it be that you, scoundrel, have other deceptions in store for me? Not at all. Evidently, he did not clarify how I discovered the concealed cave that the American military had been unable to locate for over a month. Oh, Tony seemed to have an epiphany, slightly raising his head to signal Xiao to continue. Yesterday, someone asked me if I had any chapters in reserve, requesting updates. These days, I am diligently working on storing chapters, normally updating 3 chapters daily. Once the website grants a recommendation after reaching 100,000 words, I will strive to unleash a surge of content. Here is the first chapter. More will follow at noon and in the evening. Chapter 26. The mysterious portal Obadiah played a significant role in Tony Stark's life, particularly following the death of his father. He not only assisted Tony in managing the entire company but also acted as a silent guardian, cleaning up the messes that Tony, a wealthy young genius with an arrogant disposition, often created. In his early 20s, Tony attracted countless troubles and romantic entanglements, which Obadiah consistently addressed in the shadows. It wasn't until the arrival of Pepper Potts that Obadiah gradually distanced himself from Tony's personal affairs. Although his actions were aimed at ensuring that Tony, the proverbial hen, continued to lay golden eggs, Tony undoubtedly harbored profound feelings for Obadiah. Seeing him as a partner, a friend, a mentor, and perhaps even a father figure. Upon returning, Obadiah sensed that something was amiss. The vast arsenal of weapons in the hands of terrorists was a troubling realization. Few could manage such a duality. Tony Stark was no fool. Yet, when it came to human emotions, even the most brilliant minds could falter. He hesitated to confront the truth, fearful of what he might uncover. As Xiao spoke, Tony grasped the situation entirely. Over the years, Stark Industries had ascended to become the world's largest arms dealer, solidifying Tony's inventions and designs within the military market. In essence, Tony had paved the way for future weapon designs, allowing subsequent scientists at Stark Industries to continue along his trajectory. Thus, in Obadiah's eyes, Tony Stark had transformed from a golden egg-laying hen into a stumbling block to his complete control of Stark Industries. This reasoning needed no further elaboration from Xiao. Once it was confirmed that Obadiah was behind it all, Tony understood. With a swift motion, he downed an entire bottle of beer, exhaling heavily as the alcohol escaped his lips. So now you are monitoring him closely, are you not? I am uncertain. I am merely a temporary worker, Tony. They see me as a super soldier, but given his operational style, it is likely. It's up to you, came the response. Tony, you have seen the weapons in their possession. What we have witnessed is only the tip of the iceberg. How many more are hidden? Terrorists? Drug traffickers? Xiao remarked, noting Tony's hesitation. I know. Even if I cease weapon production, he will still find ways and resources within the company to secretly manufacture and sell them, Tony replied, furrowing his brow as he vigorously ruffled his hair. Give me some time. I will ensure he departs from the company. I will grant him an opportunity for a peaceful retirement. Tony continued, still feeling a twinge of compassion. Perhaps this was destined to be. The Iron Tyrant was fated to emerge, leading to the birth of the name Iron Man. The distinction now lay in the fact that Xiao might also play a role in this unfolding saga. All right, I will inform them to refrain from taking any unauthorized actions. Xiao responded with utmost decisiveness. Present, he possesses a formidable strength equivalent to 30% of the Hulk's might, which, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, may still prove insufficient for later battles. However, at this moment, such power is akin to a cheat code. The Ironmonger is merely a thicker cardboard figure, somewhat cumbersome to dismantle. Tony, I empathize with your sentiments. Fret not, for there are no others here. Feel free to weep upon my broad shoulder. Get lost. Yarves. Contact the Los Angeles Police Department and inform them that a depraved intruder has breached my home. Xiao remained oblivious to D's decision regarding Obadiah. He could only reach out to Black Widow. Is there something you require, intern agent? This time, the atmosphere surrounding Black Widow was devoid of gunfire. It was remarkably tranquil. Indeed, there is something significant. I wish to resign. I had envisioned joining the largest intelligence agency, becoming a mysterious agent, saving the world in the company of alluring partners. Who knew I would be reduced to an intern, unable to save the world, and devoid of any captivating female agents? Sigh, do you know what it feels like to miss someone so intensely that sleep eludes you? Xiao's playful banter elicited a melodious laugh from Black Widow. If you truly miss me that much, I shall visit you in Los Angeles once this mission concludes. Typically, their conversations revolved around missions, predominantly businesslike. Yet, Xiao's light-hearted remarks brought a refreshing change to Black Widow's mood. You must keep your word. Fibbers are akin to puppies. Xiao's childish retort struck Black Widow as remarkably sincere, prompting her to smile even more brightly. Very well, let us agree that liars are indeed like puppies. However, there is a matter I wish to discuss regarding Obadiah. Xiao reiterated Tony's sentiments. After hearing him out, Black Widow ended the call and inquired further on Xiao's behalf. This H.I.L.D. could indeed honor Tony Stark's wishes, yet they would maintain vigilant surveillance over him. Should he engage in any clandestine activities, H.I.E.L.D. would act swiftly. This would serve as a form of accountability to Tony. If Obadiah were to seek his own demise, that would be beyond their control. By the way, you mentioned you are on a mission. What kind of mission? Is it perilous? Do you require my assistance? Having concluded the formalities, Xiao shifted the topic. That's classified. Your clearance is insufficient. Intern agent. Black Widow teased. Only then did she recognize the genuine concern in Xiao's words, adding, rest assured, this mission is quite safe, devoid of any real danger. Damn it, I swear, the next time we meet, I shall shatter Nick Fury's egghead. Xiao declared vehemently, thoroughly exasperated with the title of intern agent. Egghead, ha ha ha, that nickname fits him perfectly. Nick would surely be infuriated by it. Alright, I must attend to my duties now. Be a good intern and await my return in Los Angeles. The Black Widow playfully teased Xiao before ending the call, staring blankly at her phone. Unlike those around her, Xiao spoke with a warmth reminiscent of ordinary young people, a quality that the Black Widow longed for yet seldom encountered. This sensation brought her a comforting warmth. Am I truly developing feelings for this boy? She mused, swiftly dismissing the thought. With a wry smile, she acknowledged that she might never experience such simple happiness in her lifetime. Casually tossing her phone onto the sofa, she turned her gaze towards the nightscape outside. At that moment, a square, golden portal materialized behind Xiao. From within emerged a woman clad in a black combat suit adorned with the letters TVA. However, just as she stepped into Xiao's apartment, a hand abruptly reached out from the portal, pulling her back. The golden gateway vanished without a trace. Sensing a disturbance, Qin Xiao abruptly turned around, only to find emptiness. Am I imagining things? Perhaps it's just that I haven't slept well these past few days, he muttered, scratching his head in mild frustration. Chapter 27. The Temporal Variance Management Bureau, the Nameless Realm. Within the headquarters of the Temporal Variance Management Bureau, the enigmatic woman who had appeared behind Qin Xiao moments earlier now stood in a chamber reminiscent of a courtroom. Before her, seated in a position akin to that of a judge, was a young woman with golden hair, clad in a uniform. Why must you impede my efforts to apprehend the perpetrator? That individual has violated the sacred timeline, and he is not merely a temporal criminal. His presence has even disrupted the essence of the sacred timeline itself, the woman in black passionately accused the golden-haired figure. C18. I fully comprehend your resolve to defend the sacred timeline. However, regarding this incident, the esteemed Time Guardian is personally overseeing the matter, and preventing your arrest of that individual is the will of the Time Guardian. The golden-haired woman replied with an expressionless demeanor, her voice calm and detached. But this will incite chaos. The sacred timeline is not to be desecrated. The black-clad woman remained indignant, as she was inherently destined to protect that which they referred to as the sacred timeline. Are you questioning the decision of the Time Guardian? The voice of the golden-haired woman suddenly rose in intensity. I dare not. The mention of the Time Guardian caused the black-clad woman to immediately temper her fury, bowing slightly as she spoke. Excellent. The golden-haired woman nodded in satisfaction. The Time Guardian is omniscient and omnipotent. My duty is merely to execute their will. You may leave now. Once the woman in black departed, the lights in the courtroom extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. A sigh echoed in the void. For readers unfamiliar with the Temporal Variance Management Bureau, I recommend watching Marvel's new series, Loki. I personally believe it surpasses WandaVision and The Falcon and the Winter Soldier in excitement. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, the machinations of the Temporal Variance Management Bureau were unfolding. After several days of idleness, he returned to Tony's residence, primarily to consult with Jarvis. He still had 2,000 points remaining in the system's point store. To date, he had accumulated a total of 3,000 points, yet he was still some distance from unlocking the second-tier marketplace. However, he found himself with nothing left to exchange, save for one option, a currency conversion into reality. This, however, offered little assistance in this world. It merely alleviated his financial concerns in the real world. Yet, to live freely and without constraint, mere money was insufficient. He needed to establish a commercial empire, one that commanded advanced technology. Thus arose the question, which entity excels in high-end technology? Without Black Panther, it was Tony who reigned supreme. With this in mind, Qin Xiao brazenly made his way to Tony's laboratory. Bang! As he descended from the basement, he witnessed Tony spinning mid-air, only to collide forcefully with a protruding wall. Like a poster, he inverted and slid down the wall. In a swift motion, Qin Xiao dashed forward and grasped Tony's ankle, averting the impending embarrassment of a headlong crash. You ought to seek out a private acrobatics instructor, Tony. I have saved you once more. You would do well to jot that down. Damn, I should have commenced the experiment at a mere 10%. Release me. 2 minutes later, Tony, with an ice pack applied to his neck, turned to Qin Xiao in astonishment. Why do you need an artificial intelligence butler? With all due respect, your apartment is scarcely larger than my garage, and it appears to be rented. I have my eye on a condominium in downtown Los Angeles, poised to purchase and renovate it. I wish to equip the entire residence with automated appliances, creating a smart home ambience, not requiring a system as advanced as Jarvis, if you catch my drift. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, finding Tony's words to be mildly injurious yet profoundly insulting. However, there was no refuting him. Comparing wealth with him was akin to challenging someone's pocket money with one's entire fortune. You should first finalize the purchase of the property. Then provide me with the architectural plans. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I shall assist you in establishing a private server and, at that time, help you install an intelligent program. I will have Pepper and the company's personnel come over to renovate according to my designs. But the furnishings are your responsibility. Tony, I adore you. Fear not. I shall provide the funds. Qin Xiao wrapped his arm around Tony's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Tony, with an air of pride, shot a glance at Qin Xiao and swatted his arm away, disdain written across his face. Preserve your meager wealth, you pauper. Anything I casually retrieve from my garage is worth more than your entire residence. Very well, I acknowledge your wealth. You are, after all, Tony Stark. In that case, might you also take care of the furnishings for me? I seem to be missing a vehicle. I see there are. Get lost. Jarvis, revoke this knave's access. I wish not to see him again. The two were engaged in playful banter when a news segment on the television captured Tony's attention. Yesterday, a town named Kamara endured a massacre at the hands of terrorists, a group claiming to be the Ten Rings. As the field reporter spoke, the screen displayed the town's ruins. Numerous civilian corpses littered the streets, including women and children. In some footage of the terrorists, the Stark insignia was glaringly evident on their weaponry. Notably, a bald man resembling a leader commanded the terrorists amidst the devastation. Is it him? This fiend is still alive? Tony and Xiao exclaimed in unison. They had witnessed the bald man approach the cave's entrance, and Tony had personally activated the detonator. Who could have anticipated that this man would be so fortunate as to survive? Damn, Ethan. Tony suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming in alarm. I felt I had heard of this town somewhere. It is Ethan's hometown. For heaven's sake, Jarvis, contact Rhodey. Tony, the intelligence agencies will respond more swiftly. Xiao understood Tony's intentions. Following the recent incident, Tony had expressed a desire to offer Ethan a position in the United States. Yet, Ethan remained resolute in his commitment to return to his hometown to provide medical care for the local populace. Tony had even promised to construct a large hospital for them in due course. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when terrorists targeted them. Once again, Black Widow received a phone call. Although Ethan had not shared the same close quarters with Tony in the cave, he had nonetheless forged bonds through shared experiences in the midst of gunfire. Consequently, Black Widow's response was remarkably swift. Within 20 minutes of the call, the results were revealed. Tony, I am deeply sorry. Ethan is no longer with us. The survivors from the small town recounted that Ethan had been captured and tragically burned alive within the confines of his home. Xiao hung up the phone, his voice heavy with sorrow. What about his family? Tony's gaze remained fixed on the screen, where a bald figure loomed ominously. They were all in that house. Not a single one escaped. Chapter 28. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man watching television is merely a visual experience. Some matters demand direct participation to elicit the most profound and accurate sensations. For Tony, it is a confrontation with war, weapons, death, and blood, an unfiltered reality laid bare before him. It is in this crucible of chaos that Tony Stark metamorphoses from a carefree playboy into Iron Man. For Xiao, perhaps it is akin to a gaming mentality while traversing worlds, or perhaps possessing a godlike perspective of foreknowledge concerning unfolding events. He feels no particular sentiment or conviction regarding the act of killing or the battles in Afghanistan. Yet, this does not detract from his other perceptions, particularly when he first witnesses Tony Stark donning the armored suit. The impact of reality far surpasses that of film. Observing as Tony's auxiliary control console extends multiple metallic arms to encase him in armor, Xiao is captivated. Despite Tony's lack of coloring and his familiarity with the extraordinary Mark 85 nanotech suit from the movies, every facet, feet, hands, back, and joints, reveals intricately designed components that unfurl with a soft azure glow emanating from within. It is nothing short of breathtaking. Indeed, it epitomizes the ultimate dream of every man. Xiao exclaims with unrestrained enthusiasm. This is the quintessential toy for men. Nothing compares to it. Not sports cars nor firearms. Calm down, my friend. The ultimate dream still lies ahead, and you will scream at what I am about to do. Jarvis. Activate the propulsion system. I want to fly. Sir, that will require calculations in the millions before it can be accomplished.
Jarv is dutifully cautions. Sometimes, Jarv.
One must learn to run before they can walk. Let us go. As Tony's command resonates, the thrusters beneath the armor burst forth with crimson flames, lifting the suit slowly off the ground to a height of nearly half a meter. After hanging suspended for a few seconds, the palms of the suit pivot, and 4 exhaust ports simultaneously release jets of fire. With a whoosh, Qin Xiao perceives a silver lightning bolt racing past him, soaring through the garage passage and out of the house, ascending into the sky. Ho! 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 Tony's exuberant voice echoes throughout the room. Qin, you cannot possibly understand what this feels like. Ha 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 ha! Woo! Tony bellows with unabashed bravado. Tony, be careful. There is a saying in China. Excessive joy brings sorrow. Have you heard of it? Qin Xiao remarks, a hint of envy lacing his words. Ha ha ha! You are just jealous. There is no doubt about it. I am Tony Stark. J-A-R-V-I-S. What is the flight altitude record for the State Route 71 reconnaissance aircraft? The official record is 85,000 feet. Sir. Alright, Qin. Today you are witnessing a new flight record. Tony exclaims jubilantly, as a fiery streak arcs across the night sky of Los Angeles, ascending vertically into the heavens. Familiar with the film's narrative, Qin Xiao was undoubtedly aware of the impending events. He promptly pulled over a chair and, holding a bottle of beverage, seated himself before a blue and white vintage sports car in the garage. Sure enough, within mere minutes, a resounding crash echoed through the space. Clad in his armor, Tony Stark descended from the sky, crashing through 2 layers of ceiling and flattening the car before Qin Xiao. Alas, Qin Xiao heard Tony's melancholic sigh emanating from the room's sound system. Get to work, will you? Spray him. The household chore robot, equipped with a mechanical arm, leisurely turned to Tony's side. Raising its modified limb, it unleashed a torrent of fire-extinguishing foam upon the armor sprawled on the ground. In the original storyline, Obadiah had furiously berated a scientist from Stark Industries, claiming that Tony Stark had cobbled together a miniature arc reactor from a pile of scraps in a cave. Meanwhile, a team of scientists under Obadiah's command struggled to comprehend the workings of a large prototype from Stark Industries. In truth, it was not merely a matter of technical superiority or genius intellect. Tony Stark's remarkable hands-on skills, combined with J-A-R-V-I-S, and his multitude of mechanical arms, could rival that of a large-scale assembly line factory. After the incident of ice formation at high altitude, he had crafted an entirely new suit in just 3 days, not accounting for the day spent on ordering materials and transportation. The familiar gold and red color scheme, featuring a propulsion system akin to a laser cannon and a glowing arc reactor at its chest, left Qin Xiao momentarily dazed. The Marvel Cinematic Universe boasts a plethora of superhero characters, with Iron Man and Captain America likely holding the most devoted fanbases. However, when it comes to the most anticipated hero appearances, the majority would undoubtedly declare Iron Man as their favorite. From the clunky Mark I crafted in the cave to the Mark II that required mechanical assistance to don, the portable Mark V, and the tracking version from Avengers 1, culminating in the awe-inspiring nanotech suit from the Endgame, each of Iron Man's entrances promised a fresh visual delight. How do I look? Tony, brimming with confidence, turned to Qin Xiao as he admired his completed armor. Qin Xiao struck a pose akin to a fashion designer assessing a model, thoughtfully stroking his chin and nodding. Quite impressive. Congratulations, Tony, you now appear to stand at a height nearly equal to mine, he remarked, gesturing to compare their heads. Tony replied, the events in Komiare, including Ethan's demise and the terrorists still wielding a plethora of weapons produced by Stark Industries, have ignited a fiery rage within me. Before confronting Obadiah, I must first eradicate those terrorists. This is a task I must undertake personally, which is precisely why I hastened the construction of this armor. However, due to Qin Xiao's influence, Tony found himself compelled to alter his initial intention of embarking on a solo mission. Originally, Tony had no intention of bringing Qin Xiao along. Firstly, he believed his own capabilities were sufficient, and secondly, he considered that the current Qin Xiao was no longer his equal. This notion was abruptly halted when Qin Xiao effortlessly molded the excess armor materials into a perfect sphere with his bare hands. I recall that a super soldier should not possess such extraordinary prowess. In response to Tony's inquiry, Qin Xiao turned away with an air of nonchalance, hands behind his back, gazing skyward, and proclaimed with an air of superiority, I cannot speak for others, but I, Qin Xiao, am indeed this formidable. Chapter 29. Conversations aboard the aircraft once again. Reality affirms that the so-called bravado, after a moment of teenage rebellion, comes at a price and lasts but 3 seconds. The two individuals spontaneously resolved to journey to the Middle East to eradicate terrorism. However, the choice of transportation posed a significant dilemma. While Tony possessed a private jet, its ostentatious nature was unsuitable for their covert mission. A Quinjet. Tony could easily construct one himself, though time was of the essence. With the terrorists currently pillaging a small town near Kamara, they had to act swiftly. Therefore, Xiao turned his attention once more to Shield. Tony insisted on maintaining the secrecy of his armor, making conventional channels impossible for them. Consequently, two shadowy figures emerged at the entrance of the Shield Los Angeles branch in the dead of night. This was neither the headquarters nor a critical secret facility, and being within the United States, the security was not particularly stringent. Under a formidable intelligent security system, even the night watch was absent. Xiao stealthily produced his credentials and quietly confirmed with Tony, "You are certain you can erase visitor records and surveillance here, right? This is my work ID, and while I'm unafraid of them stirring trouble, I certainly do not wish to lose my steady salary." Only when Tony signaled an OK gesture did Xiao press his ID against the sensor at the door. Beep. Insufficient permissions. A few red lights flashed on the sensor, accompanied by a mechanical voice. How could this be? Xiao, undeterred, attempted twice more, yet the result remained the same: insufficient permissions. "Let me handle this." Tony took Xiao's credentials. "Intern agent. All right, dear little novice, allow me to give it a shot." Beep. With a sigh, Tony returned the ID to Xiao and inquired, "Have you been here before?" "Never." Xiao shook his head in bewilderment. "I only learned about this location from Natasha. Congratulations. You've landed a splendid job." Tony cast a disdainful glance at Xiao. The arm of the armor opened, and Tony extracted a card connected by wires, affixing it to the sensor. "Fortunately, I came prepared. Jarvis, let this intern experience the prowess of our capabilities against this elusive intelligence department." While DS Washington headquarters might possess a rudimentary intelligence comparable to Jarvis, the branch here was rather lacking. In less than 10 seconds, Jarvis breached the access control, directly commandeering the unassuming building situated on the outskirts of Los Angeles. In order to facilitate swift operations during missions, each SHIELD branch was equipped with a Quinjet. Today, Tony and Xiao were fortunate. No one was using it for a mission. They stealthily traversed the fire escape to the rooftop. 2 minutes later, a Quinjet soared into the sky, heading directly towards Tony's home at Malibu Beach. Clad in his armor, the two of them set off across the Pacific towards the Middle East. "Do you know? During World War II, my father piloted a plane with Captain America, traversing enemy territory to reach the rear lines of the foe, completing a daring rescue mission. Little did I know that now, I too would be flying a plane with another super soldier to combat terrorism. However, my father was merely a pilot. I am different this time, for I possess this." Tony tapped on his armor. "Tony, in truth, you have numerous ways to confront these terrorists. If your intention in Afghanistan was to fabricate armor for escape, then what is your purpose now? Is it merely to eradicate the 10 rings?" After a prolonged silence, Tony finally spoke. "My father once told me that to attain peace, one must wield the stoutest of clubs. This has been my philosophy in weapon creation. Yet ever since that missile, inscribed with the Stark name, exploded beside me in Afghanistan. Alas," Tony sighed deeply, "I believed the weapons I forged would bring peace to the world, unaware of how many despair the name Stark has brought. Before that missile detonated, I lay there, able to discern every letter of Stark. Yet, I could not grasp its significance, only despair. I cannot even fathom what someone in a similar plight might think upon seeing the name Stark." Tony's words left Xiao at a loss for response. Others might not know, but he understood Tony was not wrong. Others may not speak of it, but both Scarlet Witch and her twin brother Quicksilver, as members of the Avengers, had once gazed at a missile bearing the Stark name for a full 12 hours. "I was once merely a craftsman of wooden sticks. Now I have created one of the sturdiest clubs in the world." Tony gestured to the armor adorning him. I will hold it firmly in my grasp. This is the purpose of my existence henceforth. In this lifetime, I shall dedicate myself solely to combating terrorism, eradicating war, and fostering peace, irrespective of nations or politics. In a sense, both the early Iron Man and Black Widow sought atonement for their past selves. As the Avengers evolved, this atonement gradually transformed into a sense of responsibility, especially following the Battle of New York, when the Avengers bore the mantle of safeguarding the world. A metamorphosis began. Tony, do you know why Nick Fury insisted on thrusting me into the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division? Damn! Curse that name. It was because he had a plan, the Avengers Initiative, to assemble a team endowed with extraordinary abilities, ready to rise in the world's hour of need. Upon finishing his words, Xiao fixed his gaze intently upon Tony. Commendable notion. While I may not be well-versed in the intricacies of Nick Fury, I am acutely aware that organizations such as the CIA, KGB, and MI5, regardless of their original intentions, ultimately devolve into instruments of political machination to varying degrees. Wherever there is a call for action, I shall don my armor and rise to the occasion. However, I refuse to be wielded as a mere weapon in the hands of others. I resonate with the Avengers Initiative, yet I harbor reservations towards S.H.I.E.L.D. This encapsulates Iron Man's perspective. Indeed, Tony, that is precisely my sentiment. We shall not be mere sticks in the hands of others. We shall wield our own. Xiao turned to face Tony Stark as he spoke. This time, Tony pondered deeply for a considerable while. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Xiao and inquired, "Just like today?" "Yes, just like today." Chapter 3 Evening. Chapter 30. The massacre outside the town of Kamara. A vast expanse of new graves has been erected, a collective tomb constructed by the survivors for their lost loved ones. This sprawling cemetery, characterized by hastily dug pits marked with simple wooden planks, serves as a somber reminder of the tragedy that has befallen the town. The remaining inhabitants are few. Many fortunate young souls have chosen to flee this place of misfortune. Those who remain are primarily the elderly and the unfortunate, bereft of family and possessions. Previously, they would often come to pilfer goods and abduct individuals possessing skills they desired, yet never before had they witnessed such an atrocity. A massacre. It is said that Ethan aided in their escape, a bold challenge to their authority. The words were spoken by Xiao and Tony, two of the scant young individuals left in the town. As they journeyed towards Ethan's grave, the dialogue deepened Tony's silence. "Why do you not leave? If you wish to escape, I can offer my assistance," Tony finally inquired after a lengthy pause. "This is my home, sir. My parents and sister are buried here. I will stay to accompany them." The young man's eyes glimmered with sorrow. This was his only home, and he had nowhere else to go. "This is Ethan's grave. He was a good doctor who helped many of us. We erected the largest tombstone in his honor." The young man led Xiao and Tony to a cemetery on the outskirts of the town. "I am truly sorry, my friend. I should have anticipated this and paid closer attention. But I swear to you, those individuals will not harm the innocent any longer." As Tony spoke, he retrieved a cheeseburger and placed it beside Ethan's grave, a tribute to his child. Before returning, Ethan had accompanied Tony back to Los Angeles, where Tony's first act upon returning to the United States was to indulge in a cheeseburger. During that moment, Ethan remarked that his child adored them, lamenting that there were few opportunities to enjoy such treats in Kamara. The scene moved Xiao. Though Tony Stark often appeared brash and arrogant, he quietly remembered the needs of those around him. He recalled how Happy cherished a particular television series and how, after Rhodes was injured, he equipped Spider-Man's suit with a parachute. Recently, Xiao had observed Tony, while feigning disdain for Xiao's new home, discreetly modifying a smart program's code, incorporating a wealth of Chinese characters to enhance Xiao's comfort and convenience. Akoda, a small town situated approximately 50 kilometers from Kamara, has recently become another target for the terror group led by the bald figure of the Ten Commandments gang. This revelation was shared by the young guide accompanying Xiao and Tony. "Sir, may I accompany you? Provide me with a weapon. I wish to avenge my family and friends." Before the young man sent Xiao and Tony onto the plane, he addressed them both, urging them to remain behind, care for the elderly, and restore their hometown to its former glory. Xiao patted the young man's shoulder and departed with Tony from Ethan's homeland. In previous news footage, reporters had likened the road leading to Kamala to a path to hell. Now, that grim title seemed destined to be transferred to Yokota. On the roads outside the town, the ground was littered with the bodies of local residents, most of whom had been shot in the back, likely targeted by terrorists as they attempted to flee. Among the fallen were the young, women, and many children barely in their teens. The most tragic sight was a little girl, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. The devastating power of a rifle had shredded her thigh, and she lay on the ground staring into the distance, her eyes filled with terror. The gory wound on her leg had begun to turn pale, and behind her trailed a long, irregular smear of crimson. Xiao could almost envision the scene. Perhaps her parents had been gunned down in the town, urging her to run before a terrorist abruptly shattered her leg from behind. Thus, the little girl crawled along the ground, dragging her mangled limb for what must have felt like an eternity before succumbing to her injuries. I am unaware of your beliefs, but I imagine heaven is universal, a place where you will reunite with your parents and be free from such misfortunes. Xiao knelt down and gently closed the girl's eyes. Though her eyes would remain forever shut, the image would be indelibly etched in Xiao's mind, haunting him relentlessly. Within the town, sporadic gunfire mingled with cries for help. Xiao and Tony exchanged a glance. As Tony's visor sealed shut, Xiao propelled himself off the ground with determination. In unison, the two figures surged towards the heart of the town like lightning. On the path leading out of the town, a boy of 13 or 14 stumbled as he fled towards safety. His father, a man with a gunshot wound to his thigh, struggled to keep pace, urging his son to run faster, faster still. A mere 10 meters behind them, a terrorist aimed his rifle, preparing to execute a precise shot aimed at the father's other leg. The intent was to incapacitate the man and then kill the boy, plunging the father into a despair of both physical and mental agony. This had become the terrorists' newfound source of amusement. The massacre in Kamala had unleashed the demons within these terrorists, and their methods had grown increasingly gruesome in recent days. With a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, he focused on the father's leg, his finger poised to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed through the air. A miniature missile hurtled from above, obliterating the terrorist into a mangled heap of flesh and bone. A figure streaked across the sky, cloaked in hues of gold and crimson. At that moment, within the adjacent dwelling, another terrorist emerged upon hearing the explosion. Clutching a handful of women's jewelry, earrings, bracelets, and the like, he cast a bewildered glance at the chaos unfolding on the ground, still grappling to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, on the dust-laden path, a figure surged forth, enveloped in a cloud of debris, charging in like a colossal dragon. The terrorist scarcely had time to lift his weapon before Xiao unleashed a devastating punch that collided forcefully with his face. The impact was so tremendous that the man's head burst apart, akin to a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, splattering brain matter and blood all over Xiao's visage. Chapter 31. The demon-like Xiao. Those familiar with the Marvel Cinematic Universe are aware that although the Hulk's abilities have been considerably diminished compared to the comics, the principle that he grows stronger with anger remains a concealed aspect within the films. However, the disparity between his maximum and minimum power levels is not as vast as one might assume. The Serum, an enhanced version of the Green Giant, provided by the system, captures a staggering 30% of that maximum value, a truly formidable figure. Consequently, fueled by rage, Xiao unleashed his full strength, delivering a single punch that obliterated a terrorist's head, resembling a burst watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered across Xiao's face. Unfazed, he casually wiped his face as if to dry sweat, then revealed a grin more grotesque than that of a demon, exposing several gleaming white teeth. Prepare to descend into hell, scum. This proclamation heralded the onset of carnage. In the heart of the town, a majority of the terrorists and townsfolk had congregated. Tony Stark, utilizing the aerial advantage of his armor, swiftly made his way toward the throng. Meanwhile, Xiao began to eliminate the scattered terrorists lurking along the peripheral streets. At the entrance of the town's Soul Bar, an SUV was parked. 3 terrorists were busily hauling away various bottles of liquor from within. The bar's owner, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, lay on the floor with a bullet hole in his forehead. His wife clung desperately to one of the terrorist's legs, emitting anguished cries of fury. Displaying a modicum of humanity, the terrorist hesitated to strike her immediately. After several futile attempts to shake her off, he raised the butt of his gun and brought it crashing down onto her head. Thud. Once. Thud. Twice. Blood trickled from the corner of the woman's mouth. Yet her grip remained tenacious, as if her hands were bound. Growing increasingly impatient, the terrorist turned his gun toward her, intent on ending her life with a single shot. "Fuck your grandfather!" A furious yell erupted, a quintessential expression of exasperation from the land of Xiao, heedless of whether the terrorist comprehended it. Accompanying this outburst was the sudden appearance of a fist before the terrorist's chest. In a fit of wrath, Xiao did not even draw his tang knife. With one punch, he not only shattered the man's spine but also pierced through his chest, delivering a fatal blow. Smack! The other two terrorists, struggling to lift a barrel of liquor, were met with a gruesome splash of viscera that struck one of their faces. Crash! The barrel tumbled to the ground, liquor spilling everywhere, leaving the two terrorists momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Xiao had already appeared before them. Facing the two, still in the act of lifting their burden, he swiftly extended both hands, seizing one by the back of the head, hair and scarf included, and forcefully yanking them together. The faces of the two terrorists collided with astonishing force, resulting in shattered bones and mingled flesh. Two heads were brutally collided into one by Xiao, causing countless fragments of bone and flesh to merge into each other's minds, leaving them on the brink of death. Ultimately, the two formed a V, resembling a conjoined entity, and crashed to the ground. In the midst of such a bloody and violent scene, a middle-aged woman, kneeling on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth after being struck by a rifle butt, displayed not a hint of panic. Instead, she seized the rifle from the ground and aimed it at the terrorist whose chest had been pierced by Xiao's fist. She pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets, fueled by rage and vengeance, were unleashed with fervor, though most were propelled away by the recoil. Yet, a few bullets struck true, hitting the man's head and rendering it a bloody mess. After venting her fury, the woman sat down heavily on the ground, staring blankly at her husband's lifeless body. Xiao let out a sigh, offering no words of comfort, and once again surged through the streets, like a whirlwind. From a bird's-eye view, in the small town of Yukita, Xiao resembled a voracious snake, swiftly darting through the alleys. Encountering terrorists, he engaged in direct physical confrontations, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The town was small, and with Xiao's remarkable efficiency, a mere 10 to 20 minutes sufficed for him to scour the entire area. Meanwhile, at the town's center, Tony had just eliminated all the terrorists and was preparing to offer words of consolation to the frightened townsfolk. At that moment, Xiao emerged slowly from around a corner. His combat attire, produced by the system, bore no trace of blood. However, the exposed parts of his body, face, head, neck, and hands were smeared with a grimy mixture of blood and flesh, resembling a thick layer of dark red mud. Particularly alarming was his hair, dripping with sticky blood and adorned with a fragment of bone from an unfortunate soul. He appeared as if he had clawed his way out of hell. Some timid children and women, upon seeing Xiao's ghastly visage, could not suppress their screams. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao halted, forcing a smile that was more monstrous than friendly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and addressed Tony. "I've taken care of it. There should be a base nearby. Let's pay it another visit." Tony noticed that Xiao was more unhinged than himself, but this was hardly the time for psychological counseling. He nodded slightly and turned to lead the way out of the town. Moments after they took flight, a loud explosion echoed. Remnants of the terrorists had somehow acquired a tank and blasted Tony out of the air. The cannon fire from an ordinary tank couldn't harm Iron Man's armor in the slightest. As Tony sat up, shaking his head, preparing to retaliate with an armor-piercing shot at the tank, he was astonished to see Xiao leap across hundreds of meters and land directly atop the tank. With a swift bend, he plunged both hands into the junction between the artillery turret and the tank's body. A furious roar erupted as Xiao astonishingly wrenched the entire turret from the tank. Not only the terrorists within the tank, but even Tony, suspended in midair, gazed in shock. his eyes fixated on the tank's armor, calculating whether the thickness and defensive capabilities of his suit could withstand Qin Xiao's formidable strength. After casting aside the turret with casual ease, Qin Xiao positioned the cannon barrel horizontally atop the tank. He then embraced the barrel with both arms before leaping directly down from the tank. Subsequently, he swung the cannon barrel, which resembled a bizarrely shaped sledgehammer, aiming it squarely at the tank's chassis. Bang! 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 Chapter 32. The explosive Nick Fury Tony watched in astonishment as Qin Xiao violently transformed the tank into nothing more than a mere sheet of metal. He had little interest in the fate of those within. However, Qin's performance today was quite remarkable. Qin, does your outfit possess an automatic dry cleaning feature? Oh, for heaven's sake. You ought to clean yourself up on the aircraft. You appear as though you've just been tossed into the bowels of a colossal being. Tony did not inquire directly but instead made a jesting remark. The enigmatic East always harbors its own mysteries. Regarding his attire, Qin Xiao intended to keep it under wraps, although such concealment was bound to fail over time. Without further ado, he transformed his casual jeans and t-shirt into a tailored leisure suit right before Tony's eyes. And this, Qin pointed to his own attire, this is what true combat looks like, far superior to cowering within a metallic cocoon. He playfully patted Tony on the shoulder. Your outfit resembles a transforming condom. With Qin's humor lightening the mood, Tony felt considerably more at ease, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, as if ignited by a flame, he leapt up. Oh, for goodness sake, why did you pat my shoulder? Who knows what you might have on your hands? Jarvis, remind me to conduct a thorough sterilization of the armor upon our return. Yes, sir. The Ten Rings gang's bald leader found himself once again besieged by Tony Stark and Qin Xiao, as all arms personnel were obliterated once more. Far across the desert, in a distant encampment, the bald leader was nearly driven to fury upon receiving this news. It was all that Obadiah's fault. Only heaven knew the extent of the trouble Tony Stark had caused him. Despite Tony donning his armor, he immediately recognized the arc reactor in the video sent by his subordinates. Damn it! The bald leader slammed his fist onto the table. It was only during his subsequent discussions with Obadiah that he grasped the true worth of the arc reactor. Guarding a gold mine while allowing others to develop missiles was a classic case of suffering from a lack of education. After shattering a few items on the table to vent his frustration, the bald leader pointed to a heavy chest plate piled in the corner of the room and instructed his subordinate, take a photograph of this pile of creations by Tony Stark and send it along with this video to Obadiah. He understands its value, and make him send us more arms. This loss must be accounted for. The chest plate in the corner was, in fact, the unfinished Mark I that Tony had yet to complete. When Qin Xiao came to his rescue, he only managed to bring the blueprints. A small portion of the initial armor had been crafted but was not yet ready for use. Tony believed that these terrorists would not be able to discern its significance, especially since it was not a complete piece and lacked the blueprints. However, he could not foresee that this item would eventually fall into Obadiah's hands. The myriad factions in the Middle East made intelligence gathering exceedingly challenging, even for Xiao. Under normal circumstances, the actions of Tony and Qin Xiao here would eventually come to the attention of Nick Fury. However, it is important to note that Xiao currently has personnel conducting comprehensive surveillance on Obadiah. Thus, when Obadiah received the video sent by the Ten Rings, Nick Fury also witnessed this footage. This is. Qin Xiao can recognize it, but the other figure is. A robot? The sight of Tony's armor and Qin Xiao's combat prowess left Nick Fury utterly astounded. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The reactor in Tony's chest is unmistakably iconic. This is Tony Stark. Should I commend him for being a genius in weapon development? This has truly maximized the wartime value of the miniature arc reactor. What a brilliant idea. Instinctively, Nick Fury considered calling Coulson to have him reach out to Tony Stark. However, after a moment's thought, he instead dialed Qin Xiao's number. Oh, my dear director, my boss, you finally remembered I exist as an intern agent. Qin Xiao was currently on a plane returning with Tony. Nick Fury deliberately ignored Qin Xiao's emphasis on intern. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, I almost forgot. I should directly grant you a level 8 agent status. considering you can confront terrorists head-on in the Middle East. Oh, and you seem to have blown up a tank too. Truly an exemplary individual. Perhaps I should recruit you into the operations team. Now, shouldn't you return to report to your boss about the situation in the Middle East and that armored friend of yours? I presume he is none other than your dear friend Tony Stark? This last statement was the crux. Xiao chuckled softly. Boss, are you dreaming? What Middle East? What armored person? Is this a new film? He continued with his usual levity. Damn it! Stop playing coy with me. You are my agent, and the substantial sum that appears in your bank account each month is due to my signature. Do you understand? Nick Fury furiously crushed the pen in his hand. I certainly know I am your agent, an intern agent, no less. My credentials don't even allow me past the department's entrance. Xiao rolled his eyes, disregarding Nick Fury's anger. Wow! Just as Xiao finished speaking, Tony flicked his fingers against his forehead. What are you doing? Xiao silently mouthed. Tony regarded Xiao with an expression of incredulity and mimed swiping a badge to open a door. He then pointed at the plane's instruments. In an instant, Xiao comprehended his meaning. That matter was not to be disclosed. After all, the plane was still stolen. What are you doing? Nick Fury inquired upon hearing Xiao's unexpected exclamation. I'm setting sail with Tony. You know, there are plenty of young, vibrant girls on board. Just a moment ago, a blonde bombshell suddenly kissed me. Damn it, is being handsome my fault too? My dear boss, does this situation count as justifiable self-defense if I were to draw my weapon? Nick Fury's furious shout resonated clearly in Tony's ears. Stop spinning tales. I need you in Washington immediately. And about your ID, that damned fool. I knew it. Why on earth would anyone steal a plane, especially a Quinjet, in the Middle East? Get to Washington to see me now. Confronted by Nick Fury's raging tirade, Xiao promptly activated the speakerphone, glancing at his left hand, and selected a finger with a notably long nail. He directed it towards the microphone and began to gently scratch. What did you say? Oh, this wretched signal. For heaven's sake, I'm on a call with my boss. Hello? Hello? As he spoke, Xiao abruptly ended the call. Bang! Nick Fury smashed his phone onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Chapter 33. Coulson felt a profound sense of melancholy. Few individuals possessed the ability to evade the tracking of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Tony Stark undoubtedly ranked among them, especially given the circumstances of their pilfered aircraft. The two men stealthily returned to Tony's lavish estate. Having just indulged in the luxurious experience of an intelligent spa bath at Stark's residence, Coulson found himself at the entrance, his hairline and earnest visage contrasting starkly with the opulence surrounding him. Sir, the agent from that long and odious named intelligence agency has arrived.
Is.
Quipped in a tone reminiscent of Tony's humor. Coulson, however, remained oblivious to any hint of irritation. With a smile, he greeted the two men and promptly played a video on his phone, which depicted their recent exploits in the Middle East. Any comments? Coulson asked with an expression of utmost seriousness. Movies ought to be enjoyed in theaters. The quality of this pirated version is utterly revolting. You should try my private screening room. You would fall in love with it. By the way, what is the title of this film? Tony replied with a mock seriousness that only added to the absurdity of the situation. Coulson sighed in exasperation. Do you not find the resemblance between that armored figure's chest piece and your own rather striking? Are you jesting? Mine is an arc reactor. That thing is clearly an LED light. Tony retorted, prompting Coulson to shift his focus to Xiao. Qin, do you have anything to say? Coulson inquired, pointing at the screen where Qin was seen smashing a vehicle with a tank barrel. This fellow is truly hideous. Is he your friend? He is revolting. Does he have excrement on his face? Xiao's remark nearly prompted Coulson to grasp at his own hair in frustration. Clearly, Qin's audacity surpassed Coulson's expectations, even eliciting a suppressed chuckle from Tony. With a heavy sigh, Coulson finally understood why Nick Fury had smashed his phone in frustration. After several deep breaths to compose himself, he spoke gravely. This video was transmitted from the Middle East to Obadiah. We intercepted it, and I am here to inform Stark that he has 1 week to resolve matters within his company. After that, my agents will take action. Seeing Tony nod seriously, Coulson stood to leave, fearing that remaining any longer might leave him completely bald. Ah! Just as he reached the door, Coulson turned back. Our division has lost a Quinjet. Qin, as our agent, do you have any information? Qin Xiao smiled enigmatically. I am merely an intern agent, but if you wish to locate something, allow me to introduce you to one of the greatest esoteric arts of Huaxia, fortune-telling, which you may interpret as divination. Extending his right hand, he rhythmically tapped his thumb with 4 fingers in succession, reciting Zi Shu, Cho, Nyo, Een Hu, Een Tu, Chen, Long, little sloven, truly a sloven. Phi, you know nothing of love. Tai Shang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. Ah! A subtle smile graced Qin Zhao's face. Even though Coulson and Tony were acutely aware that he was merely spouting nonsense, they were nonetheless captivated by his enigmatic performance. Tony, ever the willing participant, inquired with great anticipation, so, has the divination succeeded? Where is the aircraft? Is it really that simple? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. There is still one final step. Chen, Kuan, Kand, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Zhen. The 8 trigrams spread across the 4 directions. Let the shoe find its path. Off you go. With a thunderous shout, Qin Xiao removed his shoes and hurled one into the air. Done. You should send someone to follow the direction of the shoe. It should be near the beach not far from here. Coulson supported his forehead with his hand. A look of utter exasperation etched on his face. Thank you, Agent Qin Xiao. Once we locate the aircraft, I will ensure your contribution is duly reported. Not a problem. Qin Xiao waved dismissively. Just add a little bonus for me next month. It doesn't have to be much. Just 5 of the aircraft's value will suffice. Coulson coughed lightly, feeling a surge of frustration rising within him. Without another word, he turned to leave. Don't go. We can negotiate. 3 is fine. Or even 1 will do. Just something to acknowledge my efforts. Hey. From a distance, Coulson stumbled at Qin Zhao's words, nearly losing his balance. What a miser. Qin Xiao muttered behind him. On the plane, Qin Xiao and Tony reached a certain understanding. They decided to establish a separate organization outside all official departments. However, this endeavor would need to be approached gradually. Firstly, as there were only the 2 of them, it seemed unnecessary at present. Secondly, for Tony, the most pressing matter was undoubtedly dealing with Obadiah. The following morning, Tony unusually went directly to the company. He did not meet anyone but proceeded straight to his office, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey and waiting in silence. He knew that as soon as he arrived, Obadiah would inevitably show up. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Obadiah appeared at the office door. Oh, look who it is. Our Tony Stark has finally remembered he has a company. What have you been busy with lately, my chairman? Obadiah sauntered over and took a seat beside Tony. Noticing the 2 glasses of whiskey Tony had poured, he paused momentarily before grinning. You always have the finest liquor, don't you? Taking a gentle sip from his glass, Obadiah tapped the desk lightly and continued, Tony, the outside world views us as a joke. The largest weapons company has ceased production, and the shareholders are quite dissatisfied. You need to take action to restore their confidence. Didn't you express a desire to venture into renewable energy? I can help persuade the shareholders, but you need to present something substantial like the miniature reactor in your chest. Unlike in the movies, this time, Tony's escape was solely due to Qin Zhao's rescue. Rather than relying on the primitive Mark I armor, no one had contemplated this aspect, particularly since Tony never disclosed the data regarding the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Even Obadiah had not considered it until he viewed the video sent by the 10 Rings gang yesterday. Obadiah hastily summoned his team of scientists overnight. The construction of the armor is rather straightforward, primarily involving materials and weaponry. The most challenging aspect lies in the power source. Although the arc reactor appears uncomplicated, Obadiah's numerous experts convened for an entire night without establishing a single research direction. I have seen the video they sent you. Bound to a chair, I believe it is time for a serious discussion. Dear Uncle Obadiah. Tony lifted his gaze and spoke slowly. Chapter 34. Obadiah's strategic retreat. As Tony spoke, he simultaneously activated his mobile device, playing a particular video. Upon realizing that Tony Stark was fully aware of his actions, Obadiah's gaze hardened. losing the warmth that once reflected admiration and affection for his junior. Now that you know everything, what do you intend to do? Humiliate me? Strip me of all that I possess? Or have someone arrest me? Tony fixed his unwavering gaze on Obadiah's unfamiliar expression, exhaling heavily. The world may label me a genius, yet it has taken me decades to truly perceive your true nature. How have you managed to don that benevolent facade for so long? This is what I deserve. Tony Stark. I have transformed the company into one of the largest in the world, tirelessly managing it day in and day out, while you merely hide in your laughable laboratory crafting a few missiles. The most absurd aspect is your declaration as a weapons manufacturer to cease production. I have grown weary of your reckless whims and childish antics. You are as naive as an infant in an ivory tower. The rules of this world do not operate in such a manner, Tony. This company rightfully belongs in my hands. Obadiah slammed his fist on the table, his voice raised in anger, while his hand discreetly slipped into his trouser pocket. Within that pocket lay a compact ultrasonic transmitter capable of inducing paralysis, accompanied by a pair of headphones designed to counteract the ultrasonic waves. This ends now, Obadiah. Surrender your position on the board and relinquish control of the company. I will acquire your shares at a price 50% above market value. Find a quiet place to spend your twilight years, Obadiah, or the next visitors will arrive with guns and handcuffs. You have 5 days. This is my final gesture of respect, Uncle Obadiah. Faced with a somewhat hysterical Obadiah, Tony felt no desire to prolong the conversation. He coldly uttered a final remark before turning to leave. Yet, Tony's last words caused Obadiah's hand in his pocket to gradually loosen. 5 days, sufficient time to complete a suit of armor. As for the energy source, does Tony Stark not have one embedded in his chest? Obadiah appeared to age a decade overnight. Nevertheless, he complied with those sent by Tony. Each business aspect, every stack of documents and files, was meticulously explained with utmost detail. It felt as though he was entrusting his own child, whom he had nurtured, to another's care, tirelessly imparting the child's preferences and aversions. Such emotional expression was entirely natural for Obadiah, who had devoted half his life to this company. This display even caused Tony Stark to lower his guard. In response to his team's report, Tony simply offered a nonchalant remark. Let him be. If it takes a little longer, so be it, as long as he ensures all signatures are obtained within 5 days. Thus, Obadiah feigned cooperation, overseeing the transition of management within the company, incessantly recounting the company's history and the purpose behind each project. He firmly held Tony's associates in check, keeping a tight grip on the factory and laboratory operations. Within the area he designated as Zone 16, a formidable steel beast was gradually taking shape. In Marbury's opulent residence, Tony sat upon the sofa, dialing Pepper's number. All documents were meticulously prepared. Once Obadiah officially resigned at tomorrow's board meeting and signed the equity transfer agreement, everything would be in order. All right, please attend the board meeting for me tomorrow. I'll have Happy pick you up in the morning. Tony was reluctant to face Obadiah's departure at the company. Sure, but don't bother picking me up. I'll be staying at the office tonight. You have no idea how busy I've been lately. I barely have time to sleep. You should give me a raise, boss. Pepper understood Tony's sentiments well, acquiescing to his request and even jesting with him. After hanging up, a sense of melancholy enveloped Tony. Sir, Mr. Obadiah Stane is at the door. He requests an audience with you. Under Qin Zhao's strong urging and the harrowing imagery of Middle Eastern terrorists, Tony revoked Obadiah's access to his home. Thus, the man who usually entered Tony's mansion freely now stood at the entrance, communicating through J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony picked up a remote control from the table and pressed a button. The image of Obadiah standing at the door appeared. Tony, open the door. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've purchased a small island in the Indian Ocean. Are you really denying me the chance to bid farewell? Obadiah, no longer brimming with his usual vigor, appeared somewhat diminished, his robust frame now exuding a sense of desolation. His eyes conveyed earnest sincerity. With a sigh, Tony hesitated and rubbed his face. J.A.R.V.S. Let him in. Ultimately, Tony could not bring himself to refuse Obadiah, who stood at the threshold. Tony, I'm truly sorry. I've taken some time to reflect, and I came today to express my apologies and say goodbye. As Obadiah slowly walked inside, Tony remained seated on the sofa, responding, "How is the view from that little island? It's pure paradise, to be honest. I should have done this long ago. Some things only feel liberating once you let them go. You come to realize what life truly requires. Sunshine, fine wine, cigars, fishing, and, of course, the company of lovely ladies. Wouldn't you agree?" Obadiah appeared as if he had seen through it all, finally ready to let go. "Congratulations, Obadiah." Tony genuinely felt happiness for him, looking up and speaking sincerely. Yet, with that mere glance, Tony discerned something amiss with Obadiah. Both of his ears were adorned with a pair of earbuds. A sinking realization struck Tony's mind. An excruciating sound emanated from Obadiah, and in an instant, Tony felt the veins in his neck bulge, plunging him into a state of paralysis, utterly immobile. The ultrasonic emitter, capable of rendering individuals instantly incapacitated, was his own invention, a project that had ultimately been curtailed by the government. To his astonishment, Obadiah had retained one. "You truly ought to congratulate me, for I am on the verge of becoming one of the most powerful individuals in this world," Obadiah proclaimed, shedding his previous despondency and revealing a menacing demeanor. Chapter 35. Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. I owe a debt of gratitude to those avaricious terrorists. They disregarded my counsel and chose to eliminate you directly. I had presumed that you, the golden goose, had lost all value. Yet, to my astonishment, you have surprised me, Tony, for you have laid the most magnificent golden egg of your life. As Obadiah spoke, he produced a magnetic extractor from his pocket, one that was the same size as the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. "Indeed, you are a genius, Tony. This device will revolutionize the world." With a sudden press of a button, the arc reactor began to rise slowly. "It is exquisite, a veritable work of art, a flawless masterpiece. Do you know, for this piece of art, I have crafted a suit even more formidable than your latest toy." Obadiah admired the reactor in his hands, casting a disdainful glance at Tony. "You have shown no growth since the age of 21, truly believing I would relinquish the company to you." Obadiah delivered a sharp slap to Tony. "You think to acquire my shares at a price 50% above market value? To oust me from my kingdom? Enjoy your final moments, Tony. You shall not feel lonely. Pepper will soon join you. What a wonderful woman she is she not?" Obadiah laughed heartily as he departed. Tony slumped on the sofa, straining his neck to move, yet finding himself incapable of uttering a word. The clock on the wall ticked away, reaching 193 chimes before he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "G-R-V-I-S. Call Cheen and have him rush to Stark Industries. Pepper is in danger." After instructing J-A-R-V-I-S, Tony staggered toward the basement, hastily dialing Pepper's number on his phone. To his dismay, no one answered. He tumbled down the long staircase, finally reaching his workbench. Yet he found himself unable to reach the first-generation mini-arc reactor, which Pepper had repackaged. "Ah!" Tony let out a hoarse scream. Without the arc reactor, he felt as if shrapnel had lodged within his veins, inexplicably. Breathing itself had become a struggle. He hoped that Cheen would arrive at the company in time to save Pepper. Surely, he would be capable. As Tony's consciousness began to fade, just as he was on the verge of surrendering, the clumsy metallic arm of his robotic assistant, often the subject of mockery, seemed to sense its master's plight. It slowly approached from afar and swung its metallic limb, knocking the arc reactor off the table. The glass casing shattered upon impact. Summoning every ounce of strength, Tony seized the arc reactor and thrust it into his chest. "Oh, good boy." He took a deep breath, remembering to commend the metallic arm. At last, he felt a resurgence of vitality, an overwhelming sense of having survived a calamity. "Jarvis, have you managed to contact Cheen?" "I'm afraid not, sir." "Mr. Cheen did not answer the call. There's no time left. Pepper." The significance of Pepper to Tony was unmistakable. Having regained his strength, Tony hastily donned his armor and instructed Jarvis to incessantly dial Pepper's number. Fortunately, as he soared toward the company, Pepper picked up the call. Tony? Pepper had just concluded her work and noticed her phone, which had been muted and left on the sofa, filled with missed calls from Tony Stark. Thank God. You finally returned my call. If you're still at the office, leave immediately. Obadiah has stolen my arc reactor and secretly constructed a suit. Oh my God. Are you all right? Pepper, like Tony, was immediately concerned for his well-being. I'm fine. Thanks to the Stark heart you sent me, I'm okay. I'm heading to the office right now. You must leave at once. All right. Knowing Tony was safe, Pepper immediately sprinted toward the elevator. However, it was unfortunate that she had barely reached the entrance of the company when the asphalt ground began to tremble. A towering 3-meter-high iron giant broke through the surface, emerging from a clandestine underground research facility. Oh my God! Pepper recoiled a few steps, gazing in astonishment at the ironmonger. Pepper, it's so good to see you here. I'll take you to join Tony right away. Obadiah, controlling ironmonger, raised his massive steel arm. If Xiao were present at that moment, he would surely marvel at the wonders of fate, for even though his arrival had altered many events, some scenarios still unfolded just as they had in the original film. It was as if everything had been preordained. In this moment, just as Pepper was about to be turned into a sieve by the Gatling gun mounted on Ironmonger's arm, Tony descended from the sky in his suit. Whoosh! The propulsion hit Ironmonger squarely on the head, and together they crashed through the wall, tumbling onto the bustling street outside. The two iron figures, one large and one small, smashed through the cargo area of a large truck on the road, rolling into the middle of the street. The sudden appearance of this colossal entity blocked an entire lane. Nearby vehicles swerved frantically to avoid the unexpected obstruction, causing a cacophony of crashes. Some drivers, unaware of the chaos ahead, honked madly. Another car veered sharply to evade the block of Ironmonger and Iron Man. However, a following vehicle was not so fortunate. Traveling at high speed, the driver only saw the massive iron giant after the abrupt turn. In a moment of panic, I instinctively slammed on the brakes, halting just before colliding with the Iron Titan. Before I could even exhale a sigh of relief, Obadiah was manipulating the Iron Titan to rise from the ground. Observing the vehicle before me, he seized it effortlessly. Amidst the driver's screams from within, he wielded the car as a weapon, raising it high. Concentrating all energy to his chest, Tony glanced at the occupants of the vehicle and quickly uttered a warning. The reactor in his chest suddenly illuminated, unleashing a laser cannon, thicker than a palm, which struck the Iron Titan with tremendous force, sending it tumbling several times. Without delay, Tony extended his arms, and Mark II deftly caught the vehicle that was about to descend. Chapter 36. The entrance of Xiao having just placed the vehicle on the ground for his escape, Obadiah swiftly seized a speeding motorcycle, heedless of the unfortunate rider who might meet an untimely demise. The motorcycle collided violently with Tony, sending him crashing into a nearby bus. Before Tony could rise from the ground, Ironmonger executed a cumbersome leap, landing squarely upon Mark II. Not satisfied with merely stepping on him, he raised his right foot and delivered 2 forceful stomps. Do you perceive the disparity in our strength, Tony? My heavens! I am utterly enamored with this armor, he exclaimed, as he seized Tony and hurled him violently toward a nearby bus. The bus's exterior seemed as fragile as thin tin, nearly splitting in half upon impact. Fortunately, when the skirmish commenced, the bus had come to a halt, and its passengers had fled. Otherwise, this blow would have undoubtedly claimed numerous lives. Tony was acutely aware of the crowd around him. Any battle here could endanger many. Rising to his feet, he did not wait for Obadiah's next assault but instead channeled all his energy into propulsion. Flames erupted from the thrusters in his limbs, launching Mark II skyward. Tony, it appears you have upgraded your armor, but alas, I have also made significant enhancements. Obadiah's voice boomed as Ironmonger's feet expelled plumes of smoke and flames, slowly elevating him into the air. In terms of speed, Ironmonger should have been no match for Mark II. However, his reactor was new, while Tony's was not only outdated but also nearly depleted. As they ascended higher into the sky, Mark II was gradually overtaken by Ironmonger. Energy below 12. Energy below 9. Jarvis's voice echoed incessantly in Tony's ears. Stop speaking and display it directly on the screen. Tony retorted, fully focused on his altitude. calculating whether he could freeze Ironmonger mid-flight and return safely to the ground. Suddenly, a resounding metallic clash echoed. Tony felt his ascent falter. Ironmonger had caught up and seized the ankle of his armor. Damn it! Tony cursed as Ironmonger yanked him into his embrace, his massive hands squeezing Tony's armor as if it were a mere infant. The silver lining was that Ironmonger was beginning to show signs of ice forming upon him, even as their altitude continued to rise. Do you see, Tony? I am stronger than you, more powerful. This is the true potential of the reactor maximized. Oh, and how do you intend to resolve the issue of freezing? In the final ascent to the extreme altitude, Ironmonger was firmly grasping Mark II. The energy conserved was just sufficient for Tony to barely return to the ground. Thus, when Tony posed his question, he did so with remarkable ease. What freezing issue? Obadiah's mind had yet to grasp the significance of the inquiry regarding any freezing problem. Ironmonger, already encrusted with frost, could no longer sustain itself. Even the reactor at its chest began to dim gradually. You ought to conduct a thorough inspection. Tony gently rapped Ironmonger's head. Devoid of power, Ironmonger relinquished its grip, plummeting rapidly toward the earth. Only then did Tony exhale a heavy sigh of relief. His current energy levels were insufficient for a proper flight back to the ground, forcing him to freefall while intermittently igniting his thrusters to mitigate the descent speed. After a tumultuous journey, he finally crashed through the rooftop railing, landing safely on the terrace of Stark Industries. He tumbled across the surface, losing track of his left gauntlet along the way until he came to a complete halt. Thank God, he murmured, promptly reaching out to Pepper. Pepper, are you all right? Tony, I'm fine. How about you? Pepper had witnessed both Ironmonger and Tony ascend into the sky, the stark contrast in their massive forms filling her with profound concern for Tony's safety. I'm all right, just out of power. I need to remove the suit first. Oh, before he could finish his sentence, Ironmonger had already ascended onto the terrace from behind, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tony flying. Regrettably, he did not meet the fate Tony had hoped for, death upon impact, reminiscent of their first encounter with ice. Instead, he regained his composure mid-air and soared back toward Tony. Steadying himself, Tony instinctively raised his left hand to fire the repulsor beam, only to realize that his left gauntlet was nowhere to be found. In a moment of desperation, he utilized his dwindling energy to leap to the height of Ironmonger's head, delivering a fierce blow. A resounding thud echoed, but it was merely that, an empty gesture. Lacking sufficient energy for support, Mark II's punches against Ironmonger's formidable armor were nothing but a jest. Again, Ironmonger extended its hands, this time seizing Tony's armored waist, prepared to crush both him and his suit into oblivion. Tony's ascension as Iron Man was undoubtedly attributed to more than just his armor. In this critical moment, he did not forget to use his right hand to sever some external connections of Ironmonger. This was one of Ironmonger's shortcomings. Its armor was constructed entirely of remarkably heavy pure alloy metal. While this granted it formidable defensive capabilities, it also confined its weapon systems to external devices. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, Tony did not have the luxury to damage Ironmonger's sensory systems before Obadiah, having regained his bearings, seized him by the throat and hurled him away with great force. At this moment he was utterly devoid of energy. Tony lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while the Ironmonger, a formidable and cumbersome figure, approached him directly. It's over, Tony. Despite Tony's armor being impervious to bullets, Obadiah chose to strike with his fists. A massive metallic fist swung down with tremendous force. Bang! A fist, no larger than that of an ordinary human, appeared and firmly intercepted the Ironmonger's blow. The muffled sound of the impact resonated, and the clash of two immense powers generated a shockwave that rippled outward. I believe you should assist me in purchasing furniture for my new home, don't you think, Tony? Xiao nonchalantly retracted his fist and turned to smile at the prostrate Tony. Chapter 37. The carving of the human stick. The video recorded by the members of the Ten Rings was captured by a terrorist hiding in a residential area. It was filmed after the battle had nearly concluded, primarily showcasing Tony's Iron Man suit. As for Xiao, he was only glimpsed in the last 2 or 3 seconds, striking a tank. Unfortunately, Obadiah, having deemed the video sufficient, shifted his focus and did not look down. Thus, Qin Zhao's punch left Obadiah in the ironmonger nearly slack-jawed in disbelief. This is impossible. Obadiah had successfully obtained the arc reactor from the footage and activated his invincible ironmonger. Just as he felt invincible, he was met with a punch from someone who appeared so feeble. This cannot be true. Obadiah questioned the authenticity of that punch. With the arc reactor's energy output at maximum, he unleashed a mighty blow toward Qin Xiao. Judging purely by area, that punch could nearly encompass half of Qin Zhao's body. Come on, bastard! Qin Xiao roared, delivering a punch of his own from the same position. Tony, lying nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had first-hand experience of the ironmonger's immense power, yet this punch, clearly more forceful than the previous one, was met head-on by Qin Xiao. It was evident that Tony did not fully comprehend Qin Xiao, underestimating his audacity. What appeared to be a full-throttle exchange from Qin Xiao was, in fact, a deft maneuver. Just as their fists were about to collide, he sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the ironmonger's punch. Boom! The ironmonger's fist smashed into the rooftop, creating a gaping hole. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao wore a sly smile, revealing a knife hilt that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a flick of his fingers and a sweep of his wrist, he grasped a gleaming black dao, its blade shimmering ominously. With both hands wielding the knife, he struck downwards with force. In a flash, the blade, no thicker than a palm, severed the ironmonger's right arm at the elbow. Damn it! Obadiah found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by shock. Qin Xiao was no fool. The initial punch was merely to rescue Tony, giving the appearance of a fair contest with the ironmonger. Yet, after that exchange, it was evident that Qin Zhao's right hand felt slightly numb, though for someone with his regenerative abilities it was inconsequential. Facing a second punch that clearly surpassed the first in power, one would have to be a fool to engage in such a contest. With Tony having dismantled the ironmonger's entire weapon system, the only remaining threat was a Gatling gun attached to its right arm, which was now completely severed by Qin Zhao's blade. Fool! Qin Xiao uttered a classic Chinese expletive. While the Gatling posed no threat to him, not utilizing a weapon was the true mark of foolishness. Tony, watch how I turn this guy into a mere stick. Turning back to Tony, he uttered a casual remark, only to discover that the Iron Overlord's feet began to emit colossal flames, accompanied by billowing smoke. The weapon systems had been compromised, and one arm was severed with a single strike, engaging in a brutal fistfight with the Iron Behemoth. This spectacle exceeded Obadiah's comprehension. Seizing the moment while conversing with Tony, Obadiah initiated his flight sequence, preparing to make his escape. Unfortunately, the cumbersome Iron Overlord's ascent was painfully slow. With flames erupting, it gradually lifted off the ground. Qin Xiao glanced back and chuckled. Oh, departing without a word. Look at your jetpack. It's quite the environmentally unfriendly piece of armor. Come down here. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao swung his blade, executing a diagonal slash, 2 strikes. The Iron Overlord's stout metallic legs were forcibly severed from its main body. The flames continued to roar, propelling it upwards for over 10 meters before it spun several times in the air and crashed heavily onto the rooftop. The Iron Overlord's massive form plummeted, and Qin Xiao stepped forward, striking again. The left arm of the Iron Overlord fell to the ground. What was once a majestic and imposing giant suit of armor was reduced to a mere wreck by Qin Xiao's relentless assault. Casting a glance at Tony, Qin Xiao leaped onto the Iron Overlord's elevated frame. Searching for the connection point, he realized the task was simpler than anticipated. After all, this contraption was not classified as a special alloy by the system. With a decisive thrust of his blade, he prepared to pierce it. Just as he raised his Tang Dao, he heard Tony's voice calling out behind him. Qin! Tony shouted, and though he said nothing further, his intent was unmistakable. Qin Xiao met Tony's gaze, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. Do you remember how many graves were beside Ethan? This single statement caused Tony to turn away. Indeed, the massacre in the Middle East was perpetrated by the terrorists of the Ten Rings. However, whether through supplying weapons or the kidnapping of Tony that led to the subsequent vengeance against Ethan, the heavy burden of bloodshed could not absolve Obadiah of his share. As Tony averted his face, Qin Xiao did not hesitate. His blade fell once more. Obadiah let out a muffled groan from within the Iron Overlord. Qin Xiao withdrew his sword, shifted positions, and delivered another strike before wiping the blood off and sheathing his Tang Dao. He mentioned buying a small island to retire, and he shared a plethora of insights he'd come to understand. What a pity, Tony muttered softly beside him. All right, I know you feel a tad reluctant. Even if he bought an island, it's futile. There's a saying in our culture, what goes around comes around. Debts must be repaid. Qin Xiao plopped down beside Tony. By the way, why didn't you answer the phone? I was in the shower. I only found out about the call afterward. Jarvis informed me and I rushed over. Can you still stand? I can, but I might need your assistance to get out of this armor. It still doesn't have an automatic release function. After considerable effort, the two individuals managed to disassemble the ironmonger piece by piece. Tony gazed at the formidable machine before him, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. This contraption cannot remain, nor can that behemoth below. The events of this evening will undoubtedly become known to all. Both must be destroyed. He referred to the colossal prototype of the arc reactor situated underneath. With the exposure of Tony's miniaturized reactor alongside the suit, this massive reactor would surely attract the covetous eyes of numerous factions. Although everyone was acutely aware that they were not Tony Stark, and that replication was not a simple matter, the allure of the Iron Man suit was simply too compelling to resist. How shall we destroy it? Do we need to push this behemoth down? Qin Xiao inquired, pointing at the ironmonger. No need. Let's head down and find Pepper. We shall witness the fireworks together. Chapter 38. The expensive fireworks display the Iron Overlord's armor, along with Obadiah's lifeless body, lay in ruins. After finishing a battle, Tony removed his Mark II suit, and an entire Stark Industries building was reduced to a dazzling display of fireworks, courtesy of Tony's prototype arc reactor, which he had utilized as an explosive. He gazed at the fireworks and then at Pepper, his eyes betraying an undeniable tenderness and admiration. This evening, the wayward son of fortune suddenly recognized Pepper's significance in his life. She was no longer merely an assistant in work and life. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao stood nearby, observing the inferno consuming the towering structure. His brow furrowed. He muttered to himself, how much did this cost? Setting aside the unquantifiable prototype, the value of that building, the Iron Overlord, and the single-use Mark II was staggering. Originally, Qin Xiao intended to bring the Mark II down, but Tony had informed him that, given its previous use and damage, it was no longer needed. Damn it, Qin Xiao lamented. A minor repair would restore it to pristine condition, and the titanium alloy was of space station caliber. He recalled Tony's nonchalant demeanor when discussing the suit, akin to how an ordinary person would discard an empty drink bottle. As a child, when he finished a beverage, his grandmother would keep the bottle, insisting it could be sold for money. The expression he wore while tossing the bottle echoed that same indifference. Just throw it away. It takes up space and one tea fetch much. He had never realized the impact of such words could be so profound. Casting a glance at Tony, who was whispering with Pepper in the distance, he contemplated whether to confront him. Yet, the completion of the Iron Overlord mission had earned him 1,000 reward points, which eased his discontent. With Obadiah dead and Tony transformed into Iron Man, the first chapter had drawn to a close, netting a total of 4,000 points, bringing him a step closer to unlocking the second-tier marketplace. At this juncture, the first-tier marketplace held little value for Qin Xiao. With 3,000 points, there seemed to be no worthy purchases. However, he recalled that 3,000 points could translate to 1,000,000 in his own world, indeed a staggering sum. He began to calculate, wondering if he too could emerge as a man of means upon his return. After deliberating, he concluded that 3 billion was indeed a fortune. Yet it paled in comparison to Tony's wealth. Reluctantly, he abandoned the thought. As the narrative settled into a pause, the system prompted him that he could return to his world at any time. Initially, Qin Xiao had intended to complete his mission here and convert all he acquired into resources for his own benefit, be it enhancing his abilities, acquiring advanced technologies, or, as the system generously offered, exchanging 1 point for 1,000,000 in currency. All of this was for a better life in his reality, which, despite being a form of traversal, felt like true existence, while this realm resembled a mere game, a side quest in his journey. However, upon traversing into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Xiao found himself directly in the midst of this extraordinary realm, where he encountered the enigmatic Black Widow and subsequently joined us. Xield. Although the title of agent seemed somewhat superficial, he forged a profound friendship with Tony Stark, which in turn intensified Xiao's sense of belonging in this world. Remarkably, his abilities had undergone a transformative evolution, rendering him almost superhuman. In this Marvel universe, he could indeed unleash his powers, yet should he return to his original world, he would be compelled to restrain his prowess. After all, a single individual cannot confront the entirety of the world, lest he be reduced to a mere subject for experimentation. Xiao was acutely aware that possessing even 30 of Hulk's strength did not render one invincible or fearless. This understanding was precisely why he had relentlessly pursued acquiring Tony's artificial intelligence program through real estate investments. His ambition was to establish a formidable kingdom in that world, ensuring a secure and stable future. Only when his financial and political influence reached a substantial level could he live without fear. The monumental explosion at Stark Industries was no trivial matter, particularly considering the spectacle of Tony and Iron Patriot engaging in a fierce battle in the streets, witnessed by countless onlookers as their armored suits soared into the sky. Given that this incident could not be concealed, it became imperative for Xiao to judiciously leverage S.H.I.L.D. lest he squander the privileges of his agent status. Thus, at the onset of the fireworks display, Xiao promptly contacted Coulson. After all, managing the aftermath of such events was a forte of every intelligence agency. Was it not? That evening, both Xiao and Tony returned home to restful slumber, while Coulson led his team at S.H.I.L.D. to monitor online discourse and assess how many videos had been uploaded. Additionally, they needed to devise a plausible explanation within a single night, one that the public would readily accept. It was uncertain whether Coulson had truly spent the night awake, but the following morning, just as dawn broke, Xiao was roused from his slumber by a phone call. "Coulson, damn it, have you lost track of time? Even the chickens on the farm have yet to awaken. Are you aware that sleep deprivation can lead to hair loss, you insufferable fool?" Xiao's voice erupted through the receiver. Coulson, the earnest man, nearly lost his composure at Xiao's outburst. Wasn't this akin to cursing a bald man in front of a monk? The trouble had been instigated by them, yet it was Xiao who was left to clean up the mess. Now, when he asked for assistance on site, what was the issue? By all accounts, Coulson was technically one of his subordinates. Having gone an entire night without sleep, Coulson ran his fingers through his hair, feeling the receding hairline once more, while desperately suppressing the urge to eliminate Xiao. Truth be told, if he were merely an ordinary agent, Coulson wouldn't hesitate to impart some lessons on propriety. However, as Nick Fury's most trusted confidant, he was acutely aware of the Avengers' initiative and understood Fury's intentions in recruiting Xiao into S.H.I.L.D. Thus, I could only suppress my anger, yet I still gritted my teeth and remarked, "I toiled throughout the entire night solely to clean up after you. Shouldn't you lend a hand, Mr. Intern Agent? Ha! Even if a few strands of your hair were to fall out, it would go unnoticed. It matters not, for I am still young and in need of ample sleep." Xiao's morning grumpiness slightly dissipated as he interrupted with hearty laughter. Although his words remained irreverent, he gradually began to rise. While engaging in such trivial tasks was indeed part of their duties, the events of the previous night were entirely of his own making. Had it not been for his initial request, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have promptly taken Obadiah into custody upon Tony Stark's return, thus avoiding the ensuing complications altogether. Chapter 39. I am Iron Man. Simply adhere to your earlier statements. Even if some media outlets remain skeptical, they can hardly incite significant public dissent, Coulson remarked as he handed over a note. Moreover, your alibi is intact. You were aboard a yacht at the time. As for Obadiah, he will meet his demise in a private plane crash within a week. Tony was engrossed in the newspaper, which boldly proclaimed, "Who is Iron Man?" The name Iron Man indeed resonated well. Although my armor is crafted from titanium alloy, it aptly fits the title, and I relish this moniker. Tony mused over the headline. Seeing Tony neglect Coulson's comments, Pepper turned to Coulson and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss on how to address the media today. I truly appreciate all that you have done. Not at all. It is our duty. Besides, one of our intern agents has played a significant role in this matter. So it is somewhat an internal affair, Coulson replied, allowing himself a rare moment of jest at Qin Xiao's expense. At that moment, Qin Xiao stood by in a sleek black suit, embodying the image of a competent agent or security personnel. Indeed, the instigator of this incident is none other than this fellow. He ought to be the one explaining things to the media today, Tony remarked sarcastically, gesturing toward Qin Xiao. Furthermore, you should be mindful of your identity, instigator. Your attire today should be utilized to maintain order among the journalists. Understood, Mr. Stark. Qin Xiao replied with professional poise, adjusting his sunglasses before turning to exit, presenting himself as the quintessential operative. This unexpected compliance took Tony by surprise. What have you done to him? How did you manage to make him so obedient? Surely you haven't resorted to brainwashing him? Tony jested, pointing at Qin Xiao. Our boss threatened him that if he did not cooperate with my tasks today, his monthly salary would be suspended. You see, this chap recently purchased a splendid apartment and likely finds himself short on funds. Coulson chuckled, his face alight with amusement, recalling the last encounter in the Middle East where these two had faced a setback. Although Qin Xiao had voluntarily offered to assist this morning, it was undoubtedly Nick Fury's call that had compelled him to comply so readily. Truth be told, directing this individual proved to be quite gratifying. With all preparations complete, Colonel Rhodes had been engaging in idle chatter with the reporters for a solid half-hour outside. Tony opened his arms, allowing Pepper to assist him into his jacket. As he gazed at the charming and attentive Pepper before him, he suddenly realized he might have been overlooking this remarkable woman all along. What was that ancient Chinese proverb Qin Xiao had quoted? A rabbit does not eat the grass beside its burrow. In that case, it must be because the grass adjacent to the rabbit hole is not enticing enough. Clearing his throat softly, he stole another glance at Pepper as she meticulously arranged his attire. Tony still felt that it would be more appropriate to converse in a different setting. Coulson had already signaled to Rhodes, who outside had declared that it was enough of the idle chatter and directly spoke up. Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he will not be taking any questions today. Thank you all. As Tony took the stage, the audience erupted in applause. There was not a single journalist who did not admire Tony Stark, not merely for his charm, but because the man was a veritable fountain of news, both ample and astonishing. Tony gazed upon the reporters below, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Xiao, who stood silently in the corner. He offered a provocatively mischievous look, to which Qin Xiao subtly responded with a discreet middle finger. Chuckling softly, Tony coughed awkwardly and said, "It has been a while since I've seen all of you, and today I have prepared a statement." He retrieved the so-called official statement that Coulson had prepared, regarding the rumors circulating about my involvement in last night's incident. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but do you truly expect us to believe such nonsense about a bodyguard in an armored suit? A female journalist interjected, cutting Tony off mid-sentence. This journalist was someone Tony not only recognized but had also shared a brief romantic moment with. She was dedicated to reporting on Stark Industries' alleged dealings in arms sales to terrorists, labeling Tony Stark as a butcher. Tony hesitated. Although it had been agreed that he would refrain from answering any questions today, he couldn't help but point towards Qin Xiao and said, "Indeed, there was a bodyguard in an armored suit and he is right here. Look at that cool guy in sunglasses. He was the one last night." Following Tony's gesture, a flurry of camera flashes turned toward Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, caught off guard, could only mutter a curse under his breath as he found himself in the sights of numerous journalists. He plastered on a somewhat rehearsed smile and raised his right hand near his chin, signaling a casual peace sign. The primary concern at this press conference was undoubtedly the identity of Iron Man. Now that Tony Stark had spoken, regardless of the truth of his claims, Qin Xiao had become the focal point for eager reporters. The only one remaining motionless in the front row was that female journalist, who gazed at Tony Stark with a steady demeanor and remarked, "He is indeed the one in the armored suit." "Very well, Mr. Stark. Then who is the one wielding the narrow sword?" She casually retrieved a laptop from beneath her seat and played a video. This footage, captured by a night vision camera, appeared somewhat distorted in color and lacked clarity, yet it unmistakably depicted Qin Xiao wielding a dao to sever the lower limbs of the ascending ironmonger. It was evident that the individual in question was indeed Qin Xiao, while Tony, in the corner of the frame, had lost his helmet. However, due to the side angle and insufficient clarity of the image, one could only vaguely discern that the individual was Caucasian. Once again, the audience erupted in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that someone had captured the scene of the brawl on the rooftop. The female journalist, adorned with a victorious smile, awaited Tony Stark's explanation. She had been investigating him for a considerable time, delving into his romantic escapades and his corporation. In pursuit of first-hand information, she had even bribed the head of security at an office building on a nearby street. She not only equipped him with various cameras and remote video recording tools capable of capturing any situation, but also specifically instructed him to commence filming if the lights on the top floor of Stark Industries illuminated at night. Last night, as fate would have it, the security guard witnessed Tony and Ironmonger soaring through the air on the street, mistakenly believing it to be an alien encounter. He hastily grabbed his equipment and ascended to the rooftop to follow the spectacle. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found nothing. However, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon the scene on the Stark Industries rooftop. After clumsily setting up his equipment and figuring out how to activate the night vision feature, he captured the moment when Qin Xiao severed Ironmonger's leg. Fortunately, due to his lack of professionalism, he only managed to clearly film Qin Xiao's appearance, while Tony, positioned in the corner, remained somewhat obscured due to angle and focus issues. Although Ironmonger's visage was not captured distinctly, it sufficed for the moment. The journalist was eager to observe how Tony Stark would refute the incident. Unexpectedly, Tony fell silent for a moment, then tossed the script he held onto the table and candidly admitted, "Let me clarify, that individual is named Tang Dao. Furthermore, you guessed correctly, I am Iron Man." Tony then flashed a peace sign at the camera. Chapter 40. Scandals and parties the following day. Nearly every newspaper's headline showcased two men forming peace signs. One was a youthful and handsome Oriental, while the other was the notorious playboy Tony Stark. The news headlines predominantly fell into two categories. Tony Stark transforms into Iron Man, teaming up with the young Oriental warrior to defeat the malevolent Iron Tyrant, or alternatively, Tony Stark and the young Oriental, two newly emerged superheroes coming out together. The two men making the peace sign were portrayed as publicly displaying their affection, with the gesture likened to that of a couple. Compared to the first narrative, the latter evidently garnered greater appeal among the gossiping masses. Moreover, in contrast to Western aesthetics, Qin Xiao indeed appeared somewhat more refined. While he could hardly be labeled effeminate, his fair and flawless complexion, coupled with his striking features, would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous unsavory characters were he to find himself in prison. Even Pepper Potts, upon seeing their joint photograph on the front page, jested that Tony and Qin Xiao seemed rather well-matched. Those wretched media outlets. I ought to set their television station ablaze. To claim I am coming out is one thing, but to portray me as a submissive is utterly outrageous. I am a staunch heterosexual. My manhood is certainly more robust than my blade. Qin Xiao fumed, gesturing angrily at the television where a talk show host animatedly recounted the romantic escapades of Tony Stark and Qin Xiao. Where is your legal team? I could use their assistance. I intend to sue for defamation. This is blatant slander. Qin Xiao's frustration echoed as he thumped the armrest of the sofa. Tony cast him a sidelong glance, his fingers continuing to dance rapidly across the keyboard. Obadiah was dead, and there were many internal matters to address. Although he had enlisted a professional team, the removal of the weapons division necessitated that Tony present some commendable products. He was currently designing a renewable energy source based on the principles of the arc reactor, and unusually, he had relocated his workspace from his luxurious garage to the company office. It was essential to personally appease some disgruntled shareholders. After all, the Stark name carried significant weight. While Tony was indifferent to external opinions, particularly concerning the gossip about him and Qin Xiao, he felt that the ire of Qin Xiao was a small price to pay for the intrigue that had been generated. Noticing Tony's complete disregard for him, Qin Xiao turned his attention to Phil Coulson, who had just entered the office. "Didn't you say you would help me clean up this mess? Have you not seen? These news reports are a serious affront to my dignity." This is a nation of free speech, and as for Obadiah's death, we have already made considerable efforts to absolve you. Your actions in the video can hardly be construed as justifiable self-defense, Coulson remarked, referencing the footage of Qin Xiao being secretly recorded. The Iron Tyrant had obviously lost the ability to resist, yet Qin Xiao had still plunged the knife into him without hesitation. Strictly speaking, that would qualify as excessive self-defense. So what brings you here? You aren't about to tell me I need to report for duty, are you? Qin Xiao was acutely aware that Coulson would never appear without a significant purpose. Initially, he had contemplated initiating his return at once. However, considering that his house still required a few more days to be completed, he decided to wait until it was finished. He intended to replicate the bespoke intelligent program that Tony had developed for his residence before making his move. The boss wishes to see both of you. I will arrange a time. Nick Fury sought to meet with them, primarily regarding the Avengers Initiative. The capabilities displayed by Qin Xiao, as analyzed by SHIELD, far surpassed the so-called super soldiers. Tony Stark's armor, of course, required no elaboration. It was a weapon of unparalleled advancement. Particularly, everyone was aware of Tony Stark's brilliant intellect. Strictly speaking, this was merely the first generation of his creations. Who could fathom how much more powerful they might become in the future? It is worth noting that JARVIS, this elementary artificial intelligence, was hardly a secret. With a miniaturized arc reactor and the Iron Man suit, if paired with an artificial intelligence for command, combined with Tony Stark's formidable financial resources, he was akin to a terrifying steel conglomerate on his own. They scheduled a meeting for 2 days hence, and Coulson departed in haste. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao learned, through subtle inquiries, that his house would be ready in approximately a week. Nodding in satisfaction, he was about to turn to leave when Tony, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, there's a party tomorrow night. Now that I've become Iron Man, some friends insist on celebrating together, and there are a few rather tedious wealthy individuals, aren't there? More importantly, there will be numerous beautiful models. What do you say, care to join? With an abundance of stunning women, who would be foolish enough to decline?" The Black Widow had not been seen in ages, making any attempts to connect impossible. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Xiao had envisioned mingling with voluptuous beauties, yet the narrative had consistently revolved around Iron Man, leaving little opportunity. Now, with a party on the horizon, it would be absurd not to attend. The gathering was set atop a hotel rooftop. Such venues for rooftop parties were plentiful throughout Los Angeles. Almost every respectable hotel had transformed its rooftop into a gathering space. After all, this was Los Angeles, a city teeming with wealthy elites, celebrities, and film magnates. Parties were an essential part of daily life. Tony had undoubtedly attended and hosted countless such events throughout his life. However, for Qin Xiao, this was akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden for the very first time. The atmosphere was electric, with pulsating music, a DJ spinning wildly, professional bartenders, and an infinity pool. Most notably, the rooftop was teeming with an array of stunning women of various complexions, all flaunting their curves. Qin Xiao even spotted several second- and third-tier actresses frequently seen on the big screen. This was what one would call a party. This was life. Tony, you should have brought me to such places long ago. The arrival of the two men undoubtedly became the focal point of the event. Currently, the most sensational figures in the news were neither political leaders nor prominent celebrities, but rather Tony Stark and the enigmatic Qin Xiao, who was perceived as a mystery from the East. Listening to the excited voice of Qin Xiao beside him, Tony smiled faintly. With a swift motion, he pushed Qin Xiao into the crowd. "Ladies, who among you will conquer this little wild bull tonight? I shall personally gift her a brand new sports car." Tony's words instantly stirred a wave of excitement among those around. Many of the young women present were emerging actresses navigating the Hollywood scene. Setting aside the allure of Tony Stark's reward, the mere prospect of generating some gossip with this Eastern youth could create a whirlwind of news and fervor. Moreover, he had recently been heralded as one of the two latest superheroes alongside Tony Stark, known as the Captain America of the new generation. As for the rumors surrounding him and Tony Stark, no one cared about their authenticity. Today, due to some matters, The update is a bit late. Here is the first chapter, with 2 more chapters to follow tonight. Chapter 41. The teased Qin Xiao surrounded by a throng of enchanting maidens. Qin Xiao, who initially came with the intent of flirting, found himself somewhat restrained. The fervent enthusiasm of this group, fueled by the allure of a popular figure and the excitement of Tony's sports car, was overwhelming. Although Qin Xiao's words dripped with flirtation, when it came to taking tangible action, he hesitated. It wasn't that he was particularly virtuous. Rather, it was a reflection of traditional Chinese values that emphasized the importance of communication and establishing a foundation of understanding and emotional connection before progressing further. In simpler terms, he was somewhat shy. However, no amount of bashfulness could deter the fiery passion of the stunning young women surrounding him. It must be said that while Western women may not possess the exquisite features often found in Eastern beauty, their fair skin and voluptuous figures certainly made up for it. Moreover, all the attendees at this party were under 25, far from the age where Western women typically begin to show signs of aging. Coupled with the stimulating music and alcohol, after over 2 hours of revelry, Qin Xiao, with the support of 2 engaging young ladies, made his way to a hotel room on a lower floor. The organizers of the party had long since reserved several rooms on the upper floors to facilitate deeper interactions among the enthusiastic attendees. Thus, Qin Xiao casually selected an unoccupied room and entered. Almost immediately upon stepping inside, he found himself flanked by the 2 eager enchantresses. The one in front offered a passionate kiss while the other began to unfasten his garments, showering him with kisses along his neck. The simultaneous advances of these 2 beautiful young women was the stuff of many men's fantasies. Qin Xiao's gaze grew hazy as he was pulled and tugged from the corridor to the bedside, their clothing discarded along the way. Just as he was about to fully engage, a damned phone ring interrupted the moment. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Qin Xiao cursed, sitting up and retracing his steps to retrieve his pants and fumble for his phone. "You'd better have a good reason for this, no matter who you are." Without even glancing at the caller ID, he bellowed in frustration. It seemed he had inadvertently interrupted someone's rendezvous, inciting considerable ire. Should he join the fray to quell the fury of their novice agent? On the other end, a cheerful voice quelled half of his anger. It was Black Widow. "Natasha, you completed your mission. My God, you have no idea how worried I was. Did you just say to come up? Are you downstairs at the hotel?" As he spoke, Qin Xiao stealthily peered out the window. He chose to pretend he hadn't heard Natasha's suggestion to join, despite its alluring nature. "Is that so? Thank you for your concern. I miss our novice agent too. The moment my mission was complete, I rushed to see you, not realizing I was interrupting your intimate exchange with 2 lovely ladies. Damn it!" Qin Xiao inwardly cursed, feeling a sense of guilt akin to being caught in an illicit affair, despite not having established a definitive relationship with Natasha. Although such thoughts swirled in his mind, he stubbornly retorted over the phone, "What beauties! Why don't you come up and check for yourself?" As he spoke, he contemplated whether he should resort to subduing the 2 young women if the Black Widow truly decided to ascend. Fortunately, she seemed disinclined to come up, yet her words ignited a flurry of thoughts and stirred his primal instincts. "I don't fancy hotel rooms. Let us go to your place for a drink." Qin Xiao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. While the presence of the 2 stunning women felt like a squandered opportunity, he recognized that such party professionals would present future chances. However, the Black Widow was a singular entity in the world. Thus, amidst the fiery glares and scornful remarks from the 2 young women, Qin Xiao hastily donned his clothing and scurried into the bathroom to check for any signs of affection on his face or neck. Satisfied after tidying his hair, he rushed downstairs. As he burst through the hotel's entrance, he spotted the Black Widow at the temporary parking area, clad in a sleek black dress, with one elegantly crossed leg resting in front, leaning against a striking black sports car. "Why leave the 2 beauties upstairs behind?" she teased, observing Qin Xiao's frantic demeanor. "What beauties? I spend my days longing for you." Scarcely glancing at other women, Qin Xiao lied with wide eyes. The Black Widow chose not to expose his falsehood, instead smiling as she opened the passenger door. "Let us go home." Her invitation propelled Qin Xiao into the car with the swiftness of quicksilver. Upon arriving at Qin Xiao's apartment building, the Black Widow, like a couple in love, linked her arm with his. feeling her warmth and softness against his arm. Xiao grinned foolishly, quickening his pace. He had several bottles of exquisite wine procured from Tony, contemplating whether to set a romantic mood with red wine and music or to hasten into the evening with stronger spirits. As they reached the front door, he hurriedly unlocked it with his fingerprint and pushed the door open. He had resolved to opt for stronger liquor, eager to immerse themselves in the moment, especially given how alluring Natasha appeared under the elevator lights. Oh, damn! Xiao lamented as he realized his new home was not yet fully prepared, and the small apartment felt all too small. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a disheveled figure resembling a dark, boiled egg on his sofa, cursing under his breath. He glanced at the Black Widow who was smiling at him. It dawned on Xiao that her visit today was likely to meet with Nick Fury. All right, the matter with Nick is coincidental. I truly wish to see you. There will be future opportunities, my little agent, the Black Widow said with a playful kiss on Xiao's cheek. At this juncture, there was little more for him to say. A wave of emotion was abruptly doused by a bucket of cold water. Should you persist in this manner, you shall forfeit my presence. I swear it, Natasha. The resentment within him was partially alleviated by a kiss from Natasha. After taking a deep breath, Xiao resignedly continued, however, my patience does not extend to Nick Fury. Even if you are my superior, you cannot trespass into my home without my consent. Be aware that under such circumstances, I could summon the authorities, or even eliminate you. Dear Director. He retrieved a glass, poured himself a generous measure of wine, and defiantly downed it in a single gulp. Chapter 42. In the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. Every individual in a position of power harbors an insatiable desire for control that often surpasses the ordinary. This is especially true for Nick Fury, the head of the intelligence agency. The chaos wrought upon S.H.I.L.D. by Hydra is a testament to this, for despite the agency's disarray, Fury maintains a formidable network and clandestine influence. He relishes in orchestrating the grand narrative and abhors any events or figures that elude his grasp. Yet, he finds himself confronted by someone like Xiao. Whether it pertains to the Iron Tyrant or Xiao's extraordinary capabilities that transcend those of typical supersoldiers, he has never deigned to inform Nick Fury in advance. It is only in times of crisis that he recalls his obligation to the organization, often merely to summon aid for damage control. You might as well have forgotten I am your employer, Fury mused, though it is understandable. You are quite the rising star now, basking in the glow of your superhero status and mingling with the likes of Tony Stark. Fury's sardonic tone is not without reason. During their last phone call, he had been infuriated enough to smash a phone. You cannot lay the blame on me, my employer, Xiao retorted, for you have provided me no opportunity to integrate into our workplace. Aside from Natasha, Clint, Coulson, and yourself, I am unfamiliar with anyone else in our department. I remain in the dark about my daily responsibilities. You have not afforded me the chance. Thus, the fault cannot rest with me. Furthermore, regarding Obadiah, it was Tony who summoned me for assistance, and I promptly informed Coulson once the matter was resolved. Xiao acknowledged his utilitarian relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. and refrained from further incendiary remarks, instead expressing his innocence with a shrug. And what of that incident in the Middle East? You were aboard the Quinjet, having pilfered it from the Los Angeles branch, yet you were spinning tales about a yacht party, Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table in frustration. Who could blame me for being unable to enter the branch with the credentials you provided? I intended to request a jet straightforwardly, yet my access was denied even to my own workplace. Is that not a farce? Xiao maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, showing no signs of guilt. And Stark? Why did you not inform me beforehand about that suit of armor? Fury pressed. That was not within my purview, sir. Did you ever assign me the task of monitoring Stark's every move? No, hence, this cannot be attributed to me. Xiao responded defiantly, feeling a throbbing headache. Fury acknowledged that, logically, such matters should have been communicated to him, yet he had never broached the subject or provided any training to the young man. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words. Very well, let us not dwell on the past. Now, regarding your abilities, could you elucidate? They certainly do not align with those of a mere supersoldier. Neither Captain America nor Isaiah could so effortlessly contend with that metallic giant. Qin Xiao exhibited no intention of greeting him. Thus, Nick Fury rose to fetch a cup for himself. After pouring a glass of wine, he remarked, "This is too simple. Chinese martial arts, I am a descendant of the East where the mysteries abound. Bruce Lee, are you familiar with him?" "Ah yes, Chinese martial arts." Qin Xiao rambled on, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. "Chinese martial arts?" Nick Fury, not at all naive, inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, Chinese martial arts," Qin Xiao affirmed gravely, nodding his head. As if to validate his assertion, he reached for a handgun from Natasha. Mimicking the fire cloud evil spirit from martial arts, he aimed the pistol directly at his temple. While contemplating how to articulate the phrase in English, "The martial arts of the world are invincible. Only speed can break through," he resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot echoing in the air, Nick Fury and Black Widow looked on in incredulity as Qin Xiao's fingers swiftly reached toward his right temple. Bam! Just as his left hand was parallel to his nose, the bullet struck mercilessly at his temple. Focused entirely on his left hand, Qin Xiao had no defenses in place. The modified pistol wielded by Black Widow had formidable power at close range. The impact to his temple was tremendous, causing Qin Xiao's head to jerk to the side, and his body collapsed onto the ground, his left hand still raised in a victorious gesture. The Hulk's defensive capabilities were formidable, although it was only at 30%. No mere handgun could penetrate it. Despite the vulnerability of the temple area, the spot where Qin Xiao was hit bore no mark at all. It was evident to all that his previous action was an attempt to catch the bullet with his bare hands, which had failed. Thus, while Black Widow and Nick Fury were utterly astonished, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "This is what I wish to showcase. Chinese martial arts golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt." Qin Xiao dusted off non-existent debris and sat up once more, unabashedly proclaiming, "Quite the performance." Nick Fury clapped dryly a few times before adopting a serious demeanor. "Regardless of where your strength originates, my primary concern lies with the Avengers Initiative. Now that we have you, along with Tony Stark and our Green Giant, coupled with Agent Romanoff and Hawkeye, I believe we can officially commence this plan. The Giant and Stark are on good terms with you. You will be responsible for securing their involvement. Natasha will assist you. Any objections?" Nick Fury's implication was clear. In his mind, SHIELD and the Avengers Initiative should run parallel, cooperating without interference. This was also the reason he compelled Qin Xiao to join SHIELD, without assigning him any tasks or allowing him to engage with anyone outside his inner circle. Join the Avengers Initiative, establishing the Avengers under the formidable resources of Nick Fury, and then, in due time, align with like-minded individuals to forge an independent path. This was, after all, one of the schemes devised by Qin Xiao and Tony, and he surely harbored no objections, particularly upon hearing Nick Fury's intentions to have Black Widow collaborate with him in the preliminary stages. It resonated perfectly with Qin Xiao's aspirations. Nodding in agreement, he signaled his complete acquiescence, prompting a satisfied nod from Nick Fury, who proceeded to say, "I had originally planned to meet with you and Stark tomorrow, but today I wish to speak with you first, so you can convey my message to Stark in advance, facilitating our formal discussion tomorrow. I shall provide a base, funding, equipment, various weapons, and transportation for you, and even arrange for some adversaries to hone your synergy. Welcome to the Avengers." Chapter 43. Nicole, it is uncertain whether it is due to the presence of Qin Xiao, but in comparison to the film, Nick Fury is remarkably candid with Tony. He directly presents Howard Stark's artifacts, which were left to SHIELD, as a gift for Tony, immediately informing him that Howard Stark is one of the 3 founders of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. After World War II, a military general, a super agent Peggy Carter, and a genius scientist Howard Stark established an organization known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, or SSR. This is the origin of SHIELD. Your father was not merely an old man who manufactured weapons. His perceptions and influence on the world far surpass your imagination. He firmly believed that science would ultimately provide prosperity for all and prevent the occurrence of war. However, he was constrained by the era, and many of his ideas could not be realized. He believed that you would ultimately change everything. Although Tony had previously discussed his stance on Xiao, with Xiao, Nick Fury's words profoundly resonated within him. After all, he had always felt that his father never truly liked him, viewing himself as a failure and unworthy of reliance. Who would have thought that his father harbored such lofty expectations for him? I know it is difficult for you to believe these words came from your father. Here are the remnants he left for you. Take a good look, and you will understand. The arc reactor represents his greatest hope for eradicating war. A renewable energy source that would eliminate the need for nations to engage in conflict over resource exploitation. Does it not? Indeed, Nick Fury is a master at winning hearts. He never once mentioned that Tony Stark should join SHIELD, or the so-called Avengers Initiative. Such matters were naturally to be handled by Xiao. He merely sought to forge a connection and reveal to Tony Stark what he yearned for the most, his father's approval. It struck a chord deep within him. Thus, whether it was the items presented by Nick Fury, the origins of SHIELD, or the personal plans of Tony and Xiao, Iron Man's joining of the Avengers was virtually a foregone conclusion. As for the Hulk, Black Widow mentioned that he was still engaged in his research while undergoing a series of specialized training. This would enable him to better control his emotions and heartbeat, preventing him from transforming into the Hulk during daily life. However, Xiao understood that, in a certain sense, Hulk and Banner were two sides of the same coin. The more one suppresses, the more likely irreversible consequences would ensue. Just like Banner in the Avengers, his perfect control in ordinary circumstances allowed Black Widow to manage Hulk's temper even during battles. This ultimately led to Hulk dominating Banner's body for 2 years on Sakaar. While aware of this, Xiao chose not to intervene excessively, primarily because he did not possess any effective solutions himself. After examining the remnants left by his father, Tony plunged into his laboratory. Xiao was acutely aware that, due to the issues surrounding the arc reactor, Tony must have already discovered the palladium poisoning. Before officially commencing the site selection work with Black Widow, Xiao finally had his house entirely in order. Driving the Audi R8, which he had borrowed from Tony's garage, he couldn't help but notice that Audi often appeared in Marvel films, possibly due to sponsorship reasons. However, in this tangible world, he found a more pragmatic explanation for Tony's affinity for Audi. Tony had aided in the enhancement of Audi's engine. It is worth noting that Tony Stark is a self-proclaimed super scientist. His endorsement holds tremendous significance for the Audi brand. Each year, Audi dutifully sends Tony their latest models. Recently, they had delivered a new vehicle, and with the excuse of limited garage space, Xiao shamelessly drove one away. Upon arriving at his new apartment, he entered his fingerprint on the biometric lock. "Welcome home, Mr. Qin. I am your housekeeper. You may call me Nicole." A voice reminiscent of a playful young girl chimed in. Nicole? Xiao pondered the name, finding it somewhat peculiar, yet he dismissed such thoughts as trivial. What truly mattered was the practicality of the artificial intelligence. While it could not compare to Jarvis, after all, Tony had essentially modeled all his theoretical knowledge and the known laws of the universe into Jarvis, allowing it to assist with any computational or scientific research Tony required. Nicole was decidedly more relatable. In addition to controlling all the specially designed furniture and appliances in the home, she offered various auxiliary functions such as alarms, time reminders, weather updates, and even the ability to watch a film at home and engage in thematic discussions with Nicole. Of course, this required the films to be widely known, as Nicole's role differed from that of Jarvis. She gathered existing film review data from the outside world, filtered it, and then communicated with her master. Xiao did not delve into overly complex matters. The essence remained that, as a household assistant, she was utterly perfect. This was the epitome of what an intelligent lifestyle should embody. In his previous life, there had been numerous artificial intelligence products paired with specific furniture and appliances that could achieve similar command response effects. Yet, those systems were often too rigid in their processing of commands, sometimes making it more convenient to take action manually. He had not taken the time to thoroughly explore his new home, and had overlooked the mischievousness of Tony, who had placed a photo of the two of them making peace signs, cut together by the media, on his bedside table. Xiao commanded Nicole to open the secret room behind the bed in the bedroom. This room also had a manual button located directly behind their photograph. Pressing his palm against it would initiate an automatic scan to unlock. It was a specially modified secret chamber, entirely encased in a layer of specialized alloy poured by Tony. Even if the entire building were to erupt in an explosion, this concealed chamber, severed from the outside world of steel and concrete, would transform into a formidable metallic container, capable of withstanding the impact of an intercontinental ballistic missile. Within this sanctuary lies a modest study, furnished not only with a desk and computer but also equipped with a compact military cot and a restroom. It serves as a makeshift refuge, and one cannot help but commend Tony's thoughtful arrangements. Furthermore, the bespoke artificial intelligence program, Nicole, designed specifically for Xiao, resides within this humble study sanctuary. This embodies Xiao's ultimate objective, to replicate her program. Chapter 44. Return. After Xiao confirmed multiple times with the system that the flow of time in both worlds had completely ceased, he resolutely chose to return to his original world. Although the system had not imposed any specific time constraints for his return, this world was, after all, Xiao's foundational realm, his roots. The longer he lingered in the Marvel Universe, the weaker his sense of belonging to this world became. Continuing down this path was not a viable option. Thus he made the decisive choice to return. As darkness enveloped him, a sense of bewilderment followed. Gradually, everything around him came into focus. He found himself back in the garage-converted rental apartment. Transitioning from a luxurious apartment in Los Angeles to such a humble dwelling was undeniably jarring. Moreover, in that other realm, he had been a member of the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, a friend of Tony Stark, and a new generation superhero. Returning to such a place was indeed a bit disconcerting. Fortunately, the system had prepared everything for him. He could exchange points for wealth and possessed an artificial intelligence that transcended this era. System, if I were to traverse again, would it be at any time and place? Xiao inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Previously, he had been informed of his ability to return, but had neglected to inquire about the conditions. The time limit is 15 days. To traverse worlds, sufficient spatial energy must be accumulated, requiring the host to remain in this world for a duration of 15 days before the next traversal can be initiated, the system's monotonous voice conveyed. 15 days it is, Xiao thought. After all, time in both worlds had come to a standstill, which would not affect matters in the other realm. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, preparing to contemplate how to develop in this world moving forward. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Hello, it's express delivery. A booming voice called from outside. The garage-converted apartment typically featured simple, inexpensive aluminum doors, installed haphazardly with a couple of movable panels serving as the main entrance. Consequently, when the delivery person knocked, the entire row of aluminum doors reverberated. Furrowing his brow, Xiao hurried to answer the door. He was presented with a folder, which upon inspection revealed no sender's address. Unsure if the phone number was in his mobile, he noticed he did not recognize the name. Opening the folder, he discovered a beautifully crafted invitation. The invitation was remarkably creative. Upon opening, a sketch of a wedding photo of a newlywed couple was prominently displayed. Whether it was hand-drawn or digitally created was uncertain. Without needing to look at the names, Xiao instantly recognized the couple. It was the very pair who had deceived his previous self. Scoundrels! An intense surge of anger welled up within Xiao. He nearly tore the invitation to shreds in his agitation. It was only when a small tear appeared on the invitation that he abruptly regained his composure. What had just transpired? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Although he possessed all the memories of that unfortunate previous self, the events that had unfolded were still disconcerting to him. As a mere spectator, Xiao indeed harbored thoughts of avenging himself. Yet, he resolutely refused to lose his composure in such a manner. Was it the last vestige of his obsession? Or perhaps a lingering wish? Fear not, my brother. Since fate has intertwined our paths, having inherited your physical form and agility, I naturally embrace your hatred. Those two shall not fare well. Xiao murmured softly to himself. Whether it was a realization on his part or a more scientific explanation, perhaps remnants of resentment left in his brain by his predecessor, he could not tell. Regardless, after uttering those words, the bitterness in his heart gradually subsided. System, assist me in exchanging for 500 points of currency. Xiao instructed the system. 500 points would suffice to procure 500 million in currency. A significant sum indeed, for points held great importance to Xiao. Who could predict the treasures that the second-level marketplace might unveil? Thus, he dared not exchange too much at once. 500 million was already a considerable fortune. Should he find himself in need, he could always exchange again. In less than a minute, the 500 million was directly deposited into his account. In the system's own words, it was swift, efficient, and free of future troubles. Casting a glance at the outdated items in the garage, Xiao felt no attachment. He strode out purposefully, determined to live on for the former Xiao, without any sentimentality for the past. He was an independent entity. He casually dialed the landlord, informing him that he would no longer be renting the property and that he did not require any of its contents. He provided a card number for the deposit, and whether it was refunded mattered little to him. Aside from his mobile phone and identification, Xiao carried only an invitation. The date inscribed on it was 10 days hence, the venue a luxurious hotel in the bustling metropolis. This city had once been the aspiration of the deceased Xiao during his entrepreneurial endeavors. At that time he, his beloved girlfriend, and his best friend shared a cramped dwelling in a nearby county, dreaming of a day when their project would succeed, allowing them to venture into the metropolis and realize their ambitions, carving out a place for themselves in this globally renowned city. Brainstorming ideas and traversing the market ignited a fervor within Xiao. Their relentless efforts bore fruit, and expectations for the project soared, only for him to be betrayed at the final hurdle by the woman he cherished most and the brother he trusted implicitly. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him, leaving him uncertain whether this emotion stemmed from himself or the deceased Xiao. Stepping off the high-speed train, he surveyed the bustling platform, taking his time before exiting. He leisurely lit a cigarette. For the current Xiao, exacting revenge on that treacherous couple was merely a matter of lifting a finger. His true objective was to leverage the resources of the Marvel Universe, swiftly establish himself in this world, and flourish, trampling this city beneath his feet. Metropolis, here I come. A faintly wicked smile graced the lips of Xiao as he softly addressed the sign bearing the words Magic City in the distance. The train was on the verge of departure, and remaining behind the yellow line was a perilous choice. Hurry and exit the station. A middle-aged woman clad in a work uniform, wielding a megaphone, stood nearby and shouted at Xiao. Hey, move it. I'm sorry. Xiao tightened the straps of his backpack and hurriedly made his escape, head bowed in haste. Today will feature just 2 chapters as I transition from the Marvel Universe back to the urban landscape. I must contemplate how to weave this urban narrative seamlessly. I worry that too much detail might render it less captivating or that you may not find it appealing. I aim to keep it concise while ensuring a greater number of thrilling moments. Should you have any suggestions, particularly if you find the urban sections less enjoyable, please feel free to leave a message, and I shall endeavor to condense it. Tomorrow, there will still be 3 chapters, with the first one released in the afternoon. Chapter 45. Arranging a coffin. The esteemed Longfengxiang flagship store in the bustling metropolis, known for its opulence, stands in stark contrast to the lavish branches that have proliferated across Huaxia. This century-old establishment boasts a decor reminiscent of the bygone era of the last century-old Shanghai. Eschewing flamboyant colors and ostentatious lighting, it exudes a low-key yet luxurious ambience, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary in every corner. Much like the old Shanghai of yesteryears, it possesses a unique charm amidst the vibrant nightlife. The store itself is modest in size, occupying a 3-story building with a total area of no more than 1,000 square meters. An aged wooden plaque elegantly displays the characters Longfengxiang in a graceful calligraphy. Outside, there lies a vast parking lot spanning over 1,000 square meters. Without delving into practicality, in a city where space is at a premium, the mere presence of such an expansive parking area in front of a gold and silver jewelry shop is a symbol of affluence. As a flagship store, its offerings differ significantly from those of its branches. Here, the primary focus is on custom pieces inspired by traditional Xiao aesthetics. Unlike the thriving diamond and jewelry business found at other locations, this store exclusively caters to bespoke gold, silver, and jade creations. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop at the entrance of Longfengxiang. Before the chauffeur, clad in a black suit and white gloves, could exit the vehicle, a bellboy swiftly approached, expertly opening the rear door. "Welcome to the century-old Longfengxiang." Upon the bellboy's announcement, a young man clad in casual attire emerged from the car, donning flip-flops, shorts, and a linen white shirt, an ensemble radiating effortless leisure. The bellboy, with a keen eye, immediately recognized that every piece of this seemingly casual outfit was from a luxury brand's summer collection, even the flip-flops costing nearly a month's salary. With an even brighter smile, the bellboy guided him inside. The first floor showcases exquisite finished jewelry and jade, while the second floor is dedicated to custom design. We have the finest designers and artisans in the industry here. Would you like to browse on the first floor or ascend to the second floor for some tea? Let us head to the second floor, and please call your manager over as well. I have some special requests that require a thorough discussion. Qin Xiao replied with a nod and a smile. A staff member escorted Qin Xiao to the second floor, where a spacious hall awaited, adorned with the names and photographs of designers and skilled artisans, along with their past works and accolades. The top designers and craftsmen are not easily accessible, unless one is willing to pay a premium or possesses exceptional materials. After a brief tour of the hall, the store manager hurriedly appeared and ushered Qin Xiao into one of the small rooms adjacent to the hall. Each room is designed to resemble a quaint tea room, specifically for hosting high-end custom clientele. The manager invited Qin Xiao to select a type of tea, and a young lady dedicated to tea preparation soon arrived with a pot of freshly brewed tea. After pouring a generous cup, she awaited as Qin Xiao savored the first sip. The manager then leisurely began to address the matter at hand. "Mr. Qin, may I inquire what type of jewelry or ornament you desire? Or do you possess some rare material that you wish for our master craftsman to carve?" Qin Xiao, holding an empty teacup, gently pushed it towards the young lady, awaiting her to refill it. With a warm smile, he replied to the manager, "I do not require an exceptionally skilled craftsman. I intend to create something from pure gold, quite substantial in size, necessitating a considerable amount of gold, yet I have no particular demands regarding the intricacy of the carving." Quite substantial. The manager felt that this transaction might not be as grand as he had initially imagined. "Gold alone, what do you plan to fashion? A chair? A table? Or perhaps an exquisite decorative piece? What exactly does Mr. Qin wish to customize? Furniture, a Buddha statue, or something else?" Although a tinge of disappointment flickered within the manager, he maintained his politeness. "A coffin." Qin Xiao drained his teacup in one swift motion and emphatically placed it on the table. 5 days. Qin Xiao had given them 5 days. He did not require an elaborate carving, just a straightforward rectangular shape resembling a standard coffin. A solid gold coffin, under normal circumstances, would not be accepted by Longfengxiang. However, with a processing fee of 1 million in addition to the market price of gold, Qin Xiao's proposition was hard to decline for the manager. Their company operated numerous processing facilities. Whether for Buddha statues or furniture, they could handle various large-scale projects. It was merely a matter of crafting molds and smelting. Once the payment was secured, everything would proceed smoothly. After agreeing on a delivery in 5 days, Qin Xiao gracefully exited the shop. "Uncle Wang, let us find a place to dine first, and then seek out a nightclub, preferably one with a bit more character, even if it's not in the city center." Qin Xiao instructed the driver as he settled into the car. This was Qin Xiao's 3rd day in the bustling metropolis, and the vehicle was newly purchased. The driver, an old hand at navigating the city, had been hired temporarily through the hotel where Qin Xiao was staying, and was well acquainted with every corner of the city, being paid daily. After a casual dinner, the driver parked beside a large building in the eastern suburbs. This area was reputed to be one of the most vibrant and eclectic spots in the city, featuring baths, KTVs, and nightclubs. Any service one desired could be found here, provided one had the means. Given Qin Xiao's generous demeanor and polite conversation over the past couple of days, the driver, Uncle Wang, felt a sense of respect towards him. Hesitating for a moment, he added, Mr. Qin, if I may speak candidly, your background is admirable, and you are in the prime of your youth. Indulging in a bit of revelry may not be amiss. However, there are certain things one must avoid, for they can lead to a lifetime of regret. Uncle Wang offered this well-meaning advice, concerned that Qin Xiao's choice to seek out a more eclectic venue might indicate some undesirable habits, such as a propensity for addictive substances. Qin Xiao chuckled heartily and patted Uncle Wang on the shoulder. Thank you very much. There is no need for you to worry excessively. I am merely here seeking assistance from a few individuals. After speaking, I did not forget to present a thin stack of banknotes into Uncle Wang's hands. You may leave work early today. I shall drive back to the hotel myself, and tomorrow, you can come directly to the hotel to find me. Qin Xiao's words left Uncle Wang in a state of uncertainty. Yet he was merely an employee, and the words had already been spoken. With a slight sigh, he accepted Qin Xiao's money and exited the vehicle. It was just past dinner time, and the nightlife venues had yet to open their doors. The bathhouse and KTV were not particularly crowded. After parking the car, Qin Xiao strolled leisurely through the entrance of the bathhouse. Following the resounding welcome from several hostesses at the door, a server guided Qin Xiao toward the grand lobby within. This establishment boasted a commendable standard, with a lobby soaring to a height of nearly 10 meters. The server led Qin Xiao to a sofa on either side and said respectfully, Sir, if you wish to take a bath, I can assist you in changing your shoes. I do not intend to bathe. I have come to discuss business with your boss. Could you summon someone with authority to speak with me? Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile. In such a place, it was hardly likely that one could casually encounter the owner. The server was momentarily taken aback but maintained a courteous demeanor, replying, Sir, it is not within my capacity to summon the boss. If you have matters to discuss, please share them with me directly. If I am unable to assist, I shall fetch our manager to serve you. Does that sound agreeable? Though still polite, there was a subtle hint of assertiveness in his tone. Qin Xiao remained unperturbed and reached for the ashtray on the coffee table before him. Do you have the authority to settle a dispute as well? Chapter 46. The groom and the bride bang. The heavy ashtray crashed forcefully onto the coffee table. With a loud clatter, the reinforced glass shattered into irregular small circular shards the size of coins. Surrounding the scene were doormen dressed in uniforms and security personnel clad in black suits, equipped with earpieces. Suddenly, more than a dozen individuals emerged from nowhere, swiftly encircling Qin Xiao in the center. What is happening? A man towering at least 185 meters and appearing to be over 35 years of age, parted the crowd. He approached the server who had escorted Qin Xiao and inquired. Lugu, the server, upon seeing the man approach, hastily lowered his head in greeting. He leaned in to the man's ear and quickly recounted the unfolding events. While listening to the server's narration, the man scrutinized Qin Xiao from head to toe. Dressed in luxurious attire, Qin Xiao bore a calm demeanor. The man, hesitant to assert dominance prematurely, waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to disperse. He then settled himself into a nearby armchair. My friend, I am unsure if we have provided inadequate service that has caused your displeasure. If our staff has failed to meet your expectations, direct your grievances towards me. Whatever you wish to enjoy tonight, it is on me. Previously, Uncle Wang had mentioned to Qin Xiao that this establishment was owned by a so-called social boss. Although it was not situated in the heart of the metropolis, the entire 6-story building housed numerous entertainment facilities, including KTV, baths, and nightclubs. Whether constructed or rented, such an establishment was beyond the means of ordinary thugs or common individuals to operate. Having reached such a status, the owner would not deign to glance at trivial brawls. A mere step on the street could elicit an apology from them. Coupled with Qin Xiao's impressive appearance and his unflinching demeanor, the man, who seemed to be the head of security, opted for a courteous approach, seeking to ascertain Qin Xiao's background before proceeding. Qin Xiao, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly produced a bank card with a crisp snap. This card contains 2 million. The password is 6 zeros. Whether this establishment belongs to you or your boss, I wish to discuss a small business venture. Regardless of the outcome, consider this amount a token of our introduction. With 2 million as an opening offer, the man no longer dared to make hasty decisions. He simply replied, Please hold on, and stepped away to make a phone call. In less than 2 minutes, the man returned, addressing Qin Xiao with utmost respect. Our boss is currently occupied. If you do not mind, I can arrange for you to ascend to the upper floor to enjoy a bath and relax. He will return shortly to meet with you. Very well. Qin Xiao, devoid of pretense, rose and followed the man upstairs. After ensuring Qin Xiao was comfortably settled, the man hurried back to the lobby, swiping his card to check the balance. Upon confirming the amount was accurate, he picked up the phone to call his boss once more. June 27, 2021, the 18th day of the 5th lunar month. Year of the metal ox, month of the wood horse, day of the fire horse. Prohibited. Opening a business, logging, making beams. Favorable. Engagement, completing a marriage proposal, traveling, moving house. This day, for the people of Huaxia, is not regarded as an auspicious date for marriage. It is merely ordinary. Nonetheless, Guoxinliang chose this date, for it corresponds phonetically to the notion of prosperity, as it is the 518th day of the lunar calendar. At precisely 4:30, the landline phone on the bedside table rang. This was the wake-up call that Guoxinliang had specifically arranged with the hotel the previous night. After hanging up, he glanced at the alluring figure beside him, half covered by the sheets. He drew back the curtains to reveal a sky that was beginning to brighten. From the luxurious hotel room on the 30-something floor, he could see a few early risers starting to emerge onto the streets below. Lying in the opulent suite was a long-legged model, once a figure of unattainable desire. Guoxinliang was exceedingly content with his current life, thoroughly satisfied. He would not hesitate to betray his childhood friends or sacrifice his marriage for this existence. Standing on the balcony, breathing in the fresh air, he lit a cigarette and dialed the number of the woman he referred to as his wife. Hello. A voice, still shrouded in sleep and tinged with irritation, came through the phone. Guoxinliang's mouth twitched slightly, as if this voice had shattered his previously good mood. Aren't you awake yet? Do you even know what time it is? Do you realize what day it is today? The makeup artist will arrive shortly. What were you doing last night? Did you spend half the night at a nightclub again? Guoxinliang lowered his voice, striving to appear less angry, yet the admonishing tone was unmistakable. What's your attitude, Gua? We agreed to lead our separate lives. When you dragged me into swallowing shares of Qin Xiao's company, you were as submissive as a lapdog in front of me. Now that the company is about to go public, you think you're all that? Turning your back on me, are you? Let me remind you, according to our agreement, the management rights of the company rest with both of us. Without me, you'll merely be a minor shareholder, eventually ousted by the venture capitalists. The woman's voice suddenly escalated a few decibels, evidently displeased with Guoxinliang's accusatory tone. Shut up. It's your own greed that led to this. Stop shifting the blame onto me. I don't care how you live your life, but today is our wedding day. You had the audacity to bring a male escort back to the hotel last night. Guoxinliang clenched his fist and struck the balcony railing with force. Gua, you truly are something else. Don't pretend you don't have women around you. Spare me the dramatics. Once the company goes public for a year and the shares can be traded, I will part ways with you. I warn you, don't annoy me, or I'll transfer my shares to someone else. The woman on the other end of the line spat her words and abruptly hung up. You wretched woman, Chu Fong. Guoxinliang nearly lost his composure and smashed his phone. Late now, there's still a chapter left. For those who sleep early, read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 47. The wedding gift 3 years prior, Qin Xiao mortgaged his only property and endeavored to secure over 3 million in loans, ultimately amassing 5 million to establish a company. This enterprise primarily focused on vending claw machines for various entertainment venues such as cinemas and KTVs in 3rd and 4th tier cities, providing machines, plush toys, and maintenance services. The venues, in turn, offered space, electricity, equipment cleaning, and daily upkeep. At that time, Qin Xiao, working tirelessly alone, enlisted his girlfriend, Chu Fong, to manage finances, while his childhood friend, Guoxinliang, was responsible for handling phone calls and maintaining client relations within the company. Qin Xiao invested both capital and effort, retaining 60 of the shares, while Guoxinliang and Chu Fong each held 20. Initially, the company, though small, thrived under Qin Xiao's relentless dedication. He traveled daily to 3 counties, targeting bustling locations such as shopping malls and cinemas. Meanwhile, Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng efficiently managed the internal operations, ensuring smooth logistics, engaging with clients, and improving the appearance of the toys. As profits stabilized, they expanded into 70 or 80 counties. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, who toiled under the sun, Chu Feng and Guo Xinliang shared knowing glances in the office. Their bond blossomed into a clandestine affair, and they conspired to usurp control of the company. Guo Xinliang, increasingly dissatisfied with his 20 stake, began to adopt an air of authority, while Chu Feng grew impatient with Qin Zhao's reluctance to distribute dividends, given the company's rising income. In a calculated maneuver, the two lovers placed a share transfer document beneath a seemingly innocuous contract, deceiving the unsuspecting Qin Xiao into signing it. Thus, they ousted him from his own company, leaving him destitute and burdened with debt. For an entire year, Qin Xiao fought legal battles, but they had prepared well for his downfall. Now, devoid of funds, he could not afford competent legal representation and ultimately faced defeat in court. In despair, he contemplated ending his life through poison. Unexpectedly, the company he had painstakingly built during that year experienced a second round of financing, expanding rapidly and nearing the brink of an initial public offering. Tragically, Qin Xiao, who had once labored tirelessly to capture market share and lay the foundation for the business, found himself merely a footnote in another's success. In contrast, Guo Xinliang understood the immense potential of the expansive market they had cultivated. By wielding control over the company and leveraging a vast customer base, he recognized the myriad of profitable ventures that lay ahead. Not to mention, with so many cinemas at their disposal, even establishing a small factory to produce innovative popcorn at a reasonable price, while providing managers with a modest kickback, would guarantee profitable returns, given the substantial customer foundation. In contrast, Chu Feng had a different approach. Once the company went public, she intended to seize the favorable market conditions to liquidate a portion of her shares and thus acquire substantial cash, while retaining a small stake to enjoy annual dividends. For her, this was more than sufficient. This also elucidates why Guo Xinliang felt helpless when Chu Feng mentioned transferring her shares to another party. While financing and an IPO could accelerate the company's growth, mismanagement could easily lead to relinquishing control of the company. Once one loses management authority, regardless of the number of shares held, there are ways to gradually dilute one's stake and ultimately oust them. This is precisely why the two had initially formed a tight alliance, even resorting to marriage to bind their interests together, in order to combat external capital and maintain their influence over the company. Once I am firmly established within the company and acquire the shares in your possession, I will ensure your expulsion. Guo Xinliang seethed, biting down on his cigarette, but until it emitted a squeak. Despite their current estrangement and mutual animosity, the wedding ceremony must proceed seamlessly. He contacted an event planning company and a makeup team, transforming himself anew as he departed from their freshly renovated home to pick up Chu Feng at the hotel. Although neither of them were natives of the metropolis, they had purchased a home there. Chu Feng was still getting her makeup done and changing outfits at a hotel, while Guo Xinliang set out from their residence to collect her before heading to the banquet venue. With the company on the verge of going public, Guo Xinliang was quite the socialite, having made numerous friends in just a year since moving to the city. An Aston Martin sports car led their procession, followed by a dozen BMW 5 Series vehicles. While this convoy may not have been lavish, it exuded youth and vitality, which was commendable in its own right. The journey was spirited, filled with the sounds of drums and celebratory instruments as they made their way from home to the hotel. The entrance of the hotel had been adorned with a red carpet, inflatable arches, and elegant European-style floral arrangements lining the ground. Friends and relatives held fireworks and colorful ribbons, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom. Just as the convoy was within 50 meters of the hotel, another procession emerged from the side street. Leading the charge was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed closely by a fleet of red Ferraris, numbering 30 to 40 vehicles. Coincidentally, just as Guo Xinliang's convoy approached the entrance, they found themselves blocked by this unexpected gathering. What was happening? A sense of dread gripped Guo Xinliang as he sat in the lead car. A wedding procession being obstructed at the entrance was hardly an auspicious omen. The opposing convoy remained eerily silent, with no one emerging to speak. Guo Xinliang's party hurriedly inquired with the hotel staff to confirm whether another couple was also getting married that day. The hotel personnel, equally perplexed, confirmed multiple times that only one wedding banquet had been booked for the day. After a tense few minutes, Guo Xinliang's relative, accompanied by a hotel staff member, approached the luxurious Rolls-Royce to inquire about the situation. "Excuse me, we are in the midst of a wedding here. Would you be so kind as to move aside?" The hotel staff knocked on the car window while speaking, and Guo Xinliang's relative quickly produced a red envelope, adhering to the customs of the Huaxia people, where a monetary gift is offered on joyous occasions to ensure good fortune and to avoid any conflict. "I have come solely for the wedding. Both the groom and bride are dear friends of mine." Xiao lowered the window and flashed a subtle smile at the two. He promptly opened the door and stepped out. Today, Xiao had undoubtedly made a deliberate effort to present himself well, sporting a pair of bespoke British-style leather shoes and a designer leisure suit from Europe. His tall stature, coupled with a confident smile, drew the attention of everyone present. The current Xiao was a far cry from his former self. With a new spirit and having mingled daily with Tony Stark in the Marvel Universe, he had attended countless high-end soirees. Bolstered by both strength and wealth, his aura and confidence were unmistakably unique. "Sir, if you are here to attend the wedding, might you kindly move your vehicle? You are blocking the newlyweds procession," the hotel staff politely remarked to Xiao. Xiao offered a faint smile towards the leading vehicle. "I will move it shortly, but I must wait for my gift to arrive first." No sooner had he spoken than a convoy of more than 10 large pickup trucks appeared from nowhere, each laden with white floral wreaths featuring the bride and groom's photographs prominently displayed in the center. These trucks brazenly parked in the middle of the road. From the vehicles emerged a multitude of burly men clad in black suits, exuding an intimidating presence, each wielding 2 wreaths as they charged towards the hotel entrance. Chapter 48. A wedding amidst the cascading paper money. Dozens of formidable men, alongside hundreds of floral wreaths, lined the sides of the red carpet, extending all the way from the hotel entrance to the street. The events unfolded with alarming swiftness. A luxurious convoy obstructed the entrance, as a group clad in black suits approached, laying wreaths meticulously along the red carpet. Not only did they arrange the wreaths, but they also formed pairs, standing resolutely on either side, seemingly intent on preventing anyone from easily removing the floral tributes. Who are you? What do you intend to do?" stammered a relative of Guo Xinliang, pointing a trembling finger at Xiao. The hotel staff, sensing the tension, prudently chose to remain silent. On a day that was supposed to celebrate joy, the arrival of wreaths signified deep-seated enmity. Observing the imposing convoy, it was clear that their visitors were not ordinary individuals. The hotel staff, unwilling to involve themselves further, promptly turned away. Xiao disregarded the anxious relative of Guo Xinliang, gesturing for more than a dozen men in black suits to emerge from the Ferrari convoy behind him. They swiftly apprehended Guo Xinliang's relative while simultaneously blocking the friends and family of the bride and groom as they emerged from the hotel. In such a scene, ordinary acquaintances would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Only Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng's families dared to confront the situation. Yet, they too found themselves halted by the imposing figures of the black suits at the hotel entrance, who neither resorted to violence nor verbal assaults, allowing only shouts of indignation while ensuring that no one could disturb Xiao. As the scene reached a semblance of order, Xiao, wearing a smile, approached the leading car of the newlyweds. Inside, Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng were utterly bewildered upon seeing Xiao exit the vehicle. Just over 2 weeks prior, they had inquired about his current circumstances, perceiving him as a disheveled individual, preoccupied with reclaiming his company, lacking stable employment, and residing in a garage in the county, constantly pursued by creditors. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng had even sent a wedding invitation via courier. However, witnessing the grandeur of the current scene, it was evident that the rental of such a convoy was beyond Xiao's means, let alone the presence of so many individuals. Though they prided themselves on being thoroughly acquainted with Xiao's life, the spectacle before them far exceeded their imaginations. Moreover, upon observing Xiao's attire and demeanor, they found it hard to believe that this was indeed the same man they once knew, were it not for his familiar visage. "What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? I have come to attend your wedding and have gone to great lengths to orchestrate such an impressive display. Will you not even offer me a word of thanks?" Qin Xiao gently tapped on the rear window of the car. Exchanging glances, Guoxinliang and Chu Feng were momentarily at a loss. With a deep breath, Guoxinliang summoned his courage and lowered the window. Qin Xiao, what brings you here? He stuttered, finally managing to utter a few words. Isn't it your invitation that prompted my arrival? Qin Xiao pulled out an invitation from his pocket and flicked it into the car window. Upon seeing the invitation, Guoxinliang cast a fierce glance back at Chu Feng. Although the circumstances surrounding Qin Xiao remain unclear, today's situation is undeniable and not the time for frivolity. Observing the intensity of the moment, it is evident that any attempt at rebellion would be futile. Chu Feng, typically fierce in demeanor, now finds herself rendered speechless at this critical juncture. With no other recourse, Guoxinliang musters a smile that is more ghastly than a specter and addresses Qin Xiao. I acknowledge that both of us have wronged you, but today marks our wedding day. Is there a possibility we could resolve this after the ceremony? Indeed, Guoxinliang's assertion holds merit. With so many relatives and friends in attendance, they must endure and complete the marriage vows first. His words, however, seem to suggest I am here to collect a debt, whereas I am merely a guest at their wedding. Look at me. I even arranged a procession and brought flowers. Yet what is this procession? As someone about to become the chairman of a publicly listed company, such a display does not befit your stature, my friend. Qin Xiao remarked with a mischievous grin. Guoxinliang felt his frustration boiling over. Who brings wreaths to a wedding as if they were bouquets? With no disturbance caused and no physical altercations occurring, contacting the authorities would prove pointless. After all, delivering wreaths is not illegal, is it? Thank you for your kindness, but my procession has already arrived. Could you please allow us entry? The wedding is about to commence, and as for your flowers, could they be removed? Guoxinliang gritted his teeth in response. Of course. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers and gestured behind him, prompting the procession, along with the pickup trucks, to gradually exit the driveway. You already have your procession, but you cannot refuse my flowers. Hurry and disembark. I am eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom. Qin Xiao cheerfully proclaimed, producing a confetti cannon from seemingly nowhere. Guoxinliang found himself in a precarious position as the procession slowly made its way into the hotel. Reluctantly, and with a hint of trepidation towards Qin Xiao, Chu Feng stepped out of the vehicle. As they gazed at the unyielding wreaths that lined either side, Guoxinliang demonstrated his capacity for adaptability. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Chu Feng's hand and ambled down the red carpet. Qin Xiao harbored a profound admiration for Guoxinliang's restraint. How could he endure this? Yet, having meticulously orchestrated this event for over 10 days, Qin Xiao had far more surprises in store. As the newlyweds stepped onto the red carpet, he waved his hand vigorously. In unison, the individuals clad in black suits stationed along the carpet extended their arms and pulled from behind the wreaths, revealing confetti cannons. Bang! Bang! Each person launched two, as if rehearsed, producing a synchronized sound. Countless bits of paper erupted from the cannons, but instead of the typical shimmering ribbons, they were sheets of white paper resembling ancient coins. At the entrance of the five-star hotel, the red carpet was adorned with balloons. A couple in formal attire stood at the forefront, accompanied by several attendants. However, the red carpet was flanked by wreaths typically reserved for funerals, while above, a cascade of white paper money fluttered down. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Among the guests, some remained detached, while others hastily dialed for the authorities. Some individuals are capturing this rare and bizarre moment with their mobile phones, while others are engaged in a scuffle at the entrance with a group of burly men clad in dark suits. Finally, as a flurry of paper money fills the air, someone can no longer contain themselves. It remains unclear which party's relative it is, but a loud voice rings out, "You bastards are being excessively oppressive." However, before any action can be taken, numerous vehicles in the hotel parking lot begin to open their doors. Another group of men in black suits surges forward, distinct from the previous ones, each brandishing a gleaming dagger. Although Qin Xiao had instructed them to refrain from causing harm, such unruly behavior at someone's wedding necessitates a show of intimidation. Indeed, as this armed group advances, the previously agitated individuals quickly regain their composure. Even those who might have acted impulsively are firmly restrained by their family and friends. Observing the pallid faces of Guoxingliang and Chu Fong, Qin Xiao remarks, "Do you think I may be overstepping? I share that sentiment, which is precisely why I have prepared a special gift for the two of you, custom-made and quite valuable." Chapter 49. The end of the performance as a crucial centerpiece that Qin Xiao had meticulously commissioned from Long Fengxiang. The coffin, crafted entirely from pure gold, had arrived well in advance. It now rested in the back of a modest delivery van parked in the hotel lot. For this momentous occasion, Qin Xiao had made thorough preparations. With a subtle wave of his hand towards the van, two men clad in black suits emerged, each maneuvering a heavy-duty dolly designed for transporting substantial loads. Two more followed, one from inside the van, and together they deftly pushed the resplendent golden coffin down the ramp. With a resounding thud, it settled securely between the two dollies. "Brother Lu, is this coffin truly made of pure gold?" The man pushing the dolly in front whispered to his companion. "It must be," came the reply. "Why bother questioning it? The boss said this individual is a deity of wealth. If he causes a ruckus, we each receive a generous reward. It's far safer than brawling outside. Now, stop chit-chatting and push harder." The two men, one pushing and the other pulling, managed to place the several hundred pounds of golden coffin squarely in the middle of the red carpet. The magnificent coffin, gleaming in its golden glory, still bore a label proclaiming its authenticity as pure gold from Long Fengxiang. Silence enveloped the gathering, as the weight of a pure gold coffin, at least 300 to 400 pounds, rendered everyone speechless. The implications of such a hefty sum of gold were staggering. Even at its lowest market value, it would be worth tens of millions. The series of provocations leading up to this moment had already been distasteful enough. Why invest such a fortune in delivering a golden coffin? Many attendees simultaneously pondered a morbid thought. If someone were to disrupt their wedding and ultimately present them with a coffin of pure gold, they might begrudgingly accept it, even if deemed inauspicious. However, Guoxingliang's thoughts were far more tumultuous. In attendance were many business associates and partners he had recently encountered in the bustling metropolis. Setting aside the potential repercussions of this wedding, if he were to accept the coffin, how could he navigate this social sphere in the future? Countless thoughts swirled in Guoxingliang's mind, not out of fear of Qin Xiao's intentions. He doubted that, with so many witnesses present, Qin Xiao would dare to act violently or resort to murder in plain sight. The true terror lay in the question of where Qin Xiao had procured such vast wealth and amassed such a crowd. Should Qin Xiao rise again, Guoxingliang knew all too well that his own days would not be easy. "What do you intend to do, Qin Xiao?" Guoxingliang seethed, gritting his teeth. "What do I intend to do? I have come to your wedding and bestowed upon you such a lavish gift. You inquire about my intentions?" Qin Xiao retorted. "You wretched couple took away my company and my fortune. Do you have any idea what my life has been like this past year? Do you understand that I have even contemplated suicide? Now I have returned from the depths of despair, and you dare question my motives?" In a fit of agitation, Qin Xiao raised his hand and struck Guoxingliang with a swift motion. Despite his efforts to temper his strength, the blow sent Guoxingliang sprawling several meters away. Not only did he lose a significant number of teeth, but half of his face swelled grotesquely, and he slumped into unconsciousness. "Ah!" Guoxingliang was sent flying by a slap from Qin Xiao. Nearby, Chu Fong let out a terrified gasp. Qin Xiao's gaze fixed upon his nominal ex-girlfriend. Qin Xiao. "I!" Faced with Qin Xiao's penetrating stare, Chu Fong trembled, rendered speechless. After spending several years in close proximity to him, she now found the man before her utterly unfamiliar. "What? You sent me an invitation to your wedding, intending for me to witness my own downfall and laugh at my misfortune, didn't you? Now that I am here, why are you at a loss for words?" As Qin Xiao began to produce the invitation, Guoxingliang shot Chu Fong an angry glance, fully aware that the invitation had been her idea. I'm sorry. Having endured countless trials in the Marvel realm and having taken many lives, the aura surrounding Qin Xiao was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. With a simple step forward, he cornered Chu Fong, leaving her shivering and unsure of what to say. "I'm sorry," Qin Xiao murmured, lowering his head before raising his hand and delivering another slap. sending Chu Fong flying once more. Mr. Qin, let us not escalate this matter further. There are reports of the police being called, and they should be arriving shortly. Please leave this to us. The head of security from the bathhouse, clad in a formal black suit, approached Qin Xiao with utmost respect. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, my friend. Please ensure that my final gift is delivered. Rest assured. Mr. Qin. After the commotion, Qin Xiao dusted off his trousers and departed in a Rolls-Royce, leaving behind the scene. The Ferrari fleet he had rented was naturally returned by others. Just as Qin Xiao stepped away, a massive LED screen outside the hotel suddenly lit up with a video. It displayed Chu Fong and a man engaged in intimate activities on a hotel bed. The scene quickly shifted to Guo Xinliang with another woman, and finally transitioned to a heated argument between Guo Xinliang and Chu Fong in a room. The two initially hurled accusations at each other for their brazen infidelities, but soon the conversation devolved back to the time they had conspired to deceive Qin Xiao into signing that shareholder agreement. Chu Fong pointed an accusing finger at Guo Xinliang, proclaiming that without her complicity, he would not have achieved his current status. Guo Xinliang retorted with harsh words, decrying Chu Fong as a scoundrel, asserting that it was his greed that had driven him to conspire with her against Qin Xiao. Ultimately, the two were left to deflect blame, each volleying accusations, inadvertently revealing the full extent of their treachery against Qin Xiao. The three brief videos sent the crowd into an uproar. Soon, the police arrived on the scene, effectively bringing the farcical drama to a close. The group of men in black suits summoned by Qin Xiao had not resorted to violence. Their actions were merely reasonable pushes. The previously displayed glinting daggers were simply stage props purchased from a market. Such matters were easily navigated by these individuals who danced on the fringes of society and legality, resulting in little more than a brief visit to the police station before being released. However, there were indeed two incidents of greater severity. One incident involved the two slaps delivered by Qin Xiao, which constituted a rather serious act of violence. Additionally, there was the dialogue between Guo Xinliang and Chu Fong captured in the video. However, both matters are somewhat ambiguous. As long as those involved do not pursue legal action, there is no need to bear criminal responsibility. When Guo Xinliang opened his eyes in the hospital, it was already afternoon. The slap from Qin Xiao not only shattered his teeth but also caused a mild concussion. The hospital stated that he was fine and merely needed a few days of rest. His aunt and uncle had gone to entertain relatives at home. What exactly transpired? Liangzi, did you and Chu Fong conspire to deceive her ex-boyfriend's company? Is this true? His cousin poured a glass and inquired. Cousin, Guo Xinliang winced as he opened his mouth, feeling a sharp pain in his jaw. Cousin? Who told you this? His cousin, upon seeing his expression, realized the truth was likely to be grim, and coldly tossed him a phone. On it were the three videos that had been aired earlier that morning. Except for the initial few seconds that were not recorded, the rest was all too clear. This is impossible. How could someone have filmed this? Qin Xiao. Guo Xinliang was acutely aware of what this all meant for him. Even if he did not end up in prison, he feared that everything he currently possessed would dissipate like smoke. By the way, cousin, what happened to that pure gold coffin at the wedding? Is it still there? At that moment, Guo Xinliang recalled the coffin, which was indeed made of pure gold. Even if he were to suffer disgrace and lose everything, as long as that coffin remained, he could return to his hometown and live a decent life. After you fainted, Qin Xiao slapped Chu Fong again and then left. Before the police arrived, that group in black suits took the coffin away, leaving while cursing, claiming you were unappreciative for not wanting such a precious gift. Guo Xinliang, filled with rage, opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood from his gums spewed forth, accompanied by a gleaming molar. Chapter 50. Re-entry. Brother Qin, I've heard from the brothers below that your move was truly exceptional. Offering wreaths, paper money, and a coffin at someone else's wedding. Ha ha! In a lavish KTV private room reserved for esteemed guests in Dongjiao's entertainment district, a man in his 40s with a square face and a hearty demeanor raised his glass to Qin Xiao. His name was Shi Aigua, a rather cliché name that seemed somewhat amusing when paired with his surname. Nevertheless, he was a man of considerable renown in the underworld of the bustling metropolis. As the environment grew increasingly severe, Many of the petty criminals and so-called gang leaders engaged in brawls and skirmishes either fled or found themselves imprisoned. Yet, he managed to navigate the gray areas of this tumultuous setting, establishing a grand entertainment venue, showcasing remarkable acumen and resourcefulness within the realm of society's underbelly. On that day, Qin Zhao's initial display of generosity amounted to 2 million. No fights, no injuries, merely a raucous gathering, hardly a significant affair. Thus, the outcome was indeed mutually gratifying. The operation was executed seamlessly, and the profits were exhilarating. Moreover, that 2 million was merely a starting point. Brother Shi, I owe you a great deal. Your subordinates were efficient and splendid. Without their efforts, I could not have staged such a magnificent performance. Just a matter of receiving some payment, my dear brother. You are too courteous. Shi chuckled heartily and raised his glass once more, meeting Qin Xiao's gaze earnestly. Brother, as for that coffin, we did not skimp on it. The brothers have brought it back. What would you like to do with it? Should we take it to your place? Or would you prefer to have it melted down into gold bricks for you? Shi Aigua's attentiveness was indeed commendable. Qin Xiao, not one for affectation, had never intended for the arrangement to be a one-off transaction. He waved his hand dismissively. Once something is given, there's no logic in taking it back. A coffin is a coffin. Since that wretched couple cannot enjoy it, if you don't mind, consider it as compensation for your hard work, Brother Shi. To be frank, upon their first meeting, he had already tossed out 2 million as a token of goodwill. Initially, he had expected to part with a few 100,000 at most. As a reward for the brothers' efforts, there would undoubtedly be future dealings, yet with such a substantial initial investment, tens of millions, Shi Aigua, having arrived at his current standing, would not simply let money sway him without deeper consideration. Brother, let us speak candidly. I navigate the underworld. Let us not mince words. Regardless of the coffin's contents, even if it harbored a corpse, I would not mind. However, today was merely a trivial favor for the brothers. The initial gift is more than adequate. A golden lump of that magnitude is something I fear I may not be able to handle. For such an entertainment venue, it must require no less than 1 billion to acquire, right? A mere few tens of millions can hardly suffice. Qin Xiao gestured toward the opulent decor surrounding them, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear brother, my strength is hardly as formidable as it may seem. Although our income appears to flow effortlessly, maintaining a multitude of brothers requires considerable expenditure, and what truly settles into our pockets is but a meager amount. This is merely a small private venture of a prominent businessman, and I am but a humble guardian of his interests, a sentinel of sorts. Despite my humble origins in the underworld, I have been granted a minor stake in his enterprise," Shi Aigua candidly articulated. "Very well. Since you, Brother Shi, have spoken so forthrightly, I shall not feign reluctance. I do not wish to rely on my family's wealth. I aspire to carve out a modest career in this vibrant metropolis. However, as a newcomer, I find myself in unfamiliar territory, in need of guidance and a reliable protector," Qin Xiao expressed. Although he refrained from detailing his specific endeavors, it was evident that his intentions were earnest, requiring merely a bit of assistance in establishing local connections. In the event of future complications, it would be advantageous to have someone to navigate through them. Lacking friends in the city, he found himself reliant on Shi Aigua to arrange even the simplest of tasks, such as renting a fleet of Ferraris. With both parties openly discussing their needs, Shi Aigua felt a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, he remained cautious regarding the matter of the golden coffin, merely stating that it could be converted into a membership card for local consumption, ensuring that Qin Xiao could access it at any time. It was simply a rephrased strategy, a means of preserving an escape route.
In Xiao harbored no objections.
Confident that opportunities would abound in the future. To address the troubles involving Guoxinliang and Chufang, Shi Aigua assisted Qin Xiao in finding a lawyer. They negotiated a deal involving the return of company shares and compensation in exchange for Qin Xiao refraining from pursuing legal action against the two individuals. Naturally, Guo and Chu would not dare to pursue any grievances regarding the incident involving Qin Xiao. With Shi Aigua's seasoned presence, the extent of their assets was swiftly discerned. Beyond the company shares, the compensation amount was precisely calibrated to leave them with nothing but debts, further tarnishing their reputations due to the wedding debacle. They would certainly find it impossible to remain in this city. Fearing that Qin Xiao might harbor lingering resentment, Xiao, in a drunken haze, speculated on various unfortunate accidents that could befall the pair, suggesting that even an enticing encounter with two individuals afflicted with HIV would pose no issue. Betraying a brother by seducing a sister-in-law is an abhorrent act that I cannot abide. Qin Xiao merely smiled and shook his head, content as long as the two no longer crossed his path. Given the gravity of the situation, the once indulgent pair would undoubtedly face a fate worse than that of a dog. His ability to traverse into this realm and acquire a system owed, in part, to their previous actions. There was no need for total annihilation. Qin Xiao had little interest in the company shares, opting to sell them at a discount to venture capitalists. Originally, he had invested $5 million into the company, and upon selling the shares, he extracted over $80 million in cash. In retrospect, this was a significant profit, providing a much-needed recovery for his earlier extravagant expenditures. Having dealt with the myriad of trivial matters, Qin Xiao began to commission Xiao to assist him in finding a location in the city, as he prepared to establish a high-tech company. Utilizing the artificial intelligence designed by Tony, he intended to penetrate the market and firmly establish himself in the bustling metropolis. With others handling the site selection, registration, and recruitment, Qin Xiao found himself in a state of idleness. Now, having returned for over 20 days, he possessed ample energy for another journey through time. Bored, Qin Xiao began to inquire with the system. If he were to traverse once more, would he still need to advance the plot to a certain stage before returning? Indeed, the Marvel world requires the progression of a major storyline before the host can choose to return. System, Qin Xiao continued, is there a way for me to switch freely between the Marvel universe and reality in the future? Insufficient permissions prevent me from providing a definitive answer, but I can inform the host that this limitation will undoubtedly change, though achieving the ability for unrestricted transitions will be challenging. The specifics of this transformation will become apparent as the host grows stronger. Very well. Qin Xiao nodded, initiating the process of traversing once more. At last, he had amassed 100,000 words, and starting tomorrow, he planned to publish 4 updates daily, the duration of which would depend on his stamina, at least for this week. He was confident it would be manageable. Today marked the completion of 100,000 words, and for the first time, the website had granted him a traffic recommendation. For those who appreciate this book, he hoped they would add it to their shelves, bestow a 5-star rating, and encourage updates. Such metrics are crucial for a new book's success. Thank you all. Chapter 51. The Avengers' first gathering. The process of traversing dimensions was peculiar, akin to passing through a misty corridor. Suddenly, one found oneself in a vibrant world, where everything gradually reassembled before one's eyes, transforming into distinct entities. For Qin Xiao, this experience felt more like the disorientation of motion sickness coupled with the haze of a hangover, lacking the grandiosity often depicted in fantastical novels where barriers between worlds are shattered, and all existence lies at one's feet. Upon returning to the secret chamber crafted by Tony, Qin Xiao settled at the computer desk for a brief moment before rising slowly to explore his abode with meticulous attention. Frankly speaking, in comparison to the skyrocketing real estate prices in first-tier cities back home, the housing market in Los Angeles appeared relatively modest. With less than $2 million invested, he possessed a high-rise apartment, 1 unit per floor, encompassing nearly 400 square meters. Although this converted to over 10 million yuan. One must also consider the disparity in living costs. While the property prices were not exorbitant, owning such a spacious residence entailed an annual tax of nearly $100,000 payable to the government. No wonder one often hears that while acquiring a large house in America is easy, maintaining it poses a significant challenge. Indeed, the traditional mindset of the Chinese resonated with him, as returning here felt decidedly more homely. Regarding the house, given the time suspension here, today marked the celebration of his housewarming. A feast was certainly in order, with 30% devoted to upholding the cherished traditions of his heritage, 20% to flaunt his luxurious new residence, and 50% to ward off the tedium of solitude. Qin Xiao sent a text message to nearly everyone he knew in this world. The message read, "Hello, this is Qin Xiao. Today, I have moved into my new home, and in accordance with Chinese tradition, it is customary to host a meal for friends, when moving into a new residence. Therefore, I have decided to hold a grand feast featuring authentic Chinese flavors at my home tomorrow evening at 7:00 p.m. You are all warmly invited to join me. For those unfamiliar with the term hongbao, feel free to Google it. And as a friendly reminder, hongbao is available in Chinatown. Attached is a screenshot of a marked electronic map. To be honest, Xiao was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. He could manage a couple of simple home-cooked dishes, but entertaining guests was a different matter entirely. However, could one truly represent the rich tapestry of Chinese culture, which spans thousands of years, without knowing how to cook? What about hot pot? A visit to Chinatown equipped him with all the essentials, broths, dipping sauces, and even an assortment of eclectic Chinese-style condiments. Some items might remain unused, yet they were essential to infuse his home with a semblance of life. With a dual-flavor pot, slices of lamb, and succulent beef, Xiao finally understood why the Chinese abroad remained so attached to Chinatown. The variety of goods available within a single block far surpassed what one could procure in a large supermarket back home, ranging from delectable snacks and traditional garments to martial arts training and Sichuan hot pot. Even the smallest items, such as pickled mustard greens and fried dough sticks, were readily accessible, and he even found the beloved little raccoon instant noodles. In this vibrant neighborhood, one can find establishments such as traditional medicine clinics and mahjong parlors, as well as shops offering funeral flowers and wreaths. For a homebody, the experience of venturing out to purchase necessities is quite similar to life back in the homeland. However, certain dishes in the restaurants have undergone a Western transformation, presenting flavors that differ slightly from those familiar in China. After procuring an array of items, I returned home, burdened with bags of various sizes. I boiled water to prepare the base for my meal, meticulously washed and chopped vegetables, and arranged an assortment of fruits on the table. Without even considering how to entertain guests, the effort alone infused my home with a newfound vibrancy. After a bustling afternoon, I casually picked up an apple, munching on it as I awaited the arrival of my guests. To my surprise, the first visitor was none other than Dr. Banner. I had not sent him any messages, and since he had been taken by SHIELD, I had lost all means of contacting him. Seated on the sofa, I observed the image displayed on the wall, showing the scene outside my door. "Nicole, please open the door." "Certainly, sir." The convenience of having a housekeeper was now apparent. "Hello, Dr. Banner. Welcome to my humble abode." Despite our unfamiliarity, one must always extend a warm welcome in their own home. Banner, a man of integrity, seemed a bit shy as he produced a bottle of red wine. "I've been managing rather well lately and Haven Tea transformed in quite some time. They mentioned a plan involving the Avengers and suggested I cultivate some rapport with you. Agent Romanoff informed me of your move and insisted I bring a gift, so here is a bottle of wine. Did she not mention anything else?" I inquired, noticing his hands held only the wine, devoid of any red envelopes. "No. Is there anything else I should know?" "She is still parking downstairs." Banner gestured awkwardly towards below. "Nothing of significance," I replied, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of taking advantage of this honest man, now without a home. I warmly invited Banner to take a seat. Moments later, Black Widow arrived. "Hey, no need to stare, Cheen. I brought Dr. Banner over from Canada today and had no time to stop by Chinatown for red envelopes. I hope this will suffice as a gift." Understanding my inquisitive gaze, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on my cheek. "Very well," I sighed, spreading my hands in resignation. Beautiful women always seem to have their privileges. However, should the next guest arrive empty-handed, I would curse them with a fate most unpleasant. Whether by chance or the weight of my own reputation, Tony, the workaholic, abandoned his research on new elements, and even Nick Fury set aside his duties to join us, accompanied by Hawkeye. Of course, we could not forget Agent Coulson, who remained steadfast in Los Angeles. Indeed, the original 6 superheroes of the Avengers have gathered, with the exception of Captain America, who remains frozen, and Thor, who is currently engaged in mischief in Asgard. However, none of them offered a red envelope to Xiao. Some presented wine, others gifted paintings, but the most absurd was Hawkeye, who directly gifted Xiao an arrow. "What am I supposed to do with this? Use it as a scratcher?" Qin Xiao complained as he ran the arrow against his back a few times. Since you all are so stingy, do not blame me for turning my back on you. Qin Xiao silently grumbled, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted to add 2 packets of spicy hot pot seasoning to the clear broth of the dual-flavored pot. Chapter 52. The power of spicy hot pot in this world. Qin Xiao may not possess the wealth he holds in reality, yet he is still a figure with over $1 million in his bank account. Thus, when it comes to dining, he chooses only the finest ingredients, regardless of the cost. After all, in the realm of hot pot, culinary skill takes a back seat to the quality of ingredients. Superior ingredients ensure a top-tier meal. For these foreigners, this dining experience offered them an encounter unlike any they had ever known. Even Tony, who had seen and tasted much, was left drenched in sweat, singing praises for the meal. When the spiciness became overwhelming, a sip of cold beer proved to be the perfect remedy. Qin, I must say you are rather stingy. Even if Banner brought you red wine, you need not cling to it so tightly. Hot pot pairs far better with cold beer, Nick Fury remarked, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. In response, Qin Xiao merely offered a cryptic smile, withholding further commentary. Internally, however, he mused, these uncivilized folks dare to pair spicy hot pot with cold beer on their first attempt. I haven't indulged in such a manner for so long. I can only imagine how their stomachs will churn tonight, and how they will regret not bringing a red envelope. As he harbored these malicious thoughts, he glanced at Black Widow, who was also sweating profusely from the meal. Out of nowhere, Qin Xiao produced a bottle of dark, chilled herbal tea. Try this, he exclaimed, snatching her beer away. What is this? It looks like flat cola, Black Widow remarked as she took a tentative sip. The taste was rather peculiar. Although modern cold dishes often incorporate various ingredients to enhance flavor, in some northern regions of China, where herbal tea is less common, most individuals find it difficult to acclimate, let alone foreigners. This is a treasure, nourishing and beautifying. I bought it specifically from Chinatown today. Trust me. Qin Xiao winked playfully at her. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, with a group of individuals capable of toppling a small nation sprawled across the sofa in disheveled relaxation. Aside from Black Widow, being a woman who cared about her figure, she had not overindulged. Observing the state of her companions, she naturally assumed the responsibility of tidying the dining area. To simplify matters, Qin Xiao had purchased disposable utensils from Chinatown, so it was merely a matter of tossing everything into a garbage bag, save for the hot pot, which required a bit more effort. Nonetheless, this moment instilled in Qin Xiao a sense of masculine pride, hosting a gathering of friends at home, enjoying a meal, and allowing his wife to handle the cleanup in the kitchen. Thus, as he watched Black Widow busily at work, he adjusted his posture, sitting up a little straighter. Qin, Dr. Banner should have informed you of his intentions. The Avengers Initiative has officially commenced. Once you are all somewhat acquainted, I will assign you a task to hone your skills. Agent Romanoff has already secured a base for you. Soon, you will all be able to visit together. Nick Fury, now lounging on the sofa like a disheveled old man, remarked, no more posturing. My focus may shift to New York in due time. As you know, Stark Industries has ceased weapon manufacturing. Our future lies in renewable energy and finance, making New York a more suitable location than Los Angeles. In fact, Tony has already purchased land in New York and is in the process of constructing a new Stark Tower. He has yet to hand over the chairmanship to Pepper Potts, as he remains quite occupied, especially after Obadiah's recent demise, which has left the board entangled in a myriad of chaotic issues. Coincidentally, Stark, your base is right in New York. Fury snapped his fingers. Damn it. Qin Xiao straightened up. He understood that the focus would undoubtedly shift to New York, but surely not this soon. I've just bought a house. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into renovating it? Do you know how arduous it was for me to acquire a spacious home in downtown Los Angeles? I've only spent 1 night in this house. I can't afford to buy another one in New York. To be precise, the funds for your house came from Agent Romanoff, who assisted you in winning at the casino using chips provided by Stark. The renovations and furnishings were all arranged by Stark. It was as if you stumbled upon a fully furnished home. Despite Fury's one visible eye, the disdain in his gaze was unmistakable. No way. I demand a raise. You've dragged me from the West Coast to the East Coast, transforming the Pacific outside my door into the Atlantic. I will experience culture shock. Qin Xiao feigned a disgruntled demeanor. Rest assured, this time, the salary will undoubtedly satisfy everyone. Fury replied, revealing a mysterious smile. Even in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, global crises are not as prevalent. Moreover, this is the preliminary stage. Setting aside some hidden forces, there are Odin and the Ancient One, two celestial beings. One safeguards Asgard, thwarting cosmic ambitions toward the 9 realms, while the other, relying on the triad of New York, London, and Hong Kong, establishes a barrier against extraterrestrial entities peering into Earth. Thus, even Qin Xiao cannot fathom what target Fury has in mind for them. However, judging by the old man's cryptic words and shifty eyes, it is clear he harbors no benevolence. The meal was enjoyable, yet after the gathering, Qin Xiao had intended to take the widow out for a stroll to nurture their relationship. However, Fury, burdened with tasks, whisked her away. That damned egghead will surely never have a woman in his life. I suspect the picture frame on his nightstand holds a burly man instead of a woman. That wretched scoundrel. Qin Xiao complained to Tony, the only one left. Indeed, my friend. Not everyone has a photo in their bedroom with a genius playboy, Tony shamelessly quipped. Qin Xiao recalled the enormous composite photo of himself and Tony, both making peace signs, displayed on his bedroom nightstand. He was left utterly speechless. That night, Tony, who typically preferred to immerse himself in the underground garage, found solace in the luxurious lavatory of his home. Meanwhile, Hawkeye remained ensconced in the airplane bound for Washington, never once stepping outside the confines of the restroom. The most unfortunate were Coulson and Nick Fury. The Black Widow had indeed embarked on her mission ahead of them, leaving the two to temporarily accommodate Dr. Banner at the Los Angeles branch. In the early hours, around 3 o'clock, Coulson and Nick Fury stood amidst what had nearly become a desolate ruin of the branch. Nearby lay Dr. Banner, who had barely been restrained from fully transforming. Qin Xiao, you are a damned bastard. Damn it. The formidable power of Spicy Hot Pot was indeed terrifying, echoing Qin Xiao's curse. The chrysanthemum bursts. Qin Xiao lay in his bedroom adorned with photographs of Tony and himself, rolling over. Unbeknownst to him, he dreamt of something that suddenly provoked a fit of laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal. Chapter 53. The self-funding Avengers. Nicaragua, one of Mexico's largest ports, stands as a prominent trading hub on the eastern coast of South America. In a nation nearly entirely pervaded by drug traffickers, it has naturally evolved into one of the foremost narcotics trade ports. The economic value generated by the drugs that transit through this locale each year is astonishing, even eliciting astonishment from affluent magnates like Tony Stark. The immense wealth derived from narcotics not only erodes the integrity of the government but also fosters a multitude of drug lords, each commanding their own armies. Indeed, any notable drug lord in Mexico possesses a force capable of dominating a small nation in Africa. The objective of Qin Xiao and his companions is to confront one of Mexico's largest drug trafficking organizations. Their formidable lineup includes Qin Xiao, Tony Stark, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, with support from Dr. Banner and logistical command from the ever-amiable Coulson. Do you know who is most welcomed by the drug traffickers here? Coulson, the mission leader, quipped as he stood on the submarine's bridge, a smile gracing his face. Corrupt anti-drug police or their government officials? Banner chimed in, adding, it's Tony Stark. The weaponry from Stark Industries is their most coveted prize. Evidence from Obadiah's extensive criminal records indicated connections between Mexican drug lords and arms dealings. However, due to the CIA's crackdown on Mexican traffickers, Obadiah was hesitant to sell arms in bulk to them. Coulson, with a grin, gestured towards the silently brooding Tony. Let me clarify, I am entirely unaware of Obadiah's past actions, and I must also state that Stark Industries no longer manufactures any weapons. He shrugged innocently. Unable to contain himself, Tony interjected, frankly, while I joined this Avengers initiative to safeguard the world when it faces peril, I question why we are here in Mexico apprehending drug traffickers when that is the task of anti-drug police. There are terrorists to confront elsewhere, like in the Middle East. It was not only Tony who felt this way. Even Hawkeye, a staunch member of the establishment, bore a look of disbelief. As a top-tier agent, he harbored a sense of pride, and tackling drug traffickers seemed a misuse of his talents. Despite being dubbed the weakest among the Avengers, Hawkeye had single-handedly caused upheaval in local gangs in Japan and Mexico following the devastating events of the snap. Nick's position dictated that he could not place all his eggs in one basket. Your existence is classified. Even within our ranks, only a select few are privy to it. You will require specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, all of which must remain opaque. Thus, we must seek out wealthy benefactors to generate our own resources, Coulson explained with a beaming smile. Despite his sparse hair, this fellow was indeed a superhero enthusiast, having idolized Captain America since childhood. Now, possessing a super special operations squad brings a sense of achievement that surpasses even the joy of regaining one's hair. Humph! Xiao felt that battling drug traffickers was somewhat beneath him. With a dismissive scoff, he remarked, "Isn't it merely a matter of funding for a few individuals? With the three of you alongside myself, we could all draw salaries. Dr. Banner could effortlessly find a part-time job with Tony. As for Tony, I need not elaborate. It's merely a question of providing meals and lodging. If necessary, I could even donate my salary." It was rare for Xiao to be so magnanimous. "I wish it were that simple. If your salary suffices, let us not delve into other matters. Just consider the cost of a Quinjet, which amounts to over $100 million. If you were to donate $100 million, we could promptly turn back." "That was imprudent. My apologies. Disregard what I just said. However, you could certainly approach Tony." Xiao gestured towards Tony, noting that the funds required for crafting a suit of armor could sustain everyone for quite some time. To speak candidly, the drug lords in Mexico wield formidable firepower and boast a considerable number of personnel. Indeed, it is an excellent environment for practice, especially given their immense wealth and the substantial threat they pose to society. Nick has undoubtedly chosen a commendable target. Otherwise, the salary would have surely increased after the recent hot pot meal. It seems he had already contemplated this. These traffickers have bribed the majority of government officials, making their arrival by boat indistinguishable from legitimate entry. Thus, they opted for a discreet approach, boarding a small radar-evading submarine. Under the cover of night, they approached a deserted beach in Nicaragua, targeting the opulent residence of the largest drug lord in northern Mexico. The primary objective was to incinerate their drugs and uncover the passwords to over a dozen hidden bank accounts in Zurich. Coulson effectively executed the plan set forth by Nick Fury, centering on Black Widow and Hawkeye. The team quietly infiltrated, aiming to capture the traffickers, destroy their drug warehouse, and swiftly retreat. The highly destructive Dr. Banner remained aboard the submarine as a secret weapon, ready to assist if the situation became precarious or if any changes arose. The drug lord's mansion lay not far from the coastline. Wherever the sea is present, one would expect the estates of the wealthy to overlook it. This was evident from Tony's own residence. With towering walls nearly 10 meters high, crowned with a dense web of electric fencing, the estate sprawled over nearly 100 acres. Every 20 or 30 meters stood a watchtower rising more than 2 meters above the walls. This was no mere mansion. It rivaled the most heavily fortified military bases and prisons that Xiao had ever encountered. At a distance of several hundred meters from the drug lord's mansion, Black Widow produced a blueprint, gesturing for the others to observe. "The security is far too stringent. Entering undetected from the front is nearly impossible. Celestos, the drug lord's name, room is located here, an area where he frequently operates. We can." Before Black Widow could finish her sentence, Tony, having grasped the location of the trafficker, darted away with a swift motion. "Damn it, Stark, they have no idea how many tunnels they have excavated underground. Your frontal assault will allow him to escape," Black Widow exclaimed indignantly. However, the speed of Iron Man's armor was formidable, and he was swiftly approaching the heavily guarded mansion. "Damn it, you go." "Chin?" Black Widow looked around in confusion, but there was no sign of Xiao. Hawkeye pointed towards the mansion, where Xiao was sprinting towards it with remarkable speed, rivaling that of Tony's armor. "There is another chapter tonight. I humbly request a 5-star review." Chapter 54. The Reckoning. For heaven's sake. Our plan was to infiltrate quietly and capture the target. The Black Widow wearily slapped her forehead. This was, as anticipated, their way of expressing dissatisfaction with the operation. "Activate the cloaking device." I certainly do not wish for headlines tomorrow about two superheroes robbing drug dealers. Xiao and Tony Stark are now among the most famous individuals in the world. While Xiao could obscure his identity by covering his face, Iron Man's armor was unmistakably recognizable. They were determined to conceal the existence of their team and their own identities, having prepared meticulously for this scenario. A voice crackled through the earpiece. It was Coulson. Let them handle it. You and Hawkeye should focus on plugging any leaks. Ensure no one escapes. Our agents in Mexico have reached the perimeter. We shall leave the rest to them. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents executed their tasks flawlessly. The force deployed here was, unsurprisingly, orchestrated by Nick Fury, utilizing a clandestine armament within S.H.I.E.L.D. that operated under the radar. Even though these drug dealers were well-equipped and numerous, they were utterly bewildered by the sudden descent of Iron Man from above. In the dead of night, he swooped down in impenetrable armor, rendering their conventional weaponry utterly ineffective. The drug dealers, comparable to a regular army, hadn't even had the chance to deploy their more formidable weapons. With a resounding crash, the wall beside the main gate collapsed. A seemingly frail figure charged in like a beast. Not only did he obliterate a wall towering over 10 meters, but he also demolished several guard towers with sheer force. Every bullet that struck him merely ricocheted off. He was akin to a human tank, powerful and clad in impenetrable armor. As soon as Xiao entered the fray, Tony swiftly transitioned to cruise mode above. He circled the opulent estate, methodically eliminating drug dealers hiding in the corners, while precisely pinpointing the locations of their concealed arms and drugs. 2 miniature missiles were dispatched, igniting tons of narcotics and a sky of explosive fireworks. In an instant, the vast estate was reduced to a half-destroyed ruin. In their armored suits, Tony and the diminutive Hulk-like Xiao were a devastating force against the unprepared drug dealers. By the time Black Widow and Hawkeye arrived, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Gasp! The two inhaled sharply. Such a lack of sophistication. Hawkeye scoffed, though a glimmer of envy in his eyes did not escape the notice of Black Widow. What hot-blooded warrior does not relish a brawl? It seems our assessment of Qian's combat prowess was woefully underestimated. He was, indeed, a shrunken hulk. Black Widow muttered in agreement before raising her voice into the earpiece. Do not linger in battle. Stark has destroyed the armory. We will handle the outside. Do not forget my objective, and ensure no one escapes through the tunnels. Rest assured, he cannot escape. The confident voice of Tony Stark resonated through the earpiece. Qian, check the Seresto room to see if he is still there.
Yes.
Scan the underground passages of this estate. No hidden passage could elude Tony's formidable technological prowess. Just as Xiao relayed the news of not being able to find Seresto, the screen within Tony's helmet displayed a detailed map of the subterranean tunnels. Sir, there are at least a dozen intricate passages beneath this estate, and they likely employ thermal shielding measures. J.A.R.V.I.S. communicated to everyone through their earpieces. A dozen passages seemed rather exaggerated. Come up with a solution. J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony commanded without hesitation. Understood, sir.
Yes.
Initiated another scan of the subterranean passages, and within 30 seconds the results emerged. A red line marked one particular passage on Tony's screen. This passage exhibits some magnetic interference, likely due to thick metal reinforcement. If I were that drug lord, this would be my choice. Safety first, sir. The extent to which thick metal reinforcement might cause magnetic interference is uncertain, but let us assume it does, ignoring the details, haha. Well done, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony's armor soared outside the estate, and with a swift motion, a penetrator round was launched towards the ground. Clearly prepared, this miniature missile transformed into a drill upon contact with the earth, burrowing deeply. After boring approximately 4 to 5 meters down, it created a small crater before erupting in a thunderous explosion, sending a cloud of dirt into the air. One could only speculate how thick the steel reinforcement was within the passage. Tony's custom bomb merely created a pit several decimeters deep. Qian, I am not equipped with many missiles, The steel plates here cannot exceed 1 meter in thickness. Otherwise, the underlying rock layers would not support it. What about that weapon of yours capable of slicing through steel? I'm on my way, Qin Xiao responded, swiftly leaping to the vicinity of the crater created by Tony's explosion. Without further ado, he plunged down, employing his Tang Dao to pierce through the layer of steel that had been compromised by the missile. The sharp, jarring sound of metal scraping echoed as Qin Xiao, with his extraordinary strength and the razor-sharp blade, cut out a square panel the size of a tile. This revealed a massive passageway, over 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide. The drug lord is indeed quite wealthy, Qin Xiao muttered, dashing into the passageway away from the estate. Whether it was the abundance of underground tunnels or the need to evade various subterranean infrastructures, this passage was not a straight shot. After running for several meters, Qin Xiao encountered a bend. Fearless and undeterred by potential ambushes, he charged forward with fervor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Just as he had barely turned the corner, he could scarcely discern the situation ahead. The ominous whir of a Gatling gun's barrels followed by the thunderous sounds of gunfire erupted. The terrifying rate of fire rapidly inundated the entire corridor with a hail of bullets. Damn! Qin Xiao cursed inwardly, instinctively raising his hands to shield his head. Although he was nearly impervious to harm at this moment, being struck in the face by a barrage of bullets was certainly not a delightful experience. The clattering sound accompanied by sparks echoed as bullets ricocheted between Qin Xiao's body and the steel plating of the corridor. Damn it! I will surely shove this machine gun up your backside. Qin Xiao's anger flared as he was pelted by a relentless barrage of bullets. As the gunfire subsided, he lowered his hands and spoke fiercely. Just as he revealed his eyes, he caught sight of a metallic arm swinging towards him with alarming force. Chapter 55. Encountering Captain America's love around the corner aside from Iron Tyrant. This was undoubtedly the most powerful blow Qin Xiao had ever received. To put it plainly, the force of this strike surpassed anything Qin Xiao had experienced prior to consuming the enhanced serum of the Hulk. In the past, even if he had evaded the relentless barrage of gunfire, this blow would have left him utterly dazed. However, now, bang! Qin Xiao's palm met the opponent's wrist, producing a dull metallic clang. The metallic arm, disheveled hair, and a mask of black metal covering the mouth and nose. Before him stood Bucky, the Winter Soldier, loyal companion to Captain America and a lethal weapon of Hydra. Bucky displayed no surprise at having his full-force strike effortlessly blocked. Even having witnessed Qin Xiao withstand a close-range hail of bullets with mere flesh, this brainwashed assassin felt no ripple of emotion within. His mind was solely focused on the mission at hand. While Qin Xiao contemplated whether to incapacitate Bucky and take him away, he felt a slight movement from the metallic arm he had clasped. The grip loosened, accompanied by a faint clicking sound. Only then did Qin Xiao notice that Bucky was clutching a grenade-shaped object in his hand. Before Qin Xiao could react, the grenade detonated, unleashing a blinding flash of light. A flashbang. Though Qin Xiao was unperturbed by the explosion itself, the brightness overwhelmed his eyes, which, despite his enhanced physique, were no different from an ordinary person's in terms of sensitivity. The proximity of the flashbang made him feel as though a miniature sun had flared before him. A sharp pain surged through his eyes. He cried out, instinctively releasing his grip and shielding his tear-filled eyes with his hands. Qin, what happened? Upon hearing his cry, the voices of Tony and Black Widow echoed almost simultaneously. Damn it! My eyes feel as though they are blinded. You all need to get in there and pursue. But be cautious. There's a guy with a metal arm whose strength and speed exceed human limits. Is it him? Black Widow paused mid-stride, recalling the assassin who had left her with scars. Meanwhile, Tony, piloting his suit, swiftly maneuvered into the passageway and soon reached Qin Xiao's side. How are you holding up? He inquired, eager to shield Qin Xiao before he could flail about blindly. Me fine. But everything is just a white blur. I can't see a thing. Qin Xiao admitted candidly. Don't worry. Your metabolism is far superior to that of an average person. You should recover swiftly. I believe you will regain your sight shortly. The damage inflicted by the flashbang could indeed be severe, leaving an ordinary individual in discomfort for days. Yet Qin Xiao's resilience promised a much quicker recovery. As long as I can see, it's fine. Just now, after being shaken, I heard 2 sets of footsteps, one ahead and one behind. I believe that the metallic arm has separated from the others and fled. I will search within the house. The outside is up to you. No sooner had Qin Xiao finished speaking than Hawkeye's voice came through. Tony wasted no time. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of firepower in the corridor, propelling himself forward. Within 10 seconds, a loud explosion reverberated through the metallic passageway, creating a resonant hum. The sound seemed to originate from the direction Tony was pursuing. Just as I was about to inquire about what had occurred, a flurry of footsteps approached. A fragrant breeze wafted in, followed by a tightening of my arm as a soft, familiar touch enveloped me. It was Black Widow, who had entered the dark passage and steadied Qin Xiao. At that moment, Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. This Mexican drug lord just exploded before my eyes. There are fragments of a timer on the scene. It must have been rigged with a timed bomb. Someone has silenced him, suggesting the situation is more complex than we anticipated. Clint, what's your status? Have you spotted that metallic arm? Tony's assessment was astute. There would be no need for a timed bomb in a suicide scenario. We've been played, folks. This place is riddled with numerous hidden passages. This is truly the escape route. I can't ascertain which tunnel he fled through. There are no traces left. Forget the chase. Clint, that must be the legendary Winter Soldier. I've crossed paths with him. He is formidable. Black Widow addressed the earpiece. At this juncture, there was little else to be done. Although the drug lord was dead and the hideout dismantled, overall, this initial operation could be deemed a failure. All right, everything's settled now. Are you all right? Is your vision still painful? Only then did Black Widow find the opportunity to comfort Qin Xiao. Sensing the concern in her words, he caught a hint of her delicate perfume, with his arm pressed against her ample bosom. In comparison to the clarity of sight, this moment offered an infinite realm of imagination. Hey, are you okay? Noticing Qin Xiao's silence, Black Widow gently shook his arm. He finally snapped back to reality, an air of grievance upon his face. I'm not well. My vision is gone. My head is spinning. I can barely stand. Oh! With an exaggerated exclamation, Qin Xiao collapsed into Black Widow's chest, his head rubbing against her soft curves several times. At last, he relaxed entirely, fainting in her embrace. Thud. Black Widow was not one to be easily deceived. Witnessing Qin Xiao seemingly unaffected and acting petulantly, she simply pushed him against the wall, allowing him to tumble to the ground. Truly inhumane. Qin Xiao pouted, standing up and brushing off his backside, then began to shout into the earpiece. Damn it, Tony. Where are you? Hurry up and get me out of here. I've saved you several times. It's time for you to repay me. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by others, yet the emergence of the Winter Soldier cast a shadow of conspiracy over the entire affair. The Black Widow speculated that Ceres Toro might be a financial instrument for the organization behind the Winter Soldier. However, only Qin Xiao understood that this notorious drug lord was likely part of Hydra's funding supply chain. The appearance of Bucky at this juncture raises questions. Was it mere coincidence? Or did he come intentionally to prevent Ceres Toro from falling into their hands? Only fate holds the answer. The operation, though not entirely fruitless, resulted in the demise of Ceres Toro. Nonetheless, Tony managed to uncover a login record for a Zurich bank from the private computer of Ceres Toro. The computer, unaltered, allowed Tony to effortlessly retrieve the account details, including the username and password. This account contained $500 million. Although this sum pales in comparison to Ceres Toro's stature, it would nonetheless provide them with ample resources for an extended period. Chapter 56. The troubled egg in the basement of a farm nestled in the outskirts of Washington, a clandestine stronghold of Hydra lay concealed. The basement was connected to the outside world through a passage, and suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the air. A group of impeccably dressed men, their expressions grave, rushed inside. Leading them was Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council and former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Surrounding the basement were several stoic figures, their faces devoid of emotion. In the center, a plain wooden chair housed Bucky, who had recently clashed with Qin Xiao. Come, soldier, recount your mission and the adversaries you encountered. Alexander Pierce casually leaned against a table as he spoke. Yes, sir, Bucky replied, his expression impassive. I was tasked with retrieving the previous quarter's payment from Celestra, but his estate came under attack. An armored figure soaring through the skies and a formidable, invulnerable Oriental man confronted us. It was Tony Stark and that individual known as Xiao, the two who made headlines recently. A bald man whispered an explanation into Alexander Pierce's ear. Pierce waved his hand, indicating his understanding, and gestured for Bucky to continue. I fled with Celestra through a secret passage, but the Oriental man pursued us. I was no match for him and had to use a flashbang to distract him. I affixed a small timed bomb to Celestra's clothing to divert the enemy's attention. Allowing me to escape through another passage, Bucky recounted mechanically, word by word. Well done, soldier. Alexander Pierce offered a lukewarm commendation before turning to the bald man. Last night, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s covert forces raided Celestra's estate in Mexico. By the time they arrived, the drugs and arms in the estate had been obliterated. These men are here to clean up the aftermath. However, it is peculiar that there are no records of this operation within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury would never suspect that a significant number of those within his so-called secret unit are our operatives. Yesterday, Celestra transferred $500 million from one of his accounts in Switzerland. Tony Stark and that mysterious Oriental lad. Clearly, Nick Fury's so-called superhuman initiative is underway. The bald man adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Do we need to take any action?" Barnes is no match for them. That mysterious Eastern figure appears formidable. No need. Alexander Pierce replied with confidence. Nick Fury aims to assemble a covert team but has jeopardized its secrecy for a pitiful budget. This misguided attempt at cleverness means an exposed team poses no threat to us. Our primary focus now is to gain insight into the initiative and urge Dr. Zola to expedite the refinement of the Zola algorithm. The bald man nodded eagerly in agreement. Alexander Pierce then patted him on the shoulder. Moreover, should we support another drug lord in Mexico, our stronghold in Eastern Europe could very well rely on these formidable drug barons for sustenance. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury is acutely aware of the Winter Soldier. Indeed, the organization capable of creating such a super-killing machine has long been a haunting nightmare for him. Particularly, this Winter Soldier has operated like a phantom, executing numerous assassinations and abductions over the past 50 years, leaving no trace for pursuit. This relentless evasion instills a profound unease within Nick Fury. Little does he suspect that this organization is none other than Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D's former nemesis, now insidiously embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, even in proximity to him. Consequently, the Avengers' initiative, which he takes great pride in, is wholly exposed to their scrutiny. For someone like Nick Fury, a lack of control breeds an expansive imagination. Pondering the potential global threats they may concoct, the number of super soldiers akin to the Winter Soldier they may possess, and the lethal machines they could unleash. Not to mention, over the years, he is aware that the Winter Soldier has abducted no fewer than a dozen of the world's foremost scientists, each a genius at the pinnacle of their respective fields. Should they be weaponized to create instruments of global peril, the implications are dire. Regrettably, the Winter Soldier's recent emergence proved to be fleeting. Despite several months of investigation along the trail of Silresto, no substantial leads were uncovered. With mounting frustration, Nick Fury found himself rhythmically tapping on his desk with his right hand. The phone vibrated, its buzzing sound reverberating across the surface. The caller ID displayed Coulson. Heaven forbid it be any ill tidings. Recently, Coulson had been tasked with assisting in the establishment of the Avengers Initiative. Aside from Hawkeye and Black Widow, Dr. Banner was manageable. He is a congenial fellow when not transformed. However, Tony Stark and Xiao have been a source of incessant vexation for him. Even a simple dinner at Stark's could provoke Banner's transformation, nearly reducing the Los Angeles branch to rubble. Thus, upon seeing Coulson's call, Nick Fury felt a headache brewing. Director, as you know, prior to our trip to Mexico, we had identified 3 drug lords, correct? Coulson began, meandering through his words, causing Nick Fury's eyelid to twitch with an ominous premonition. Speak plainly, for heaven's sake, Agent Coulson. Why do I feel you are increasingly emulating Xiao and Stark in your manner of speech? Nick Fury growled softly. All right, Director. This morning I was organizing files and retrieved the data on the other two drug lords, but now that document is missing, and to make matters worse, I can't reach Xiao. Damn it. A pen holder on Nick Fury's desk shattered into pieces. Coulson could only hear a cacophony on the other end, followed by Fury's heavy breathing. The earnest man recognized that his superior was teetering on the brink of fury, holding his breath in silence. After nearly half a minute had passed, a weary voice emerged from the phone, belonging to Nick Fury. How long has it been since you discovered the document was missing? He inquired. I placed it on my desk at noon, then I went out, and only just now did I realize it had vanished, Coulson stammered. Nick Fury glanced outside, where the weather was pleasant, illuminated by a radiant full moon. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his aching head and spoke into the phone. Contact the Drug Enforcement Agency. They surely have informants close to those two drug lords. Gather some intelligence, and if that kid's identity is compromised, ensure all traces are erased. Chapter 57. No turning back from the explosion. It is inconceivable that a drug lord would not have agents from the Narcotics Bureau in close proximity. The only distinction lies in the degree of their allegiance. Soon, a video arrived on Coulson's phone. The footage was captured from the window of a building, revealing a group of fully armed soldiers, cowering in panic below. On top of a vehicle riddled with bullets, a man donned in a classic bandit hat, with only his piercing eyes and mouth visible, wielded a Gatling gun, indiscriminately firing into the surroundings. After depleting a belt of ammunition, he casually discarded the Gatling gun and retrieved a rifle slung across his back, loading it while shouting at the top of his lungs, "You wretched drug dealers, bastards, prepare to face my righteous bullets. In the name of the moon, I shall vanquish you." Coulson swore it was the first time he felt a twinge of embarrassment for having such a colleague. Why fire a weapon while shouting? What was this nonsense about vanquishing in the name of the moon? Although the man's face was obscured, Coulson instantly recognized him as Xiao, not only by the sound of his voice but also by his attire, which was identical to what he wore during their meeting at noon. Legally speaking, an individual is considered a criminal only after being apprehended by the police, tried in court, and found guilty. This holds true for murder, theft, and drug trafficking alike. Thus, until these drug lords face the court, they are, in a legal sense, legitimate citizens of Mexico. Some even maintain exemplary conduct, boast clean records, and contribute significantly to local employment and charitable endeavors. The previous attack on Celestino's estate by Xiao and his associates had already stirred discontent within the Mexican government. It was only due to Nick Fury's covert manipulation that the situation was subdued. However, now Xiao had clandestinely entered Mexico, recently toppling a major drug lord's stronghold, and brazenly infiltrated another. This was tantamount to slapping the Mexican government in the face, especially as he threatened to transfer substantial assets directly into his own accounts, which included a share of profits for several high-ranking officials. Consequently, the government swiftly mobilized its regular forces, laying an intricate net around the outskirts of the city. Reynosa, a border city in northeastern Mexico, lies a mere 100 kilometers from California. It serves not only as a crucial hub for border trade, but also as a pivotal city for the transportation of drugs from Mexican cartels to North America, with over 50% of the continent's drug market sourced from here annually. The local drug lord, Carlos, wielded more influence and power in this chaotic border city than the mayor himself, all thanks to his arsenal and the allure of dollars. Yet, at present, Carlos found his armed forces reduced to mere remnants of their former strength, while the vast sums in his bank account had been swiftly transferred to others. In a lavish estate, nearly reduced to ruins, Xiao, with his face concealed, brazenly clutched a cigar pilfered from Carlos. He swaggered into a warehouse brimming with an arsenal of weaponry. Within the confines of this armory stood two armed men, who, upon spotting Xiao, instinctively snapped to attention, their legs firmly together. The armed group had been thoroughly intimidated by Xiao, a veritable human tank, during his previous assault. With his fists wielding the might of a rocket launcher, how could they hope to contend? Those with even a modicum of courage had met their demise, leaving the remainder to cower within the armory's walls. Seeing Xiao stride in, they dared not make a move, frozen in trepidation. Not one to indulge in mindless violence. Qin Xiao had no intention of randomly dispatching them. Instead, he surveyed the vast array of munitions, casually selecting a grenade, and with a swift motion, disengaged the safety pin. "Aren't you two planning to flee? Are you waiting to be blown to smithereens?" he inquired, prompting the duo to bolt for the exit. "Ha! Look at how frightened you are, and I haven't even loosened my grip." With the two drug traffickers dispatched, Qin Xiao found himself in high spirits, having secured a fortune. After mocking the pair's hasty retreat, he adjusted his attire with a single hand and leisurely lit the cigar he had been savoring. Finally relinquishing the grenade, he hurled it back into the armory. He had long contemplated this move, deliberately leaving the munitions room for last. The ensuing explosion promised to be cataclysmic, while he himself remained unperturbed, epitomizing the demeanor befitting a cinematic protagonist. As he ambled forth, he reminisced about a scene from Iron Man, recalling how even Tony Stark, while testing missiles in Afghanistan, had spread his arms wide, facing away from the distant explosions, reveling in the spectacle. Boom! The explosion echoed, followed by a series of successive detonations. Qin Xiao subtly adjusted his posture, striving to appear as upright as possible, while in his mind played a medley of iconic soundtracks from various films heralding the entrance of the main character. With resolute steps, he advanced towards the grand entrance of the estate, embodying the essence of a true warrior who never glanced back at the chaos unfolding behind him. The grenade's detonation triggered a cascade of ensuing explosions within the drug trafficker's arsenal, where an abundance of firearms and explosives lay in wait. Cumulatively, there must have been nearly 100 kilograms of explosive potential. While 100 kilograms of TNT might seem inconsequential in the realm of nuclear weaponry, in terms of explosive force, it was sufficient to level a 3- or 4-story building. The immense shockwave first obliterated a crate containing several portable rocket launchers. These launchers, akin to iron rods, were propelled by the blast, hurtling in every direction at speeds comparable to bullets. Fatefully, one of these projectiles hurtled directly towards Qin Xiao. Indeed, the more one attempts to suppress certain desires, the more fervently one yearns to indulge in them. For instance, when one is engrossed in their mobile device and a friend of the opposite sex urges them not to look back as they change attire, even if the thought of peeking does not initially arise, the temptation inevitably builds. This psychological phenomenon is prevalent among many. Qin Xiao, too, found himself wrestling with the urge to glance back, especially as the commotion behind him intensified. He pondered the possibility of a discreet look. Surely no one would notice him at this moment. After all, the performance was likely nearing its climax. Unable to resist, he covertly turned his head. The instant he did, darkness enveloped his vision as an ominous, dark object hurtled towards him with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, it struck squarely against the bridge of his nose and his eyes. "Oh dear, that nearly cost me my sight," he exclaimed. Chapter 3. It is somewhat late now. Another chapter awaits this evening. Chapter 58. Justice from the skies. Engaging in the trade of illicit substances, Qin Xiao bravely ventured into perilous territories, audaciously infiltrating 2 dens of danger within a single day. He felt an exhilarating sense of pride, elegance, and accomplishment, truly remarkable in his exploits. The climactic explosion served as a fitting conclusion to his impressive day, albeit one that ended with a blemished mark, an imperfect circle that resembled more of a C. Perhaps this is what it means to boast and ultimately falter, a fitting expression indeed. Rubbing his throbbing eyes, Qin Xiao pondered whether there existed a cosmic misalignment between himself and his vision, as his eyes seemed perpetually injured. Approaching the entrance of the estate, he was greeted by the cheerful gaze of the Black Widow, who leaned casually against a black SUV, adjacent to the wall that he had recently demolished. Her beaming smile indicated that she had witnessed his earlier escapade. "What brings you here? Where are they? It's perilous for you to be alone." Qin Xiao attempted to divert the conversation, fearing she might bring up his earlier embarrassment. "Perilous? Hardly. Your presence has instilled such fear that they nearly sprouted wings and fled," she teased, tossing her hair with an alluring flare. "You must have missed me, or else why would you travel such a distance to find me?" With a playful grin, Qin Xiao embraced her shoulders, laughing. "I'm here to take you home. You've stirred up quite a mess. Get in the car." The Black Widow playfully pinched his lips, causing them to pucker, and bestowed a quick kiss upon him. This is a reward for your earlier performance. Compared to a superhero who walks away without looking back, I must say I prefer this more genuine and adorable approach. With that, she took her seat behind the wheel. I knew you saw what happened earlier, and why the affectionate gesture. I must reciprocate, or I'll be at a disadvantage, Xiao exclaimed, rushing to join her in the vehicle. As he entered, he hastily removed the bandit hat he had worn all day. I can hardly breathe in that thing. Now I understand why so many robbers are opting for stockings instead. Quit complaining about your hat. You've taken down 2 major drug lords and pilfered their bank accounts. The Mexican government has deployed regular troops, and this city is effectively encircled. The Black Widow replied, casting a glance at him. It was merely 2 drug dealers. Xiao shrugged, feeling a surge of confidence, dismissing the threat posed by the government forces. 3 drug lords, 3. Do you have any idea how much they contribute to government officials each year? Do you understand the billions lost when 3 drug cartels leaders are eradicated and a new one must be established? Not to mention the funds you've siphoned from their accounts. A small nuclear warhead on the black market sells for nearly 100 million. Xiao found himself uninterested in the preceding calculations, but the mention of a nuclear warhead caught his attention. Surely they wouldn't deploy a nuclear warhead just for me? That seems a bit excessive. Do not be deceived into thinking that the Mexican government operates without oversight near the drug lords. Your combat capabilities are clearly laid bare before them. Should you provoke them, the consequences could be dire. Very well. I shall exercise greater caution henceforth. After all, I have collected enough from this venture. Xiao adjusted his seat, reclining comfortably. With Black Widow arriving to escort him, there was certainly no cause for concern. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed omnipresent. Black Widow led Xiao through a series of twists and turns, arriving at a checkpoint where she presented an official pass, stamped by an unknown department, and they proceeded with confidence. Despite the support of Black Widow, the pair traveled directly from the northeastern region of Mexico to its western part, crossing the border from Arizona into Mexico, and then detouring to a small town in New Mexico. After a long night of driving, they chose not to rush back, instead opting to stop at a local restaurant. To their surprise, Nick Fury and Coulson were already waiting there. A cup of coffee sat before Coulson, while Nick Fury had an untouched breakfast before him, suggesting he had not taken a single bite. The expressions on their faces were grim, clearly intending to assert their authority over Xiao. Unperturbed, Xiao pulled out a chair and seated himself opposite them, casually moving Nick Fury's untouched breakfast closer to him. After hours of sitting in the car, his discomfort warranted such a generous gesture from his superior. With a grin, Xiao began to enjoy his breakfast. Had it not been for the color of his skin, anyone could have discerned that Nick Fury's scowl deepened. Was this breakfast intended for you? Had I known you would be so brazen as to disregard others' feelings, I would have started eating long ago. Why not? Nick Fury shot a glance at Coulson, who looked bewildered, unsure of why he was being scrutinized for Xiao's actions. Ahem, sir, do you have something to discuss? Coulson ventured, feeling the weight of authority pressing upon him. Go fetch me another breakfast, please. Thank you. Nick Fury gritted his teeth, his irritation palpable. And another cup of coffee for me, and one for Natasha as well. Thank you. Xiao promptly added. You certainly have quite the appetite. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Nick Fury, having failed to intimidate Xiao, relaxed his stern demeanor, exhaling a sigh of resignation. This is all for the funding of our department. Xiao replied, handing over a note inscribed with 2 lengthy sequences of numbers, bank account details and a password, totaling $1 billion, designated for departmental expenses. However, I must insist that this is strictly for our team. Do not allocate it elsewhere. I took finance courses in college, and I will be keeping a close watch. With his mouth full of scrambled eggs, Xiao mumbled his assertions. Nick Fury would never believe that this $1 billion was the entirety of Xiao's ill-gotten gains from this endeavor. Extracting more from him would prove challenging. Yet this was not the central theme of their current engagement. However, Xiao did not allow Nick Fury the opportunity to voice his concerns. He spoke directly. I understand your point. Focus on my responsibilities and comply with the arrangements. I grasp that the previous $500 million did not meet expectations. And there shall be no next time, I assure you. Moreover, with my hood on, no one will recognize me. This bold retort left Nick Fury with a plethora of unsaid words stuck in his throat. After breakfast, the busy Nick Fury hurried back for a meeting. The trio escorted him to the edge of the desert outside the town, where a Quinjet awaited. Keep an eye on this fellow, Nick Fury emphasized to Coulson and Black Widow. He turned to Xiao, intending to impart further advice. Xiao raised 2 fingers to the sky in a vow. Rest assured, I will not cause any more trouble. I swear, should I act independently again, it would be akin to the Chinese saying heaven's wrath shall strike, meaning I would be smitten by divine retribution. No sooner had Xiao uttered these words than dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, accompanied by a booming thunder. The clouds twisted into a vortex above them, resembling a tornado. The sinister nature of the thunder and clouds caused everyone to shift their gaze towards Xiao. Why are you all looking at me? I swear, I was being sincere just now. This has nothing to do with me. Xiao hastily waved his hands in denial. Unfortunately, it seemed the heavens were not inclined to grant him any leniency. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning, over a meter wide, struck down upon him. The group, seasoned by the chaos of battle, instinctively leapt into action, sprinting away to the farthest distance before dropping to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the lightning detonated upon impact, creating a massive crater. The group, along with the aircraft, tumbled haphazardly into the gaping hole. Xiao found himself at the very center of the pit, surrounded by a hammer crackling with electricity. With the 4th chapter concluded, it is time to refresh oneself. I humbly request 5-star reviews, encourage updates, and invite you to add this to your bookshelf. Thank you all. Chapter 59. The gamble of Coulson's hair. Despite Xiao's robust constitution, he was still rendered dazed by the force of a hammer striking his head. It took him a moment to regain his senses. Although lightning had not struck him, the hammer had certainly made its presence felt, bouncing off his head before landing on the ground. He had done nothing to provoke this. It was merely an oath taken with a raised finger. Yet, the sudden appearance of both lightning and the hammer was bewildering. Had Xiao been unaware of the hammer's origins, he would have surely jumped up in outrage at the heavens above. However, given the current circumstances, he felt ill-equipped to provoke Asgard, especially with Odin still residing there. Spitting out the sand from his mouth, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find that everyone else appeared unharmed. Squatting beside the hammer, he silently traced a large circle in the sand, inscribing within it 2 lines of characters. Throwing the hammer leads to ruin. And wife's monthly visitor. Coulson, investigate whether any aircraft passed overhead just now. Agent Romanoff, contact Hill at headquarters. We require a team of professional scientists. The inquiry into the aircraft was merely a habitual deduction. The hammer had been enveloped in lightning moments ago, which had only just begun to dissipate. Even the one-eyed Nick Fury could discern that this was no ordinary hammer. What are you doing, Xiao? Bring the hammer over here. Nick Fury commanded from a vantage point above the pit, issuing orders to the trio below. Though Xiao was privy to the hammer's secrets, he complied and attempted to lift it. Gripping the handle with both hands and exerting all his strength, he found himself utterly immovable. Hey, Chief. It seems you ought to find someone with a bit more muscle. 5 minutes later, the area around the pit bore the remnants of an aircraft landing gear, nearby steel plates and a battered Quinjet. The hammer lay silently in the sand, its weight seeming insufficient to even leave an impression. Yet it could not be lifted, not even by the Quinjet. I loathe circumstances and objects beyond my control. Fury grimaced, and before S.H.I.A.L.D. agents arrived, he instructed local police to cordon off the area. He then assigned Coulson to manage the situation, as he needed to rush back for a meeting. Xiao, however, insisted on keeping Black Widow by his side. With the hammer of the god of thunder now present, it was only a matter of time before the thunder god himself would arrive. True to the system's nature, the emergence of superheroes typically heralded a mission or an opportunity for points. Coulson, I wager $50 on the origins of this hammer. After Nick Fury departed, Black Widow, who had been driving all night, found a place to rest. Meanwhile, Xiao and Coulson sat at the edge of the pit, watching as police set up a perimeter while engaging in casual conversation. Did you know about this? Regardless of the ancient sword or Xiao's own abilities, it was widely acknowledged that he harbored his own secrets. The sudden fall of an unliftable hammer from the sky, fortuitously landing atop Xiao's head, was too coincidental to ignore. Xiao, in a rather unfortunate turn of events, decided to engage in a wager with himself, prompting Coulson to let his imagination run wild as he pondered whether this hammer truly bore any connection to Xiao. I possessed the gift of divination. Have you forgotten? Who was it that helped you locate the aircraft at Marbury's mansion? Xiao reminded him with a cheerful grin, urging him not to overlook his unique talents. Coulson rolled his eyes, retorting, "Dare you bring up the aircraft incident again? Everyone knows it was you two who pilfered the plane and ventured to the Middle East for a brawl. You can lie through your teeth on video, even berating yourself as an ugly fool and smearing excrement on your face. I was nearly driven to the brink of madness by you and Tony, those shameless rascals. I shall not gamble anymore. Speak if you wish, or we may simply wait here together," Coulson said, a hint of pride mixed with an unpleasant recollection. Xiao, discerning Coulson's thoughts, moved closer and draped an arm over his shoulder. "One must look forward, my friend. Forget the unhappy past. At most, I shall enlighten you about this hammer. Go on," Coulson replied, his boredom piqued. "Long, long ago, in a distant realm of the divine, the All-Father Odin begot a foolish son." Xiao began, adopting a tone akin to that of a storyteller lulling a child to sleep, as he recounted the birth of Thor, the god of thunder, and the origins of his hammer. He even pretended to consult his fingers as if calculating the divine's misfortunes, such as Thor being stripped of his powers and exiled to Earth. "Ha ha ha! You claim this is the hammer of the thunder god, yet the handle is crafted from the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree? You remind me of those medieval charlatans who peddled nonsense and relied on divination for their livelihood." Coulson laughed heartily. "If you're merely entertaining me to pass the time with jokes, I appreciate it, my friend. However, if you are serious, I wager my hair against your claim." Coulson, having served in Xild for over a decade, had witnessed far too much to be swayed by such tales. In 1995, he even accompanied Nick Fury to meet Captain Marvel and the Skrulls. How could he possibly believe that deities still roamed this world? The so-called God of Thunder and the All-Father, not to mention the Rainbow Bridge capable of intergalactic travel. It was as if agents were oblivious to mythological stories, unaware that these were indeed Norse legends. "Are you serious?" Xiao asked, glancing sympathetically at Coulson's receding hairline. "Perhaps we should reconsider the stakes. Distrusting me could lead to your downfall. Truly, I never speak falsehoods. When I do, my heart races and my breathing falters." To Coulson, Xiao's declaration was akin to the sound of wind passing through the trees. "No change. I shall never believe in your myths. I wager my hair. If I lose, I will procure hair restoration products. Should you lose, you must surrender all the money acquired from this trip to Mexico as our funding." Truly deserving of the title of the next director of Xild. One cannot help but admire his selfless dedication, even sacrificing his sparse locks for the sake of departmental funding. Xiao gave him a thumbs up. "Deal." The agents of Xild arrived promptly, a large contingent descending that very afternoon. Coulson took charge on site, directing the assembly of a canopy, ensuring that the entire pit, along with the hammer, was thoroughly concealed. A multitude of instruments were unloaded from the vehicles, initiating comprehensive monitoring of the hammer's energy responses, material properties, and other pertinent information. Perhaps due to the presence of Xiao and Black Widow, Hawkeye was not summoned as one might expect from a film narrative. Once the makeshift shelter was erected, barbed wire was strung around the perimeter, complemented by various surveillance and defensive measures. Coulson established a temporary office for himself, where he, along with Xiao and the rejuvenated Black Widow, observed the monitors. "It seems there may be a miscalculation. The so-called power-stripped god of thunder appears to be absent," Coulson remarked with a smile, relishing the prospect of winning against Xiao. No sooner had he spoken than alarms blared, signaling an intrusion. Coulson swiftly turned his gaze to the monitor, where he beheld a robust man with golden locks, employing brute force to topple several guards as he advanced towards the hammer. While the film did not explicitly state it, the hammer was likely to have landed at night, coinciding with Thor's arrival as he collided with Jane Foster's vehicle. Here, however, Xiao was struck by the hammer in the morning. Let us consider it a case of the hammer arriving late. Please, do not take offense. Chapter 60. Is this hammer your boyfriend? For reasons unbeknownst to him, when Coulson observed a remarkably muscular young man through the monitor, he instinctively felt a sense of peril regarding his own hair. Everyone retreat, disregard this individual, I repeat, retreat to your posts and allow him to enter. In order to validate his suspicions, Coulson instructed all the guards to part the way. Let us proceed. We shall investigate. Xiao urged Coulson and Black Widow towards the hammer's location. Upon their arrival, they found Thor had just reached the same spot, utterly oblivious to the trio's presence. He gazed adoringly at the hammer, lost in his own musings. At last, I have found you. I must. Apologies, sir, but it appears this area is restricted to the uninvited. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have lost your most cherished possession. Is this your boyfriend? The shape of it doesn't seem particularly convenient. Xiao interrupted Thor's soliloquy. A grin plastered across his face as he pointed at the hammer. Thor tilted his head, pondering for over 10 seconds before grasping Xiao's implication. How dare you blaspheme? I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, son of Odin, I am. Once more, Xiao cut off the irate deity. All right. All your rambling merely suggests you wish to reclaim your companion. It is over there. Go retrieve it. Coulson and Black Widow were taken aback, as the man's words echoed Xiao's sentiments. Both seasoned agents had a keen understanding of human psychology and could discern that the seemingly deranged man spoke the truth. Either he was indeed mad, or it was an uncanny coincidence that his words aligned perfectly with Xiao's. Before arriving on Earth, Thor was undoubtedly a brutish figure, speaking without much thought. Faced with Xiao's casual dismissal, he did not immediately grasp the hammer, but instead unleashed a fierce retort. Very well, you blasphemous wretch, once I reclaim my hammer, I shall teach you a lesson in respect for the divine. Xiao, Black Widow, and Coulson simultaneously rolled their eyes. Black Widow and Coulson began to doubt their instincts, questioning whether this man was simply mad, as he certainly appeared to be mentally unhinged. Thor, however, was indifferent to their judgments. He was determined to reclaim his hammer and prove to Odin that his convictions were correct. Striding confidently to the hammer's side, he grasped it with assurance. Yet, despite his might, the hammer remained immovable. Ah! This time, using both hands and exerting all his strength, he turned crimson with effort, but the hammer still did not budge. Father, why ah? Whether reprimanded by Odin or exiled to Earth, the god of thunder resembles a child untouched by hardship, never truly heeding parental threats. In his mind, reclaiming his hammer would ensure his return to Asgard, where he could vindicate himself before Odin. Yet, the immovable hammer stripped him of his optimism and self-assurance, leaving him engulfed in a profound sense of abandonment. Your boyfriend seems rather upset, perhaps due to your acquaintance with a new suitor? Let me guess. An axe or a mace? Xiao remarked with a playful grin. For reasons unknown, the sight of the serious and slightly melodramatic Thor always prompted him to tease. Despite being over 1,000 years old, Thor appeared akin to a teenager lamenting the loss of a cherished toy. You bastard! Xiao's words ignited Thor's sorrow and resentment, transforming them into fury. With a thunderous roar, Thor charged at Xiao in anger. Poor child, you truly need a good night's sleep. Deprived of his divine powers, Thor was no match for Xiao. The latter sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a swift chop to the back of Thor's neck. The once mighty god staggered and collapsed to the ground. Let us find a suitable place to stow this pitiful fellow. He poses no threat now, and someone will likely come looking for him tomorrow. Someone will come looking for him? Another deity, perhaps? Although Thor could not lift his hammer, Coulson had an instinctive feeling that Xiao's words held truth. A cosmologist? It would be wise to have a few individuals accompany them. Their research may yield unexpected surprises, Xiao stated before departing. Natasha, what do you think about Xiao's assertions? Coulson inquired, puzzled by the Black Widow's opinion after Xiao left. It sounds hard to believe, whether it pertains to any deities from Asgard or tomorrow's visitors. However, this hammer speaks volumes. Though I cannot fathom how Qin knows these things. He may appear irreverent at times, yet he is trustworthy, is he not? Qin Xiao pivoted and directly inquired within his mind, System, I must have completed the Thor mission, so why is there no point reward? I swear this fellow will never forget me. Each superhero encounter typically granted Qin Xiao a task that ensured a lasting impression. And this instance was no different. Thor did not yet know the host's name, thus the task remained unfulfilled. The system's dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. You forgot to introduce yourself. That is rather awkward. However, under those circumstances, an introduction might have seemed rather abrupt. A new task is available. The host may choose to accept or decline. The system's voice resonated once more. Oh, pray tell. During Thor's exile on Earth, he undergoes a profound inner transformation, ultimately regaining the recognition of his mighty hammer. Upon the fulfillment of this task, the host shall earn the friendship of Odin, the All-Father of the gods. This endeavor bears a resemblance to the serendipitous encounter with Banner, albeit the reward of the Hulk serum is far more tangible. Odin's friendship, however, prompts Qin Xiao to ponder its significance. System, why does this task specifically allow me the option to accept or decline? Qin Xiao inquired, voicing his inner curiosity. Odin, in his quest to mold Thor into a worthy king, had chosen to exile him to Earth. Should the host assist in this transformative process, he would inevitably attract Odin's attention, garnering gratitude that could lead to unforeseen rewards. Yet, being drawn into Odin's gaze may not necessarily bode well. Qin Xiao comprehended the duality of this situation. It was indeed a double-edged sword. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed the system with resolve. I accept. Chapter 2, albeit a tad late. Well, I overslept during my afternoon nap. 2 more chapters await this evening. Chapter 61. The moon hangs above the willow tips. Asgard, a realm of enchantment, is not merely defined by its myriad of sorcery or deities. Rather, it is the internal strife within the Odin family that has rendered Asgard incapable of exhibiting even a fraction of its so-called cosmic prowess. The entire kingdom revolves around Thor, Loki, and ultimately Hela, embroiled in a familial discord that ultimately leads to the ruin of the entire Asgardian realm. A brother seeks to slay his sibling, while another brother stands as a protector. A sister aims to vanquish their father, and the brothers unite to obliterate everything. In essence, aside from the absence of incestuous entanglements, Asgard resembles the chaotic narratives found in Greek mythology surrounding Zeus, a melodramatic tale of familial ethics. Odin, having stripped Thor of his divine powers, cast him down to earth. To Qin Xiao, this act resembles a wealthy father, intent on fostering his son's maturity and understanding of life's true essence, freezing his credit cards and abandoning him in a quaint village. A transformation akin to that within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As Qin Xiao embarks on his mission, he assumes the role akin to that of a director orchestrating the unfolding drama. However, Qin Xiao is far from benevolent, and Thor is not particularly selfish or unruly. He is merely a bit naive. Prior to acquiring sufficient strength for self-preservation, entering Odin's gaze is akin to a small enterprise being scrutinized by a global conglomerate. One must either leverage the resources of others to thrive or risk being devoured by a corporate leviathan. Well versed in the intricacies of this world's narrative, Qin Xiao deliberated extensively before ultimately deciding to accept his fate. In the stillness of the night, Qin Xiao sat alone on a gentle slope, gazing at the stars. He pondered whether to adhere to the script or devise a more effective strategy to help that foolish lad calm his restless heart. Hey, it's rare to see you so tranquil. How are you? Aren't the stars beautiful tonight? Black Widow had appeared behind him, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses in hand. If given the choice, I would prefer to gaze at you rather than the stars. Qin Xiao replied with a smile. With a playful grin, Black Widow seated herself beside him, uncorked the bottle, and poured 2 glasses of wine, offering one to Qin Xiao. To the stars above. Very well, to the stars. Their glasses clinked gently. That fellow has awakened, neither fleeing nor shouting. He simply sits there, foolishly. Is he truly the legendary god of thunder? Indeed, without a doubt. Qin Xiao glanced at Black Widow, who remained in her ever-constant black attire. Yet her face bore a rare calmness, contrasting her usual seriousness, radiating an unexpectedly endearing quality. Next, are you curious to ask how I possess such knowledge? Xiao smiled. Oh, if I were to inquire, would you speak the truth? Black Widow took another sip from her glass. That depends on the capacity in which you choose to ask. She is the renowned Black Widow of the espionage world. Or, as I fondly refer to her, Natasha. Xiao retorted ambiguously. From the moment I can remember, I was confined within a crimson house with a group of young girls, where the only means of survival was to endure shameful training and engage in mutual slaughter. Rather than directly addressing Xiao's inquiry, Black Widow began to reminisce about her past. Thus, from a tender age, I learned to distrust those around me, gradually discerning their ulterior motives. Those who smiled at me often concealed daggers behind their backs. From the moment I first encountered you, your demeanor was anything but serious. Your words seldom reflected the truth, yet your eyes conveyed a benign intent towards me. How you discerned this matters not. I am certain that whether as a partner or a friend, I can place my trust in you. My past is a painful chapter one prefer not to revisit, and I shall not press you to unveil your own secrets. Frankly, my purpose for today is simply to gaze at the stars with you and engage in light-hearted conversation. As she spoke, Black Widow rested her head upon Xiao's shoulder. Throughout the first half of her life, she was trained solely to kill, with targets and enemies as her only focus. It was only upon meeting Hawkeye and joining SHIELD that she experienced the warmth of having trustworthy companions. Yet, no one had ever transitioned from being a target to a friend, a partner, and more importantly, a man like Xiao. He allowed her to set aside her missions and all else, enabling her to confront him from a purely feminine perspective. This sensation, while commonplace for ordinary individuals, was profoundly unique for Black Widow. She cherished it deeply. You appear rather slender, yet I am pleasantly surprised by the strength of your shoulder. Do you enjoy it? You may lean on me for a lifetime, but only on this side. As you know, I am an irresistibly charming man, bound to attract the affections of others, and I cannot bear to reject beautiful women. A glimmer of hope must always be left for them. Would you not agree? Black Widow's response filled Xiao with immense satisfaction, prompting him to begin his playful banter once more. He could converse about anything and everything under the heavens. Black Widow simply leaned against him, quietly listening to his earnest yet whimsical musings, a subtle smile gracing her lips, indicating her enjoyment of this moment. The moon hung low amidst the willow branches, with musings of women, bravado, and fine spirits. The two sat in serene companionship for half the night. Though no physical intimacy ensued, they found themselves emotionally closer than ever. This feeling was exquisite and delightful. Thus, at the break of dawn, Xiao rose with renewed vigor, eagerly awaiting Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's mentor, to escort Thor back. In the film, Thor descends from the heavens, colliding with their vehicle, prompting others to deem him mad. Yet, Jane Foster, enamored with this foolish god, chooses to believe his words. If all goes as planned, they should arrive today to retrieve Thor. Waiting from dawn until noon without any sign of his visitors, Chin received a video call from Tony. Chin, I heard you encountered a peculiar hammer in Mexico. Was it enjoyable? If so, I might come to see it as well. By the way, take a look at me and see if there's anything different. Tony deliberately adjusted the camera to reveal his upper body. After scrutinizing for a while, Chin finally noticed that the arc reactor embedded in his chest now emitted a blue triangular light. Another chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 62. The billionaire with a paltry fortune indeed. It appears that villains tend to enjoy longevity. Congratulations, Tony. You've been added to God's blacklist. However, this news is rather unfortunate for me, as I have long coveted the vehicles in your garage. It seems that my insignificant butterfly wings may have hastened the palladium poisoning in you, which is quite an accomplishment. Yet, I wonder if this alteration will hinder Rhodey from acquiring an armored suit from you to transform into War Machine. You are undeniably a scoundrel. Sharing delightful tidings with you was a grave error. When will you be back? Are you waiting for the hammer situation to resolve? Engaging in trivial banter with Tony, Xiao suddenly appeared to recall something, deliberately moving to a secluded spot to whisper enigmatically to Tony. I have a matter to discuss with you, Tony. You are the only one who can assist me. Your furtive demeanor reminds me of a thief. Have you contracted some affliction of masculinity? I cannot aid you with that, my friend. After all, I am in excellent health and quite robust. You might want to consult Banner on that matter, as he seems to have dabbled in medicine. Tony, observing Qin Zhao's mysterious demeanor, regarded him with disdain. Be quiet, you wretched lecher. I am in splendid shape. My virility is robust enough to shatter your armor. Did I not just return from Mexico? I managed to transfer quite a sum from those drug lords, and I opened an account in a Swiss bank. This was initiated at one of their residences. There are numerous banks in Zurich, and I wish to inquire which one is the most secure, as I intend to relocate my funds. Qin Xiao glanced around to ensure no one was present and spoke softly into his phone. Is that all? Tony expressed disappointment, expecting Qin Xiao to reveal some monumental secret. Mind your tone, Tony. I am now a billionaire, possessing a grand total of $3 billion. My word. I scarcely know what to purchase. Luxurious estates? Yachts? Do you have any recommendations? On the screen, Tony Stark regarded Qin Xiao with an air of disdainful superiority. I thought you had accomplished something significant. Is $3 billion worthy of such a display? UBS, the Swiss bank formed from the merger of Swiss Bank Corporation and Union Bank of Switzerland, is a reputable institution. Any banking website bearing those 3 letters is reliable. Is there anything else? Though Tony did not verbally express it, Qin Xiao could distinctly perceive the term pauper reflected in his gaze. Tony, I concede that you are immensely wealthy. However, $3 billion is not a trifling sum, regardless of its location. I believe you should afford me a modicum of respect. Do you comprehend the significance of $3 billion? Having resolved my financial dilemmas permanently in this world, with a fortune in hand, it was a moment of pride and triumph. How could I possibly endure the condescending gaze of Tony? I find myself in a state of confusion, my friend, regarding the $3 billion, once an order amount from Stark Industries and the Department of Defense, or perhaps a mere fluctuation in stock prices. To be honest, I am not particularly concerned with the numerical figures residing in my bank account. Damn it! Qin Xiao furiously ended the call, realizing that this was indeed the pinnacle of ostentation. Billionaires exist in various tiers, and only a fool would dare to mention money in the presence of Tony Stark. Pardon my intrusion, are you well? I am not. Is there something you need? A voice chimed in nearby, to which Qin Xiao instinctively responded with irritation. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of a disheveled old man, none other than the brilliant astrophysicist, Erik Selvig. This individual had made quite an impression throughout the Avengers series, appearing in Thor 1 and 2, as well as Avengers 1 and 2. In the first Avengers film, he was manipulated by Loki to devise a device that harnessed Stark's immense energy, thus using scientific means to open a stable portal for the Chitauri army to invade New York. Qin Zhao's demeanor startled the old man, who timidly spoke. I have a friend whose mind seems to be. He went missing yesterday and I heard he might be here. I wish to inquire if he has been apprehended by your group. Dr. Erik Selvig gestured towards a sign atop a large tent in the camp, which read, Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support. Quite a mouthful, isn't it? If your friend claims to be the god of thunder, the son of Odin, then that must indeed be him. Erik Selvig nodded in agreement, admitting that he had reluctantly come at the behest of Jane Foster to retrieve the individual, as he had no desire to engage with the mysterious intelligence agency otherwise. Very well, your friend appears to be gravely unwell. Don't forget to take him to a doctor, he added, as Qin Xiao signaled to a nearby guard. Please notify Director Carlson that the madman's friend has come to claim him. He will understand my meaning. After escorting Erik Selvig aside to await further developments and exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Xiao soon lost interest. These brilliant scientists often exhibited a certain dullness, taking ages to respond unless the conversation revolved around their expertise. Individuals like Tony Stark, who possessed extraordinary genius coupled with an engaging personality, were indeed a rarity. A short while later, Carlson arrived, escorting Thor along with 2 guards. Ever since he had failed to lift his hammer the previous night, Thor appeared utterly lost, silent and dazed. Thor, are you well? Jane sent me to bring you home. Whether it was the familiar voice of Dr. Erik Selvig or the mention of Jane's name, Thor lifted his head, a flicker of life returning to his gaze. Dr. Eric Selvig, are you here to take me away? Indeed, Jane is still waiting for you outside. I have come to escort you back. With Qin Zhao's reminder, Coulson refrained from requesting any identification from Dr. Eric Selvig, allowing them to depart unimpeded. It was a squandered effort, as they had gone to great lengths the previous night to fabricate those documents. However, after Dr. Eric Selvig left with Thor, Coulson instructed an agent to discreetly follow them. With the 4 chapters complete, the ensuing narrative will oscillate between Thor and Iron Man 2. I wonder if I should let Qin Xiao and Tony create some mischief in Asgard. Chapter 63. Deceiving the god of thunder, Qin Xiao decided to have Coulson dispatch someone to follow him and retrieve the research materials belonging to Eric Selvig and Jane Foster. This was a small attempt to rectify the changes brought about by his arrival, allowing Eric Selvig to come into the sights of Xiao to study the Tesseract, ultimately leading to the narrative of the Avengers. For Qin Xiao, the system was crucial for his personal strength's growth within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Familiarity with the majority of the plotlines served as his greatest advantage. Upon his arrival, the 3rd phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had just concluded, and the 4th phase had yet to commence. He had gleaned from trailers of upcoming films and television series that the 4th phase might herald the full onset of a multiverse. This hinted at an escalation in the powers of both superheroes and villains. Therefore, while Qin Xiao was inclined to modify certain elements, he refrained from altering the main storyline, opting instead to preserve it as much as possible to avoid awakening unknown ancient entities, such as those hinted at with the Eternals or the Time Variance Authority from Loki. Naturally, with someone of his caliber entering this world, changes were inevitable, especially since he was now among the core superheroes during the early stages of Iron Man and Black Widow. His aim was to maintain a semblance of control over the future, leveraging the system to accelerate his growth. Minor alterations were acceptable, such as making a subtle intervention in Thor's transformative journey. When Qin Xiao approached, Jane Foster was dining with Thor in a restaurant. It was unclear how Jane had consoled him, but he left looking like a lifeless fish, only to appear lively again. Occasionally, they exchanged flirtatious glances, igniting a wave of irritation within Qin Xiao. He had been in this world for quite some time, only just beginning to flirt with Black Widow, while this scoundrel had been on Earth for merely a few days and already attracted the attention of a beautiful woman, with all expenses paid. Was that not infuriating? This was the treatment reserved for a protagonist. Even with a system, he felt inferior to them. However, reflecting on Thor's tragic fate in later narratives, losing his entire family, witnessing the destruction of Asgard, and having Jane, his girlfriend, ultimately cast him aside, brought some solace to Qin Xiao. The joys of the past would only lead to future sorrows. With this thought in mind, he adjusted his mood and approached them with a smile. Uninvited, he pulled out a chair and sat beside them. Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Thor leapt to his feet, instinctively shielding Jane behind him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Xiao and proclaimed loudly, "I recognize you. You insulted me and my hammer. You knocked me out yesterday. I may not be your equal right now, but do not think you can harm my friend. Look at that." Who said Thor was foolish? This fellow was as clever as a monkey. Yesterday, Qin Xiao did indeed knock him unconscious. However, he neither restrained him nor inflicted any harm. Today he even released him, clearly harboring no animosity. As for the theatrical display put on for Jane Foster's benefit, it was rather evident. Indeed, after Thor uttered those words, Jane Foster's eyes sparkled with affection. In her perspective, individuals from the so-called Strategic Protection Agency were nothing but despicable government agents. They released Thor only to follow up by absconding with all their equipment and research materials, truly akin to thieves. The fact that Thor, having been captured yesterday, could stand boldly before her today, unafraid of these villainous brigands, was nothing short of impressive. Embodying the spirit of a heroine, Jane Foster stepped forward, shielding the towering Thor behind her, her expression tense as she addressed Qin Xiao. "You band of thieves! Your people have already taken everything from us. Do not even think of taking my friend away." Well, having just sat down to be mistaken for a villain was one thing, but to be fed a mouthful of dog food before even speaking was quite another. How utterly vexing. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Xiao rubbed his nose and spoke with a hint of frustration. Calm down. I am not here to take anyone away, nor to steal your belongings. Look, it's just me. There's no one else outside. Jane glanced outside a few times and, indeed, saw only Qin Xiao. Her expression relaxed slightly, though she remained vigilant. Then what do you want with us? We have nothing to discuss with you. Do not disturb our meal. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities. Could you at least sit down first? I merely wish to speak with him. Let us sit, others are watching us. I'll give you 5 minutes. Once you're done, hurry and leave. Jane, after peering outside several more times, cautiously pulled Thor down to sit beside her. First, let me clarify. I harbor no ill will towards you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed him to leave today. Secondly, I am not affiliated with that strategic protection agency. I am merely a consultant. Do you understand? Thus, there is no need for such tension. Qin Xiao endeavored to ease their hostility. But you insulted my hammer and knocked me out. Thor, like a petulant child, could not let go of the affront to his beloved weapon. I knocked you out because you were overly agitated yesterday. Thor, I insulted your hammer because you were overly concerned for him. You are the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. Do you truly believe that without your hammer you are nothing? Qin Xiao spoke with an unpretentious familiarity toward Thor. Mjolnir is my battle companion. It is the source of my power. You wouldn't understand, you mere mortal. Thor retorted, showcasing the typical arrogance of Asgardians, seemingly oblivious to the irony. So, this is why your father sent you to Earth. After losing your hammer, you have accomplished nothing and still fail to respect humanity. Qin Xiao languidly snapped his fingers. Wait, do you truly believe he is the thunder god from Asgard? Jen interjected, her skepticism lingering despite her outward acceptance of Thor's claims. However, upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, she was momentarily taken aback. Thor's reaction was even more pronounced. Do you know why my father banished me to Earth? Sensing he had hooked her interest, Qin Xiao's spirit soared. Oh, I certainly do. Not only am I aware of your presence here, but I also possess the knowledge to help you reclaim your hammer and regain the powers of the Thunder God. Chapter 64. A business card. Qin Xiao's attempts at posturing typically culminated in failure. However, this time, confronted with the simple-minded Thor, he effortlessly garnered the giant's trust. Particularly, when Qin Xiao recounted the tale of how, at the age of 8, Loki transformed into a serpent, only to revert back and stab Thor when the latter picked him up to play. It was a revelation that even their mother, the goddess Frigga, and Odin were unaware of. Since entering the Marvel realm, Qin Xiao had repeatedly masqueraded as a fortune-teller, and at long last, he successfully made his mark with Thor, while also indulging in a small act of vengeance against the earlier humiliation he had suffered. I also know that last night, Loki sought you out and told you that Odin had perished. He deceived you. Your father merely slumbers, unwilling for you to return. You understand, there can only be one king. This statement invigorated Thor, for the gravest blow he had endured was not the inability to wield Mjolnir, but rather the revelation from Loki that his recklessness had led to their father's demise. I am aware that Heimdall currently disregards your calls, but should you learn to embrace the essence of an ordinary mortal and fulfill your own trials, you shall reclaim the power you have lost. Furthermore, your friends, the 3 warriors, and your betrothed, the goddess of earth and harvest, Sif, will come to find you on Earth. What? You have a betrothed? Jane's expression shifted to one of incredulity as she loudly confronted Thor. Although their relationship had not been formally established, the moment they first met, sparks had exchanged between their gazes. An undercurrent of intimacy had quietly burgeoned between them, only to be violently ruptured by Qin Xiao's interjection. In truth, Thor had never contemplated this matter. For over a millennium, he had regarded Sif as a comrade and brother. Before encountering Jane, he had only known that upon ascending to the throne, he would wed Sif, yet he had never truly grasped the implications of such a union. Qin Xiao's probing had caused a sudden jolt of unease within him, leading to an inexplicable fluster. Jane, let me explain. It was my father's desire at my birth. I have always viewed her as a sister and never considered marrying her. You need not justify yourself to me. I am merely an ordinary mortal, while you are the god of thunder. Surely your future wife should be some sort of goddess, fitting your stature. The goddess of earth and harvest. Qin Xiao chimed in with a mischievous grin. Indeed, the goddess of earth and harvest is who your future wife ought to be. And thank you for your reminder, Jane retorted, seizing her cup of water and splashing it across Qin Xiao's face in a fit of rage before storming off. Damn it, why douse me with water? Qin Xiao lamented, feeling more wronged than anyone could imagine. I sincerely apologize. Jane did not mean it intentionally. What I meant to convey is that I must pursue her and bring her back, and then I shall return to seek your guidance, as I have numerous matters that require your insight. Thor stuttered as he addressed Qin Xiao, clearly revealing his affections for Jane. It's all right, go ahead. Once you've resolved your matters, do come find me. You know my whereabouts, don't you? Qin Xiao wiped his face, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. The towering figure cast a regretful glance at Qin Xiao before hastily pursuing Jane's departing figure. Encountering you has truly been a stroke of misfortune. However, I take solace in having completed a task for the system, earning 500 points. I am now just 500 points shy of unlocking the secondary marketplace, which provides a modicum of comfort. After the giant left, Qin Xiao grumbled as he rose to depart. Yet, before he could reach the door, a restaurant staff member halted his progress. Sir, that table has yet to settle the bill. Kindly attend to it first, and also we need compensation for a broken cup. Oh, those two wretches. Why did I have to choose this moment to engage with them? I do not know them. I refuse to pay. I merely recognized them and exchanged a few words. I ordered nothing. Qin Xiao felt utterly wronged, desperate to avoid payment. Sir, if you persist in this manner, we shall have to call the authorities. Fine. I'll use my card. I wonder how Thor will manage to win back his little girlfriend. By the next afternoon, Qin Xiao had yet to see the giant return. Instead, he received an invitation from Tony. True to form, Tony presented the invitation with considerable ceremony, dispatched through Stark Industries. It invited Qin Xiao to attend the Stark Expo, set to take place in New York 3 days hence. In this world, Stark Industries undoubtedly stands as the leading titan of technological enterprises, with the Stark Expo being one of the largest technology exhibitions globally. The expansive exhibition area showcases the latest innovations from renowned tech companies across the globe, running for an entire year. Stark Industries has chosen this moment to host the expo to reveal their recent inventions and applications of new energy sources. Even without manufacturing weapons, they possess formidable prowess to achieve significant advancements in other domains. The expo's opening ceremony is a momentous occasion for Stark Industries. In fact, Tony sent invitations to every member of the Avengers. However, the others, being genuine agents, lacked the time to attend the ceremony, and Dr. Banner, still affiliated with the military, found it inconvenient to make an appearance. Although Qin Xiao was not particularly interested in the expo's opening ceremony, the thought of the stunning models who danced alongside Tony in the films stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Yet, with his burgeoning relationship with Black Widow, remaining here could present an opportunity to take a bold step forward. While Qin Xiao hesitated, Coulson entered with a grave expression on his face. What has transpired? Qin Xiao remarked, observing Coulson's countenance, which resembled that of someone in distress. A business card, inscribed with your name in the elegant script of the Huaxia language. Coulson held a card in his hand. When Qin Xiao took a glance, he found it to be an ordinary piece of cardstock, adorned with the two characters Qin Xiao written in a flourish of Chinese calligraphy. Flipping it over, he discovered an address, 177A Blick Street. Qin Xiao felt a sense of familiarity with this address and inquired of Coulson, "Do you know what this place is? Perhaps you should take a look at this first." Coulson replied, activating his phone to play a video. The footage revealed the surveillance of Mjolnir, showcasing an otherwise empty space, save for the hammer itself. Suddenly, a radiant, spinning energy ring materialized in the void above the hammer. As the energy ring ceased its rotation, a portal framed by the ring emerged, from which a business card gracefully descended. Chapter 65. The Supreme One of Ancient Times. Such an enigmatic situation surely prompted SHIELD to send agents for investigation. However, their findings revealed that Bleak 177A was merely an ordinary antique shop, peddling aged furniture and time-worn clocks. The individuals within exhibited impeccable backgrounds, with not a single hint of suspicion. It is only reasonable, as the Ancient One, a master of celestial prowess, adeptly wielded the intricacies of space magic. If she wished to remain concealed, S-H-I-E-L-D would be unable to uncover any discrepancies, no matter their efforts. Though the Ancient One is portrayed by a female in the cinematic universe, official Marvel lore does not ascribe a specific gender, so we shall regard her as a woman. As for her origins, let us adhere to the comic canon and consider her a Chinese woman. The sudden appearance of the Ancient One, accompanied by the tossing of a business card bearing an address near Thor's hammer, undoubtedly indicated a connection to Thor or Asgard. The nature of this connection could only be discerned through Qin Xiao's personal inquiry. It appears that attending the Stark Expo's opening ceremony became imperative. Unable to wait for Thor, Qin Xiao resolved to take the initiative. To his astonishment, the towering figure had somehow reconciled with Jane, restoring their prior dynamic, a connection brimming with unspoken tension and electric sparks. It seemed he had swiftly soothed her, employing sweet words aplenty. Indeed, he was a cad. Qin Xiao felt a surge of indignation yet outwardly offered Thor some words of comfort, stating he had matters to attend to and would return shortly. As for the Ancient One, regardless of how Coulson reported to Nick Fury, Qin Xiao would pursue his course, speaking only the necessary truths and remaining silent on all else. From New Mexico, he soared to New York, hitching a ride with Stark Industries' vehicle and driver, arriving at Bleak 177A. This street lay in the heart of Manhattan, New York's most bustling district. One could only ponder how the three sanctums operated. If their locations could shift, Qin Xiao would prefer to lease the sanctum and relocate to a more affordable venue, thus avoiding the plight depicted in Avengers: Infinity War, where a mage found himself destitute and unable to afford a meal. Standing at the entrance, he mused that the sanctum's occupation of such a prime street seemed somewhat extravagant. After a brief hesitation, he was poised to knock when a flash of golden light erupted beneath his feet, and a portal materialized. In an instant, he felt the ground vanish below him, and he plummeted through the portal. In an adjacent study on the second floor of the sanctum, Qin Xiao tumbled out of the portal, landing unceremoniously on a solitary armchair. The room was enclosed by three walls lined with bookshelves brimming with tomes, forming an intimate nook devoid of doors. 3 armchairs were positioned according to the arrangement of the bookshelves, and upon his arrival, Qin Xiao found an empty chair to his right and, directly ahead, the Ancient One, engrossed in a book. It was her magic that had transported him from the entrance to the second floor, yet upon his arrival, she remained silent, merely absorbed in her reading. Such is the advantage of possessing strength. One can maintain an air of indifference without fear of reproach. Were an ordinary individual to summon themselves only to bow their head in silence, Qin Xiao would undoubtedly send them sprawling with a single slap, sending their book soaring into the heavens. However, before him stands the esteemed Master Gu Yi, and Qin Xiao merely harbors complaints within his mind, refraining from any overt actions. Naturally, Qin Xiao's temperament is not one of passivity. Observing that Gu Yi remained fixated on his reading, ignoring him entirely, he retrieved a cigar from his pocket and began to exhale clouds of smoke before the master. If you choose silence, I shall envelop you in smoke and see how you fare. With a mischievous spirit, Qin Xiao took a deep drag and, feigning nonchalance, sent a thick plume of smoke in Gu Yi's direction. Yet, the esteemed master is indeed a master. Without lifting his gaze, a golden hoop, the size of an ashtray, suddenly appeared before Qin Xiao. This small portal stood upright, less than half a meter from his eyes, and as soon as it manifested, the smoke he exhaled surged toward it in a rush. Upon closer inspection, Qin Xiao realized it led to a snow-covered mountain peak. Though he was unaware of the exact location, it was undeniably a high-altitude place. The weather was clear and still, and due to the atmospheric pressure, the smoke, along with the ash from his cigar, floated toward the small opening. The effect resembled that of driving at high speed with the window slightly ajar while smoking. In truth, if a small portal were to open in a room at a high altitude, books from the shelves would surely be swept away. But let us not dwell on such minutiae. After all, Master Gu Yi possesses solutions for every predicament, does she not? Remarkable, a self-ventilating ashtray. If only I had one in my bedroom, it would eliminate the need for an air circulation system and even spare me the trouble of a trash bin. Striking up a conversation, Qin Xiao felt a measure of pressure in the presence of Gu Yi, particularly as he pondered why she had summoned him. Should you open one in your bedroom and encounter a snowstorm, within an hour, your abode would be inundated with snow. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I can assist, Gu Yi remarked, smiling as she lifted her gaze. You brought me all this way. Do you not have anything to say or inquire of me? Finally closing her book and setting it aside, Gu Yi addressed him. Indeed, I have questions, especially since I am already at your threshold. Why not simply teleport me from New Mexico instead of using this portal? The airfare is rather exorbitant. As Gu Yi initiated conversation, Qin Xiao tossed his cigar into the ashtray, launching into a query that hardly touched upon the crux of the matter. Firstly, I wouldn't be incurring the cost of the ticket, and secondly, if I were to come down to open the door for you or create a portal, the energy expenditure for such a short distance would be comparable to that of bringing you here. Gu Yi waved her hand to close the small portal and earnestly addressed Qin Xiao's question. The statement is irrefutable. I never anticipated that Gu Yi would so earnestly account for herself. Thus, Qin Xiao had no choice but to follow her lead and inquire, I wonder what brings you to summon me? Presumably, he had articulated the question that Gu Yi needed to address. She regarded Qin Xiao with a serious demeanor and replied, Odin and I can be considered friends. He has exiled his son to earth while he himself lies in slumber. Naturally, I must remain vigilant. However, I find it quite astonishing that an unexpected individual has emerged. You should not have been present in that location. Therefore, I am genuinely curious as to why you found yourself in a place where you ought not to be, and how it is that you have yet to be apprehended by the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Chapter 66. The terrifying Supreme Mage Qin Xiao found himself at a loss in response to the two questions posed by Ancient One, unable to provide any answers. He could only feign ignorance, replying, I apologize. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Meanwhile, his mind was fervently calling out to the system. System, shouldn't my identity as a traveler pose no issues? Why does Ancient One assert that I should not be here? Hurry and devise a solution. The system, however, disregarded Qin Xiao's concerns and instead spoke within his mind. Congratulations, host, for engaging with the Supreme Mage Ancient One and leaving a profound impression on her. You are awarded 500 points. It has been detected that your total points have exceeded 5,000, triggering a system upgrade. The Level 2 marketplace is now accessible. Initiating system upgrade. Then, a countdown commenced. 47. 59. 59. Hey, hey, Qin Xiao shouted repeatedly within his mind. Yet the system remained fixated on the countdown. Damn it, he mentally cursed, regaining his composure to face Ancient One, only to find her inexplicably bent down, standing directly in front of him. Their faces were so close that a slight extension of their eyelashes would have resulted in contact. What are you doing? Qin Xiao stammered, recoiling in surprise. What is happening? Is she harboring some ill intentions? After all, Ancient One has lived for at least a millennium. You were just speaking to someone, weren't you? I could sense your mental fluctuations, akin to communication, yet it is only the two of us here. Curious. Ancient One continued, ignoring Qin Xiao's bewilderment. A tempest of astonishment surged within Qin Xiao. He was aware of Ancient One's formidable prowess, but had not anticipated that she could perceive his mental dialogue with the system. I truly do not understand your words. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Now, confronting Ancient One was daunting. He was neither powerful enough to contend with her nor eager to risk having his secrets unveiled. Qin Xiao felt compelled to make a swift exit, even experiencing a fleeting moment of regret for accepting Thor's task, mindful that Odin was a deity of supreme caliber. Who could fathom the multitude of arcane methods these beings might possess? If they discerned that he did not belong to their world, what actions might they take? In the face of such uncertainty, Qin Xiao's choice to retreat was undoubtedly prudent. However, the disparity in their strengths rendered escape a formidable challenge. How intriguing, I shall observe, Ancient One declared, and before Qin Xiao could react, her hands swiftly pressed against his forehead. Instantly, he felt his body stiffen. An overwhelming sensation akin to being immobilized in a nightmarish slumber enveloped him. He was acutely aware of his surroundings, of Ancient One's palm resting upon him, his senses intact, yet utterly unable to move. Damn it, they say possessing a system renders one invincible. Surely, I one T meet my end here. If I must perish, let it be in a climactic battle against the likes of the purple sweet potato spirit and other formidable foes, rather than succumb here at the hands of Ancient One. How frustrating. I haven't even spent my $30 billion yet, and Black Widow is still waiting. Qin Xiao found himself paralyzed, his eyes unable to move, mentally lamenting that dying in such a manner was utterly unworthy. Fortunately, Ancient One merely probed Qin Xiao's soul and spiritual fluctuations. The sensation of confinement arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In an instant, Qin Xiao regained his freedom, collapsing onto the sofa. The feeling of being unable to control oneself was far from pleasant. Taking a couple of deep breaths, realizing that he could neither fight nor flee, Qin Xiao's audacious spirit surged forth. What exactly do you intend to do? Speak plainly. If you wish to inquire or touch, at least let it be in a language I comprehend, or let us settle this with a fight. In his excitement, Qin Xiao blurted out in fluent Chinese. To his surprise, Ancient One responded with even greater eloquence. Oh, you possess quite the temper for someone so young. You, shrouded in mystery and harboring countless secrets, I must unravel them. You wish to spar, are you certain? Upon the mention of Chinese, Ancient One's demeanor transformed entirely, shedding her previous enigmatic air. With remarkable skill, she rolled up her sleeves, her right hand twitching slightly as a golden energy whip unfurled. With her left hand, she formed a seal, a faint green energy encircling her wrist. Damn! Qin Xiao exclaimed involuntarily. Having just traversed into the Marvel Universe, he had barely encountered Captain America. Ancient One, disregarding her status, was now brandishing the time stone. Was that truly necessary? Though Qin Xiao had seen the green energy ring on her wrist only a few times in the films, its significance was indelibly etched in his mind as one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Regardless of Qin Xiao's inner turmoil, Ancient One heard his exclamation and a cryptic smile graced her face as she raised her left wrist. You indeed recognize the time stone. Qin Xiao inwardly cursed himself for falling into her trap. The threat of the Infinity Stones loomed too large for him at that moment. In a state of desperation, he had acted hastily. Now, to feign ignorance would be to underestimate the intelligence of those around him. Thus, he steeled himself. So you know how formidable the time stone is? Do you think you alone can foresee the future? Have you not heard of the I Ching and the river diagram? With a mere calculation, I can foresee 500 years ahead and 500 years back. Witnessing Qin Xiao's calm admission followed by his nonsensical assertions, Ancient One smiled faintly, retracting her energy, a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Rest assured, since I could not detect anything amiss with you earlier, I will not pressure you to divulge your secrets. However, your presence indeed contravenes the laws of this universe. And even, she halted abruptly mid-sentence. Even what? Do you dare to finish your thought? Although Ancient One had withdrawn her magical energy, Qin Xiao instinctively maintained a cautious distance, his expression wary. If you do not reveal your secrets, I, too, must keep my cards close, young man. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Collaborate on what? Uncertain of Ancient One's true intentions, Qin Xiao felt a persistent unease within. I cannot disclose the nature of our collaboration at this moment. However, might you harbor an interest in learning the art of magic alongside me? Ancient One settled comfortably onto the sofa, a smile gracing her lips. Why should I learn any magic from you? Qin Xiao remained standing behind the sofa, though intrigued by Ancient One's mastery of magic, especially the convenience of that portal. Yet, at this moment, her heart was filled with wariness towards Ancient One, oblivious to her true intentions, making it implausible for her to agree without hesitation. Indeed, why would one wish to learn magic from me? That is a pertinent question, Ancient One mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, she formed a hand sign with both hands, and the amulet at her chest burst forth with a radiant green light, gradually unveiling itself. A verdant gemstone materialized in Ancient One's right hand. Is this reason sufficient? Chapter 67. The pact with the Ancient One. Qin Xiao could hardly fathom that the Ancient One would so readily cast aside the Time Stone. In Avengers: Infinity War, Dr. Strange utilized the Time Stone to glimpse over 14 million possible futures. Furthermore, in Avengers: Endgame, when Banner sought to meet Dr. Strange, the Ancient One remarked that he had arrived 5 years too late, suggesting that she possessed the ability to foresee the future. If this were indeed the case, she must understand that Doctor Strange is her successor and the next guardian of the Time Stone. Why then did she insist on having the Time Stone handed over to her? Additionally, the so-called Time Variance Authority, as indicated by the trailer for Loki and the Ancient One's initial words, appears to capture those who disrupt the predetermined timeline. For instance, Loki, who was destined to be imprisoned in Asgard, somehow absconded with the Tesseract. Undoubtedly, Xiao too had altered the established timeline. Yet why had they not come to apprehend him? Was it due to the system? If the system could obscure the Time Variance Authority, why could it not shield him from the Ancient One? What had she witnessed in the future? Why must he accompany Doctor Strange to Camartage to study magic? Initially perceiving himself as having a godlike perspective within the Marvel Universe, Xiao now felt ensnared in layers of fog, awaiting his gradual unraveling of the mystery. He contemplated inquiring about the system, but it remained in an incessant state of upgrade. Why, of all times, was it upgrading now? Frustrated, Xiao kicked a massive trash bin, towering over 1 meter and nearly 2 meters wide, sending it and its contents soaring at least 2 stories high. The metal bin crashed down, raining debris upon him. I can't be bothered. Whatever happens, happens. I'll grow stronger in due time, and then who will dare to challenge me? With a resounding clang, the cacophony of the bin's descent marked the end of his turmoil. He resolved not to dwell on the perplexities. With the system at his disposal, he would patiently await the enhancement of his abilities, rendering him fearless. As he prepared to exit the desolate alley, he suddenly noticed a Caucasian male standing ahead, dazedly brandishing a dagger. His head was adorned with 2 twisted pieces of toilet paper and a visibly blood-stained feminine hygiene product. The dagger bore remnants of marinara sauce, suggesting he had been hiding behind the large trash bin, poised to rob him. The sight of the gaunt figure, resembling a bolt of lightning, hinted at a desperate addict. Yet, his immobile stance evoked memories of a character from Shaolin Soccer employing the praying mantis style. The stance was strikingly identical. Robbery? Xiao stepped forward and inquired. No, you misunderstand. I am merely dining. The would-be robber, with a dazed expression, raised the noodles dangling from his dagger, his head swaying, causing the sanitary napkin to flutter in the breeze. Dining here? Xiao questioned. Indeed. The air is quite pleasant, is it not? Nice hat. Do you have cash on you? $50. Is that sufficient to take a cab to Stark Industries branch office? It is. Hand it over, then. Thank you. Xiao accepted the bills and casually patted the robber's shoulder. A faint crack echoed as it became evident that Xiao had fractured the man's scapula with that single strike. In the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, the once composed Ancient One, who had appeared to wield all knowledge before Xiao, now sat on the sofa with a furrowed brow. How could this be? What has transpired? He murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient One seemed to resolve himself. He settled cross-legged on the sofa, hands positioned in a specific mudra, as the time stone floated between his palms, emanating an ethereal green glow. As the green light gradually expanded, Ancient One's body began to tremble violently, the intensity increasing rapidly, leaving behind numerous phantoms in the air. In that instant, it appeared as if countless versions of Ancient One overlapped in the same space. Numerous visages of Ancient One emerged from different angles, some in anguish, others solemn, and some exuding joy. The trembling accelerated, the frequency of the green lights spread heightened, and the apparitions multiplied. Just as everything approached the brink of chaos, all tremors, phantoms, and green lights surged and receded, restoring tranquility. With a sudden exhalation, Ancient One coughed up a copious amount of blood, his face etched with disbelief, soon followed by an overwhelming ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. If Xiao were to witness Ancient One in such a state, he would surely think he was observing a different individual. With blood at the corners of his mouth, seated cross-legged on the sofa, he laughed maniacally, resembling a madman. However, all of this remained unseen by Xiao, who, after robbing an unfortunate thief of $50, hailed a cab and made his way directly to the New York branch of Stark Industries. Though referred to as a branch, in truth, following Tony's explosive antics in Los Angeles, The focus of operations had increasingly shifted toward New York, the international financial hub. Otherwise, the Stark Expo would not have been convened in such a locale. The branch had subtly transformed into the headquarters. As Qin Zhao's taxi came to a halt in front of the building, he had barely stepped out when a cacophony of car horns erupted nearby. A striking dark red convertible Acura NSX pulled up beside him. Who else could it be but Tony Stark? I distinctly recall generously lending you my company's business vehicle along with the driver. Why did you return in a taxi? It is indeed rare for me to be so magnanimous. Don't mention it. I initially thought it would take quite a while, so I allowed the driver to leave, only to find that everything concluded rather swiftly. Qin Xiao shrugged, expressing a hint of exasperation. It seems your day has not been particularly enjoyable. Get in. I shall take you somewhere that will surely elevate your spirits. Tony patted the passenger seat beside him. Perhaps we should switch vehicles. This convertible is rather ostentatious, and I am not fond of its color. Dark red, too garish for my taste. Tony, this car of yours is a limited edition, truly unattainable even for the wealthy. Qin Xiao suddenly recalled the way Tony had looked at him last time, with an expression akin to that of a pauper. It left him feeling somewhat envious. Promise me you will accompany me to take care of a matter, and this car shall be yours. What do you say? I have seldom been so generous. Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled as he promptly ushered Tony into the passenger seat. Tony? Do you know? When I was a child, my parents told me that the specialty of my hometown is the bayberry. Have you ever tasted a bayberry? It is delightfully sweet and tart, and the ripe ones resemble the color of this car. My goodness, I adore this hue. It is the color of my homeland. Tony. Chapter 68. The secondary mall. It has been proven that there is always a higher mountain. Although Qin Xiao now possesses a thick skin and a hefty purse, his abrupt wealth cannot rival that of Tony, a seasoned capitalist who has thrived for decades in a capitalist nation. After accepting a luxury vehicle worth several $100,000 from Tony, he found himself dragged to the grand opening of a newly established high-end luxury apartment complex. Surrounded by a throng of scantily clad hostesses and compelled by Tony's incessant chatter, Qin Xiao, having just come into a fortune, could not afford to lose face. In a daze, he unwittingly purchased 2 penthouse duplexes, totaling over 1,000 square meters, at an exorbitant cost exceeding $10 million. Even after signing the contracts and handing over the money, Qin Xiao still wore a bewildered expression as he questioned Tony. Even if we are to spend considerable time in New York, why must I acquire 2 apartments? No, my friend, you are mistaken. It is 1 apartment, and the other is in my name, Tony replied, waving his right index finger with pride. Oh my God, you must have overlooked the contract details when you signed, didn't you? How do you feel about being my neighbor? Surprised? Tony continued with a grin. My villa in New York is quite dilapidated, and the new Stark Tower has only just begun its foundation. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to complete. You wouldn't want me to reside in an old villa during that time, would you, my friend? Tony chuckled as if he had just stolen a hen from the farmer. Tony, the apartment complex we just inaugurated must have been constructed by your friend, right? Is there any way to get a refund? Qin Xiao turned, his jaw clenched in frustration. Unless there is a formal report from the relevant authorities proving quality issues, it is absolutely non-refundable. Trust me, that apartment complex is a new venture under Stark Industries. I wouldn't mistake it, Tony insisted as he ushered Qin Xiao into the car, taking on the role of the driver. So, you mean to say that I spent the price of 2 apartments to acquire 1, and you have gifted yourself the other, which is built by your company? Am I correct? Relax, my friend. Don't get agitated. You're about to crush the car door. Good heavens. This is your vehicle. Qin, can I return this car? Qin Xiao lamented, on the verge of tears. Absolutely not. The gifts I, Tony Stark, give to my friends are never retracted, Tony declared with unwavering certainty. Tony? My linguistic skills have been deteriorating lately. Could you enlighten me on what the hell surprise means? For the time being, Qin Xiao could not move into the apartments immediately. He clung to Tony, luxuriating in the presidential suite of New York's most opulent hotel for several days. He secluded himself in the suite for 2 whole days, etching Tony Stark's name repeatedly on the toilet. At last, the moment arrived when the system upgrade concluded. While it was termed a system upgrade, It merely referred to the opening of the secondary mall. In the secondary marketplace, the intermediate super serum grants the Asgardian primary divine body, remaining in an unawakened state of divine power, with a lifespan extended to 5,000 years. Cost 3,000 points. Intermediate combat skills. An enhanced version of the basic combat techniques, optimizing the application of skeletal and muscular strength throughout the body. The execution of physical prowess in terms of strength and speed is amplified by at least 20 compared to basic techniques. Cost 800 points. Intermediate weapon mastery. An upgraded version of basic weapon mastery, allowing for a more intuitive use of most cold weapons, having just grazed the threshold of the harmony between man and weapon. Cost 800 points. D-Class Combat Suit. An upgraded version of the E-Class Combat Suit, possessing the functionalities of the E-Class while additionally increasing kinetic energy absorption by 30. Cost 700 points. D-Class Customized Cold Weapon. An upgraded version of the E-Class weapon, capable of barely penetrating high-end alloys, such as Iron Man's gold titanium alloy, but still unable to achieve the sharpness required to slice through steel effortlessly. Enhanced weapon resilience and durability. Cost 700 points. With the secondary marketplace now open, prices have surged considerably, and the points that once seemed abundant have dwindled to insufficient amounts. After much contemplation, Xiao concluded that self-improvement is paramount. Nothing surpasses the importance of one's own strength. Gritting his teeth, he opted to purchase the intermediate super serum, leaving him with a meager 500 points, rendering him incapable of affording anything else in the secondary marketplace. System. Why is this intermediate super serum associated with the Asgardian divine body? It seems unrelated to the term super serum, Xiao inquired, puzzled. Due to the host's prior integration of the Hulk serum, the intermediate super serum, which merely doubles the effects of the basic serum, holds little significance for the host's healthy development of power. Therefore, it has been slightly upgraded, requiring a marginally higher amount of points. As for the name, it is inconsequential. Please do not dwell on such details, the system responded in a dispassionate tone. Damn it, that makes too much sense. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, Xiao could not dispute this point. Having completed the Hulk's random task, the intermediate serum would be of little value if it merely doubled the effects of the basic serum, especially given that he already possessed 30 of the Hulk's strength. As for spatial storage devices and the like, he could afford to wait until he amassed more points. System. I have another question regarding the peculiar behavior of the Ancient One that day, as well as the so-called Spatial Anomaly Management Bureau. Xiao expressed his perplexities. Firstly, this is not a singular question. It encompasses several inquiries. Secondly, I serve merely as an auxiliary to facilitate the host's acquisition of power in a more convenient and straightforward manner. To put it plainly, I am merely a tool. As for pondering such matters as a sentient being, the host should utilize his own intellect. Why direct such questions to me, a mere support? If I knew everything, why would I need you as my host? The system retorted. Host, you are overthinking, it added dismissively. Damn. Being outwitted by an auxiliary tool left Xiao speechless. He felt his intellect could use an upgrade. Since the system has spoken thus, Xiao refrained from further inquiries. After all, a decision had already been made previously. He resolved to focus solely on his own empowerment, dismissing any distractions. Yet, a subtle intuition stirred within him, suggesting that the items within the secondary marketplace, particularly the divine entity cloaked in the guise of an advanced super serum, were undoubtedly linked to the current task involving Thor. It seemed likely that these were preparatory steps for a future endeavor to Asgard in pursuit of Odin's reward. Chapter 69. The new occupation of the Thunder God. I am uncertain whether it is due to my previous experience with the serum from the Hulk or if my body has undergone sufficient transformation, but upon consuming this so-called intermediate super serum, I did not experience any significant pain. The sensation was merely a slight tingling that lasted a few minutes, which, in comparison to the agony I endured last time, felt akin to a few mosquito bites. After ingestion, I perceived my body to possess greater resilience, with a noticeable enhancement in my ability to withstand blows. However, alterations in strength and speed were minimal. I could sense a certain degree of augmentation, yet it certainly did not exceed 10. Conversely, there seemed to be an ineffable change within my body. Nevertheless, given that it is reputed to be divine, I hold hope that this godly physique will bestow upon me some unforeseen advantages when I arrive in Asgard. Otherwise, relying solely on a mortal body devoid of divine power would render my journey on the path of the Hulk far more advantageous, provided that the extension of my lifespan is not taken into account. After all, I possess no divine status nor any inherent powers. Unlike Thor, the thunder god, who can unleash lightning with bare hands upon awakening. The third-tier marketplace cannot be unlocked until I accumulate over 10,000 total points, which appears to be a distant prospect. However, there is a silver lining. Following the next upgrade of the marketplace, a portion of products will become available for purchase, allowing the host to acquire them for others' use. Currently, the items are only effective when utilized by Qin Xiao himself. This alleviates some of Qin Xiao's concerns. Should he indeed find a few women in this world, the matter of longevity would require consideration. It would be rather disheartening to live for thousands of years while those around him perish one by one, leaving behind only a solitary giant. What would be the point of that? After all, he has a goddess fiancée, does he not? Having endured the tedious opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, Qin Xiao contemplated whether to tease the giant a bit, as mischievous children often benefit from a little torment to hasten their growth. Just then, he received a call from the Thunder God. Qin, I require your assistance. I wish to seek employment. The initial statement left Qin Xiao somewhat perplexed. What could possibly prompt him to seek a job? All right, employment is not an issue, but do share your reasoning. Qin Xiao adopted a tone reminiscent of an elder. I am currently unable to regain Mjolnir's recognition and can only accompany Jane each day. However, I am a man, and I cannot rely on her for sustenance indefinitely. Do you understand my meaning? The Thunder God spoke somewhat hesitantly. Is it that you have been eating too much and have become a source of annoyance? Qin Xiao laughed heartily, teasing him. No, Jane treats me very well. I do indeed consume a fair amount, but my point is that Jane has never demanded anything from me. Yet, I must learn to fend for myself. As you once told me that to become the true god of thunder, one must first learn to be an ordinary person, correct? I am in the process of learning how to live an ordinary life. Working, earning money, taking my girlfriend out for meals, and gifting her small tokens of affection. Do you understand my intent? Qin, you will assist me, won't you? Indeed, despite the lengthy discourse, the crux lies in treating my girlfriend to meals and presenting her with little gifts. After all, as the heir to the throne of Asgard, one ought to possess a modicum of self-respect. In truth, securing him a job would not be amiss. It would provide him with a taste of the mundane existence, which may prove advantageous when confronting Odin in the future. However, if he were to be employed, should Loki still send down that destroyer, it could inadvertently endanger innocence. Although Qin Xiao is not overly compassionate, he cannot permit such circumstances to result in harm to others. After much contemplation, it seems prudent for me to venture forth myself. In New Mexico, Black Widow has been assigned other tasks by Nick Fury. Coulson is diligently overseeing a group of scientists who are feverishly studying the hammer lying on the ground. Thanks to the research conducted by Jane and her colleagues, it has become increasingly evident that the so-called Asgard and the Nine Realms are indeed real. They are interconnected through subtle links existing somewhere in the cosmos. It is crucial to note that the findings of Jane and her team are grounded in scientific evidence. They are far from mere legends of Norse mythology. This realization causes Coulson to recall a wager regarding his hair whenever he sees Qin Xiao, making him somewhat evasive. However, Qin Xiao pays it no mind. It was merely a jest, and he has come prepared to take the big fellow out for a broader experience. Coulson's assistance is necessary, for without it, the counterfeit documents procured by Jane and her team could easily be discerned as fraudulent by any state trooper. The initial intention of S.H.I.E.L.D. was to contain Thor along with Jane and her companions within this small town. Yet, considering the implications of their research findings, if all is indeed genuine, Thor could be a ticking time bomb, provoking unforeseen troubles at any moment. With Qin Xiao by his side, the situation feels somewhat more secure. Though Qin Xiao is often synonymous with trouble, his formidable prowess ensures a level of protection. Now, can you enlighten me regarding the matter of Blick 177A? After discussing Thor, Coulson deftly redirected the conversation back to the abruptly appearing business card. After all, the technology of spatial teleportation is rather alarming, whether for assassination or espionage. Xiao is keen on controlling or mastering such capabilities. Xiao is well aware of Coulson's concerns. I would advise against harboring intentions towards them. This organization on Earth possesses combat abilities rivaling those of Odin himself. Their involvement primarily revolves around the affairs of the big fellow, and in truth, their leader is considered a friend of Odin. Coulson, unsettled by Xiao's ambiguous response, replied with urgency, questioning, "Do you comprehend what spatial teleportation signifies? I understand your concerns for the safety of the world. However, believe me, my friend, they have been safeguarding the world for far longer than you can imagine. Their tenure extends back to a time when the last leader was elected, a millennium before the invention of the electric light." Gently patting the somewhat bewildered Coulson on the shoulder to allow him time to process, Xiao made his way directly to Thor and the others. "Here are your documents for Earth. Passport, bank cards, and I have deposited $100,000 for you, which should suffice for your expenses during your stay on Earth." Xiao handed Thor a brown paper envelope. $100,000? Why are you giving me money? A job would suffice. It was evident that Thor, having spent time with Jane in recent days, had begun to grasp the concept of currency and acquired a certain understanding of the common knowledge here. "A dear friend of your father on Earth has entrusted me with your care, so there is no need to seek employment. After all, you are a prince. It would be far more enriching for you to experience the joys and sorrows of those around you. If you insist on finding a job, consider yourself my personal bodyguard. This will be your salary for the first month." Chapter 70. A breath of spring on the airplane with a mere phrase spoken by the Ancient One, Xiao now stood beside Thor with newfound confidence. At the very least, the task assigned by the system had transformed into something legitimate. Even if Odin were to appear before him, Xiao could assert that the Supreme Sorceress had entrusted him with the care of Thor. This was far more honorable than previously masquerading as a fortune-teller. Therefore, Xiao boldly announced to Jane and the others, "Thor has brought us considerable trouble lately. As a token of gratitude, I wish to invite you all to Monaco to witness the F1 Grand Prix." His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the god of thunder, exuding authority as a guardian of Earth. In discussing the Ancient One, Xiao had refrained from delving into specifics, merely mentioning that Odin was an old friend on Earth. Consequently, when confronted with Xiao's sudden enthusiasm, Thor could only explain, "A good friend of the All-Father, perhaps one of our ancient deities? God? Zeus? Or some other divinity?" Jane, embodying the inquisitive spirit of a scientist, eagerly probed. The arrival of Thor had validated her past research, igniting her fascination with ancient myths and legends. After all, they are merely humans with some magical abilities. These so-called deities are nothing more than advanced civilizations. The gods of Asgard, aside from their strength, are not dissimilar to us Earthlings. Their society may even be less progressive. Xiao shrugged noncommittally and turned back to Thor. "This is what Odin wishes you to comprehend." Jane smiled, saying nothing further. She had no objections to spending time with Thor. However, Daisy, another student of Erik Selvig, suddenly displayed tremendous enthusiasm. "I've longed to witness the F1 World Championship in person. Handsome, will you cover the round-trip airfare?" Upon receiving a nod and smile from Xiao, Daisy leaped in joy, cheering exuberantly. "You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to," Dr. Erik Selvig interjected. "Erik, join us. I wish to repay you for your recent care," Thor urged earnestly. "I have just received a new position and, like Mr. Chin, I have become an advisor to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. They have a research project that requires my involvement, and I am very interested." In the film, Agent Coulson had confiscated the research contributions of Dr. Erik Selvig and his team, which ultimately led Nick Fury to recruit Selvig for the Tesseract development project. It seemed that Thor's appearance, coupled with the ancient organization mentioned by Xiao, had instilled a sense of urgency within SHIELD, prompting Nick Fury to begin recruiting operatives to weaponize the Tesseract. "Congratulations," Jane and Daisy approached Dr. Eric Selvig to embrace him warmly. The old man possesses extraordinary talents. However, throughout the first half of his life, he devoted himself to the study of ephemeral concepts, earning little recognition for his work. When someone finally acknowledged his brilliance, there was a collective joy among them. It is uncertain whether the ease with which money came to him or the harsh lesson dealt by Tony prompted a change in perspective. Traditionally frugal, Xiao took the extraordinary step of chartering a private jet this time. My goodness! I anticipated being confined to my seat for over 10 hours, and even prepared a neck pillow for a comfortable rest during the flight. To my surprise, it was far more exhilarating than I could have imagined. Xiao had indeed chartered a magnificent aircraft, complete with 3 small bedrooms, a living area that doubled as a bar, and a compact KTV. Upon boarding, Daisy discarded the neck pillow she had hung from her backpack. Jian appeared considerably more composed, yet still radiated excitement as he ushered Thor around to explore. I must capture a selfie in every corner here. This will furnish me with enough bragging rights for half a year on social media, Daisy exclaimed, raising her phone to snap a picture of herself. She then seated herself directly across from Xiao, her curiosity palpable. To be frank, your wealth exceeds my wildest expectations. Is it true what the newspapers say, that you and Tony Stark are? She extended 2 fingers, bending them playfully. What a pity, I mean. Both of you are unfortunate. After uttering this, she cast a furtive glance at Xiao. You are the one who is unfortunate. He is significantly older. Firstly, I am not inclined that way, Xiao retorted, adjusting Daisy's fingers. Moreover, even if I were, I would never pursue someone like Tony Stark. Do you have a girlfriend then? Daisy asked, directly addressing the topic upon hearing Xiao declare his heterosexuality. This was a rather blunt inquiry, leaving Xiao somewhat embarrassed. While he and Natasha had not officially established a relationship, they were certainly more than mere friends. Adhering to his principle of honesty, he candidly replied, A girlfriend? Not yet this evening. Haha, Daisy chuckled lightly. That's precisely what I meant. Tonight. All right then, Xiao pondered. Perhaps he should have rented a smaller plane. 2 bedrooms would suffice, wouldn't they? Daisy, having recently graduated, was forthright and playful, clearly not yet ready to settle down. With his youth, wealth, striking appearance, and the aura of a superhero, Xiao was an enticing prospect for Daisy, who found herself drawn to him. Unexpectedly, her first foray into romance within the Marvel Universe unfolded aboard the plane. Was this what they call a mile-high club? The aircraft boasted a dedicated chef, and the 4 of them enjoyed a sumptuous meal before indulging in some raucous fun at the KTV. Subsequently, Xiao and the towering figure, along with the 2 young women, retreated to their respective bedrooms. For the next 10 hours, they did not emerge. The content within the ellipsis is left to your imagination. Thank you. The Principality of Monaco, aside from the Vatican, is the smallest country in the world. It is enveloped on 3 sides by France, with only a coastline adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea, covering a mere 198 square kilometers. It boasts a population of fewer than 40,000 inhabitants. Monaco primarily thrives on its gaming and tourism industries, earning its reputation as one of the wealthiest nations on the globe. Notably, this wealth is not merely a reflection of economic output. Apart from its renowned casinos and the various intrigues of its royal family, Monaco is famously characterized by the Formula One racetrack that weaves through its streets and arenas. Each year, this diminutive nation hosts world-class Formula One races, attracting a multitude of teams, drivers, and influential financiers, significantly enriching the local tourism sector. Remarkably, this petite country lacks its own airport, a consequence of its limited size. Thus, most travelers opt to land at the nearest airport in Nice, France. Xiao, of course, was no exception, yet he was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance immediately upon disembarking from the plane. Chapter 71. The invitation from Justin Hammer. Look who it is, our superhero Xiao. I am absolutely thrilled to see you. What a magnificent aircraft. I am Justin Hammer. Perhaps you have seen my photograph on the cover of the latest Time magazine. In comparison to your exploits, my presence pales into insignificance. Xiao was taken aback by this encounter. It was difficult to categorize this individual as a villain or a hero. He was more akin to a comic relief in a film, blatantly imitating Tony Stark. To Qin Zhao's surprise, Justin Hammer greeted him with exuberance, not only initiating a conversation but also mimicking the dramatic gesture of Qin Zhao slicing through the ironmonger's leg armor with his sword. I must say, that strike was truly impressive. By the way, compared to Stark, I am your devoted admirer. Justin Hammer extended his right hand towards Qin Zhao, who reciprocated with a handshake. This was a contradictory character, viewing Tony as both a rival and an idol. He had been emulating Tony's mannerisms, especially after Stark Industries announced it would cease weapon manufacturing. In the wake of that declaration, Hammer's company was inundated with orders from the Department of Defense, leading to a substantial rise in stock prices and multiple appearances on the cover of Time magazine. This fed his hubris, as he fancied himself surpassing Tony. Unfortunately for him, with the emergence of Tony's Iron Man suit, no matter how many orders his company secured, the public still regarded Tony as the unequivocal number one. Observing this man striving to embody Tony's persona, Qin Zhao found it somewhat amusing. His attempts were reminiscent of a clumsy imitation, lacking the inherent nonchalance that characterized Tony. Hello? Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had no intention of engaging further with this awkward individual and planned to depart with Daisy and the others. Unexpectedly, Justin Hammer stepped directly into Qin Zhao's path, obstructing his exit. Hold on, I wish to discuss something with you. Are you heading to the car race? So am I. There's a helicopter waiting for me over there, and I believe we could converse en route if you don't mind. Are these two lovely ladies and the strong gentleman your companions? Seizing the opportunity to hitch a ride on the helicopter seemed quite appealing, so Qin Zhao nodded slightly. Justin Hammer let out a cheer and hurried ahead to lead the way. I don't like this guy. He speaks in such a pretentious manner, like a stage actor, Thor remarked bluntly. I share your sentiment. I bet he has ulterior motives for approaching you, Daisy said, gripping Qin Zhao's hand. The two of them took a swift journey aboard the aircraft, with Daisy thoroughly pleased with Qin Zhao, who, after a prolonged drought of affection, was equally eager to extend their fleeting romance throughout this trip. It matters not. We merely find ourselves in need of a mode of transportation, and that helicopter appears quite splendid. In contrast to Tony Stark, Justin Hammer embodies the essence of a pure businessman. Materially, he is no less than Tony, and one might even argue he surpasses him. The helicopter dispatched to retrieve him is a modified Mi-26, originally developed by the former Soviet Union, boasting a length exceeding 40 meters. It is practically the size of a small passenger aircraft, adorned within like a miniature nightclub, undeniably extravagant. As you are aware, our company is in the process of unveiling exoskeletons for individual combat, akin to Tony Stark's Iron Man, with a flair of biu-biu-biu. However, ours is larger, more powerful, and robust, a collaborative project with the Department of Defense, and I assure you, a tangible product will emerge shortly. Upon boarding the helicopter, Justin Hammer seized Qin Zhao and settled onto a sofa, launching into a series of disjointed remarks. Yet, I have heard that your project has been put on hold following the last congressional session, where Tony showcased your experimental footage. Qin Zhao unabashedly exposed his wounds. Just days prior, at the congressional meeting, Tony had effectively undermined him. That was merely for show. In truth, we have persevered and even signed a clandestine agreement. Justin Hammer wore a look of triumph. Well, I wish you success. However, one must wonder how this concerns me? Qin Zhao retorted bluntly, his tone lacking any semblance of courtesy. To be candid, we have finalized a contract with the Department of Defense, and the order is certainly secure. Yet, the public holds a different perspective. They demand a suit more formidable than Iron Man to safeguard their security, and they seek confidence. You are that confidence. Me? Qin Zhao found himself perplexed. Indeed you. Tony was bested by Obadiah's Ironmonger, and it was you who vanquished that behemoth. The world witnessed the footage, with Tony sitting in tatters while you resolved the situation. Did you not? At the Stark Expo, I shall apply to Stark Industries for a booth to showcase our new exoskeleton, and I hope you will attend to engage in a slight skirmish with our suit. No need for earnestness, merely a performance. Do you grasp my intent? Qin Zhao certainly comprehended his implication. This man sought to have him publicly defeated by his exoskeleton, thereby showcasing his superiority over Tony Stark before the world. This ambition bore an undertone of political nuance as well. It is worth noting that just days ago, Congress convened a hearing demanding Tony Stark surrender his exoskeleton. Regardless of the motives, the government desires to project the appearance of possessing weaponry that surpasses Iron Man, even if only superficially, to maintain the illusion of strength in the public's eyes. I fully comprehend. I shall endeavor to deliver an awe-inspiring performance, only to be defeated by your exoskeleton. Am I correct? Xiao remarked with a smile. Bingo! Justin Hammer snapped his fingers. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Naturally, we shall not require your efforts without due compensation. I shall offer you a substantial endorsement fee, commensurate with the global commercial value of the most illustrious celebrities. Additionally, you will cultivate friendships with influential members of parliament. Justin Hammer has laid forth his terms. Initially, Xiao considered teasing this individual before outright declining. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a mischievous smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Certainly, that is acceptable, but we must engage in a thorough discussion regarding the endorsement fee. After all, I am to lose face before the entire world. This concerns the honor of my superhero persona. Does it not? What is that worth?" For Justin Hammer, nothing holds greater significance than vanquishing Tony Stark. Unless he has truly developed an armor capable of defeating Tony, no one is more suitable for this endeavor than Xiao. With both parties willing to engage, the helicopter soon facilitated the creation of the most exorbitant endorsement fee in history. Chapter 72. The Whiplock makes its appearance at the Hotel de Paris, Monaco. Undoubtedly the most opulent hotel in all of Monaco. While I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the most luxurious, I can confirm that this is the same hotel featured in Iron Man 2. The Monaco royal family has cleared the entire hotel in preparation for this grand event, accommodating team owners and affluent dignitaries who have come to witness the race. Not only are there dedicated hotel rooms for them and their entourage, but also a high-rise bar offering stunning views of the majority of the racetrack. As Tony Stark arrived, Xiao was engaged in an animated conversation with Justin Hammer at the bar. Meanwhile, Daisy and Jane were indulging in an array of exquisite delicacies at a table by the window, accompanied by the towering figure of a friend. "Hey Tony, you've finally arrived. We've been discussing you for quite a while." Justin Hammer adeptly spotted Tony amidst the crowd, and as soon as Tony and Pepper Potts stepped inside, he made his way over. "Oh, how could I forget you, dear Miss Potts? Congratulations on your appointment as the CEO of Stark Industries." Justin Hammer approached, greeting Pepper with a kiss on the cheek before enthusiastically draping his arm around Tony Stark's shoulders. In contrast to Pepper's polite smile and minimal social niceties, Tony's disdain was almost palpable as he brushed aside Hammer's arm, avoiding eye contact, and directly approached Xiao. "I recall you mentioning a lack of interest in racing. What brings you here with this fellow? I must say, your taste in friends has deteriorated recently. Care to share a few words?" "Absolutely," Xiao replied, picking up 2 freshly mixed cocktails from the bar and making his way to an unoccupied table by the window. "We still have matters to discuss." As Tony began to depart, Justin Hammer called out from behind, "I'll return Xiao to you shortly. For now, why not take a seat, enjoy a drink, and admire the lovely ladies around?" Tony, with a childlike tone, patted Justin on the shoulder and continued toward Xiao's table. "All right, I do have an interview scheduled with a female journalist." Justin Hammer muttered weakly behind him. He reached for a cocktail on the table, only to grasp at air. "Hey, that drink is mine. How did you end up with this guy? I can't stand that insufferable clown. Just seeing his face reminds me of the time I fell into the gorilla enclosure at the zoo as a child, only to have a gorilla step on my apple pie. Ha ha ha." Xiao envisioned the scene vividly and burst into laughter. "Damn it, I swear I'll never eat apple pie again. That guy wants me to endorse their upcoming armor. He was publicly defeated by his own suit at your exhibition. $350 million. Haha. He must absolutely despise you to offer such a sum." Tony had dealt with government officials for a lifetime, fully aware of the sordid intricacies involved, all aimed at deceiving the populace for political gain. They wished to vanquish me yet lacked the audacity to confront me directly, incapable of producing anything of merit, resorting instead to the futile attempt of overwhelming me with wealth. How absurd. Your endeavors sound akin to the blonde maidens of the Dutch red light district. Surely you shall not acquiesce to him? Until the contract is signed. Once it is sent over, I shall have your legal team peruse it for me. After performing the necessary contractual obligations, if I inadvertently shatter a few suits of armor, would that be deemed a breach of contract? Tony's eyes sparkled with sudden inspiration. He was filled with a plethora of exhilarating ideas. The duo huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, occasionally breaking into smiles that sent a shiver down the spine of any who overheard. In the film, Iron Man, due to palladium poisoning, spirals into a reckless self-destructive phase. His subsequent actions led many to believe they were a consequence of his affliction, such as appointing Pepper as the chairwoman of Stark Industries and personally racing in Monaco. It was only with the arrival of Xiao, this butterfly, that Tony upgraded the arc reactor ahead of schedule, nullifying the palladium threat. Nevertheless, Tony Stark remained ensconced in his laboratory, fervently researching new armor, delegating all company matters to Pepper. This was a reflection of his character. If he were to manage the company with tranquility, he would cease to be Tony Stark. He was perpetually unpredictable. For instance, at this very moment, I must take my leave. It is my time to shine. Our driver, who has not secured a championship in 5 years, nor even placed in the top 3, shall witness what true racing is. And for heaven's sake, do not inform Pepper before I replace the driver. Tony rose, casting a furtive glance to ensure Pepper was not watching, hastily preparing to depart. Tony, be cautious, Xiao remarked with a knowing smile. Thor was still engaged in conversation over a meal with 2 ladies. Xiao bid them farewell, announcing his intention to step outside. He ascended directly to the rooftop via the fire escape, seeking a vantage point to savor the spectacle that was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in a team staff lounge, Ivan Vanko sat idly, gnawing on a matchstick. He had devoted nearly 6 months in preparation for this day, successfully developing the arc reactor, all for the sake of the race. It was his chance to gain proximity to Tony Stark. He had meticulously studied Stark's behavior, revealing little in terms of predictability, save for this annual event where he would invariably participate and subsequently mingle with his team for photographs. This was his opportunity. He sought to avenge the injustice endured by his father, who met his end in Siberia amidst ice, illness, and despair. He aimed to reclaim justice for the years of unfair treatment he had suffered. The wealth of the Stark family and the title of Iron Man were all taken from his father. As I reminisce about the indignant gaze of my father in his final moments, the television screen abruptly shifts from the racetrack to the Stark racing team. To my astonishment, Tony Stark himself has donned a racing suit and ascended into a race car. The image reveals Tony Stark seated in the vehicle, waving with a flourish, while beside him, an irate driver discards his helmet in frustration. A show-off you are. Very well, I shall settle this with you on the racetrack. Iron Man, he scoffs. Ivan Vanko, observing the spirited Tony on the screen, slightly unbuttons his collar, and under the eerie blue glow of the reactor, he erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. Chapter 73. The villain's attempt to show off is futile. Tony's audacious behavior caught Pepper off guard, yet it incited a wave of exuberance among the media present and the audience in attendance. Even the journalist conducting a personal interview with Justin Hammer rushed to the television, captivated by Tony Stark's enthusiastic wave to the camera. In their minds, they fervently rehearsed how to conduct an exclusive interview with him. This is precisely why any location graced by Tony Stark inevitably becomes the epicenter of news. Justin Hammer's expression was more grotesque than that of someone who had just consumed excrement. He had previously heard from Pepper that this female journalist had once engaged in an in-depth conversation with Tony Stark. Hammer had intended to showcase his charm in an effort to seduce this strikingly attractive reporter, hoping at least to savor the thrill of triumphing over Stark in a different arena. To this end, he had even instructed his subordinates to prepare some auxiliary substances. However, in a fit of anger, he downed a large glass of liquor on the table. Feeling perturbed, he loosened his tie. The next moment, a startling image appeared on the television, rendering his gaze irretrievably fixed. It was a rugged man, unmistakably of warrior lineage, clad in the attire of a vehicle maintenance worker, with a provocative cigarette dangling from his mouth. He brazenly emerged from the vehicle maintenance area on the racetrack. By this time, the race had commenced, and the track was filled with roaring race cars. It is worth noting that F1 drivers typically navigate turns at an average speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The sudden appearance of an individual on the track could easily lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, this warrior-like man did not merely appear. As he shook his hands, 2 whips materialized. He then flung open his orange work uniform, revealing a miniature arc reactor glowing with blue light in the chest area, which began to output power at full capacity. Energy surged through the simplistic circuitry of his attire, flowing into the metallic whips in his grasp. The gossamer fabric of his work uniform was reduced to ashes, scattering in the air. The whips, now infused with tempestuous energy, lightly grazed the ground, carving small trenches into the racetrack. My God, this is simply meant for me. Justin Hammer could not help but rise from his seat. The arc reactor, this could undoubtedly resolve the majority of the world's energy dilemmas. It was rumored that Elon Musk had offered a substantial portion of his company's shares to Tony Stark in exchange for the rights to this technology, promising it would only be utilized in his own vehicles, but Stark had declined. In truth, Justin Hammer and the military's project had stagnated at this juncture, even if they stripped the armor of all weapon systems and filled its interior with the most advanced batteries. Such energy could not elevate the armor even a mere meter, let alone sustain the consumption required for continuous combat. Regrettably, Tony Stark, despite the immense pressure from the Senate, steadfastly refused to relinquish this technology. At this juncture, a seemingly advanced miniature arc reactor made its appearance, pulsating with ferocious energy, and Justin Hammer, gazing at it and the crude apparatus worn by Ivan Vanko, whose rugged visage bore the marks of a harsh existence, could not suppress his smug satisfaction. In stark contrast to Justin Hammer's pride, Xiao stood on the hotel rooftop, seething with frustration, striding confidently along the racetrack. He remained unfazed by the roaring cars rushing past him. Unbelievably, he had a matchstick clenched between his lips. Truly a showman. In a moment of indignation, Xiao spat over the edge of the rooftop, his right hand instinctively brushing against his nose and eyes, recalling the searing pain he had felt after being struck by a rocket launcher during his last escapade in Mexico. Why must a villain carry himself with such audacity? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his gaze began to scan the rooftop. Ivan Vanko's entrance elicited gasps of astonishment from the affluent elite in the bar of the Paris Grand Hotel. The chaos escalated when he wielded his whip to cleave a speeding F1 car in two, plunging the crowd into utter disarray. At that moment, Happy, accompanied by Tony Stark's newly developed Mark V suitcase armor, hurriedly helped Pepper Potts into the vehicle, speeding towards the racetrack. The reactor embedded in his chest bore a striking resemblance to Tony's, suggesting he was likely targeting Stark. Witnessing this, Thor rose abruptly. "Soul, what are you doing?" Jane exclaimed loudly. "Didn't you just say this individual was after Xiao's friend? I don't know where Xiao is, but I must assist in rescuing his friend," he declared, disregarding Jane's protests and racing outside like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Tony's car came into Ivan Vanko's line of sight. With a slight shift to the side, Vanko unleashed a fierce strike with his whip upon Tony's vehicle. The violent energy, akin to an indomitable lightsaber, severed the car's front end. Tony, seated in the half-dismantled vehicle, was propelled into the air, spinning several times before crashing heavily to the ground. He then beheld Ivan Vanko menacingly brandishing 2 whips, advancing towards him with lethal intent. Behind them, several cars, alarmed by the sudden turn of events, swerved desperately, leading to a cascade of collisions, explosions, and a shower of debris raining down from the airborne wreckage. Yet, remarkably, Vanko remained unscathed amidst the chaos. He remained oblivious to the explosions and chaos behind him, steadily advancing towards Tony Stark, who had just emerged from his racing car. Just as he was about to enter striking distance, Ivan Vanko deliberately cracked his whip against the ground twice, intent on instilling greater psychological pressure upon Stark. At the moment Ivan Vanko was poised to lash out, a piercing sound sliced through the air. He abruptly turned his head, only to be met by a dark silhouette hurtling towards him. Bang! In an instant he could discern nothing. All he felt was a sudden darkness as a high-velocity object collided violently with his face. The tremendous impact sent his body soaring, crashing into the wire fencing beside the track, his head twisting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh, yes. Not far away on the hotel rooftop, Xiao triumphantly gestured a sign of victory. Chapter 74. Tony's unusable armor. The turn of events unfolded so suddenly that the audience was left utterly bewildered. While the spectators remained oblivious to the chaos, Tony was acutely aware of the situation. At that moment, Xiao stood on the rooftop, brandishing a segment of PVC pipe, the origin of which was unknown, in a greeting directed at Tony. Despite his endeavors to create a portable suit of armor, it was this individual who unexpectedly came to his aid. Yet, without the armor, Tony's combat prowess was severely diminished. With an expression of exasperation, Tony sat beside the wreckage of his racing car, gasping for breath. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ground beside him fractured as Xiao leapt from the rooftop, landing deftly at Tony's side. The audience along the racetrack erupted in excitement, many of whom were fans of the duo, and they could not contain their ecstatic screams at the sight of them together once more. Get up quickly. There are plenty of people shouting your name up there. You wouldn't want to be so frightened that you soil yourself, would you? By the way, I fear I might not throw accurately. I dismantled quite a bit of PVC pipe up there, and I'm not liable for that cost. Xiao extended his right hand toward Tony. As he helped Tony to his feet, a piercing screech of brakes echoed nearby. Happy drove up in a car, accompanied by Pepper, joining Tony's side. Both glanced at Xiao and then at Tony, relief evident on their faces. Next time you should take this into the shower with you, boss. Happy tossed the Mark V suit beside Tony. I'll seriously consider that. I can't let this fellow steal the limelight every time. Can I? What a pity for my inaugural racing experience, Tony remarked, retrieving the briefcase and gazing toward the direction where Ivan Vanko had collapsed. The emergence of another miniature arc reactor instilled a sense of urgency within Tony, coupled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He was confident that his technology could not be deciphered by anyone, at least not for the next few years. Thus, he was eager to discern the differences between that reactor and his own. To his astonishment, Ivan Vanko, wobbling unsteadily, managed to rise from the ground. With a swift crack of a whip, he severed Happy's vehicle in two, perfectly separating Pepper in the back seat from Happy in the front. Ah! Pepper let out a blood-curdling scream, while Tony, in stark contrast, wore an expression of exhilaration. Finally, it's my turn. You keep them safe. I'll handle him. Next time you should find a metal pipe to wield. Xiao smirked, slightly frustrated at having to search for an appropriate object in haste. It was already a feat to identify a PVC pipe from such a distance, and who could have predicted that Vanko would recover so rapidly? Having given his instructions, Tony placed the Mark V suit on the ground, positioned it accurately, and stepped onto it, gripping the handrails firmly. The armor had already enveloped Tony's body, with other components extending seamlessly into place, completing his transformation in a dazzling display. Happy and Pepper had exited the vehicle and were now shielded behind Xiao. A flash of white light flickered from within Tony's visor as the suit fully activated. He extended a foot, effortlessly sending a half-destroyed car flying. At this moment, Ivan Vanko posed little threat. His earlier movement had been a mere instinctive reaction. In reality, he was now severely disoriented, struggling to focus his gaze, swaying precariously in an attempt to maintain his balance. Tony contemplated unleashing a powerful blast from his laser cannon against the enemy when suddenly, a figure emerged from the barbed wire behind Ivan. Clutching a brick, apparently procured from some obscure source, this individual leapt, grasping the wire with one hand and pushing off with his legs, vaulting over the more than 2-meter-high fence. As he descended, he swung his right arm, delivering a precise blow with the brick to the top of Ivan's head. The force of the impact, compounded by the momentum of his fall, shattered the brick upon collision. Ivan, already unsteady, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. I did not know you had arrived. After running all this way, it seems my efforts were not in vain. To defeat an adversary, one must ensure they are utterly incapacitated, lest one suffer the consequences. Greetings, Iron Man. I am Thor, friend of Xiao. There is no need for thanks. The very Thor who had rushed down to assist made his presence known, offering a brief lecture following Ivan's defeat, along with a self-introduction. Tony's raised right hand, with its laser cannon, dimmed abruptly. I did not intend to thank you. I was merely pondering the purpose of donning this armor. He gazed skyward, his voice tinged with melancholy. When the police arrived, Ivan Vanko remained unconscious, the arc reactor in his chest reduced to mere fragments by Tony's hand. The competition had entirely ceased, and a throng of reporters surged onto the racetrack, their cameras trained on Xiao and Tony. It is a pleasure to see both of you together once more, having triumphed over a criminal wielding advanced weaponry. Might I request the two of you to strike a pose with peace signs for a classic photo to grace the cover of our magazine tomorrow? The fastest reporter, nearly reaching the duo before she even arrived, eagerly voiced her request. This female journalist was an ardent supporter of their partnership. The previous headline photo had been a composite of individual shots. Capturing a moment of them together would undoubtedly spark excitement, not to mention boost magazine sales. Oblivious to the expressions on the faces of her subjects, the exuberant reporter produced a small camera, intent on securing a personal keepsake alongside the official shots. Without seeking permission from Xiao or Tony, she began a countdown, pointing her camera at them. Peace signs. Thank you. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. In response to her, 2 middle fingers stood straight up towards the heavens, accompanied by a simultaneous exclamation of bitch from both individuals. Chapter 75. Palladium poisoning? Ivan Vanko lay in the hospital, likely not to awaken for several days. The competition had ended without incident, and the 2 individuals, besieged by reporters, disregarded the norms of decency. One soared into the air, while the other leapt from the ground to the rooftop of a nearby building. After a few grand bounds, they vanished from the crowd's view, utterly unconcerned about the destruction they left behind. That evening, aboard a yacht off the coast of Monaco, Pepper Potts had taken the reins of Stark Industries. The chaotic mess left by Tony kept Pepper spinning like a top, darting around with fervor. Thus, as soon as her obligations concluded, she whisked away with Happy, who had morphed into her personal bodyguard and chauffeur, leaving a disgruntled Tony behind. His discontent was primarily fueled by the sight of 2 couples at the table. Although Jane and Thor were undeniably in a genuine romantic relationship, Tony couldn't help but label them as a couple of dogs in his mind. Cheen, you ought to have informed me earlier that you would be bringing a companion today. Had I known, I would have invited some charming young ladies to join us. Tony lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at Daisy, who sat beside Xiao. Initially, things were pleasant as Xiao introduced a few acquaintances, transitioning from Asgardian tales to Jane's research in astrophysics, and the conversation flowed amicably. However, as they became more familiar and relaxed, Tony felt a twinge of jealousy at the affectionate gestures exchanged between the 2 couples. It's your own fault. You used to invite girls without concern for whether others brought companions. That said, it seems you've had a dearth of female company lately, Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It appeared that this was indeed true following the Ironmonger incident. Surely you don't have feelings for me? Oh God. Strike this lecherous fool down with a bolt of lightning. I'm still fresh out of graduation, while this cad is nearing 40. Xiao shot Tony a look of disdain. Blast it. My sexual orientation has always been perfectly normal. I've merely been overwhelmed lately, what with modifying the reactor and my armor, not to mention joining your eccentric club. Tony's face betrayed an unusual hint of panic. Xiao, well aware that Tony could not genuinely harbor feelings for him, found Tony's reaction to be rather intriguing. Something's amiss, Tony. Xiao raised his glass and took a deep sip, savoring the taste. Come on, tell me what's going on. Is there a secret you can't share? You're insane. My health is impeccable, it's just with Pepper, the 2 of us. Tony unexpectedly opened up about his feelings for Pepper. Though we haven't officially established a relationship, it's always been. I certainly wish we could be together, but recently, we've both been swamped. A sense of helplessness, tinged with fear, crept into Tony's voice. Women were plentiful, often approaching him without invitation. However, when one encounters someone they are fond of, they often find themselves at a loss for words. Even if the object of their affection is aware of their interest, the challenge of initiation remains daunting. Xiao tilted his head, reflecting that this scenario seemed reminiscent of a film. In the first Iron Man, Tony Stark was on the verge of sharing a kiss with Pepper Potts, only to be interrupted by a reporter's inquiry regarding his dealings in arms with terrorists, prompting him to confront Obadiah. Despite his intentions to confess before a press conference, he ultimately remained silent. It was only during a critical moment in Iron Man 2, after he rescued Pepper, that they embraced on a rooftop, finally solidifying their relationship. One, outwardly nonchalant yet inwardly insecure, hesitated to express genuine feelings when faced with true love. The other, witnessing the constant presence of beautiful women around Tony, felt an unsettling insecurity. Each was paralyzed by the fear of taking the first step, rendering external assistance futile. Thus, Tony was destined to spend the night in solitary melancholy. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko lay in a coma in Monaco for 3 days. Upon awakening, Xiao and Tony visited him in the hospital. I noticed the earliest design sketch bore the name Anton Vanko. Was he your father? Ivan Vanko remained silent, prompting Tony to speak first. You have no right to utter that name. Your family are thieves and scoundrels, and everything you possess should rightfully belong to the Vanko family. Ivan Vanko responded with an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by his failed assault on Tony or his current state as a prisoner. It was your father who sought to exploit this technology for profit, intending to weaponize it. My father thwarted him. Anton Vanko made his own mistakes. Tony retorted, and a heavy silence fell over them, both men locking eyes, acutely aware that this was not a matter of right or wrong. It was meaningless. After a prolonged silence, Ivan Vanko suddenly declared, "You have lost, Stark. From the very beginning you were destined to fail." Ha 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 ha. Ivan laughed so hard he struggled to catch his breath, the handcuffs clanging against the bed frame. Xiao exchanged a glance with Tony, scratching his head awkwardly. Has his mind gone awry? I only used PVC pipes. While they may pack a punch, surely it couldn't have rendered him senseless. Has Thor struck him dumb? Hey, what are you laughing at? Ivan, gasping for air, directed his laughter towards Xiao. You should inquire of Stark just how excruciating palladium poisoning can be. Ha 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 ha. Palladium poisoning? Xiao feigned surprise as he looked at Tony, his expression laden with concern. Ivan's laughter grew louder. Ha! It seems your friend remains oblivious. You ought to enlighten him about the adverse effects of harboring an arc reactor within one's body. Oh, damn. Tony, is this true? Why did you not inform me sooner? Let us devise a solution together. What shall we do now? We shall consult a physician. Surely there will be a remedy. Will there not? Oh, my heavens. Xiao is indeed quite compliant with Ivan Vanko, though regrettably, his performance is exceedingly ostentatious. Tony initially intended to cooperate, but he could not restrain himself and forcefully pushed Xiao aside. Your performance is excessively flamboyant. Even the style of a Broadway opera from a century ago is more natural than yours. Utterly repugnant. Oh, is that so? Surely not. I have read the book The Actor's Self-Cultivation, you know. I believe my earlier performance was quite commendable. What do you think, Ivan? Xiao asked Ivan Vanko with a mischievous grin. Chapter 76. The Illuminati. As Xiao and Tony stepped out of the hospital room, the air was thick with the dual tirades of Ivan Vanko, laced with both Russian and English. The police outside, tense and anxious, presumed that Xiao and Tony had committed some transgression against the prisoner. Yet, what truly gnawed at Ivan Vanko was not Tony's escape from palladium poisoning, but rather the moment when Tony unveiled his new arc reactor and revealed its origins. Ivan felt that his father had undeniably succumbed to Howard Stark, a realization he found profoundly difficult to accept. In truth, regardless of the extent of one's contribution, those who are cast aside often perceive it as a testament to their own merit, disparaging those who have displaced them. From a young age, Ivan held the conviction that Howard Stark was merely a self-serving merchant, devoid of any true scientific prowess. He attributed Howard's achievements to his father and other scientists. Thus, when he learned that Tony Stark's father had invented a new element decades prior, significantly enhancing the power of the arc reactor, yet unable to bring it to fruition due to the limitations of the technology at the time, he found it hard to fathom. Tony, that fellow is now a living arc reactor. Countless eyes are fixated upon him, and the stick you wield could soon be seized by others, Xiao remarked softly to Tony as they exited the hospital. His words were the product of considerable internal conflict. From the outset, Qin Xiao had believed his greatest advantage lay in his omniscience. Although he had seen the trailers of Loki and was aware of the existence of the Time Variance Authority, he had always trusted that the presence of a system would shield him from detection. However, the words of Ancient One altered his perspective. He no longer sought to alter the narrative, yet he would not blindly conform to it either. He chose to follow his heart, embracing the natural flow of events, for the butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter. With Ivan Vanko remaining in the hospital, Qin Xiao understood that if the original storyline were to unfold, Ivan would inevitably be rescued by Justin Hammer. While Qin Xiao was indifferent to the prospect of a final confrontation, he opted to adopt a friend-esque stance, offering a subtle warning to Tony. After all, Ivan Vanko's primary focus was Tony Stark. Should I inform Nick Fury to handle this? Tony inquired tentatively, as they stood by the seaside at the hospital's entrance. To be honest, in matters of global protection, Qin Xiao had unwavering confidence in Nick Fury. Yet he reminded Tony, "Do not forget, Tony. He is backed by the World Security Council, filled with politicians from various governments. You know how desperately the U.S. government covets your armor." The two had previously deliberated this issue during their first journey to the Middle East, contemplating the formation of a clandestine organization to operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. This entity would address challenges obstructed by existing frameworks, aiming on a grand scale to protect the world with greater autonomy, and on a smaller scale. In the previous operation in the Middle East, where two individuals targeted the Ten Commandments gang, and the solitary endeavor of Qin Xiao to uproot a drug lord in Mexico, both actions were noted. Naturally, Qin Xiao's motivation for that particular mission was largely driven by financial gain. In fact, I had even conceived a name for it and developed a mobile application. Tony revealed the app on his phone's home screen, prominently displaying one titled Illuminati. This Easter egg from Iron Man 2 remains a mystery as to when Marvel will address it, especially since Iron Man has perished. Perhaps I shall take the liberty to fill that gap, though the members will undoubtedly differ from those in the comics, as this exists within the cinematic universe. Oh, Qin Xiao observed Tony's phone with keen interest. I haven't fully developed it yet. It's essentially a chat-based task-sharing software designed to identify crises and upload missions for nearby resolution, with a primary focus on secure communication. Prior to his journey to the Middle East, it could be said that Qin Xiao was planting the seeds for the future independence of the Avengers. However, after witnessing the massacre in the Middle East, his perspective shifted somewhat. He genuinely believed that certain organizations and individuals warranted extreme measures. His meeting with the Ancient One further expanded his thoughts. Yet none of that truly matters now. What is significant is that Tony and he had reached a consensus. I can now enter the name Ivan Vanko in here, Tony stated as he opened the app on his phone. You can simply draw a cross over his name. He likely has no tomorrow. Qin Xiao glanced toward the hospital. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion erupted from the hospital across the street. The force of the blast not only severed the multi-story building, but also unleashed a shockwave that swept through the entire street. Quick-witted, Qin Xiao turned to shield Tony, protecting him from the barrage of steel, concrete, and various debris that could pose lethal threats to ordinary individuals. Although he managed to block the fragments, the shockwave unexpectedly propelled both of them into the sea. With a splash, Qin Xiao grasped Tony, and they both surfaced, expelling seawater from their lungs. The hospital had been entirely obliterated by the explosion, collapsing laterally onto an adjacent structure. Dust filled the air, car alarms blared, and cries for help echoed from the ruins. Save the people first. Tony, with a complex expression as he gazed at the hospital, felt the weight of responsibility, attributing the incident to himself. Qin Xiao regarded him silently, then swam towards the vehicle they had arrived in, which was slowly sinking beneath the waves. With a powerful punch, he breached the trunk, extracting Tony's Mark V suit. Utilizing the suit's built-in scanning capabilities, combined with Qin Xiao's extraordinary strength, they collaborated with the arriving government personnel to rescue those trapped beneath the debris. Fortunately, the total number of injured was not excessive. However, 52 individuals sustained serious injuries, and 37 lost their lives, including a pregnant woman and 5 children, with one person still unaccounted for. Tony's countenance was ominously dark as he relayed a series of numbers to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's expression mirrored his unease. Such matters, when viewed through the lens of news reports, merely translate into statistics. Yet, when confronted with the stark reality of lost lives, particularly the innocent children among them, it undeniably stirs a visceral and profound emotional response. Ivan Vanko? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao uttered the name, for if only one person were to go missing, could only be him. Chapter 77. The puppet master. There was absolutely no irregularity on Justin Hammer's side, whether in terms of personnel communications or the inflow and outflow of his finances. Your conjecture was correct. This incident bears no relation to Hammer. Understood. It appears we need not pay further attention to Justin Hammer. The agents in France have all been mobilized, and should they attempt to leave with anyone, we shall be promptly informed. This adversary is exceedingly professional, ruthless, and shows no mercy. Exercise caution. You two, expedite your mission and return swiftly. We shall reconvene in New York. In New York. Xiao concluded the call with Black Widow. The commotion had been so significant that both he and Tony speculated it was unlikely to involve Justin Hammer. Nonetheless, had requested Black Widow to investigate, and indeed, everything on Hammer's end remained normal. Who could it possibly be? Furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Rising, Xiao opened the door. Tony barged in without hesitation, pouring himself a substantial glass of water, which he gulped down in one go. Finally exhaling, he remarked, "One of the officers has regained consciousness." He stated that there were 5 intruders, 3 Caucasians, one of whom was female, and 1 African-American. Their speed is astonishing, and their strength is beyond belief. He fired 4 shots and failed to hit any of them. From his description, they closely resemble you, 5 super soldiers. Do you recall the incident in Mexico? The one with the metallic arm? I suspect they are all part of a single formidable clandestine organization, one that employs drug traffickers, super soldiers, and potentially even a powerful team of scientists. Upon hearing Tony mention 5 individuals, Xiao felt a sense of familiarity, and when Bucky was brought up, clarity began to dawn on him. 5 super soldiers, Hydra, the Siberian base. They activated the 5 super soldiers in Siberia without sending Bucky to the forefront. Could this truly not be the hand of Alexander Pierce? Just as the name Hydra suggests, the organization possesses numerous branches. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.A.L.D., is merely one of its leaders. Xiao recalled that the Mind Stone was used to create Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, and Baron Strucker had long been situated in Europe. Could it be him? Xiao found himself engulfed in confusion. Even with his current combat prowess, this situation felt insurmountable. Although he was well versed in many plotlines from films, the precise locations of Hydra's hidden bases remained a mystery, let alone the prospect of locating them. Washington, World Security Council, Alexander Pierce's office. Francis, that bastard, who authorized him to activate the Siberian base without consent. That was one of our trump cards. Damned fool. Now the entirety of Europe is swarming with S.H.I.L.D. agents. He will be the death of us. You better be cautious, Strucker. Alexander Pierce's unusual fury betrayed his typically composed demeanor. Do not fret, my old friend. You are the esteemed leader of the World Security Council, and most of the agents in S.H.I.L.D. are your people. What is there for me to fear? The voice of Baron Strucker resonated with a remarkable calmness. Indeed, it was reasonable to feel at ease, as the greatest threat to S.H.I.L.D. was now predominantly comprised of their own. Furthermore, there was no Avengers-like organization monitoring their actions. At this juncture, Hydra faced no formidable adversaries. Do you think Nick Fury is a fool? I know him well. He is not easily deceived. I wonder what trump cards he holds. Last time we conspired, the Insight Project was our primary concern. If we reveal ourselves now, we would face a global backlash. When that moment arrives, I shall simply embrace my role as the chairman and patiently await the arrival of future opportunities. Do you comprehend this? We have waited for years for a chance to fulfill our ideals, and we cannot expose ourselves at such a critical moment. Perhaps Alexander Pierce's fervent rhetoric resonated with Baron Strucker, as his demeanor became notably more serious, shedding the earlier nonchalance. I understand the gravity of the situation. The arc reactor is undeniably tempting. I have been tempted myself. However, now is not the time. I will instruct my subordinates to remain hidden and avoid provoking S.I.E.L.D. while diligently seeking out that Francis fellow to resolve this matter and ensure our safety. Baron Strucker's assurances calmed Alexander Pierce considerably, prompting him to take a deep breath. If he exposes us, I shall eliminate him at once, for the safety of all, for the glory of Hydra. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! In New York, at a prestigious golf course, Justin Hammer stood on the green, furiously striking the ball with frustration. The prospect of Ivan Vanko slipping through his fingers left him profoundly disheartened, especially after he had already made arrangements with the police and prison officials, spending considerable time and resources to facilitate Vanko's swift release upon incarceration. Ultimately, his efforts had come to naught. Take it easy, Justin. Golf is a refined sport. Do not treat it as if you are aiming for Tony Stark's head. Sometimes excessive force leads to failure. A middle-aged gentleman approached Justin Hammer. Senator Stern, I recall just a week ago you urged me to hasten the development of the armor. Why do you seem so unfazed now? Justin Hammer, in a foul mood, could not muster a cordial tone for the senator, despite their extensive collaboration. Having spent many years in the Senate, I have learned that today's world thrives on collaboration and mutual benefit. Just as you and I do with the armor project, anger resolves nothing. Allow me to introduce you to a colleague, Mr. Francis Aubrey. Senator Stern stepped aside, revealing the man behind him. This was a middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s, impeccably groomed with meticulously styled hair. Francis was among the most aristocratic of European lineage, wielding an unimaginable influence across the continent, be it in stock markets, political elections, or large-scale energy projects. Whatever one might require, he had the means to fulfill it, including the remarkable feat of rescuing a genius from Siberia in Monaco. Senator Stern grinned, exposing a set of slightly yellowed teeth. I will draft a chapter now. As I return home late, I should be able to complete another chapter before midnight. For those who prefer an early rest, do not wait. We shall read together tomorrow. Chapter 78. Collaboration. Europeans, particularly those of high society, place great importance on the purity of lineage. Justin Hammer is acutely aware that many of the old European aristocrats prefer to seclude themselves within their ancient castles, adhering to the most time-honored traditions. They look down upon the nouveau riche, deeming their lineage impure, and even the British Queen is not exempt from their disdain. Numerous contemporary literary works and films featuring vampires often draw inspiration from these antiquated figures, who wield significant control over vast resources across Europe. However, Justin Hammer remains indifferent to such matters. As an American, he values practicality and realism. The concept of lineage can be cast aside. Yet Ivan Vanko is someone Justin Hammer cannot afford to relinquish. The miniature arc reactor represents his singular opportunity to ascend above Tony Stark. Setting aside his golf club, he slightly bowed and greeted the European relic with impeccable etiquette. As you know, our project has been underway for quite some time. We possess the finest weaponry and sensor systems in the world. The only missing piece is that small glowing light from Stark's chest. Senator Stern playfully tapped his finger against his own chest, attempting a joke he believed to be humorous. He then turned to Justin Hammer and continued, Francis is quite intrigued by the armored suits. Of course, he harbors no ambition regarding the Defense Department's contracts. He merely seeks to outfit his bodyguards with some finished suits. However, there are numerous future collaboration opportunities, such as in renewable energy. If you are interested, you know that nobles like him prefer not to stand in the spotlight, as it would lack elegance. Justin Hammer was indeed interested, for the potential applications of the miniature arc reactor were immense. Limiting its use to military endeavors would be a disservice to such a groundbreaking invention. Under Senator Stern's encouragement, the two engaged in an enthusiastic exchange. Future collaborations would unfold gradually, with Francis's associates escorting Ivan Vanko into Hammer Industries that very day. Naturally, the technology of the arc reactor would not be shared. Francis's team would oversee the proceedings to ensure that Justin Hammer could not acquire the reactor's technology from Ivan Vanko. Following this event, Francis would invest in a renewable energy company in America, with Justin Hammer at the helm, aiming to establish the largest renewable energy enterprise in the world. These terms were non-negotiable for Hammer. After their discussion, he hurriedly departed to prepare for Ivan Vanko's arrival. Observing Justin Hammer's swift exit, Francis remarked to Senator Stern, "You have found an excellent pawn, ambitious yet not particularly astute. Positioning him in the limelight is a wise choice. From now on, I shall rely on you for my support here." Senator Stern laughed heartily. "Pierce is searching high and low for you. If he knew you were hiding right under his nose, he would likely be so enraged that he might leap from his office." Francis burst into laughter, exclaiming that he could not afford to falter now. The success of the Insight project relied heavily on his efforts to place a metaphorical weapon above the heads of people across the globe. Dr. Zola was indeed a genius. Such a plan to control the very lives of humanity should be in the hands of individuals like himself, rather than conservative figures like Alexander Pierce, wouldn't you agree? Francis's remarks elicited a hearty laugh from Stern, who, tempted by the prospect of global domination, unhesitatingly chose to collaborate with Francis, betraying Alexander Pierce. Unbeknownst to him, Francis, laughing just as heartily behind him, regarded him with an expression no different from that of a fool. Meanwhile, Hydra operatives had successfully delivered Ivan Vanko to Justin Hammer's company. Xiao and Tony were still lost in Monaco, desperately searching. Ever since Ivan Vanko's emergence, or more precisely, since the appearance of the second individual capable of creating the arc reactor, the pressure from the U.S. government on Tony had intensified. Initially, Tony opted against relinquishing his technology, boldly declaring that no one would be able to manufacture an arc reactor for at least several years. This somewhat eased the government and military stance. After all, as long as the technology remained with Tony Stark, it was as though it were in American hands. Although the government was left empty-handed, at least Iron Man was American, wasn't he? However, the emergence of a second individual, particularly one who had been rescued by those of questionable influence, complicated matters for the government considerably. If such technology fell into Russian hands, it would signify that the United States would remain under the looming threat of a combatant nation for years to come. Here, no political factors are entwined. In the realm of cinema, the combatant nation is invariably portrayed as malevolent. Tony Stark found himself inundated with calls from Pepper and Rhodey almost daily, each conveying pressure from various sources. "Tony, this cannot continue. What do you intend to do?" Xiao inquired, sprawled across the hotel sofa. He had been tirelessly searching for clues in Ivan Vanko, having already sent Jane, Thor, and Daisy back home. Only he and Tony remained in Monaco. "I was unaware before, but now I have devised a new plan." Tony had just hung up the phone with Rhodey. "Rhodey, he is military. I trust him. If I were to provide him with a suit of armor, it would not only temporarily deter government scrutiny but also ensure that the technology does not fall into the wrong hands. Most importantly, the Illuminati requires new members. The two of us alone are insufficient. Currently, we can only rely on SHIELD for intelligence. That is a commendable idea. Since we are merely floundering here, it would be wiser for us to return together, thus enhancing our available resources." Xiao exclaimed as he sprang up from the sofa. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Those individuals have taken Ivan Vanko, and it is inconceivable that they could keep him hidden indefinitely. The armor is their true objective. I have instructed Jarvis to monitor the movement of various precious metals in the market, including the raw materials required for the arc reactor and the metals needed for the armor. Unless these people possess access to a variety of metal mines and have developed sophisticated extraction and smelting technologies, I am certain that once they commence the fabrication of the armor, I will track them down without fail," Tony Stark declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 79. Target locked due to mass production. It is evident that Hammer's battle armor cannot exclusively utilize the precious titanium alloy as Tony Stark does. The industrial warehouse of Hammer Industries is replete with various ordinary metallic alloys. However, the creation of miniaturized arc reactors necessitates a substantial quantity of palladium. Each missile requires a mere 0.2 grams of this precious metal, and he does not possess a significant stockpile. Furthermore, although Ivan Vanko cannot synthesize new elements, He has adjusted the rotational speed of the reactor in an effort to keep pace with Tony Stark's reactor standards, much like in the films. This upgrade of the arc reactor demands even more palladium. Yet, the reserves at Hammer Industries are only sufficient to fulfill the current year's weapon orders for the Department of Defense. Consequently, Hammer has begun to procure palladium in bulk through small companies registered under his name. Despite his cautious approach of purchasing in batches through various companies, he was swiftly detected by Jarvis, who meticulously monitors the market. Soon, the true identities of the owners of these small enterprises were unveiled. An array of data regarding Hammer Industries' palladium acquisitions over the past 5 years, the weapon orders they received, and the palladium required for this year's signed orders, as well as estimates of the Department of Defense's potential orders for the following year, were presented comprehensively before Tony. Justin Hammer, could it truly be you? Tony murmured as he reopened the data Jarvis had sent to his phone the previous day, contemplating how Justin Hammer hardly seemed the type to possess such audacity. Hey, fish finder, what's your take? Xiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling glass, observing the schools of fish beneath the river. Originally, the New York base was intended to be located on a suburban farm, but due to his generous donation of $1 billion to the Avengers Initiative, Xiao insisted on securing this clandestine base beneath the river, believing that it deserved the grandeur befitting a secret organization funded by such a sum. Indeed, it was all about the aesthetic. For this reason, he often imitated Nick Fury, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing motionlessly at the fish below. Consequently, Tony had dubbed him Fish Finder. What do you mean by how I see it? I'm not Yuan Fong. Let us wait for Natasha to return. She went to Hammer Industries for an interview today. Xiao rubbed his eyes and returned to his desk. Who is Yuan Fong? Tony inquired, producing a bag of chips from somewhere, munching as he questioned. He's the Chinese version of Watson, having assisted the Chinese Sherlock Holmes in solving many significant cases. Speaking of Sherlock Holmes, Tony, it reminds me of a film I watched. The actor portraying Holmes in the great detective Sherlock Holmes bears a striking resemblance to you. Do you have any relatives working as actors in Hollywood? Xiao remarked with a hint of mischievousness as he glanced at Tony's face. No, Tony replied, pondering seriously for a moment. You truly ought to reconsider your taste in films. Such an obscure movie is undoubtedly a colossal flop. Indeed, especially that leading man. He appears utterly foolish. I have never encountered a more abysmal actor, Xiao remarked with a peculiar smile. Tony instinctively sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate precisely what it was. In the end, he could only retort to Xiao with a hint of irritation. You should consult a doctor. Spending every day with a crowd has surely affected your mind. Just as Xiao was about to counter with a few words, the entrance to the base swung open. Natasha strode in, adorned in a striking red dress. Xiao promptly stepped forward to pull out a chair for the Black Widow to sit. He even thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Ever since his few days of frivolity in Monaco with Daisy, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon encountering the Black Widow. Look, my goodness. How can there be such a beautiful woman? I wager $1 that that scoundrel Justin Hammer is undoubtedly eager to keep her as his personal secretary. The Black Widow, being a spy, was particularly astute, especially after the significant events that transpired in Monaco. Although she was unaware of Qin Zhao's rapid journey on the plane, she certainly knew he had been accompanied by a woman in Monaco. However, the Black Widow did not delve into the matter. She merely shot Qin Zhao a glance, sat down and took a sip of water, saying, in fact, I did not see Hammer, but I did uncover quite a bit during my morning at their company. Tony, do you have the blueprints for Hammer Tower on your computer? Tony hastily tapped a few keys and turned the screen towards her. Here. The Black Widow pointed to several locations on the blueprints. These sections underground were initially designated as a research base for the military's armor project, with Hammer Industries investing substantial scientists and resources here. However, a few days ago, he abruptly evacuated all personnel, including the scientific staff and security, turning this place into a no-go zone for Hammer Industries. I managed to infiltrate the building's surveillance room with 2 cups of fine coffee and discovered that all surveillance footage of the entrances and exits, elevators, and even the parking lot pertaining to the underground research facility had been erased that afternoon. Coupled with the list of companies purchasing palladium that Jarvis uncovered, I am confident that he is constructing the arc reactor, Or in other words, Ivan Vanko is indeed inside Hammer Tower. Unfortunately, accessing it now requires a special pass. Aside from Justin Hammer, no one knows who possesses that authority. The Black Widow conveyed her findings in one breath, almost conclusively asserting that Ivan Vanko was within Hammer Tower. Then what are we waiting for? You are the world's most formidable intelligence agency. Contact agents, operatives, strike teams, special forces. Launch an immediate raid on that location and catch them red-handed, Tony exclaimed, spreading his hands. The Black Widow rolled her eyes in exasperation. That is a military collaboration project's experimental base. You should understand better than anyone what that implies. Otherwise, shall you persuade more than 2/3 of the senators? What then? Shall I don my battle armor and charge indirectly? After all, the target has been identified. There is no need for excessive formality. As long as we ascertain that Ivan Vanko is present, the matter becomes manageable. It is not entirely unfeasible. The Black Widow is not a person of rigid principles. Yet, after articulating this notion, she ultimately rejected the proposal. However, we possess a few more ingenious strategies that can yield the same outcome. What strategies? Xiao and Tony inquired in unison. That would require our two superheroes to endure a bit of discomfort and perform a grand action spectacle. The Black Widow remarked with a smile. Chapter 80. The awkward performance setting. Rooftop of a building 30 meters east of Hammer Tower, Manhattan. Cast: Xiao. Tony Stark director. Natasha Romanoff screenwriters. Natasha Romanoff, Xiao. Tony Stark. Xiao and Tony Stark had just received a call from Rhodes, informing them that Hammer was currently at the Air Force Base, equipping Rhodes' new armor with weaponry. The moment they detected Ivan Vanko, Rhodes would swiftly apprehend him. Upon their return, Tony had engaged in a lengthy discussion with Rhodes, resulting in the military acquiring a set of armor. While the list of the Illuminati now included War Machine. Everything is in place. What about you two? Are you ready, heroes? Black Widow's voice echoed through the earpiece. Absolutely, Tony replied with unwavering confidence. Xiao turned to glance behind him, nodding affirmatively. Let us go. Action. With a gentle tap on the table, Black Widow signaled the start. Boom! As her words resonated, the thrusters of Tony's suit roared to life, propelling him forcefully into Xiao's abdomen, shattering the rooftop railing and sending him soaring into the air. Tony, you jerk! I wasn't ready yet, Xiao shouted, suspended mid-air. The director has called action. You must learn what professionalism entails, my friend. We are adversaries now. As Tony spoke, he seized one of Xiao's arms, executed a swift turn in the air, and, harnessing kinetic energy, hurled Xiao downwards with a powerful slam. Crash! The ground at the entrance of Hammer Tower visibly cracked upon impact. Huh? Didn't he hit the ground? The thrusters of Tony's suit appeared above Xiao, blazing with a brilliant white light. Two laser cannons aimed directly at Xiao, unleashing a barrage of fire. Damn it, Tony. That wasn't T in the script. Xiao muttered under his breath, narrowly dodging the lasers and sprinting towards Hammer Tower. Without hesitation, Tony maneuvered his suit to crash through the glass doors. Just as he entered, a gust of wind swept by, and Xiao, grasping a coffee table, swung it horizontally towards Tony. Crash! Glass shattered everywhere, but Tony was forcefully slammed against the side wall. Improvised scenes, and you're a quick learner. Tony's voice murmured through the earpiece. Tony then regained his stance, pointing a finger at Xiao. The visor of his suit displayed a line of dialogue, which Tony glanced at before reading it with a crumpled expression. Chin, I regarded you as my most trusted friend, yet you conspire with that clown Justin Hammer for business dealings. Do you not understand that this pretentious jerk is what I despise most? The subsequent lines convey a profound sense of betrayal by a friend, accompanied by a tumult of sorrow and indignation, tinged with a hint of anger and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, amidst the lengthy annotations, the lines delivered by Tony came across as bland and uninspired. A sigh escaped from Black Widow's lips through the headphones. Turning to Xiao, he observed Tony standing still, pointing at himself, before hurling aside a coffee table that had been reduced to mere skeletal remains. It was merely a business collaboration, devoid of any personal ties, and we have yet to formalize a contract. Is this truly your justification for casting me from such heights? I yearn to unleash a furious kick. Ah! Qin Zhao's words were abruptly interrupted as a girl, seemingly an employee from the front desk, screamed while clutching her head, darting between them over the shards of glass. I will kick your backside, Tony. Once the girl had scurried past, Qin Xiao resumed his lines, while Black Widow, having hacked into Hammer Industry surveillance, concealed her face in dismay upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Kick my backside? I am Iron Man. Do you believe my armor is as easily vanquished as the rubbish produced by Hammer Industries? Tony dryly delivered his lines once more. Then, tick-tock, the sound of the wall clock's second hand echoed between them. A sudden gust of wind rustled several documents, drifting languidly between them. Is it your turn now? Tony's voice echoed through the earpiece. You altered the lines, Tony. I am unsure how to respond. That last remark was your own addition. Qin Xiao murmured into the earpiece. Gentlemen, our dialogue is intended to lend authenticity to this altercation. However, the entire first floor has cleared out. Enough of the theatrics. Let us just break in. Black Widow ground her teeth in frustration, wishing she could slap herself for orchestrating such a disastrous performance in her espionage career. It was utterly humiliating. In the subterranean laboratory, the vibrations from above prompted an immediate state of alert among those below. 5 super soldiers remained, leaving only 1 woman to monitor Ivan Vanko's work. The remaining 4 converged with a contingent of guards summoned by Hammer, vigilantly watching the elevator entrance. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, Ivan Vanko cast a knowing glance at the female super soldier by the door, swiftly switching the computer interface. His fingers began to dance across the keyboard. At the elevator entrance, a thunderous crash reverberated as the elevator plummeted at an abnormal speed, sending clouds of dust billowing from its doors. In unison, the guards raised their weapons, aiming at the elevator entrance. With a deafening bang, the elevator doors were violently breached, and a figure clad in gold and crimson surged through the opening, charging into the throng. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A group of guards instinctively pulled the triggers of their weapons, but alas, before they could fire more than a few shots, the sheer force of Tony's armor, coupled with the impact of the elevator doors, sent them flying. Before they had a chance to react, a thunderous crash echoed from above. Qin Xiao descended from the ceiling, and the 2 of them charged through the guards like wolves among sheep, scattering them in a chaotic frenzy, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Surrounding the research facility were hundreds of fully formed suits of armor. Tony recognized these as the products of a collaboration between Justin Hammer and the military. He even possessed detailed information about these armors. As individual combat suits, they were quite decent in various aspects, but lacking in energy sources, they could merely be charged to perform simple movements. However, among them, some suits emitted a faint blue glow from their chests. An arc reactor. Tony and Qin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance. Indeed, they had found the right place. Just as they intended to venture deeper in search of Ivan Vanko, a flash of movement revealed 4 expressionless figures, their eyes cold and lifeless, clad in combat boots and camouflage trousers, with only vests covering their upper bodies. Super Soldiers. Chapter 81. Ivan Vanko's counterattack. 4 super soldiers stood before him, their faces expressionless, their gazes as frigid as that of cold-blooded creatures. Under their simultaneous scrutiny, Tony felt as if he were being targeted by 4 venomous cobras, their slick scales glistening, their hissing tongues flicking ominously. The thought sent a shiver through Tony's armored suit. Don't look at me like that. None of your girlfriends or, perhaps, mothers are on my list of conquests. Suddenly, 2 heavy punches landed on him with a dull thud. The 4 super soldiers, paired in 2s, lunged toward Tony and Qin Xiao. Eager to gauge the disparity between these super warriors and himself, Qin Xiao decided to engage, unleashing less than half of his strength to spar with the 2 super soldiers. Tony, having spoken recklessly, found himself on the receiving end of a blow from one of the super soldiers, staggering backward several paces. At that moment, his thrusters ignited, propelling him to confront the 2 super soldiers head-on. Focus on capturing them. Leave the rest to me, Qin Xiao shouted from the side. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Tony's armor swiftly maneuvered, his body arcing upward as he accelerated straight into the fray. The The two super soldiers were about to pursue him when Xiao, taking a few hits to his back, seized the waistbands of the two super soldiers in front of him. "Come back here," he declared, yanking the two super soldiers down forcefully to the ground before turning to engage the others in combat. Meanwhile, Tony surged past Xiao and the others, darting down a corridor. Upon reaching the door of the innermost room, the last remaining female super soldier emerged nonchalantly, closing the door behind her and beckoning Tony with a dismissive gesture. At that moment, Tony had no intention of sparing her feelings. He raised his palm and unleashed a laser blast. The female super soldier deftly sidestepped, but in doing so, she blew a gaping hole in the door behind her. "Ivan Vanko!" Tony exclaimed, his tone revealing he had indeed found his target. Ivan Vanko looked up, a knowing smile gracing his lips, before returning to his keyboard to resume typing. In the hall outside, the eyes of one armored suit after another flickered to life, glowing white. Tony, uninterested in battling this woman, aimed to accelerate past her to capture Ivan Vanko inside. However, the corridor was too low and narrow, barely allowing 2 or 3 individuals to pass side by side. As Tony accelerated, the female super soldier leaped, kicking off the wall and seizing hold of his armored legs. Seizing the moment when Tony's thrust was insufficient, she slammed him down hard onto the ground. The impact echoed as Tony's suit crashed to the floor. The female super soldier, seizing her opportunity, advanced and stomped down fiercely onto the grounded Tony. In response, Tony activated his thrusters, flames erupting from his limbs as he slid backward several meters before finally rising off the ground. Suspended in midair, a voice declared, "Very well, you have provoked my ire. Out of consideration for your femininity, I shall refrain from striking your visage." Just as the words fell, before any offensive could commence, a piercing sound of rushing air echoed from behind. Tony instinctively turned to glance back, only to behold no fewer than a dozen towering armored suits hurtling toward them. Meanwhile, Xiao, after a brief skirmish, discerned that the might and swiftness of these super soldiers were not as formidable as he had anticipated. They appeared somewhat weaker than his initial self. It was uncertain whether this was due to their serum absorption rates or the prolonged entrapment in Siberian frost, which might have impeded their full recovery of strength. Having endured numerous blows, he had nearly gauged their capabilities. Just as he resolved to unleash his full power and conclude the confrontation with haste, he suddenly heard the distinct whir of Gatling gun barrels spinning. Familiar with the sound from his time in Mexico, Xiao recalled how such weapons emitted that particular noise at the onset of firing or when halting. His mind barely processed the sound before his body could react to ascertain the source of the commotion. The next moment, a torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon him. In an instant, he felt every inch of his body from the waist down struck by gunfire. One could only wonder how many firearms had unleashed such a relentless volley simultaneously. The super soldier beside Xiao was subjected to the onslaught, and he watched helplessly as the flesh of the soldier was gradually torn apart by the hail of bullets, rendering him a mere crimson figure before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 3 other super soldiers positioned ahead of Xiao, shielded by him and another comrade, managed to evade the brunt of the initial assault. Despite sustaining injuries, they deftly maneuvered to the sides, successfully avoiding the bullet-riddled zone. Xiao pressed forward, taking several steps while feeling a sharp sting in every area not protected by his combat suit. The pain in the back of his head was particularly acute, akin to being incessantly flicked by iron fingers. It felt as if the barrage had left him momentarily dazed. How many bullets had they unleashed upon my back? As if in response to his unspoken query, at the very moment his words faded, a Gatling gun mounted on an armored arm sputtered to life, expelling its last 2 rounds. They struck squarely at the back of Xiao's head, causing him to jerk forward like a chick pecking for grain. Fortunately, the armaments within these suits were equipped with small magazines, lacking the capacity for an extensive supply of ammunition. Otherwise, this singular wave would have resulted in Xiao being riddled with bullets for a full 2 minutes without respite. Is it over now? It is my turn. Is it not? Listening to the sound of the Gatling gun's empty chamber, Xiao abruptly turned around, only to see a multitude of armored suits, at least a dozen, emerging from their previous positions against the wall, forming a line. Undoubtedly, they were the very ones who had directed their fire at him moments ago. As Xiao turned, more than a dozen armored suits retreated a step, while another group of over 10 advanced a step, their Gatling gun barrels slowly beginning to rotate. Come on, let us see who is faster. With a powerful push of his left leg, the ground beneath him shattered, propelling him forward like a cannonball towards the cluster of armored suits ahead. On Tony's side, a multitude of armored suits surged through the narrow passage with a deafening roar. It was not just Tony. The female supersoldier was equally caught off guard. The two found themselves scattered amidst the chaos created by the advancing suits. In the midst of the turmoil, Tony spotted one suit entering the room and soaring skyward, breaking through the ceiling as it ascended into the open air. Another suit closely followed, cradling Ivan Vanko, who was still clutching the assembled notebook, as it rocketed towards the newly created opening. No! Tony shouted, preparing to devise a means to shake off the encroaching suits. Little did he know, all the suits surrounding him suddenly flashed a series of red lights on their chests, emitting a piercing alarm. Arriving late, another chapter awaits. Chapter 82. The death of Hammer. Not only was Tony in peril, but Xiao faced a similar fate. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao observed that more than a dozen suits of armor, cradling enigmatic metallic components, soared into the sky. All the armors surrounding him, whether they had exhausted their ammunition or were currently firing at him, pulsated with a frenzied red light emanating from their chests. Tony, make haste! Xiao shouted frantically into his headset. Tony yearned to flee, yet he found himself encircled by at least 7 or 8 suits of armor. Desperately, he activated his thrusters, attempting to extricate himself from their entangled grasp. I wish to escape as well, but it seems I have garnered too much affection from my suits. Perhaps you should depart first? Trust me, I am likely in a far more troublesome situation than you are. Xiao replied, glancing at the 20 armors that had ensnared him. When Tony encountered Ivan Vanko, he instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to relay the news directly to Rhodes. The honest Rhodes, despite his integrity, awaited the moment when Justin Hammer, accompanied by a throng of individuals, had modified the armor systems and completed the weaponry before he struck decisively, apprehending Justin Hammer. In addition to the news, J.A.R.V.I.S. provided Rhodes with a comprehensive video of Tony descending from the elevator in the lobby of Hammer Industries, culminating in the moment he laid eyes on Ivan Vanko. The evidence was irrefutable. Even if Justin Hammer ultimately implicated Senator Stern and Francis in collusion with terrorists, he was still ensnared by a damning accusation. The explosion at the Monaco hospital, regardless of the perpetrator's intentions, had already been classified by the international community as an act of terrorism. Regrettably, Justin Hammer had only just been escorted out of the base when a sniper's bullet claimed his life. The assailant, clad in the uniform of a base soldier, fired a single shot before brazenly boarding a fighter jet and soaring away. Within a minute, the aircraft vanished from the base's radar. In the office of Alexander Pierce at the World Security Council, Senator Stern, who had previously exuded confidence before Justin Hammer, now trembled as he stood before Pierce's desk. Buzz. The mobile phone on the desk began to vibrate. Stern abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the device. Alexander Pierce swiftly answered the call, merely responding with a nonchalant hum. He then addressed Stern, stating, "Hammer is dead. I've cleansed the mess for you. If it weren't for your Senate seat still holding some utility for us, you would be the next to face a grim fate." In the face of Alexander Pierce's menacing tone, Stern exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him, nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. "I truly cannot fathom the thought process of your foolish mind, daring to collaborate with Francis. Did you genuinely believe that the two of you could manipulate the Insight program? Did you really think that if I were to perish, you could ascend to the leadership of North America? How navi?" Alexander Pierce seized a folder from the table and viciously struck Stern on the forehead with it. Stern did not dare to move an inch. "Leave. Remember to expedite the advancement of the Insight program in the Senate or else." Alexander Pierce left his threat hanging in the air. Stern quickly nodded in agreement and hurriedly exited. In a certain estate on the outskirts of New York, 3 super soldiers, who had narrowly escaped death due to Xiao, sat vacantly in chairs. They allowed a nearby individual to methodically slice open their wounds with a small knife and extract bullets from their muscle and bone with tweezers, their faces betraying no emotion. as if the blades were not piercing their flesh at all. Francis lounged on an antique sofa, observing the three impassive super soldiers, his mind replaying the earlier encounter with Xiao and Tony Stark. It seemed that Xiao was far more intriguing than the armor itself. Such formidable combat prowess and defensive capabilities, was this truly the result of the super soldier serum? My interest in you has begun to peak. Just before the explosion at Hammer Industries, Tony had still managed to pull Xiao out of the building. Tony's new weapon, a high-intensity laser beam, had sliced through all enemy armors in the corridor at the last moment. They emerged just in time to encounter Xiao, who was wielding an armor as a weapon and breaking through the encirclement. The two finally escaped the building just before the explosion. Unfortunately, their primary target, Ivan Vanko, managed to slip away, taking with him a substantial number of armors from Justin Hammer's stock. From the metallic components that Xiao had seen some armors carrying upon their departure, Tony quickly deduced that it must be a suit specifically crafted by Ivan Vanko for himself. He had done the same in the caves of Afghanistan, crafting a plethora of seemingly unrelated items and ultimately assembling them into an armor. Considering the presence of those super soldiers, it appeared that Ivan Vanko had been confined and forced to create reactors and armors. Yet, Xiao and Tony's intrusion inadvertently provided him the opportunity to escape. Regrettably, Hammer had been assassinated, or else there might have been a chance to extract information from him about who was truly orchestrating these events. 5 super soldiers were beyond Justin Hammer's capabilities. Black Widow had promptly reported this matter to Nick Fury. Among those present, only Xiao was aware that Hydra was behind it, though it was likely not Alexander Pierce. It is known that in the films, Alexander Pierce maintained a notably restrained demeanor, and with Dr. Zola's Insight program, he would not risk being discovered at such a time. Ironically, the assassination of Hammer bore the hallmark of Pierce's methodology. Only he possessed the power to kill someone within the United States, even within a military base, and depart unscathed. Were it not for the fact that Ivan Vanko remains concealed, clandestinely crafting his battle armor, while Loki in the heavens keeps a vigilant watch over Thor's every move, Xiao might have already sought an audience with the former director of SHIELD. It seems that once these two matters reach their conclusion, it shall be time for Captain America to emerge prematurely, to confront his arch-nemesis, Hydra. There is little to lament. Ivan Vanko's target is me. He cannot stealthily abscond with such an abundance of battle armor without eliminating me first. He will not pursue any other course of action until I reveal myself. Once I do, he will undoubtedly make his presence known. I shall reach out to Rhodes. Stark Expo can provide them with a platform to showcase military prowess. In the final chapter, it is rather late. I shall retire early tonight, and tomorrow morning, that chapter shall be slightly delayed. Yet the 4 chapters shall remain unchanged. Chapter 83. The fierce battle at the Stark Expo. The Stark Expo experienced a tumultuous upheaval, as the turmoil at Hammer Industries led to the complete collapse of the military's armored suit project. Originally, the absence of a few arc reactors for energy had left some suits to maintain appearances. However, following Ivan Vanko's disruptive antics, even those meager suits vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, the government invested heavily, utilizing the armored suits provided by Tony to regain some semblance of dignity. Aside from Rhodes' heavily modified suit, the government crafted dozens of flashy but ultimately hollow suits during this period. In essence, they were mere plastic shells adorned with metallic exteriors, with LED lights serving as makeshift arc reactors on their chests. While they were utterly incapable of combat, their immobile postures, saluting alongside Rhodes, instilled a false sense of security among the unaware populace, who were watching the broadcast from the comfort of their homes, as Tony aimed to draw out the enemy. Presently, the majority of attendees were military personnel. Apart from a handful of media staff responsible for the live broadcast, everyone else comprised soldiers or government agents. I truly wonder what those government officials were thinking, knowing full well the dangers that awaited them today, yet still inviting so many media representatives to cover the event. Xiao mused, shrugging in confusion backstage. And this, my friend, is precisely why you shall never become a politician. My father once told me, to be a competent politician, one must master the art of speaking without uttering a single truth. Yet it is precisely because of this broadcast that Ivan Vanko believes in the authenticity of it all. Tony, clad in his armor, stood beside Qin Xiao, having previously announced his attendance at today's government exhibition. All right, I believe it's my time to shine. Tony, Qin Xiao called out, a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something lingering in his mind. It's nothing, just go ahead. After pondering, Qin Xiao could not pinpoint what was amiss. Tony, casting a curious glance at Qin Xiao, sealed his helmet and soared into the sky, circling around before landing gracefully next to Rhodes. Oh, it's Tony Stark, our Iron Man. Is he here to challenge our war machine and see who possesses the mightiest armor? The host provocatively thrust the microphone in front of Tony's suit. Actually, I'm here to assess my competitors and gauge how many of them can measure up to my standards. Indeed, Tony's words were as sharp as ever. In response, before the host could even pass the microphone, War Machine's right arm extended, brandishing several gun barrels aimed squarely at Tony. Ah! Behold our Colonel Rhodes, now promoted thanks to his armor, exemplifying true military spirit by directly responding to provocation with firepower. The host eagerly passed the microphone back. Get back! Rhodes' urgent voice rang out. What? The host believed he had misheard. Get away. It's not my armor that I control. I'm being manipulated. Tony, I'm locking onto you. Damn it. My suit has lost control. Rhodey shouted anxiously. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao slapped his forehead, finally recalling what he had forgotten. Rhodey's armor had also been modified by Hammer's team, not just the weapon systems, but the entire control system, akin to the armors under Ivan Vanko's control. Without regard for the shocking revelation, Qin Xiao shouted to Black Widow and a contingent of S.H.I.A.L.D. agents, evacuate. Everyone, evacuate. Rhodey's armor is being controlled by Ivan Vanko. Tony, Rhodey's suit has been compromised. Get him out of here. As Qin Xiao's voice echoed in Tony's earpiece, the sound of gunfire erupted outside. You should have thought of this sooner. Now everyone knows. The clanging of metal resonated around Tony, clearly indicating his suit was deflecting a significant number of bullets. Although the personnel below were well-trained soldiers and agents, they were no different from ordinary people in the face of the armor. Nevertheless, during the evacuation, everyone maintained an orderly and swift pace. Yet, despite this, most of those present had not yet exited the venue. With firepower concentrated on him, Tony recognized that this situation was untenable and ascended rapidly, braving the hail of bullets. Qin, I want to engage Rhodey directly. Think of a way to disable that damned reactor in his chest. As Qin Xiao emerged, he beheld Tony soaring into the sky while Rhodey's armor raised its arm, relentlessly firing at Tony. Just as Qin Xiao contemplated intervening, Rhodey's armor activated its thrusters, rapidly pursuing Tony. Its weapon systems locked onto Tony's suit, and numerous barrels emerged, several miniature missiles targeting him. If you want me to disable his reactor, you better circle around and come back, or devise a way to transform me into Hawkeye, Qin Xiao remarked, observing the two streaks in the sky. Simultaneously, in the distant heavens, a group of armors soared forth, trailing fiery contrails. A swarm of suits followed closely behind Tony and Rhodey, racing towards them. Damn it! How many armors did he take last time? Think of something, Qin. A horde of suits pursued relentlessly, firing indiscriminately at Tony. He dodged while ensuring he didn't lead them to populated areas. The pressure mounted considerably. What the hell can I think of? You better strap a rocket booster to my backside, or a hot air balloon will suffice, Qin Xiao exclaimed, hopping in frustration. I should have equipped you with something capable of flight. Damn it, why didn't you remind me sooner? The sounds of explosions and gunfire accompanied Tony's voice. Such matters should be addressed with initiative. As a descendant of the Huaxia, I am somewhat reserved. Enough of the trivialities. The crowd has dispersed significantly. Bring them back. Lead them before me, as I devise a plan to subdue Rod. Do you not possess a disposable laser cutting line? Qin Xiao called out loudly, surveying the vast emptiness around him. Incoming. Suddenly, Tony ascended sharply into the sky, ensuring that all his armored suits followed closely in his wake. With a swift maneuver, he darted towards the exhibition area. Is everything ready? I am on my way. Let's go. Hold on, fellows. Shouldn't you seek my counsel? Rod's voice crackled through the earpiece. Silence. Traitor. Qin Xiao and Tony retorted in unison. Chapter 84. The emergence of the enhanced whiplock. Upon arriving at the expo, Tony executed a sudden descent, plummeting from the sky to hover just over 2 meters above the ground. He soared toward Qin Xiao, accompanied by a battalion of armored suits. The barrage of bullets raining down compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively shield his head with his hands. The intensity of the assault rendered him unable to open his eyes. As Tony whizzed past overhead, Qin Xiao could only rely on his instincts to grasp an armored suit and forcefully slam it down onto the ground. Damn it, wrong target. Qin Xiao observed an armored suit on the ground, its arm persistently firing in his direction. With a flick of his wrist, he plunged a tang knife directly into the suit's arc reactor, extinguishing its power. Can you aim a bit more accurately? I don't have a defense mask. Let's try again. The two exchanged frantic banter while Tony swiftly maneuvered, executing a turn and charging toward Qin Xiao once more. This time, Qin Xiao did not disappoint him. As Tony's suit flew overhead, Qin Xiao executed a grand leap and tackled Rhodes' suit. To ensure that Rhodes' suit complied, Qin Xiao drove a tang knife into its reactor. With a resounding crack, the ordinary metallic alloy of the outer layer was effortlessly penetrated. Yet, the golden titanium alloy within firmly resisted the blade's edge. It appeared that earning some points to upgrade his weapon was imperative. Qin Xiao muttered to himself, summoning all his strength to punch the hilt of the knife. With a grunt, the tang knife sank in over 10 centimeters, its blade nearly piercing Rhodes' t-shirt, almost resulting in a fatal wound. Fortunately, the reactor was only shielded by a thin layer of golden titanium alloy. Had it been another location, Qin Xiao might not have been able to drive it through so easily. Moreover, had it not been for that thin layer, he might have inadvertently fatally wounded Rhodes. Rhodes, how are you two faring? Have you resolved the situation? It's fine now, just nearly got stabbed to death by Qin Xiao. Rhodes cautiously regarded the knife's blade at his chest, taking careful breaths, fearful that even a slight exertion might lead to his own demise. You two had better lie down and gaze at the stars for a while. Do not stand up. As Tony's words echoed, he performed several aerial maneuvers before landing not far from the two. As the armored suits descended behind him, Tony extended his arms and spun around. 2 beams of red laser swiftly traced 2 circles, slicing the surrounding suits into 3 neat segments. Qin Xiao glanced at the path of the laser, noting that even trees 100 meters away had been severed into 3 pieces. This technique is truly remarkable. Couldn't it last just a bit longer? Qin Xiao mused. Alas, such ultimate techniques are inherently fleeting. If they were easily deployable, they would not be deemed ultimate. Tony shrugged. I propose we remove this knife first. The main antagonist has yet to make an appearance. Rhodes lamented while lying on the ground. Very well. Qin Xiao approached and firmly placed his foot upon Rhodes's chest. Amidst the piercing sound of metal slicing through the air, he gradually extracted the Tang Dao from Rhodes's body. Is it over? Tony, are you all right? Rhode, he's not hurt, is he? Suddenly, Pepper Potts, clad in a pristine white business suit, appeared, accompanied by Black Widow. Pepper, what brings you here? I distinctly told you to remain at the office, Tony inquired, perplexed. You didn't mention that today you were playing bait. I assumed it was a standard expo. When chaos erupted and suits were flying everywhere, of course, I had to come see for myself. Wait, are you blaming me? Did you tell her? Tony glanced at Black Widow. Could someone assist me in removing this armor? Rhodey interjected, but his plea went unheard. In light of the circumstances, what could I possibly conceal? Besides, she's already here. Black Widow spread her hands in a gesture of innocence. Tony stopped diverting the conversation to blame others. For heaven's sake, could you inform me of your decisions in advance next time? I don't want to be like a fool sitting in the office watching the news to learn what has transpired, Pepper asserted vehemently. I did it to spare you worry. Pepper, you know this is perilous. Rhodey's voice was once again disregarded. As Tony and Pepper argued, Qin Xiao and Black Widow observed the scene, momentarily neglecting Rhodey's plight. Oh, that excuse is truly remarkable. In an effort to prevent me from worrying, I ended up in a state of anxiety, rushing here from the office. What if? A sharp sound tore through the sky. Ivan Vanko has arrived. You too should. Before Tony could finish his sentence, the suits hovering above opened fire upon the ground. Xiao swiftly maneuvered to shield both individuals. You two need to leave. Without pausing for their input, he quickly tucked them under his arms and leaped a considerable distance, finally setting them down. Ensure your safety. It's best to run even further. He exchanged a cautious glance with Black Widow, conveying mutual concern, before returning to the battlefield. As anticipated, Tony, having exhausted his trump card, was indeed no match for Ivan Vanko. Here, Vanko's armor was even more formidable than depicted in the films. His chest and shoulders were simultaneously equipped with 3 arc reactors. It appeared that one provided power, while the other 2 supplied energy for the whips wielded by the armor. After all, his moniker was Whiplash, and using whips was his specialty. Upon Qin Zhao's return, he found Tony ensnared by 2 whips tightly wrapped around his neck and legs. The whips crackled with overwhelming energy, causing Tony's armor to splinter and crack under the barrage. In order to confront you, I deliberately relinquished the maneuverability of my battle armor. Had you chosen to flee directly just now, I would have found myself at a loss for effective countermeasures. Alas! It is noteworthy that the energy output of the arc reactor is extraordinarily impressive, and bearing 3 arc reactors simultaneously poses a considerable challenge to the output circuitry of the battle armor. Much like a Gatling gun, the extreme rate of fire results in 6 distinct barrels rotating and firing, necessitating a halt after several minutes of continuous fire to allow the barrels to cool. The design of the battle armor becomes even more intricate. The addition of 2 reactors complicates the output circuitry by more than a mere 2-fold. In matters such as these, Qin Xiao certainly lacks the profound understanding possessed by Tony, as he observed Tony gradually being drawn towards Ivan Vanko. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao leapt into action, thrusting his Tang Dao forcefully towards the nape of Ivan Vanko's neck. Chapter 85. The Tang Dao cuts through wires. Ivan Vanko had his back turned to Qin Xiao, his attention entirely focused on Tony before him. With a swift maneuver, Qin Xiao plunged the Tang Dao directly into the armor. The ordinary alloy was simply insufficient to withstand the might of a blade forged by the system, much like the Iron Overlord. Moreover, Ivan Vanko could now be referred to as the Whiplock. The armor of the Whiplock was far less robust than that of the Iron Overlord. D. Qin Xiao exclaimed with fierce determination, driving the blade deeper. Clang! A jolt of resistance surged through him as the Tang Dao met a solid object, halting its advance. What was that? A special alloy? Before Qin Xiao could comprehend the situation, a crackling sound emanated from the back of the Whiplock's armor. A metallic whip, charged with energy, lashed out and struck Qin Xiao squarely in the chest, sending him flying without warning. Fortunately, he instinctively gripped the Tang Dao, or he would have left his weapon behind. After being propelled over 10 meters and rolling several more on the ground, Qin Xiao finally halted and took stock of his surroundings. He realized that the exoskeleton on the Whiplock's back, resembling a spine, was mobile, extending from the neck like a whip. It had been this very appendage that had unexpectedly struck him. Did you think I could forget that you were still around, Stark? Besides this tale, I must also thank that fool Hammer. Eager to outdo Stark after I created the arc reactor, he hastily ordered some titanium alloy to craft his own suit akin to Stark's, which inadvertently benefited me. The inner lining of this armor is entirely composed of titanium alloy. Your weapon cannot penetrate it. Ah! The tail of the Whiplock lashed down violently against the ground, creating fine cracks in the surface. Indeed, it exceeded my expectations. But do you truly believe that this turtle shell and tail render you invincible? Your weapon cannot harm me. I shall methodically strip away your defenses layer by layer. With a flourish of his right hand, Qin Xiao confidently declared, even if your entire body is encased in titanium alloy, once your energy is depleted, you shall still be no match for me. Setting aside raw power, I have inherited some of the Hulk's defensive and regenerative capabilities, placing me in an unassailable position from the outset. You are indeed formidable. Against you, my only recourse is to flee. But what of Stark? Can you save him before I take his life? As Whiplock spoke, he exerted more force, causing Tony's armor to carve deep furrows into the ground. Damn it! Qin Xiao could not afford to gamble. He cursed and charged at the Whiplock. However, the tail of the Whiplock was exceptionally agile, unfurling fully and transforming into a whip over 3 meters long, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. Qin Xiao wielded the Tang Dao, striking the target with fervor, yet was astonished to discover that the tail was forged from titanium alloy. Unless he delivered dozens of precise blows to a specific point, he would be unable to breach its defenses. "Tony, you may need to hold on a bit longer," he exclaimed anxiously, retreating from the range of the whip's assault. His mind raced, searching for alternative strategies. Perhaps he could target its joints. With such thick armor and 3 arc reactors, it was improbable that all the circuits and sensors were housed within the lining. There must be vulnerabilities. Tony's voice had begun to distort slightly, indicating that the whip had already deformed his armor. Upon hearing Tony's words, a spark of inspiration ignited within Qin Xiao. He charged fiercely towards the right side of the whip. As the tail lashed out, he propelled himself off the ground with his right foot. In an agile maneuver, he shifted to the left side of the whip, only to be met with the whip's swift retaliation. A fierce lash aimed at him from the side. "Damn it!" Qin Xiao cursed, enduring a heavy strike to his back as he clung tightly to the left leg of the whip. With his right hand, he thrust the Tang Dao forcefully into its knee, feeling a surge of power from behind. Embracing the left leg of the whip with his left arm, he maneuvered the Tang Dao around, utilizing the whip's momentum to rotate around its left leg. The blade's arc wreaked havoc on the internal circuitry and sensory systems, sending sparks flying. "This is promising," Qin Xiao thought, redirecting his focus to the right leg. The whip, sensing the threat, grew anxious. Despite the chaos, it was relentless in its pursuit of Tony Stark. One whip remained tightly coiled around Tony's neck, while a wheel on its arm swiftly tightened its grip on his armor. Simultaneously, another whip, like a shadow, lashed out at Qin Xiao. With a sly grin, Qin Xiao propelled himself off the ground, flipping upside down to slide up the right arm of the whip. This maneuver, learned from Black Widow, was typically executed by wrapping one's thigh around an opponent's neck. Armed with a strategy, he felt empowered, particularly as he was unafraid of the whip's assaults. He evaded when possible, and when he could not, he grit his teeth and absorbed the impact, using the force of the blows to dart around the whip's vicinity. Sparks erupted continuously from the whip, creating a sensation akin to wielding a knife against live wires, intense and electrifying. In a dazzling display of agility, the extensive damage inflicted on the circuits triggered a chain reaction. Even areas untouched by Qin Xiao's blade erupted in sparks. Ultimately, all 3 whips, including the tail, extinguished their flames and fell limp to the ground. Only then did Qin Xiao leap off the whip, standing firm as he took a deep breath. He had lost count of how many lashes he had endured, but now felt a stinging pain coursing through him. However, under his extraordinary regenerative abilities, he soon transformed into a state of numbness and itchiness, gradually feeling as though he had returned to normal. Tony also rose from the ground, his neck armor severely deformed. It seemed that if he were to endure any further pressure, he would be in dire straits. Indeed, spending money is the ultimate solution. Had Justin Hammer commissioned a full suit of armor crafted from gold titanium alloy for the whiplash, it is likely that today, Qin Xiao would have had no choice but to take vengeance on Tony. "The armor you have created is not a battle vehicle. It does not require an excess of reactors, as such an abundance would severely hinder agility. Nevertheless, it appears you have accelerated the rotation speed, significantly enhancing the power output. An excellent idea." Chapter 86. The battlefield of the comatose Rodney stood before Whiplash, speaking in a calm tone. His armor lay incapacitated, and the immobile Whiplash unlatched his visor. "I do not require your sermons, Stark. Spare me your insincerity. Were it not for your friend's timely intervention, you would have already descended into hell to apologize to my father. In truth, it was I who advised him on how to confront you. I discerned the flaws in your armor. Thus, it is my knowledge that has triumphed over you, just as my father vanquished yours. You are unworthy to mention my father." Ivan Vanko spat contemptuously at the ground, expressing his disdain for Tony Stark. Qin Xiao twirled his dagger, preparing to eliminate Whiplash, disinterested in their futile exchange of barbs. However, he was interrupted once more by Rodney's desperate plea. "I say, now that everything is concluded, can someone please extricate me?" Poor Rodney. encased in a suit based on the Mark II model, was utterly unable to disengage. Xiao had severed the power source and circuitry at his chest, rendering him incapable of removing the armor by himself. How do you intend to handle him? I believe he should be handed over to me. Black Widow and Pepper Potts appeared at an opportune moment, and Rodney rolled his eyes in exasperation from within his armor. Black Widow's statement was made from the perspective of S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiao and Tony would certainly not allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to acquire the technology of the arc reactor, especially since Xiao was aware that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was more aptly referred to as Hydra. Natasha, do you truly believe? Xiao began, only to be interrupted by Whiplash's boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, no one shall dictate my fate. You shall all follow me to hell. With Whiplash's maniacal laughter, all the arc reactors within the armors scattered across the ground, including the 3 on Whiplash himself, began to emit a perilous red glow. Damn it! Xiao and Tony cursed in unison, rushing toward the 2 women standing nearby. Tony embraced Pepper and soared skyward, while Xiao scooped up Black Widow and leaped toward the distant woods. All that remained was Whiplash's frenzied curses and the alarms preceding the explosions. Of course, there was also a faint voice emanating from one of the armors on the ground. What is happening? Is it going to explode? Someone pull me out. Tony? Boom! A cacophony of explosions erupted, reminiscent of a Klitsch film ending, with the 2 protagonists cradling their beloveds, gazing from afar at the explosive display that signified victory. Thud! A suit of armor, propelled by the explosion, tumbled a short distance before the 4. From within came Rodney's robust groan. Tony held Pepper's waist, gazing tenderly into her eyes. It was truly regrettable to have missed the last opportunity. I felt compelled to make amends today. The 2 gently shared a kiss. Meanwhile, Xiao remained still, cradling the Black Widow in his arms. She delicately twisted his waist and inquired, "What were you about to tell me before the explosion occurred?" Xiao glanced at the enchanting beauty in his embrace, then shifted his gaze to the passionately kissing Tony and Pepper nearby. With a grin, he replied, "It's no longer significant," and leaned down to press his lips against the Black Widow's. Hey, why is it so quiet? The explosion seems to have ceased, and I feel like I'm about to be crushed. Let me out, Tony? I know you're nearby. What are you up to? Hello. Be quiet. Xiao kicked a stone towards Rhodey's head, causing a buzzing sensation within his armor. After Rhodey transformed into War Machine, the system automatically designated him as a superhero, or rather an Avenger, awarding Xiao 500 points as a task reward. Defeating the Whiplash earned him another 1,000 points. With these, Xiao found himself with a total of 2,000 points. Aside from the already redeemed Asgardian physique, he could only purchase 2 items. After much deliberation, Xiao decided to upgrade his Tang Dao, reasoning that if the blade were sufficiently sharp, Whiplash would be akin to a living target. Initially, he anticipated that a direct purchase would yield a new sword. However, to his surprise, the system presented an upgrade interface, allowing him to enhance the E-grade Tang Dao to D-grade. The appearance of the upgraded Tang Dao underwent minimal alteration. After swinging it a few times, Xiao discerned that the material was now notably more resilient. However, he was disheartened to discover that, possibly due to the material change, the folding feature of the Tang Dao had been eliminated. This presented significant inconvenience. He could not carry a sword around constantly, as he was not Deadpool. Reluctantly, he expended 1,000 points to select a spatial item, opting not to transform it into conventional jewelry or similar trinkets. After consulting the system, he fashioned it into a button on his waistband. Naturally, since his combat suit could change, the button was not a permanent fixture. Should Xiao don athletic wear, it might manifest as a small accessory on an elastic band or a logo. Ultimately, he believed such an item was best concealed in an unexpected location, ensuring that outsiders would never suspect he possessed a spatial storage device. They might attribute it to some magical effect, akin to Doctor Strange or Loki. Moreover, during future battles, the image of drawing a Tang Dao from his trousers would undoubtedly seem more menacing than others. After redeeming the 2 items, his points dwindled to a mere 300. Following the storage of some essential supplies in the spatial item, Qin Xiao boarded a plane to New Mexico. Initially, he had intended for Thor to accompany him to New York, but the latter expressed reluctance to part with his hammer, preferring to remain close to it. Thus, Qin Xiao decided to allow him his way. During this period, it is uncertain whether it is due to a loss of strength or the influence of Jin, but the Thunder God, this clumsy giant, appears to have genuinely relinquished his inner obsessions. Moreover, he has seemingly crafted a semblance of a life plan. He has rented a house in the small town and surprisingly secured a position as a chef in a restaurant. The $100,000 Qin Xiao had previously given him, aside from a modest initial expenditure and a few small gifts for Jin, remains untouched. He has been entirely reliant on the earnings from his labor to sustain himself. This revelation profoundly astonished Qin Xiao. Observing the clumsy giant diligently working in the open kitchen of the restaurant, one could indeed sense a notable reduction in his previously frantic demeanor. Glancing at Jin, who was fixated on the Thunder God, Qin Xiao suddenly felt a poignant connection to Odin, akin to a parent witnessing their children grow independent. Alas, poor Odin. It appears that his children are rather beyond his control. Chapter 87. The strong will to survive Coulson and the foolish giant in his brief sojourn on Earth. The mighty Thor has gleaned invaluable lessons on the essence of a sound value system from Jane. His daily pursuits encompass earning a livelihood, cherishing moments with his beloved, and seizing spare time to peruse literature, thereby acquiring knowledge of this realm. He epitomizes the ideal young man, diligent and virtuous. In the cinematic narrative, his willingness to embrace earthly existence stems from the treachery of Loki, which led him to believe he had caused his father's demise. With his mother forbidding him from returning to Asgard, he found himself in a state of despair. Now enlightened by Qin Xiao's revelations, Thor has truly settled into a state of calm, shedding his impulsive tendencies. This transformation marks a stark contrast to his previous existence in Asgard, where he felt as though he had lived as a mere dog for over 15 centuries. Odin's parenting, one could argue, has been disheartening. Perhaps even he could not bear to witness it, opting for the so-called Odin sleep to escape the chaos, allowing his progeny to flounder. While Odin sought refuge, Loki ascended to the role of regent, prompting Thor's childhood companions, Vandal, Volstagg, and Hogun, along with Thor's betrothed, the goddess of fertility and harvest, Sif, to traverse the Bifrost to the Rainbow Bridge Temple in search of Heimdall. After spinning a web of self-important lies, Heimdall left the Guardian's sword at the control of the Rainbow Bridge and sauntered away. Following the release of several individuals to seek out Thor on Earth, Heimdall exhaled a sigh, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Was he not merely indulging children in their play? The affairs of Odin's royal household are, to say the least, a source of vexation. Soon, he must also partake in Loki's theatrics. Indeed, the adage that a discerning judge cannot resolve familial disputes rings true, even for Odin. Not even the most esteemed sage of Asgard, Thor's mother, Queen Frigga, could escape the turmoil in her home, opting instead to turn a blind eye under the guise of caring for Odin, thus allowing Loki to wreak havoc from the throne. Even Loki's collusion with the frost giants was met with Heimdall's taciturn acceptance, as Loki sought to draw out the serpents from their lairs, ultimately capturing the frost giant leader to prove his worthiness as the rightful heir to the throne. Yet, one must ponder, had Loki not wielded the eternal spear to vanquish the frost giant chieftain, would the slumbering All-Father have been so easily dispatched? In a past life, Qin Xiao shuddered at the thought. As the two children's antics stirred chaos across the 9 realms, they ultimately fostered mutual understanding and heartfelt collaboration. In the face of the inevitable twilight of the gods, they sacrificed all of Asgard to accompany Hela in her demise, thus securing their escape from the curse of Ragnarok. Hence, after the fall of Asgard and prior to their encounter with Thanos, the actions of Thor and Loki were profoundly influenced by Odin and Frigga's enduring legacy. In the realm of Asgard, aside from these 2 cunning old foxes and the perceptive Heimdall, the rest appeared to be nothing short of simpletons. As Qin Xiao pondered this, a vibrant beam of light descended from the tempestuous clouds in the distant sky, landing on the ground just outside the town. Within the temporary base of SHIELD, all reconnaissance devices erupted into frenzied alarms. Thanks to the invaluable research materials and scientific instruments contributed by Jane and her team, A spatial detector had successfully identified the formation of a passage between two realms. What on earth had transpired? Coulson, with an expression of utter urgency, rushed into the room. It was the legendary Rainbow Bridge. A few divine beings, or rather a few deities, had arrived from Asgard. Let us venture forth and behold. Xiao had appeared behind Coulson, alongside the most naive of Asgardians, the god of thunder, Thor. Anticipating the imminent arrival of Loki wielding the destroyer, Xiao insisted that Coulson take no one else. Just the three of them, including Thor, set forth in a single vehicle towards the outskirts of the town. It seems your friend wishes for your return. What are your thoughts, Thor? Xiao inquired as they drove. Truth be told, I may not be the ideal candidate for a king. I tend to view matters too simplistically. Perhaps Loki would be a more suitable ruler than I. Thor murmured, his head bowed. In truth, neither of you is fit to assume the throne. For one is utterly oblivious to the responsibilities of kingship, while the other seeks merely the glory of the crown. Xiao defined the two brothers succinctly. Jane had echoed similar sentiments. To be honest, I quite admire the electoral process on Earth. Having a king chosen by the people is far preferable to the fratricidal struggles we endure. Congratulations, Thor. You have found an exceptionally wonderful girlfriend. As for societal structures, Xiao refrained from passing judgment, yet it was undeniable that Jane had provided Thor with many valuable and sound pieces of advice during this time. Not long after departing the town, they encountered four individuals clad in medieval attire. Stop the car, Coulson. Those are my friends, Thor exclaimed, visibly delighted to see the trio from the realm of the fairies along with Sif. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, he leapt out and enveloped them in warm embraces. Are you certain these beings hail from Asgard? They appear more akin to the warrior Princess Xena, Robin Hood, and even Jackie Chan. That rotund fellow resembles a barrel from League of Legends, albeit wielding an axe. Coulson pointed at the peculiar group outside, his expression one of bewilderment. While I vehemently disagree with your comparison of Jackie Chan to that buffoon outside, it is undeniable that should anyone suggest deities are truly like this, I would swiftly administer a resounding slap. By the way, when will you tend to your hair? I know of an excellent depilatory cream. As Xiao spoke, he suddenly recalled the wager he had made with Coulson. I sincerely apologize, Qin. I should not have compared the illustrious stars of Huaxia with that foolish individual outside. I misspoke. What I meant to convey is that the person outside resembles a lecherous Japanese ninja, indeed, a so-called Ronin samurai. In any case, he is certainly not a person of Huaxia. Coulson possesses an intense will to survive. In his life, the most treasured possession is his antique sports car, which he regards as a girlfriend, followed closely by his hair, with Captain America's card ranking third. Xiao let out a cold laugh, silently observing Coulson's receding hairline. Very well.
Coulson sighed.
I have 2 tickets for a cello performance, which I procured at a considerable expense from a scalper. On the 15th of next month, Agent Romanoff happens to be free that day, and she has a keen interest in such events. It's a deal. Xiao extended his right hand. Let us depart and see what these fools can discuss. Chapter 88. Deities? Who bestows upon you such audacity? The great father of the gods has succumbed to slumber, while the nefarious Loki usurps the throne. The denizens of Asgard find themselves engulfed in turmoil, compelled to return and vanquish the malevolent Loki, restoring a luminous future to their realm. This was the discourse of the 4 Asgardians that Xiao and Coulson encountered upon their descent. A clitch of justice and contention. Xiao stifled a yawn, incredulous at Coulson's rapt attention. Are you truly listening so intently, Coulson? Xiao could not resist exclaiming to his companion, who was clearly engrossed. What a splendid tale! The wicked brother who has seized the throne awaits the return of his princely sibling to reclaim it. Haven't you ever heard such fairy tales in your youth? My mother used to regale me with them often. I still recall the first children's picture book I ever read, The Tale of Simba in the Lion King, which bears a striking resemblance, except it features the king's brother and son. Xiao rolled his eyes, realizing that Coulson was treating this as a mere fairy tale. Friends, I comprehend your sentiments, yet my father once remarked that I cannot return until I have learned to be a true king. Moreover, if Asgard has indeed deteriorated to such an extent, my mother would intervene. As it appears, Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you suggest, is it? The god of thunder articulated what might be the most sensible remark in over a millennium. Indeed, if what you assert is true, does it not imply that Frigga is merely a decorative figure? He continued, to say nothing of her ability to summon Heimdall to retrieve the thunder god from earth, without requiring the furtive efforts of the four of you. The goddess is preoccupied with caring for the slumbering Odin. You must return at once, lest the 9 realms face war and calamity. We must save everything, boomed Vostag, the most tempestuous of the 3 valiant warriors from the celestial palace, his fervor evident as he brandished his axe in the air, gesticulating emphatically. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao erupted into laughter. Swish! Several pairs of eyes turned sharply towards Xiao and Coulson. Coulson, in silence, took a step back. The collective gaze fixated on Xiao. My apologies, esteemed ones. I did not mean to interrupt your conversation. It was merely your words. To defeat the evil Loki and save everything in the 9 realms. Truly, we represent justice. Xiao exclaimed, pinching his throat and rising on tiptoes, mimicking their fervent rhetoric in a shrill tone. Yes, what you speak of is simply too amusing, as if the moment you depart, the 9 realms will face annihilation. Though the Asgardians could not fathom the humor in Xiao's remarks, they discerned the scornful expression and mocking glint in his eyes. Vostag, closing the distance with a formidable stride, towered over Xiao, his nearly 2-meter frame casting a shadow upon him. His beard, braided and swaying, quivered as he spoke. Are you mocking us? Mortal, mock us, the deities of Asgard. Do you believe I shall wield my axe? Hey, Volstagg, cease. This is my friend, my mentor, who has imparted upon me a wealth of knowledge during my sojourn on earth. The god of thunder swiftly interposed himself between the two. He was acutely aware of his companion's perspectives on earth, a realm of mortals, a barren wasteland, perceived from the lofty heights of Asgard. It was precisely this way when he first arrived. So you had better teach him to silence himself, foolish mortal. Should you dare to ridicule the gods of Asgard again, I shall administer a proper lesson with my axe. Volstagg, regarding Thor's intervention with disdain, cast a scornful glance at Xiao while brandishing his axe threateningly. The moment those words escaped his lips, Thor sensed impending trouble. Having spent time with Xiao, he had never witnessed him falter in a verbal exchange. Indeed, just as Volstagg prepared to turn away, Xiao spoke up. Ha! 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 It appears I have mocked him again, Coulson. I have ridiculed a deity. What should I do now? Bow down and apologize? Thor, what manner of god is your friend, the god of wild boars? Or perhaps the god of gluttony? What did you say? Volstagg, seething with anger, stepped forward, but Thor held him firmly. He kept gesturing at Xiao with a frantic blink, imploring him to refrain from further speech. Xiao, casting not a single glance at Thor, pointed at Volstagg's nose and declared, You few still speak of saving the 9 realms? Which realm requires your salvation? Who among you could possibly prevail in battle? The frost giant Laufey? The fire lord Surtur? Or perhaps the slumbering dark elves? No, 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 none of you could triumph. Xiao waggled a finger dismissively, his gaze scanning Volstagg with derision. You can only bully some malnourished children. I truly wonder from whence you derive the audacity to proclaim your mission to save the 9 realms. Perhaps it is your unkempt beard or your rotund backside that grants you such courage. Ah! I shall slay you. Enraged, Volstagg hurled Thor aside and charged at Xiao like a wild boar, axe raised. See, I told you he was the god of wild boars. What do you think, Coulson? Coulson? Xiao called out, realizing there was no response. He turned to find this fellow had inexplicably retreated to the car, keeping a considerable distance. Damn it, Coulson, you've gone astray, Xiao lamented, turning back just in time to evade Volstagg's axe. As Volstagg's blow struck the ground with tremendous force, Xiao seized the opportunity to stomp on the axe's back, grasping Volstagg's bushy beard and yanking it fiercely. Using this leverage, he leapt upward, driving his knee with immense force into Volstagg's chin. Thud! A resounding collision echoed as Volstagg was sent sprawling. His massive form soared backward for a good 20 to 30 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of sand and dust. "O poor deity of wild boars! I have yet to exert myself, and yet you have already been sent flying. Pray, how fares your exquisite dairy re?" Qin Xiao raised his right hand to shield his forehead and shouted towards the distance. Clang, clang, clang. Upon witnessing their companion being struck, Sif and the other two valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace unsheathed their weapons in unison, glaring fiercely at Qin Xiao. "Ah, great deities, are you preparing to besiege me, this mere mortal?" Qin Xiao extended his left hand, playfully beckoning the trio with his index finger in a rather lewd manner. "Come forth, let us engage. I must make it clear beforehand. Should you lose, no weeping and seeking your mothers on the way home." Chapter 89. Qin Xiao strikes. Shocking the divine beings, your strength is commendable. In Asgard, you would indeed be regarded as a true warrior. However, do you believe such prowess is sufficient to challenge the gods? In response to Qin Xiao's provocation, Vandal, one of the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, lightly waved his sword and stepped forward to speak. In his view, Vostag had merely been careless. Evading a full-force axe strike and not being struck at all was quite an astonishing feat. A single blow could send someone flying several dozen meters, and such explosive force was entirely feasible. While a few tons of explosive power might impress mortals, for the warriors of Asgard, it was merely a fundamental skill. Considering your friendship with Thor, we shall overlook your blasphemy against the divine. Ha! Qin Xiao chuckled, bemused by whether the denizens of Asgard were merely narrow-minded or if Odin had shielded them too effectively from reality. This inherent sense of superiority was genuinely irksome. With a cold smile and a dismissive sneer, Qin Xiao prepared to impart a lesson to these so-called deities of Asgard. Unfortunately, Loki, anxious to prevent Thor from returning to Asgard, deprived him of the opportunity. Once more, the sky darkened ominously, swirling into a tempest, and a cascade of multicolored light descended. Upon striking the ground, it inscribed a circular formation filled with enigmatic symbols, and a colossal black metallic giant materialized at the site. This was the Destroyer, the guardian of the treasury who had unleashed it. The appearance of the Destroyer caused the faces of the Asgardians to blanch. Behind them lay a small town, home to at least thousands. They had to stop it. Thor cast a quick glance at the town, fully aware that Jane was still within its confines. At that moment, they could no longer afford to dwell on their conflict with Qin Xiao. Hearing Thor's command, the warriors brandished their weapons and charged towards the Destroyer. The harmony among the warriors became evident in battle. Vostag, who had just been flung by Qin Xiao, sprinted from afar to take the lead among them. Flames erupted from within the Destroyer, and its flat face revealed metallic bars that opened, launching a concentrated blast of fire towards the advancing quartet. The four swiftly evaded to either side, and Vostag executed a roll, aiming his axe at the ankle of the Destroyer. Vandal and Hogun, one wielding a sword and the other a small hammer-like weapon, positioned themselves to block the Destroyer's descending arm. As the Destroyer's arm was restrained, flames flickered once more, and its facial metal bars opened again, gathering rolling flames anew. "Sif!" Vostag shouted. Meanwhile, Sif had stealthily circled behind the Destroyer, leaping over 3 meters high. In her hands, her short staff transformed into a double-headed spear, which she deftly thrust through the widened metallic gap created by the Destroyer's bending form. With one decisive thrust, she pinned the Destroyer to the ground, extinguishing the flames within its body. Vandal elegantly twirled his sword, casting a provocative glance towards Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes and pointed at the Destroyer. Vandal turned around just in time to see the metallic strips on the Destroyer begin to rotate slowly, causing its entire body to flip over, transitioning from a bent position to an arched one. Flames erupted fiercely from within its being once more. "Sif!" Thor's urgent shout prompted Sif to leap off the Destroyer just in time. As the inverted Destroyer ignited with flames anew, it thrust its body forward. With its renewed stance, the spear anchored in the ground gradually retracted from its frame. In a swift motion, a beam of fire shot forth from its visage. Unlike before, this time the onslaught did not cease after a single blast. Instead, it maintained a continuous barrage, pursuing the four figures with its body and head's movements. Fortunately, the massive Destroyer lacked agility. Otherwise, that single attack could have easily led to the downfall of the four proud deities. The quartet could not remain passive, and as the flames chased the other three, the mightiest among them, Vostag, leaped high and aimed his axe at the destroyer's chest. Regrettably, the destroyer's battle awareness had significantly improved since their last encounter. Before Vostag could fully swing his axe, the destroyer's colossal arm swept toward him like a pillar. Vostag's formidable strength was rendered insignificant before the destroyer. The collision sent him flying several dozen meters away. The destroyer, composed of URU metal and other precious materials gathered by Odin, was far beyond what Qin Zhao's current physical prowess could rival. That single blow left Vostag on the ground, spitting blood. The remaining three fared no better. While they evaded the flames, they could not escape the subsequent onslaught of its arms and feet. One by one, they were sent sprawling, each sustaining injuries to varying degrees. The destroyer, relentless, zeroed in on Sif, taking a step toward her. Having already been launched by the destroyer's earlier kick, Sif had managed to block one strike with her shield, but her physical strength paled in comparison to the others, severely impairing her mobility, and escape seemed impossible. The others were in a similar predicament. Even if they could barely rise, they were unable to rush over for a timely rescue. Qin! Thor cried out, his face a mask of desperation as he looked toward Qin Xiao. With a sigh, Qin Xiao firmly planted his feet on the ground and charged at the destroyer. Truth be told, Sif had already surrendered hope. The destroyer had raised its fist high. As the ominous fist approached, Sif closed her eyes in despair. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Sif felt a sudden darkness envelop her vision, only to open her eyes in confusion. It's you! Sif exclaimed in astonishment. The scene before Sif was almost beyond belief. The earthling stood with his back turned to her, arms crossed and raised, steadfastly blocking a punch from the destroyer. Not only Sif, but even the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, sprawled awkwardly on the ground, widened their eyes in astonishment. How could this be? This earthling, an ordinary mortal, was withstanding the might of the destroyer's fist? What are you dawdling for? Hey, yes, I'm talking to you. Get up and hurry away. The destroyer's power was indeed formidable, and Qin Xiao felt the pressure on his hands intensifying. Without a hint of tenderness, he shouted at Sif, Oh! Sif nodded, regaining her senses, and with great difficulty, she scrambled to her feet, swiftly moving away from the battlefield between the destroyer and Qin Xiao. Chapter 90. The indomitable shell of the tortoise. As Sif exited the battlefield, Qin Xiao tugged at his hand, shifting his weight to the side. The massive arm of the destroyer slid sideways and crashed onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Seizing the opportunity while its balance faltered, Qin Xiao fell to the ground and executed a sweeping kick aimed at the destroyer's ankle. Boom! The colossal figure of the destroyer staggered and collapsed to the ground. Qin Xiao could not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Before the creature could turn around, he swiftly raised his fist and struck the back of the destroyer's head. Thud! The impact produced a metallic clang, but the destroyer remained unfazed, while Qin Xiao felt a jarring pain shoot through his fingers. Realizing that he could not inflict any damage on this armored beast with his bare hands, Qin Xiao swiftly wiped his right hand against his waistband. A tang knife gradually emerged from the ether. To an outsider, it appeared as if Qin Xiao was drawing a long blade from his trousers. Vandal stared in horror at the sword in his hand, then glanced back at his own waistband. Asgard possessed numerous magical means to conjure weapons, yet Qin Xiao exhibited no trace of magical energy. Vandal was momentarily perplexed as to how Qin Xiao had produced such a knife. Unaware of Vandal's thoughts, Qin Xiao adhered to the principle of exploiting the foe's weakness. He brandished the tang knife and plunged it toward the prone destroyer. The blade slid into the gaps between the metal plates of the destroyer's body. However, this physical assault had no effect on the hollow interior of the destroyer. Gritting his teeth, Qin Xiao aimed for one of the metallic strips and delivered a decisive slash. The blade grazed along the metal, producing a harsh screech accompanied by sparks. After the arduous strike, Qin Xiao discovered that the area he had targeted bore no mark whatsoever. With a pained glance at his recently upgraded tang knife, he hesitated to use it further, even though the blade remained undamaged. He reluctantly sheathed the knife and turned his attention to the destroyer, which was beginning to rotate its head again. As the creature attempted to turn its face, Qin Xiao aimed a punch directly at it. The flicker of flames that had ignited within the destroyer's head extinguished as it slammed its face against the ground once more. Crack, crack. Uncertain whether it was the destroyer's innate combat instinct or Loki's command, the creature defiantly attempted to turn its head once more to unleash a fiery energy beam at Xiao. Though his fist struck with a force that reverberated through his bones, he found himself at a loss for how to deal with this armored behemoth. Seeing it dare to turn its head again, he delivered another punch. Go back. Crack, crack, bang, crack, bang. The two appeared to be locked in a struggle, one desperately trying to turn its head while the other resolutely prevented it from doing so. The three warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif looked on in utter disbelief. Was this truly the destroyer that guarded the treasury, the one endowed with magical power by Odin? As Xiao and the destroyer engaged in their fierce duel, the others had managed to rise to their feet, supporting one another as they approached Thor. At that moment, Vandal gazed at Xiao, who was relentlessly pummeling the destroyer into the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. The others mirrored his astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Is this truly the destroyer? Did we not just test this? Thor, is this really Midgard, the world we are meant to protect? Hogun, staring blankly at Xiao, tugged at Thor's arm and inquired, Earth is not as feeble as we imagined. There are beings here as formidable as my father. Thor recalled Xiao mentioning an old friend of his father, the supreme sorcerer, as powerful as Odin? Very well. I retract my previous underestimations. Hogun gulped nervously, while the others began to acknowledge Xiao's strength. He internally lamented his predicament. This creature was like a tortoise shell. No matter how hard he struck, it was futile. If this continued, he might lose not only his resolve but also the use of his fists. No matter how extraordinary its regenerative abilities, it could not withstand perpetual assault. Why, he pondered, could Thor not sense his hammer? He had learned to be humble and considerate, had he not? As Xiao grumbled inwardly, the destroyer seemed to have reached its limit under the relentless barrage. It ceased to turn its head stubbornly and instead faced the ground, unleashing a surge of flames that propelled its upper body backward. Xiao, still mechanically delivering punches, was caught off guard as the destroyer's head shot up as if equipped with a rocket booster. He was flung far away, spitting out a mouthful of sand. Just as he prepared to leverage his agility for another round of combat, the destroyer pivoted and disregarded him, striding straight toward Thor and the others. Oh, so you are ignoring me now? Xiao rubbed his aching wrist. Thor, do you have any artifacts like your hammer, perhaps the eternal spear? Otherwise, I cannot contend with this tortoise shell. Thor's expression was one of despair. The eternal spear was a weapon of Odin. If we do not have it, I am at a loss. You must regain your powers and lift that hammer, or we shall face dire consequences today. Xiao managed to return to his companions before the destroyer could. If he could sense it, he would have grasped the hammer long ago, so why endure this? Thor glanced at his companions, gritted his teeth, and disregarding Sif's protests, rushed directly to the destroyer's front. Loki, I know you can hear me, your target is me, isn't it? Spare them, brother. I acknowledge my past pride and arrogance. If my actions have caused you sorrow, I apologize, but they are innocent. The god of thunder wore an expression of genuine sincerity. His words were undoubtedly not mere platitudes, for he had indeed engaged in profound self-reflection regarding his past actions. Otherwise, he would not have initially expressed his reluctance to return to them. Thor, a tense voice called from behind. It was Jane who, upon witnessing the colossal destroyer from within the small town, had anxiously driven out. I am fine. Thor raised his hand, signaling Jane not to come closer. Just as he turned to speak further with Loki, the destroyer pivoted and swung its arm, forcefully sending Thor hurtling through the air. Thor! Several voices cried out in alarm from behind. According to the narrative, one would expect that upon uttering such words, Thor would feel the weight of Mjolnir after being struck again. However, this occasion proved different. The dazed Thor staggered to his feet after being flung away. Flames flickered within the destroyer's body as it advanced purposefully toward Thor. Jane and the Asgardians rushed anxiously toward him. Xiao also attempted to intervene, but unexpectedly, a radiant portal materialized, and a slender arm emerged, blocking Xiao's path. Chapter 91. Do you believe Odin's deceptions? Master Gui? Qin Xiao, without needing to see the entire figure, instantly recognized the visitor. The slender silhouette of Gui stepped through the portal. Qin, is this 177A Bleak Street? Coulson, appearing seemingly from nowhere, inquired of Qin Xiao. Indeed, it is. Supreme Master Gui, unlike you, is the true guardian of Earth, Qin Xiao introduced to Coulson. Gui cast a glance at Coulson, smiling and nodding as a gesture of greeting. Coulson swallowed hard, his mind racing with thoughts on how to engage with this Supreme Master in the future. After exchanging polite gestures, Gui gently patted Qin Xiao's shoulder. You need not intervene. Let Asgard handle their own matters. Odin has already made arrangements. Qin Xiao was not surprised by Odin's arrangements. However, according to Odin's assertions, Thor's current performance was significantly better than in the original narrative, and logically, he should be able to reclaim his powers. Qin Xiao subtly conveyed his thoughts to Gui. If it's merely for training, Thor has improved immensely compared to before. Why has he not regained his power? Based on Thor's description of Odin, he should now qualify to wield the power of the god of thunder. Nonsense qualifications. Gui scoffed. Do you truly believe Odin's childlike tales? The matter of reclaiming the hammer and power is not about personal transformation. It hinges upon whether Thor is in mortal peril. Really? This revelation caught Qin Xiao off guard. What did you expect? Even when Thor first fell to earth, if you had simply rushed in and pummeled him, do you think the hammer wouldn't have flown to you? Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. Damn that old fox. Gui shot a sidelong glance at Qin Xiao. Do you believe Odin conquered the cosmos solely through his combat prowess? Do you think the ancient entities of the universe are as foolish as these novices before us? Nevertheless, since we are here as an elder, I must make an appearance. Follow me. Gui beckoned to Qin Xiao, gesturing with her hand through the void, stepping forward until she stood before Thor and the others. At that moment, the destroyer had approached, flames erupting from its head, sending a torrent of fire hurtling towards the group. Gui extended a hand, swiftly sketching several circles in the air. Streams of golden light shot forth, coalescing into a massive magical shield, roughly 2 meters in diameter. With a gentle push of her delicate hand against the intricately inscribed shield, it surged forward towards the destroyer. The formidable stream of flames collided with the magical shield, akin to a small child crashing into the rapidly advancing Hulk. Yet the shield showed no signs of slowing down, instead advancing against the flames and striking the enormous form of the destroyer directly. Then, accompanied by the destroyer, he retreated several hundred meters before slowly dissipating into the air. Hiss! Everyone present, except for Qin Xiao, gasped in astonishment. Vandal, with a grim expression, turned to the equally stunned Hogan and said, Who is this? I can't shake the feeling that we need protection from Earth. Only Qin Xiao muttered to himself after several millennia, I wonder how he maintains those hands. They appear as youthful as a young girl as. Thud. Ancient One reached out and tapped Qin Xiao on the head. Then, hands clasped behind her back, approached Thor. I have known Odin for thousands of years. I am aware of your banishment to Earth. In order to reclaim your power as the god of thunder, you must first understand what you are fighting for. The people present here today are those who require your protection. As for the destroyer, we shall no longer intervene. Reflect on how to safeguard those around you. Without waiting for their reactions, she took Qin Xiao back to their original position. But that was not all. She also created another portal for the destroyer, allowing it to materialize within 100 meters of Thor and the others. Now that seems rather inconsiderate, doesn't it? If you want to watch the spectacle, at least lend a hand, throw in a few sarcastic remarks, and then pull the monster back. What a waste of time. Qin Xiao pouted in discontent. Once again, Ancient One's delicate hand reached out, delivering another thud to Qin Xiao's head. It was astonishing how much strength she possessed. Despite Qin Xiao's robust physique, he jumped up in pain, clutching his head and exclaiming, Why do you keep hitting me when you could simply speak? You deserve it, Ancient One retorted, producing a court fan from seemingly nowhere and lightly waving it while saying, My intervention is to make sure Odin knows that I haven't neglected his son's arrival on Earth. After all, you've played the role of his caretaker for so long. How could I not demand a bit more for the next Sorcerer Supreme looking after such an inept heir? Qin Xiao, still nursing his head, wore a look of grievance. I have no interest in becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Not only must I endure the drudgery of guarding the sanctum, but I also have to suffer countless torment from Dormammu. Am I out of my mind? This was a thought that slipped out. Xiao had always harbored suspicions about Ancient One's intentions regarding his inheritance of the Time Stone. Realizing the implications of his words, he glanced at Ancient One, who was watching him with a knowing smile, her silence speaking volumes. Ahem, look over there. Thor is getting hit again. Quick, look. Xiao awkwardly shifted the topic. Ancient One did not press further and turned her gaze towards Thor and the others. Indeed, after Ancient One's remarks, Thor disregarded the objections of his companions and dashed directly toward the destroyer. This time, he uttered no superfluous words. Instead, he opened his arms wide. Loki, if you must kill me, then do it now and bring this to an end. Do not drag them into this. Loki was likely startled by the sudden intervention of the Ancient One, instinctively directing the destroyer to glance towards her and Xiao. Observing that neither of them exhibited any intention to strike, he steeled himself. A colossal torrent of flames surged forth, aimed directly at Thor. No, Thor! Numerous exclamations, both loud and soft, erupted as the fiery blast mercilessly collided with the god of thunder. It forcefully propelled him several meters away before dissipating. Upon inspection, Thor appeared charred and burnt, his attire reduced to tatters, and his face so blackened that it was nearly unrecognizable. Wisps of smoke still emanated from his form, and in such a state, even a deity would find it challenging to offer salvation. Chapter 92. Who are you, Father? Thor. Sif cried out in anguish as she witnessed the mortal girl dash away like an arrow, her eyes glistening with tears. Thor, no, do not succumb to slumber. You promised to take me to Asgard to see the endless sea. The sorrow in her voice rendered even Sif, who had spent over a millennium in the company of the god of thunder, feeling inadequate. Reluctantly, she halted her advance. Loki, in his villainy, exhibited a certain purity, despite having nearly brought Thor to the brink of death. However, he could not feel satisfied yet. He maneuvered the destroyer towards the fallen Thor. The massive metallic footfalls echoed ominously upon the sand, producing an unsettling rustling sound, reminiscent of a grim countdown. Jian, hearing the approaching footsteps of the destroyer, glared at it with resentment. Then, with a sudden surge of determination, he sprang to his feet, spreading his arms wide to shield Thor from the impending threat, adopting a stance that seemed to declare, "You shall tread over my corpse first." In Xiao's eyes, this was even more poignant than the iconic "you jump, I jump" from the Titanic. Ah, foolish people are often blessed. Xiao sighed wistfully. Do not fret. Your share of foolish fortune surpasses his. Gui remarked with a smile as she turned back. Are you scolding me or praising me? Xiao inquired, scratching the back of his head. Gui merely smiled faintly, choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, Jian stood resolutely before Thor, undeterred. Sif and the others exchanged glances and rushed to position themselves in front of Thor, mirroring Jian's protective gesture with arms outstretched. What a bunch of foolish imbeciles! Loki scoffed from afar, remotely controlling the destroyer as he observed the scene unfold. Out of an abundance of caution, he directed the destroyer to glance at Gui and Xiao, noting their indifferent demeanor. Only then did he resolve to concentrate the flames within the destroyer, intending to eliminate all five before him, along with the god of thunder behind them. The roiling flames coalesced within the destroyer's form. Jian turned to glance at the unconscious Thor, now seemingly trapped between life and death, and closed his eyes, bracing for the worst. At that moment, Thor's fingers twitched ever so slightly. This minuscule motion sent tremors through the very fabric of reality. The sky swiftly darkened, thick clouds gathering as bolts of lightning erupted, each strike threatening to rend the heavens asunder. Meanwhile, a small whirlwind manifested at the palm of Thor's right hand, as if summoning something from beyond. At the makeshift S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, Thor's hammer, which had remained inert since its fall, began to tremble violently. Countless tiny arcs of lightning sparked around the hammer, and in the next instant, it soared skyward, drawn by a tremendous surge of electrical energy, hurtling towards Thor's direction. They were situated more than 10 kilometers outside the town, not far from Mjolnir. In an instant, Mjolnir, accompanied by a roaring sound, appeared in the grasp of the thunder god. Before his eyes had fully opened, he clenched the hammer's handle with fervor, and the lightning in the sky seemed to find its purpose, cascading towards the hammer on the ground in a dense torrent. Transformed by the hammer, the power of the thunder god surged into his nearly charred body. What does it mean to be resurrected in place? Xiao finally witnessed it. He beheld the colossal figure of the thunder god, akin to a reanimated corpse, suddenly opening his eyes. Then, he levitated into the air, his hammer pointing skyward, as countless bolts of lightning rained down upon it with frenzied intensity. Soon after, he successfully transcended and became divine. A suit of scale-like armor materialized from thin air, enveloping his limbs, followed by a simple breastplate encasing his torso, and finally, a crimson cape gracefully descended from his shoulders. Majestic and awe-inspiring, the true thunder god had descended. "Oh my goodness!" Jian exclaimed, covering her mouth with both hands, incredulous, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at the transformed thunder god. "Damn it!" Xiao spat in frustration, feeling aggrieved. He had never succeeded in his own displays of grandeur, while this giant effortlessly transformed. Not only did all his injuries heal instantly, but even the soot on his face vanished. The few remaining strands of hair that had been singed were now fully restored, neatly arranged as if styled with gel, making Xiao seethe with envy. Upon completing his transformation, the thunder god hurled his hammer, causing the would-be fiery menace, the destroyer, to stagger. Another strike, and with a resounding crash, the destroyer was sent crashing to the ground. Then, wielding Mjolnir, the thunder god took to the skies, spinning the hammer in a whirlwind. A colossal tornado formed in midair, lifting a storm of yellow sand while gradually elevating the enormous form of the destroyer skyward. This was utterly unscientific. It was a hammer, not a fan, defying the principles of aerodynamics. Xiao continued to grumble in discontent. As the destroyer ascended to a considerable height, the thunder god executed a graceful turn. Head down, hammer raised, and struck down upon the destroyer. At this moment, Loki could no longer remain passive. He ignited the flames within the destroyer, unleashing a torrent of fire upward. Sadly, this flame met the divine hammer, unable to even impede its advance. The hammer bore down upon the flames, relentlessly approaching the destroyer. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the air, accompanied by a vast cloud of yellow sand expanding outward in a circular wave. It resembled a gigantic smoke ring, gradually widening until it vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle for the first time, Xiao voiced his disbelief once more. Is it truly possible for him to be that powerful? Ancient One once again elucidated to Xiao the significance of having a good father. Within lies a formidable force sealed by Odin. Theoretically, even a swine wielding the hammer could easily topple that colossal metallic shell. Otherwise, with Thor's current strength, he would be unable to breach the magical puppet forged from URU metal, even with Mjolnir. Well, it appears that reincarnation holds greater significance than mere effort. Xiao spread his hands and remarked. For the first time, he felt that being chosen by the Ancient One as the next supreme sorcerer might not be such a misfortune after all. Of course, this is contingent upon discerning the true intentions of that ancient cunning fox. Fear not, host. In this world, no one can surpass you through lineage, for you possess the system as your father. A lifeless voice echoed in his mind. Xiao suddenly smacked his forehead. Indeed, with the system at my disposal, what do I have to fear? Wait, is there something amiss? System, why did you suddenly appear? And who do you claim to be my father? Come forth and clarify this. System. Chapter 93. The show begins. The narrative concerning Thor on Earth has reached its conclusion. The destroyer has been vanquished. In light of the host's participation in the battle, a reward of 1,000 points has been granted. However, should the host resort to shouting or insulting the system again, the reward shall be revoked. Oh, how splendid you are, system. Xiao stifled the expletives threatening to escape his lips. Alas, in the face of points, the system's word is law. As a gesture of goodwill, The system kindly reminded him that the segment regarding Thor's exile to Earth has been completed. The host's reward, the friendship of Odin, awaits collection in Asgard. Very well, Xiao murmured in response, though his thoughts betrayed a sense of sarcasm. For he felt it unnecessary for the system to remind him, especially with the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, already involved. Glancing back at Thor, who had swiftly defeated the destroyer, he witnessed a passionate kiss exchanged with Jane, utterly disregarding the presence of his fiancée nearby. That scoundrel! Qin, I am grateful for your assistance during this time, and to you, Ancient One, I once believed the tales of the ancient Sorcerer Supreme to be mere legend. Thank you for your guidance. Thor bowed slightly to both Ancient One and Xiao. Setting aside other matters, he had indeed learned the virtue of humility during his time on Earth. I represent Asgard, and we shall henceforth ally with Earth to confront the perils of the universe and safeguard the 9 realms. This proclamation was primarily directed at Xiao, as he had yet to earn the right to ally with the Sorcerer Supreme. Xiao nodded subtly, their understanding mutual. I must return to Asgard. There are matters I must attend to. Jane, I assure you, I will return. After conversing with Xiao, Thor turned once more to Jane, expressing his sentiments deeply. No sooner had he spoken than the two shared another kiss. Xiao covertly glanced at Sif beside him, who wore an unmistakably awkward expression. Vandal, adept at reading emotions, observed Sif's countenance and addressed Thor. We must return immediately. The destroyer needs to be teleported back to Earth. This is not a normal situation. There must be an issue with Heimdall. His words served to both alert Thor and partially provide Sif with an escape. After repeatedly assuring Jane that he would return post-haste, Thor led the Asgardians to the spot where Sif and the others had descended. Standing upon the mark left by the Rainbow Bridge, Thor raised his hammer to the sky and called out, Heimdall, take us back. Heimdall. He raised the hammer once more. Calling twice, the Rainbow Bridge remained unresponsive. Hey, Thor, is raising your hammer intended to enhance Heimdall's reception of your signal? Xiao could no longer restrain his curiosity. Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, is an immensely powerful deity, capable of perceiving any corner of the universe and hearing any call made to him from anywhere. Thor, with a serious expression, explained to Xiao. Oh, Xiao nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Since he can hear, you must call out and raise your hammer. Go on, raise your hammer. Huh? My apologies. It has become a habit. The god of thunder awkwardly scratched the back of his head. As he looked up at the sky once more, intending to lift his hammer, he recalled Xiao's words, and halfway through, he lowered it again. Heimdall. Perhaps it was the influence of Xiao's words, as dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a beam of rainbow light descended along the markings on the ground. The god of thunder nodded at the crowd, then cast a deep glance at Jian before stepping onto the Rainbow Bridge with a few others. Jian stared blankly as the figures gradually faded away into the bridge. Murmuring to herself, she remarked, the ability to transcend the barriers of 2 realms and traverse vast distances to directly transport individuals or objects to the other side. That is the true power of a deity. Xiao gently patted Jian's shoulder. Hey, girl, I know your heart is filled with admiration for that towering god of thunder, believing him to be the greatest, and Asgard to be a sacred place. However, I still wish to convey that the so-called divine power, which pulls individuals through spatial corridors, can lead to unforeseen accidents, resulting in being swallowed by a spatial vortex. A true god should embody such essence. Snap! Xiao snapped his fingers. Gu Yi cast a resigned glance at Xiao, waved her hand, and a radiant golden portal instantly materialized. Jian peered inside, and there lay the Rainbow Bridge as described by Thor. Upon the bridge, Thor was soaring towards a magnificent golden palace, hammer in hand. See, that is what true divine power looks like. Farewell. Xiao waved to Jian and, along with Gu Yi, stepped through the portal, vanishing from sight. It was only then that Jian snapped back from her astonishment. Hey, damn it, I want to go too. The only response was the last flicker of golden sparks as the portal closed in the void. The next time I see Daisy, I will ensure she ignores you, she grumbled indignantly before turning to head towards her car. Eric Selvig had joined us. H-I-E-L D. For a new research project, and Daisy returned to school to continue her laboratory work. Jian, too, should find a place to settle down and await her Asgardian prince's arrival. Gui opened the portal near the shores of the Endless Sea, diagonally opposite the Rainbow Bridge. Standing here, one could see the Rainbow Bridge and the Temple of the Rainbow Bridge to the right, while in the distance to the left was the Golden Palace. The destroyer had failed to slay the Thunder God, and Loki quickly froze Heimdall with the Casket of Ancient Winters, opening Asgard to lead the Frost Giants into the Golden Palace. The earlier failure of Thor to summon Heimdall was due to Heimdall still being trapped in the ice. Under the pretense of collaborating to kill Odin, Loki deceived the Frost Giant leader, Laufey, into the Golden Palace. Just as Laufey prepared to slay Odin, Loki ambushed him with the Eternal Spear, killing Laufey. The first motivation was to demonstrate his prowess before Odin. The second, upon learning of his lineage, he felt a deep sense of shame at being a descendant of the Frost Giants. He was destined to be the future king of Asgard. How could he possibly be the offspring of Frost Giants? To this end, he was willing to slay Laufey and was prepared to utilize the Rainbow Bridge to utterly annihilate the realm of the Frost Giants. Ancient One extended his hand, weaving a magical ripple in the air that displayed a scene akin to a screen, revealing Odin's chamber, where Loki had just slain Laufey, and Thor had arrived, confronting his brother. With the situation only halfway through, Loki would never allow Thor to thwart his plans. A strike from the Eternal Spear sent Thor hurtling out of the Golden Palace, while Loki raced towards the Rainbow Bridge. Qin Zhao's gaze followed Loki to the Rainbow Bridge, anticipating the spectacle of the two brothers engaged in their tumultuous conflict. Yet, the Ancient One quietly remarked, "Look over here. The real drama unfolds right now." Chapter 94. Your writing is impressive. In Odin's chamber, as the brothers departed, Frigga's panicked expression swiftly transformed into tranquility. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been languishing on the bed, gradually opened his eyes. He sat up with a gentle sigh. Frigga approached and softly patted Odin's shoulder. Thor had returned from Earth, appearing significantly more mature. Loki's identity as a frost giant weighed heavily on him, compounded by the lingering feeling that you favored Thor over him. Having lived in Thor's shadow throughout his life, it was only natural for him to harbor some rebellious tendencies, which he would eventually come to understand. The two spoke with profound affection, embodying the essence of ordinary parents deeply concerned for their children. Qin Xiao observed in silent disbelief, contrasting their heartfelt exchange with Loki, who was manipulating the Bifrost to orchestrate the complete annihilation of the Frost Giants. Was this merely a display of rebellion? They were on the verge of exterminating an entire lineage, particularly one to which Loki belonged. A famous phrase from the internet echoed in Qin Zhao's mind. He is still just a child. Indeed, what malice could a mere child of over 1,000 years harbor? He merely sought to steal weapons to murder his brother and eradicate an entire race. Jia cast a glance at Qin Zhao's expression, discerning his thoughts. With disdain, she remarked upon the Odin couple in the reflection, "Their vision is limited." Loki's bloodline is that of the Frost Giant royalty. Odin has little time left to live. If the Frost Giants endure, how could Thor's throne ever be secure? Faced with Jia's knowing gaze, Qin Xiao felt a surge of clarity. Previously, he had assumed Odin was aware of everything and tacitly permitted the children's mischief. Now, it appeared that this was a grand strategy orchestrated by a cunning old fox. By deliberately neglecting Loki, Odin incited him to eliminate Laufey in a fit of anger, leading to the wholesale destruction of the Frost Giant clan. Even if Thor intervened, the Frost Giants would merely survive in a state of misery. Most crucially, the Frost Giants would come to harbor an everlasting hatred for Loki, and from the perspective of a potential heir, Loki would permanently lose a reliable ally, turning that ally into a mortal enemy. Sending Thor to Earth, forging alliances there. Qin Xiao recalled that the beginning of Thor, the Dark World, depicted Thor leading his army to quell uprisings across the 9 realms. Subjugation, alliance, destruction. Loki played the villain, while Thor emerged as the hero, effortlessly winning the loyalty of most of the 9 realms. In comparison to Odin's machinations, Loki's so-called cunning was utterly trivial. Indeed, those who ascend to the throne are rarely benevolent. Yet, one need not overthink. As the king of Asgard, Odin undoubtedly possesses the qualities of a ruler, but he also bears the mantle of a father, albeit his paternal role is less distinguished than his royal one. Allow me to escort you to visit this triumphant king and the failed father. Master Gu gently tapped the mirrored surface, causing it to shatter and reveal a portal. Before Thor's return, you should have ventured into Asgard. Why did you not come to see an old friend at once? No sooner had the portal opened than Odin's voice resonated from within. Indeed, the title of All-Father was not bestowed lightly. Upon entering Asgard, he was already aware of her presence. It was a rare opportunity to witness a splendid spectacle, and one must observe it thoroughly. Master Gu was not at all surprised that Odin was cognizant of her whereabouts. If any formidable being were to enter Earth, she would undoubtedly sense it immediately. Greetings, Supreme One. Frigga, evidently familiar with Gu, smiled as she acknowledged her, then nodded towards Xiao before exiting Odin's chamber. It is merely a scuffle between children. What is there to behold? Surely, you did not come to Asgard solely to witness my amusement. Odin waved his hand dismissively. Just as his words faded, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside. Odin's demeanor shifted dramatically, radiating golden light. Xiao instantly felt as though the elderly figure before him had transformed into a sun, not merely emitting light and warmth, but exuding an immense, inexorable power. The sensation was such that, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could be utterly obliterated. Damn it, the Bifrost! Odin exclaimed, vanishing from the room in an instant. Master Gu took out a fan and playfully struck Xiao's head, laughing heartily. Did you see that? What a classic case of a meticulous plan unraveling. Thor, in his earnestness to prevent Loki from annihilating the frost giants, inadvertently shattered the Bifrost. This is undoubtedly something Odin did not foresee. Ha ha ha! Gu showed no restraint in her laughter, reveling in the chaos even while on Odin's territory. Recovering from the imposing aura of Odin, Xiao forcefully pushed aside Gui's fan. Enough with the theatrics. Are you truly performing a soliloquy here with me? After teasing Gui, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting that the destruction of the Bifrost was not part of Odin's scheme? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Of course, he is merely an old fox. Do you think he is omniscient? As the guardian of the time stone, I dare not claim to perceive all possible futures in their entirety. This old fox merely manipulates the hearts of men. How could he possibly control every nuance? Gui sighed. But what does foreknowledge avail? Some matters are simply destined. Oh? Gui's bald head loomed closer to Xiao. Then tell me, is our presence here predestined? Xiao hesitantly glanced at Gui's gleaming forehead, taking a step back as he replied, How would I know? Just as Gui was about to utter another word, a figure flashed into the room. Odin had returned. However, this time, he bore not the confident demeanor of before, but instead wore an expression of concern and worry. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly inquired of Ancient One. Loki. Perhaps this exemplifies the paternal aspect of Odin that Ancient One had spoken of. Having nurtured for over a millennium, Odin undoubtedly harbors deep feelings for his proud third princess. Rest assured, he is unharmed. He will return after facing some challenges. Ancient One candidly conveyed this to Odin, who then let out a sigh of relief. It was as though he had suddenly recognized Xiao, turning to him and exclaiming in fluent Chinese, Throwing hammers indiscriminately brings doom to the family. My wife experiences her monthly cycle daily. Your characters are quite impressive. Young man. Xiao, Chapter 95. I actually have a twin brother named Xiao recalled the time when he had just entered junior high, attending a boarding school where the principal was short, stout, and bald. The students affectionately referred to him as Short Winter Melon. During a self-study session, as the principal passed by the window, Xiao, unable to restrain himself, called out Short Winter Melon. Immediately, he realized the principal was standing by the window, glaring at him with a furious expression. The embarrassment and fear were overwhelming. Consequently, he was summoned to the principal's office for a 40-minute moral lecture. This incident remained vividly etched in Xiao's memory. The current situation seemed almost identical to that past moment, except now the diminutive principal had transformed into Odin, the All-Father. Actually, this might be a misunderstanding. Xiao began, visibly anxious. I have a twin brother named Xiao, but regrettably, a meteor fell from the sky last night and killed him. Is that so? Odin raised his eternal spear. Alright, I admit it was me. But honestly, it's not that serious. Look at you. Your hair and beard are completely white, and you're of a certain age. What's the big deal? Right? Qin Xiao stammered nervously, his tongue slightly tied. It seemed that even the anger of one great figure required another to intervene. Qin Xiao desperately gestured to Ancient One, who finally stood up to obstruct Odin. Relax, Odin. Ancient One advised nonchalantly. I believe Qin has a point. Which of your children is worry-free? If you were to have another, I reckon Hela would drive you to an early grave before she even arrives. Exactly. Qin Xiao chimed in from behind Ancient One. Silence, you wretch. Not only do you insult my goddess, but you also curse my entire family. Odin's eternal spear began to radiate light. Ancient One, unable to remain passive, firmly grasped Odin and spoke with utmost seriousness. Odin, regarding the matter of your family's demise, it isn't merely a curse. The truth is, it could very well happen. What? The words Qin Xiao had penned were merely intended to frighten him. Yet Ancient One's statement struck a chord deep within Odin's heart. Old friend, I am not jesting this time. I have come for this very matter. We must have a serious discussion about the future, concerning Earth and Asgard. Ancient One's expression was gravely serious. Before the two great figures could formally converse, Ancient One opened a portal, and Odin swiftly used his eternal spear to cast Qin Xiao out. The portal was situated atop the Rainbow Bridge, which moments ago had been a splendid spectacle, now torn asunder, creating a gaping chasm. Even the Rainbow Bridge temple had collapsed. At the fissure of the bridge sat a solitary, sorrowful figure, draped in a cloak that billowed in the relentless winds of the endless sea, its fabric fluttering and resonating eerily. Goodness, it's Asgard's version of Bu Jingyun. Upon hearing someone speak, Thor turned around and was somewhat taken aback to see Qin Xiao. Qin, what brings you here? No, wait. The Bifrost has been shattered by Loki and me. How did you arrive? If you can come here, does that mean I can still go to Earth and see Jane? The simple-minded giant was anything but dull, instantly connecting the dots upon seeing Qin Xiao, who said love makes one foolish. It seems that this varies from person to person. Encountering a simpleton might just yield unexpected results. Thor's sudden excitement startled Qin Xiao. Aren't you here to commemorate Loki? Have you been putting on such a dramatic pose simply because the Bifrost is broken and you cannot see Jane? What was the point of smashing it then? I came with the Supreme Sorcerer. She is currently discussing matters with your father. By the way, I have some good news. Loki is not dead, as the Supreme Sorcerer informed your father. I knew it. Thor paused for a good 10 seconds, then suddenly leaped up and slapped Qin Xiao's shoulder with vigor. I knew he would be fine. He is the god of mischief, the most cunning in Asgard. How could he perish so easily? It was evident that Thor held genuine affection for Loki, as the joy on his face was etched with numerous wrinkles. However, regarding Loki's reputation as Asgard's most cunning individual, Qin Xiao could only muster a derisive smile in his heart. Not to mention Odin and Frigga, even Heimdall, who seemed rigid and unyielding, far surpassed Loki in this regard. Disinclined to engage Thor in this debate, Qin Xiao, seizing the rare opportunity to visit Asgard, took Thor by the hand and urged him to show him around. Learning that his sister was alive and he had the chance to seek out Jane on Earth, Thor's spirit soared, and he began to play the role of a diligent tour guide, leading Qin Xiao around the Golden Palace. After meandering around Asgard for over an hour, they had yet to complete their tour of the vicinity when they were summoned back by Ancient One and Odin. This time, they found themselves in a resplendent reception room, with Odin and Ancient One seated on either side, gazing at Qin Xiao with the affectionate eyes of an old couple observing their son-in-law, as if they believed their daughter to be a simpleton weighing 250 pounds. Qin Xiao felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The two crafty old foxes wore smiles as bright as blooming chrysanthemums, indicating that no good would come of this. Instinctively stepping back, he warily inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Odin, with a benevolent expression, beckoned him over. "Come here, my child. No, if you have something to say, do so now. And please, do not call me child. Very few who have been called that by you have met with favorable outcomes. You can call me a rascal if you wish. Just do not call me child." Qin Xiao firmly refused, recalling how Odin had just wielded the eternal spear against him moments ago. Such a swift change in demeanor surely boded ill. Odin was visibly vexed, but it was Ancient One who seized the conversation. You may not trust Odin, but you must trust me, right? Come over. It is certainly something good. Ancient One smiled with an air of sincerity. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, these two were akin to nuclear warheads, and he was not about to submit easily. Do not go. The two of you are grinning like the procurer and madame from a brothel, attempting to deceive innocent women. I shall not be fooled. Qin Xiao shook his head vigorously, akin to a clapper in a bell. In the next moment, Odin raised the Spear of Eternity in his hand, while Gui held a radiant orb of golden light. Come on, let us speak amicably. Why such agitation? Qin Xiao scampered over eagerly. Gui and Odin, too, instantly relinquished their magic and weapons, shifting to a more amicable demeanor. With a smile, Gui looked at Qin Xiao and said, You have taken good care of Thor on Earth, and Odin wishes to express his gratitude by allowing you to choose any item from his treasure trove. Chapter 96. The Uncontrolled Flame. Upon entering Odin's treasury, Qin Xiao realized that not all cinematic portrayals can be taken at face value. Odin, in his youth, traversed the cosmos, conquering countless planets. It seemed implausible that only a handful of artifacts, as depicted in films, would remain. In truth, the items within Odin's vault were an eclectic assortment, rivaling the extent of any collector's trove, including those of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Many coveted treasures, long sought after by collectors, were indeed present. For instance, before him stood a 3-meter-high glass enclosure, housing an immaculate specimen of a Groot. What is this? Qin Xiao inquired, gesturing toward the tree being. This is a Groot, a race of which few exist. In my childhood, my father arranged for us to have a tutor who was a tree being. Groot was one of the languages we studied. When he passed away, my father preserved his body. You must understand, Groots are now exceedingly rare. Thor, the god of thunder who had escorted Qin Xiao into the treasury, explained. How impressive that they brought in a tutor for you, only to have him preserved as a specimen. Qin Xiao remarked, casting a glance at the forlorn remains of the Groot before shifting his attention elsewhere. A myriad of peculiar weapons and armor surrounded him, and he even spotted 3 dragon-toothed swords. The dragon-toothed swords wielded by the Valkyries were something I yearned for in my youth. They were once part of Asgard's mightiest forces, but alas, they all mysteriously vanished. Thor continued, resembling a museum guide as he provided insights into each artifact Qin Xiao examined. After perusing a vast array of extraordinary items, Qin Xiao found himself both enlightened and perplexed, as he had yet to encounter any of the iconic artifacts from the films. Is this all there is? This is the treasury of the All-Father. Yet are there not more formidable items, like the hammer you wield? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. There may not be many divine artifacts, and those that exist are often heavily restricted in their use, fearing they may not be suited for you. If you find nothing to your liking here, allow me to show you something else, Thor replied, proceeding deeper into the treasury and pushing against a wall with considerable force. This revealed a hidden inner sanctum, the true treasury where the most valuable items were concealed. Among them were the box of ice, the eternal flame, and the so-called counterfeit infinity gauntlet. This gauntlet? Its size seems impractical for an ordinary individual, and what of the gems upon it? Qin Xiao asked, feigning ignorance as he lifted the infinity gauntlet. This glove is designed to aid one in harnessing the power of the infinity stones. It was crafted by the previous king of the dwarves in Nidavellir, tailored to his own hand, with the intention of creating a perfect vessel to encompass all 6 infinity stones, thereby achieving the pinnacle of his forging prowess. The moment the glove was forged, countless ambitious souls across the universe coveted it to wield the power of the infinity stones. In desperation, the dwarf king offered it to my father, hoping that his formidable reputation would deter those who sought the glove. With Thor's introduction, Qin Xiao realized that the glove was indeed genuine. The counterfeit referred to by Hela in Thor Ragnarok must pertain to the stones rather than the glove itself. The dwarf king, in an effort to showcase his forging prowess, ultimately presented it to Odin to avoid further complications. This revelation is rather logical, though it remains uncertain whether it was a subtle narrative device by Marvel's writers or a correction upon arriving in this tangible world. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Xiao turned his gaze toward the frost box, a sacred artifact of the Frost Giant clan. Thor patiently continued to provide explanations. As Qin Xiao reached for the frost box, he sensed that, lacking the bloodline of the frost giants, he could not activate this object. Aside from its imposing size, the Infinity Gauntlet was virtually useless without the Infinity Stones. To be frank, it seemed as though there was nothing of personal utility within Odin's treasury. While contemplating this, Qin Xiao approached the eternal flame. In an instant, an unforeseen transformation occurred. As he drew near, the previously tranquil flame within the vessel surged as if doused with an abundance of fuel. The fire erupted, towering over 2 meters, and swiftly expanded beyond the confines of the vessel by nearly a meter. Suddenly, the inferno, larger than a person, lunged toward Qin Xiao with ferocity. The enormous flames darted toward his mouth, nose, and every pore of his being, akin to a bird returning to its nest. The rapidity of the change took both Qin Xiao and Thor completely by surprise. My hair! Just as Qin Xiao harbored this fleeting concern, the flames surged into his mouth and nose, moving with a life of their own, swirling between his pores and orifices. Initially, Thor was taken aback. He recognized the danger of the flames, yet throughout countless visits to the treasury, he had never witnessed this fire in a state of frenzy. By the time he regained his composure, the flames had already infiltrated Qin Xiao's body through his orifices. Realizing the peril, he instinctively rushed forward to intervene. A brilliant radiance enveloped Qin Xiao as he transformed into a being of fire. Strangely, his clothing, skin, and even hair remained entirely intact, untouched by the flames. However, Qin Xiao's experience was far from delightful. The moment the flames entered his body, a torrent of searing energy surged within him. The serum he had previously ingested from the Hulk paled in comparison to this, akin to the difference between a firecracker and a grenade. This relentless force tore through his muscles, veins, and bones, leaving no corner of his body unscathed. A mouth opened, accompanied by a cry, and a flame erupted from within, instantly melting a substantial hole in the wall. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Golden Palace, a rune symbolizing the fiery power of Asgard began to stir violently from an unknown origin below, piercing through the earth and surging towards the palace. Cursed be it! Odin, who had been conversing leisurely with Ancient One, shouted and sprang into action, racing towards the treasury. Ancient One followed closely behind. Upon entering the treasury, they beheld Qin Xiao transformed entirely into flame, his eyes closed, quietly floating in midair. Beside him stood the Thunder God, utterly astounded. At that moment, a cacophony of shattering sounds echoed, as a dark red rune broke through the wall, bypassing 2 layers of the treasury's defenses, and hurtled directly towards Qin Xiao. No! Odin bellowed. Halt! With his body radiating golden light, Odin extended his hand in an attempt to seize the rune.